And away we go. 513 Day brought to you by Cincy Light. It is marathon time, boys and girls, as we embark on our 12-hour journey for 513 Day. Some people just, they post on Twitter, happy 513 Day, and then they go about their day. Here at Bearcat Journal, that's not what we do. We bring you the most comprehensive collection of Cincinnati Bearcats content for the next 12 hours. This stream today brought to you by our good friends at Cincy Light. We'll get into what Cincy Light is doing today. We'll get into we'll set the stage. And then we'll keep it rocking. I mentioned last night, you can bring it down, Aaron. Let's get this show on the road. I mentioned last night, I stopped by Ryan Geis yesterday for a little pre-marathon meeting. They got me a case of Cincy Light watermelon. I've got that in the fridge, so maybe later, as Dave is talking to Doug Martin for an hour, maybe I'll give the Cincy Light watermelon a test, see how that goes. Ed wants to know if we can start drinking some Cincy Lights now. Yeah, go ahead. I don't think I want to see what Ed looks like at 10 o'clock.
I think I'm working.
Is Ed working?
I think that's working.
Knock yourself out, Ed. What could go wrong? Aaron and I, and this year we changed it up a little bit. Normally we have Keegan on site at the University of Cincinnati, but he's in very comfortable conditions today. Aaron and I are sitting in our office chairs, and Keegan is on a couch on a love seat.
Not are you gonna my take first a nap? Rodeo.
Are you gonna take a nap there? Like, we're gonna come back from a break and Keegan's gonna be catching some Z's, a little midday nap on the couch?
That's for when Tony's on. I'm just gonna go like this.
I don't even know if Tony has not gotten back to me. I don't even know if Tony's gonna be on.
In fairness, Keegan's kind of earned this, being that he's been on campus, boots on the ground the last 2 years?
Yeah.
It hasn't gotten a whole lot of airtime the last 2 years. He's been running point, making sure everybody makes it onto the screen, all the behind the scenes stuff. So they told us we didn't have to worry about that this year. So we'll see if how much Keegan has missed on campus.
We're just going to send him in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Change your plans.
Cincy Light today, if you don't know, get this up. They have 60 locations around town that you can go, restaurants, bars, etc., that you can go and enjoy a Cincy Light. And every Cincy Light that you enjoy, a $1 donation will be made to a local nonprofit picked by the location. They'll get to take those donations, donate them to a nonprofit all around town. And you get a free bag of Grippos. So you get to enjoy a cold Cincy Light. You get to donate to a local charity. And you get a free bag of Grippos. So if you can't make it out now, maybe lunch, have an enjoyable lunch, or happy hour when you get off work. Stop by, keep us on your phone, and then stop by and enjoy an ice cold Cincy Light. Should I go through all 60? Should we get that out of the way now? Or should we do like 20 at a time?
Do we have a link?
No, I just have a list. I have like an Excel spreadsheet.
Well, what about our sponsors, or any sponsors on the list? Let's start there.
Not directly. Maybe a potential new sponsor, Highmark, through Ryan Roy. That's Ryan Royer's establishment. He talks about like Highmark already owes us probably about $1,000.
For Ryan, they might have the highest of marks.
Yeah. So Highmark is on there. Mio's in Clifton is on the list. Trying to see if there's any of my favorites. Not a lot over. I don't think there's anything over here in Northern Kentucky, being it's 513 day. So that wouldn't make sense. Skyline is on the list. If your Skyline has Cincy Light.
Where they do that at?
I don't know. It says Skyline on here, Aaron. I'm just reading with the list. We'll go through a couple now. Tavern on the Bend, Game On, Pebble Creek, Liberty Collective, The Draft Bar and Grill, Red Robin, get you a burger, have a Cincy Light.
Yum.
Matt the Millers, Aloft Hotel, Putters in Mainville. Keegan, that sounds like a place you've been. You ever been to Putters in Mainville?
No.
I've been to Putters in Mainville.
Okay. Naughty Pine, Bucketheads, Champions, Rusk, Oakley Establishment, RP McMurphy's, Highmark, Hilltop, Local Post, Pearls, OPG, Oak Tavern, Gomez, Oakley Greens, O'Brien's Bar and Grill, Bees Barbecue. I've been to Bees Barbecue. That's pretty good. Putters is gas. Everybody's big on Putters. Downtown Skylines have beer. Are we getting a touching tip segment? I certainly hope not.
No, absolutely not. There's too many irons in the fire.
Mio's Clifton, Jefferson Social, the Lackman, Murphy's, Skyline, QCE, Cobblestone, QCR, O'Malley's Blind Pig, Ryan House, The Stretch at the Banks, The Hub, Casual Pint, Angelo, 513 Sports Cafe, Buffalo Wings and Rings in Oakley, the Fouling Warehouse. If you want to get some fouling in today.
Nice.
Pebble Creek Golf Club, second place. The Comet, Higher Gravity Summit, Higher Gravity Northside Yacht Club, Gaslight Cafe, Foley's, Kenwood Theater, Village Tavern, Crossgate Lanes, MVP, Grand Sand, Pigskins, The Hangar, Trillions, Sammy's Burgers, Deshays, and Max Pizza in Blue Ash. 64 locations that you can go enjoy a Cincy Light, get a free bag of Grippos, and have $1 of your purchase donated to charity. We got a lot coming up today, gentlemen. We got a lot. We'll start out here. Sammy's Burgers are fire. Okay. Amazing buffalo chicken dip from Putters. What are you most looking forward to today, guys? What I mean, obviously, Jerrod Calhoun's debut is coming today, so that doesn't count. We're not going to include that. But what are you looking forward to today, gentlemen?
I answered this last night on the nightcap, but I'll answer it again here for those of you who haven't caught up on the nightcap. Just the new voices that we haven't heard from, just in general. We're kind of going through the list last night as we were kind of doing some prep work, Chad and I. But Chad said, we got relationships with all these guys. And then we went through the list and we only have relationships with about half these guys. Yeah, it should be good hearing from people that we haven't really heard from yet. Like Nate Woody would be one. All of the assistants from Jerrod Calhoun's staff and Jerrod Calhoun himself. Always good to hear. We don't often hear from Katrina or Coach Tomic. So that'll be something that we have done annually every year here. But just some voices that maybe don't have the platform so much. So just should be good to hear from some people that aren't the regulars.
Yeah, I am gonna say the exact opposite. I'm gonna say I'm most excited for Dan Hoard as someone who always has a microphone in front of his face.
Love
I
that
think
guy.
he is excellent at his job and a very good speaker. But I'm really looking forward to seeing if he's on a golf course again like he was in the past. And
Touche.
maybe he'll actually show us his shot this time and like a live broadcast, 150-yard approach shot into the green. So I'm looking forward to Dan.
I'm looking forward to see if Tony Pike shows up. Like there was communication early in the week that he was going to join us. And then as we got, closer to the show, he's gone radio silent. So I don't know if we're going to get a Tony Pike appearance or not. Your future on Cincy 360 might be at stake here, Keegan.
I have reached out trying to figure it out. He doesn't want to simulcast like we did with Mo after the Tylen Riley commitment.
I mean, we could simulcast with them at 12:30. Why is the BCJ Instagram dead? There's only so much I can do. Goblins OG.
Because we're over 40 and Instagram's hard for us.
I could take over, add it to my job title.
Okay, you'll have to get the login from Reagan, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right about that part, Aaron. Instagram is not.
Don't understand.
It's not for me.
It's my least opened social media app outside of LinkedIn that I have.
Yeah, I just don't use it. I don't live a very picture filled life.
I don't hardly take pictures either. I don't have threads. Yeah, none of that does anything for me. I miss Instagram when it used to just be pictures, and now they have these full on descriptions that take up your entire feed. I don't understand.
We also, guys, we also have some giveaways from Cincy Light that we will be giving away throughout the day. Speaking of Instagram, go to the Cincy Light Instagram page, tag a friend, like the post, you'll get entered. We have 2 sets of each of these to give away. The first set comes with this really sweet bar mirror for your bar.
Nice.
And also a Cincy Light pint glass.
Ooh.
Which is very nice. I don't have one of those. So, and then also that was a subliminal, not so subtle notification to the folks at Cincy Light that I don't have one of those pint glasses. And then we have a golf giveaway pack. You get the a Cincy Light golf polo, a Cincy Light golf towel, and a Cincy Light club head.
Ooh, club head cover.
That's pretty sharp right there. It's pretty sharp right there. So there you go. We'll be giving away 2 of each of those prize packs throughout the day. How will the giveaways work? I just told you, Cincy Toughness. You go to Instagram and you look up Cincy Light, you tag a friend, and then you like the post, and you get registered to win. So Bards and Latonia, yeah, they're not on the list. Best burger in Cincinnati. That's a tough one. For a long time, it was Terry's, but Terry's isn't as good as it used to be. Now that it's just the Turf Club. Now that Terry's no longer associated because he's weird. It's weird.
Zips is dope. Yep.
Bards and Latonia is outstanding. Gray Bush. Zips is very good. No question about that. Gray Bush, you don't have to keep saying it over and over again. Terry's when it first opened, Terry's was the best. You can lie to yourself, Jay Coop, and say that it wasn't. But for a while, Terry's was outstanding. I guess we could go over the list here.
What list
of our guests for today?
You pulling it up?
Yeah. Thanks to Ed for putting this together. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it here. We'll be joined. It's not very good.
No, it's very tiny.
Yeah, that's not either. We'll be joined at 10:30 here in about 15 minutes. Jordan Bischel will join us. Scott Satterfield at 11. Nate Woody at 11:30. Nate Taylor at 12. Evan Tengesdahl at 12:15. Danijela Tomic at 1. Zach Grant at 1:30. John Cunningham at 2. John Daniel at 2:30. Jerrod Calhoun at 3. Katrina Merriweather 3:30. Manny Robinson, new assistant on Jerrod Calhoun's staff, at 4. Keegan's guy, Mike Fuline, at 4:30. Max Bent at 5. All three of those guys on Jerrod Calhoun's staff. Dan Hoard at 5:30. We're gonna have to. I don't know. Maybe Tony shows up. Maybe he doesn't in the 6 o'clock hour. The Diamond Bearcat podcast, the baseball podcast with Aaron, Jeff Gentle, and Tim Adams, rocks the house at 7. Doug Martin at 8. Mo Egger closing out the show sometime after 9 o'clock. Mo's going to the Reds game. So we're going to get Mo afterwards, but I don't know exactly. There's not a firm time on that. Great mention on Herb Thelma's, Anthony. Boy, you talk about like you want to feel like you walked back in time. I'll take you to Herb Thelma's one day, Keegan.
Okay, please.
It's in Covington. It literally looks like it's like it hasn't changed an inch since like the 1950s. Just standard burger, flat top grill, as basic gets. Is it crazy to want the Reds to lose so we can see unfiltered Mo tonight? That's never crazy. Maybe Mo will get some innings.
Depends on how they lose, right?
Right. If it's another blowout, he's probably not going to be too
ho-hum. Yeah.
The grill top at Urban Thelma's could tell stories. No, I bet it is the same grill top from the 1950s.
By the way, if you're watching on Chad's Twitter feed, you can join the conversation on the YouTube channel in the chat here. Just go to youtube.com/Bearcat Journal. Like and subscribe while you're there. Help us out while you're taking this whole event in.
Anything anything you guys want to chat about before Coach Bishell gets here? Keegan, what is your take on the baseball Bearcats been?
I mean, we talked about it before, and I'm planning on asking Coach Bishell, but it feels like they're closer to hosting a regional than they are to being a 3 seed at the moment, which when you actually think about that is a crazy thing for year 3. Like how quickly he's been able to turn it around and have a bunch of studs, a bunch of future MLB draft picks on his roster is very, very impressive. So they've been really fun to watch. And I think how they've been able to win so many games late I think they just went on the road and won 6 in a row. Maybe, yeah, it was 6 in a row because they swept Houston, beat Oral Roberts, took the first 2 from Kansas State. But this series at the end of the year against Texas Tech, you have to take care of business because it can really set you up. If you win this series, you have a very good chance of getting that 6th seed in the Big 12 tournament, depending on what UCF and TCU do. If you sweep them, I think you have a really good chance. And then you set yourself up for making a run in the Big 12 tournament and surprise Arizona, which is, it's not at Globe Life anymore in Dallas. And you can make a run and possibly get to the point where you're a top 16 seed hosting a regional and you're not a 2 seed going somewhere. But I think getting a 2 seed is by no means a letdown at this point in the season. It's a great situation for the Bearcats. And hopefully my boss sends me to wherever they go and play in the NCAA tournament, because Tennessee last year was some of the most fun I've ever had on this job. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they go. They were projected to be in the North Carolina regional in Chapel Hill last time I checked, per D1 baseball, but I don't think they like D1 baseball because they have them ranked like 25 still.
I think it's impressive the way that they've been able to kind of win in different ways.
Yeah.
This isn't a team anymore that has to beat you 9-7.
Yeah.
They've, over that winning streak, they had a bunch of close games and managed to pull them out. So
yeah. Do you guys want to set a line on how much caffeine I have today in terms of milligrams?
Are we going by milligrams?
Milligrams. This is 222.
Okay.
Every Alani will be 200. Every Mountain Dew or Coke will be 50.
I was kind of like, I don't have, I'm not an energy drink guy. I don't really need it, but I did stock the Mountain Dew and the Dr. Pepper in the drink fridge outside.
I'm gonna set it at 750, over under 750 milligrams of caffeine today.
Are you gonna be shaking on the couch?
No, dude, I don't shake anymore. That was for when I was 15. I'm 25 now. I'm 10 years into this game, Jack.
Tucker, he's going way over 600 is like, that's a normal day. That's just like Tuesday for Keegan.
You pride yourself on being healthy. What are you doing?
Okay, I have to have a vice.
I mean,
Caffeine. Usually, I'll usually do 1 energy drink and then 3 or 4 Diet Cokes or Coke Zeros or Mountain Dews throughout the day. So that's right around 400, which is the daily allowance that doctors recommend not to go over.
So you're going to double it today.
I will. It actually might be more than 800 because if I don't have 3 energy drinks, I'd be surprised.
What are we doing lunch plans? What are the lunch plans for everybody today?
I need you to tell me when I can eat.
We do have, I did schedule Austin Bass from 12 to 1:30.
Okay.
So he can be here for that hour and a half segment so we all get lunch breaks.
Okay. 30 minutes each.
Something like that, however long it takes. Aaron, are you having the girls cook you up something?
I don't know. I'll probably either get into some leftovers that I've made on the Blackstone the last couple of nights, or make a bagel sandwich with pepperoni and ham.
The gateway drug. Keegan's gonna get Chipotle.
Someone said Keegan's lunch is a delivery of more energy drinks. I will say I have a delivery of gummy bears coming at like 12, so. Jobless OG, that must be one of my friends.
Welcome. Your friends are all jobless, Keegan?
No. Jobless OG. Is he actually jobless? Can you reply in the chat? Are you actually jobless? Jobless OG.
Chugs, we ask Coach Bishell about his Diet Mountain Dew sponsorship every time. He makes no qualms about it. He wants that sponsorship, but they're still not in. I don't know what the disconnect is, but they're still not in.
Chad, did you see what Crypt Keeper said?
Yeah. What's the best archetype of energy drinks to buy, Keegan? Aaron wasn't here for that, so he doesn't.
Oh, you just made my day. Thank you. I'm done. I'm getting off. It's over.
Joe last OG. Not jobless.
No. You got to change your name, man. There's going to be some assumptions made about you, and you have no reason to blame anybody.
Jobless OG sticks. Like that's
You're still jobless OG.
I did not see that coming. Did not see that coming. What a way to start the day.
What was the guy's name? If Thrifty, it wasn't Walrus.
Thrifty
It was
Hippopotamus.
Thrifty Hip. I hope he's in here today. I miss him. He was actually a really nice guy.
Bob, BCJ legend, Bob Favorite says mix in some water or he's kidney stones in your future.
If that's the worst thing I have to go through, I've been
Oh,
blessed.
you haven't had kidney stones yet.
I'm assuming you have.
They're not fun. It's not fun. Not a fun experience. How many Mountain Dews does Bischel drink a day? A lot. Pissed Skyline went to Coke. I'm still pissed Skyline went to Coke. My Skyline consumption probably cut by like 70% when I could no longer just order a Mountain Dew with my Skyline. It's part of it. It's part of it.
Oh, I believe you, Chugs. I believe you.
I mean, just think of it as like, passing a rock through your urinal canal. Whatever the hell that's called.
It is a stone.
Yuck.
How to prevent kidney stones.
Water.
We are rolling.
Where's our guest?
I saw Brett pop in a minute ago, but the Tony Pike missing poster is up.
Tony Pike. Where is it? I've seen it. Oops.
If located, please contact Chad Brendel.
The Panthers jersey is brutal. Soda pop.
I mean, Tony's got to know that we're going to have fun with this at his expense.
Nice job, though, Ed. That was quick. Well done.
Daniel, it's too early for story time. I'm not doing any stories before like noon. No stories before noon. I'm not in story mode yet. I haven't even had any caffeine. I've just been hammering one of these Calypso Paradise Punches here this morning so far.
I had 2 cups of coffee with butterbeer creamer.
So you're a kidney stones candidate as well, Aaron.
Because I had coffee. Coffee actually has water in it.
There's water in this. What are you talking about?
Get out of here.
The worst part about that is I looked it up and it said adding lemon and lime to your water helps. And Carissa literally just said, we were at Costco and she said, can we get some lemon or lime to put in our water? And I said, no, we don't need that. So now I have to backtrack and say that we do need it. And that's going to make me look bad.
Oh, there's our guy.
All right, let's get this show on the road. There he is. Coach Bishell. Welcome back. It's always awkward a little because we just had you on a week and a half ago. But now you're back. We had to come up with a new, fresh set of questions, a new line of questioning. But I think we're up to the task. Keegan says he's going to have 750 milligrams of caffeine today. Where does that fit on the Coach Bishell scale? Oh, we don't have audio.
We don't have audio.
No.
That's Brett Ryback's fault. I don't care who it is. It's Brett.
He's muted on their end too.
Yeah, it's not the
holding.
It looks like David's arm.
Tell him to go to settings, audio, and make sure that the mic is selected in the audio. It's not your fault, Coach. You don't deserve this. Unreal.
I mean,
yeah, me and
it wouldn't be the marathon.
Yeah, without the first one. Hello.
Still nothing. I mean, if you didn't think there were going to be technical difficulties, toughness, you've never been a part of this marathon. We're just getting the first one out of the way.
Yeah. Well,
right now we all just sit here and stare at each other.
Is this better than the Tylen Riley live stream?
Yeah. Aaron, I don't know if I told you, but I actually saw Travis in Cartersville, and I joked with him about it. He said they literally talked for like 15 minutes before that started, and everything was fine. And then they went live, and everything went horrible.
Well, I mean, and obviously hindsight being 2020, even on today, like I don't understand why we didn't have the feed up and running 5 minutes, 10 minutes before we started, just to make sure that everything was copacetic before getting to this point. But it's almost like we've done this before or something. I don't know. You'd think that maybe we would have figured this out by now, but nope, we just run by the seat of our pants, and that's
fine.
It's part of the charm of Bearcat Journal. Like it's like Ryan Royer showing up 10 minutes late to a podcast.
Yeah,
wouldn't be Ryan Royer.
If we try to be more professional than we are, this wouldn't work very well.
Yeah, I mean, if we were more professional, then I don't know that I'd have a job. So it's fine.
Only 10. Yeah, oversell, underdeliver. That's our motto. Oversell, underdeliver.
Change your Twitter bio to that with quotation marks around it.
All right. Coach took matters into his own hands. I love it.
On my phone. I just that was technology's way of saying my face on camera is probably bad for everybody, but this will work.
How many milligrams of caffeine a day, Coach?
How many are in one of these things?
120 probably.
All right. Well, multipliers of 10 are always good, right?
Have you ever had kidney stones?
Not that have made themselves present yet, but
first question.
Coach, congratulations on the winning streak. I know obviously came to an end on Sunday, but got to feel good as a coach to see your team coming into maybe its best form as you're getting close to the postseason. How good has it been for you to see this team be able to win in multiple different ways? It hasn't just been scoring 10, 12, 15 runs every day. You've won some close ones, some low scoring ones.
Yeah.
Does it show a growth that you're looking for as you get towards the postseason?
Yeah, I think there's kind of a perception out there that when you win, you're playing your best baseball. And we've played well, don't get me wrong, but I don't sit around and say we've played this perfect brand of baseball. We, as a handful of weeks ago, I think people were kind of questioning whether we'd pitch enough to be successful. And I really believed in that group. And you're seeing that right now. They're throwing it really well, and we're defending at a high level behind them. Probably haven't swung the bats as well the last week or 10 days as consistently as we expect to. We maybe haven't bunted a couple of games as well as we typically do. And to me, that's a great sign when you're getting to the end of a lot of games and saying, you know what, it was pretty imperfect, but it was more perfect than the other team. There's still enough runs to win. I think that's what makes it sustainable. If you're having to play perfect baseball to win ball games, it's going to dry up at some point. And the fact that we're playing good, not amazing baseball and still winning, basically every series for a long time now, that bodes well for, the rest of the season.
You had the foresight to schedule a lot of your midweek games early in the season. And now as you're getting to the end of the season, you're seeing a lot of programs kind of bail out on these midweek games. How do you feel as a coach looking around the environment of college baseball, seeing some teams like Kentucky bail out on that game against NKU?
Yeah, I've got to probably choose words a little bit carefully because there can be coaches I really like and respect and believe in what they're doing, and I may not agree with every decision a program makes, if that makes sense. It doesn't make me dislike anybody, but yeah, I mean, to me, part of we took this path for two reasons. Number one, I think when you're 50 plus games into a year, rest may be more important than playing at times. I think we owe it to our student athletes to play a full schedule. I think playing 51 or 52 games is shortchanging our student athletes. They didn't come here just to play in the NCAA tournament. They came here to play baseball. And so when I'm allowed to schedule 56 games, I think I owe it to our guys to schedule them and then try to play them. Not so much from a metrics and RPI, like, that's why they came here, is to play the sport. So let's let them play the sport, right? You don't see college football teams play 11 games because they'll get more rest. They play 12 because you're allowed to play 12. And our sport's different. You're going to have some cancellations. So playing all 56 is tough. But, this year, if you look back, Western Kentucky was a scheduled home game, and we took the game on the road so that we could dodge the weather and get it in. This is 3 straight years of 54 or more for us. I'm proud of that. And additionally, we know how the RPI works. The RPI, you don't get punished for winning. You get punished for playing a poor schedule or rewarded for playing a strong schedule. And sometimes the punishment for playing a poor schedule outweighs the reward for winning. And so it's a misnomer to say you're punished for winning. Your strength of schedule is dropping to a point that says you haven't played as quality of a schedule. So even though you have another win, it doesn't reward you. No different than a mid-major with a bunch of teams with losing records is not going to have an at-large team. And so, quite frankly, we generally know who's going to be good and who's not. And when we schedule late in the season, there's a reason we scheduled Oral Roberts on the road. We know they're going to win 30-plus games. We know they're really good. We know playing on the road is valuable. So we had no reason to worry about canceling that game. Again, I'm not criticizing anybody directly, but I think we're hiding behind excuses when we cancel games, when really what we're saying is, our RPI is all that matters to us. We were dumb to schedule a game against a team that's perennially 200 plus RPI, and now we're that's the reality, right? And when we've scheduled games late, it's Oral Roberts, it's Indiana, it's Connecticut. These are games that are valuable. So I can't speak to what other programs do, but I'm proud of the fact that we've played almost a full schedule every single year. We don't cancel games unless the weather gets in the way, and then it's our job to win enough baseball games that our metrics say we deserve to be wherever we think we should be.
I think
how
the last
rewarding
time,
is it, real quick, how rewarding is it as a staff? You scheduled Jacksonville State to open the season. A lot of people look at that and went, they're starting, they're trying to stock up some wins. Now they're looking like an at-large team. As a coaching staff, do you look and go, that's exactly what we wanted in terms of
we scheduled that We scheduled that 2 years ago. Coach Beezer, who I think actually did a really good job at Missouri, but had a tough job, had a solid first season there. I had a lot of faith that he was building something really good. And then we saw them go win close to 40 games last year, and we knew they would be did I know they would be 41-11 or whatever they are? No, but I would have been shocked if they weren't a 35 win team. And when we walked out of there, we were really, really impressed and knew that was a good series. A year ago, we were scheduled at USC Upstate opening weekend. They had a coaching change, which leads to a portal raid and a weekend roster. So last minute, we flipped that to Duke. We don't schedule willy-nilly. We try to find good teams that will build our RPI, but the reason they'll build our RPI is because we're playing against good teams. We're challenging ourselves and we're winning those games. And so the metrics it's not magic. It's not rocket science. If you want to have a good RPI, you need to win a lot, you need to schedule good teams, and you need to be willing to go on the road a lot. We've done all of those things. That's why we're at. We're proud of that.
And did you ever hear from the UC San Diego coach when he said he wouldn't mind coming to Cincinnati in early March, and then they got it? It was cold.
Do you remember the weather that weekend? It was like 80 degrees every day.
Oh, that's right. It was nice.
We rewarded them for that. We thankfully got 4 wins, but yeah, it should have been 42. Not that I didn't enjoy it, but yeah, they caught like mid-May weather, so it worked out for the best.
I think the last time we checked the RPI, you guys were at around 19. Obviously, top 16 seeds get that regional hosting. Does it feel like you guys are as close to hosting a regional as it may look statistically, or is it a case where you're going to have to sweep Texas Tech and play in the Big 12 championship game kind of thing?
Yeah, I try not to get caught up in what we need to do because we spend the whole year getting caught up in just playing good baseball and letting the results take care of themselves. I think it's awesome that, there's probably 25 teams in a country with a real path to host a regional right now. And some, Georgia Tech, UCLA, are way more likely than others. But we're in a group of about 25 that there's still a path. I mean, how cool is that? We just have never been in that position. And that's a real credit to our staff, to our players, to the people that support us. Now we're on the outside looking in for that path. So what needs to happen? I don't know. I know we still need to win quite a few baseball games. We probably need a couple of programs to lose a couple baseball games. But really that doesn't change anything. We want to win as many as we can this weekend. We want to play as well as we can, but it's pretty rewarding to know that here we are on May 13th. And we know that it's not going to take an act of God for us to play in Cincinnati in the NCAA tournament. And that's pretty big credit to a lot of people that have been involved in this thing.
How big is the development of Connor Blue, a guy who was not a starter at the beginning of the season, who came in and made a spot start on Saturday, moving up a day last weekend? How big has his development been for you over the course of this season?
Yeah, it's massive. Obviously, if you've got 3 guys you can give the ball to that can at a minimum get you into the middle of the game and have a chance to win, it goes a long ways. And he's done that consistently. And I think he's one of the ones on the forefront in terms of player development, but I think it's a reflection of what we're trying to do as a program. Chad Brown came up here from Hemlock, Michigan. Believe it or not, he wasn't facing a lot of Big 12 hitters in Hemlock, Michigan. And he's closing out a game at Houston. He's closing out wins for us against Kansas State, another true freshman. And so maybe not as high on the radar, but getting the last 3 outs is probably harder than getting the first 15, right? And so you got 2 freshmen impacting there. Enzo, I think, leads the nation in hits for a freshman. And then you got that sophomore group. Derek and Quentin are true sophomores who are they weren't everyday starters until late in their freshman years. And here they are as all conference, borderline All-American type players. Ryan Tyranski redshirting last year, playing off and on first half. Like Connor's a kind of a microcosm of what we're trying to do. And when you talk about sustainability and how good can we be year after year after year, that's the model. Right. We're hopeful that those guys are right back here next year and more experienced and better, and then setting an example for next year's freshmen. There's a path to do it here. So he's been massive, but I think more important, that development process has been massive for us.
I know it's not a trackable stat, but have you ever had a team that has caught so many balls at the wall or robbed home runs? And is that kind of a perfect representation of what your team wants to be, just how they play the game?
Yeah. Yeah, and it probably is somewhere a trackable stat. I don't know. But yeah, it's we had an outfield at Central Michigan. Now, Central Michigan was similar to like, one of the national parks. You're playing in the Grand Canyon, so it's hard to rob a home run if nobody can hit it to the wall. But we had one outfield there with Jacob Marcy, who's now in center field for the Marlins, Chase Rowland, who's now a dad and an entrepreneur, and Zach Gillis, who's a pharmacist. But those three guys were unbelievable. And Dave Kylitz, who's kind of my mentor there, has been around college baseball for 60 years. He told me it's the best defensive outfield he's ever seen. And I think this group is very similar. Obviously, we still got to get a little bit better in Ryan's performance. But what's lost in that is Ryan had never played outfield before this year, and he's actually made some really nice catches. But Derek and Conlin are I haven't seen everybody in the country play, but I just can't imagine there's 10 more explosive outfielders in terms of great defensive plays in the outfield than those two guys. And what's cool about it is, to your point, is that how we want to play? If you watch these guys practice, pretty much all through the fall and into spring practice, when they worked on some of those drills, making those hard plays, if you didn't make it, they had a rule you had to do 10 burpees or 10 push-ups or whatever it is. It wasn't a coaching staff rule. It was, we're not expecting to catch the easy ones. We're expecting to catch the hard ones. And so a kid like Joe Ducell, who's not played a lot this year, he's getting held accountable for that. And you'll see it in batting practice. He goes in the gap and a ball ticks off his glove, and a minute later you see a kid in the outfield doing push-ups. Like, that's a pretty good culture. That's pretty cool. And Derek terms it as when you learn to not care what happens to your body when you try to catch the ball is when you become good out there. That's what he's told me. And like, he lives it, right? You watch it, but it should not be lost that they are making high level big league plays on kind of a weekly basis.
You ever seen somebody get knocked out trying to rob a home run?
I don't think we've had a concussion on one, knock on wood, because the number of times these guys crash into the thing. We actually get shortchanged a little because we got that big, tall fence out there. So we're only taking away doubles and triples instead of home runs. Those guys learned to rob home runs at our park, and we've really got something.
That happened to me once.
That checks out.
Yeah,
I went to rob a home run, went up over the fence, ball hit off the top of the glove, and then I hit one of the poles that hold and I was out cold. The next thing I know, there were. I didn't catch it. No.
Did you also propel the baseball out of the yard and create a home run, or no? Because that would be a trifecta.
No, I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah.
Good.
And the next thing I know, there were two trainers over me with like smelling salts, waking me up.
Well, it's better to be knocked out by a pole than by the baseball, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I had a beat on it. Went up to get it, and the next thing I know, I was waking up from a brief nap.
Amazing.
Moving Quentin Coates to third base has kind of moved some people around for you, and we didn't see that until late in the season. Is that something we can continue to expect to see over the course of the end here, or?
Yeah, you know what? So what does it do for us short term? Short term, it allows us to play Cal and Conlin in the outfield. The reason we've not done it much is neither one of those guys has just forced they're both really good players, don't get me wrong. But if both those guys were really swinging the bats well and really doing high level things on a daily basis, it would open the opportunity to play both of those guys. The challenge is, Conlin's been pretty up and down offensively. Cal has, again, they're really good players, but they haven't forced our hand. Like, they both need to be out there. That's what we were trying to keep as an open option, so that if we feel like, man, we need Cal, we need Conlin in the lineup, how do we do that? It's a tough move to make because, Christian has not had a great year offensively, but he's been close to as productive as those two other guys. So why take that glove? He's an elite defender. Why move him off the field if it doesn't make your lineup better? So that's been the challenge. Now, long term, you look at it and say, hey, Christian's not going to be here next year. If Quentin can do it at a high level, it opens the door for Ryan to play first base. And now you have conversations about Enzo catching, wide open DH spot, 3 athletic outfielders. Like, there's a lot it can do for us if Quentin can play a quality third base. And we've practiced him there a ton. And so I just thought there was a really good opportunity at Oral Roberts to just put it in our heads that this is an option, and he did a great job. So I think it has more to do probably with what it will look like next year. But again, if this weekend Cal and Conlin go out and play great baseball, there's a path where maybe that's the lineup that makes most sense for us. It just gives us more flexibility, more versatility.
How big has Enzo been? I think you knew Quentin had huge upside. You knew Jack had huge upside. Getting that third, like really, really strong, consistent bat in with those two guys. How surprising has that been from him as a freshman, and maybe just his consistency? I think he hasn't gone multiple games without a hit all season or getting on base all
I don't,
season.
if that's true, I don't even know, but it sounds right because it feels like he almost never goes multiple at bats without a hit. He's an interesting conversation because if you'd have said to me you'd have a freshman hitting 370 in the middle of your lineup, I said that really never happens at this level. But the flip side is when the fall wrapped up, he was our singular best hitter. And that's no slight to Jack and Quentin and Derek, who are high-level pros, but he was just pretty much impossible to get out all fall. Now, the flip side of that, true freshman, you expect that when the real bullets fly, it gets quite a bit harder. What's been crazy, it's gotten harder, but not that much harder. He's been overlooked, with what Quentin has done, with what Derek has done, with Jack being a great producer who, even Smitty at the top, there's so much length in those top five hitters that I think he's been overlooked, that like this isn't a freshman All-American. This is a borderline All-American, like all classes involved. He is one of the best hitters in the Big 12. And then, the other part that's been overlooked, Jack's hand got banged up and catching for him had been a struggle for a couple of weeks there. He caught 4 conference games over the course of 2 weekends, and we won all 4 of those games. So it's not like he's just in there to hit. He's not in there to steal bases. But there's batting average. Now you're starting to see the power come out. He can catch, he can throw. Like this is an elite college baseball player who's still 2 years away from pro baseball. So now we got to keep the SEC from trying to buy him. But he's a pretty committed kid. He loves where he's at, but he's still got more in there. That's what's crazy. The home runs are still going to come. Like it's not a bad freshman season, but there's Quentin Coates type stuff in there. I'm not saying he'll hit 25, but I'm not saying he won't either. He's got a lot of good stuff ahead of him. He's amazing, amazing worker, amazing performance. I imagine the best freshman season this place has ever seen.
Do you keep an eye out for like SEC hats in the crowd?
Yeah, they don't even need them anymore. I keep an eye out for the bags of cash. That's what I'm scared of. They don't care if they can wear an Arkansas hat. It's how many bags of cash can they offer. But that's what I love about our guys is they're not caught up in that. Am I saying nobody's going to leave? Am I saying that we can insulate ourselves and pretend it doesn't exist? No, but I think our guys love where they're at. And I don't think it's a group of guys that is going to make life decisions based on dollar signs. And that's a credit to them. We've got some guys, Jack and Nate could have made a heck of a lot more money last year going somewhere else. And we've seen how that's turned out. Both those guys are playing on a really good baseball team where they're doing things that are legacy type things. And they have seen their draft stock rise this year. They both went into the year as surefire top 6 or 8 round picks. They both have moved up into possibly the top 2 rounds, for sure the top 3. So they've made that money back. It's their work ethic, but they're surrounded by a group that helps them do that. And I think our young guys see that. You're going to grow and you're going to win and you're going to have fun. Like pro baseball, that's awesome. But don't forget, like this is college baseball. It should be fun, and they're loving it. And that's a credit. So we know those SEC hats are out there, whether it's in the stands or on however guys can act, direct message. I don't know. I don't know how to use social media. You can get on mine, but they're finding them. They're finding the agents. They're finding the kids. It's our job to make sure their experience here is so good that it's worth turning down a few bucks to do.
You took the red shirt off Alex Gonzalez about halfway through the season, and he's a kid that has kind of made that decision look like a good decision. Is that something that you were really nervous about doing midway through the season, or what was the thought process going through that?
Yes, I was really nervous about doing it only because I respect these guys' eligibility. I feel bad when, a season last year like Parker McDaniel's where he barely played and he used a year of eligibility. The football rules in a lot of ways make a lot more sense. Now we're probably going to see everybody get 5 years, so that's going to change. But there are a lot of programs that just play guys when it's time to play a guy and don't worry about what it means for their eligibility. I don't agree with that. And so the impetus was Carson Marsh going down. That was a really key bullpen arm that opened a lot of opportunity. On top of that, Alex was performing tremendously in practice, doing a great job. Looked like he could help us. But before we didn't make that decision. Alex made that decision. We sat him down and we said, listen, there's a chance to pitch you here in the next week or two. But if you struggle, if you stink, I can't just keep running you out there. Like, every game's valuable. And so you might only get 3 or 4 innings. Are you going to be okay with that? And like every 19-year-old, he immediately say, yeah, I'm all on board. I said, all right, you are now. Why don't you call your parents and have this conversation? So I made him take a day. He came back and said, no, honestly, I really want to take this opportunity. And he's run with it. He's only got, I don't know, 8 or 9 innings, but you've seen how good he's been the last couple of weeks. And he's a kid we can trust in a close Big 12 game late. And we did it the other day. It was only for a batter, as it turns out. But he can help us in the stretch run in the postseason here. And I'm glad it's panned out the way it has, because now he's going to go into next year as a guy that believes he's ready to do it instead of wondering if he's ready to do it.
Daniel wants to know, how important is Nate Taylor as an example for younger players and just in general? I mean, he's started the most games, he's thrown the most innings, he's got the lowest ERA of your starters. Like, he's been the workhorse that you send out there on Friday, and you've won a lot of Friday games. Yeah,
we talk, listen, every program in the country talks about development. You got to define what it means and are you really committed to it? We think it's a long process of growing guys, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, getting them really ready to be a pro, not in terms of their stuff or in terms of their power, but in terms of being an adult. Professional baseball does not have a great structure for development. You change your coaches every year. You change your settings every year. You have to be your own coach, and you have to be an adult. You have to be able to eat the right things and put the right things in your body and spend your money the right way and live it like. And we really believe that's a holistic approach. And Nate, the numbers tell you what he's done as a player, what he's doing off the field, between starts, how he's eating, how he's acting. All those things have contributed to the numbers. And so, yes, it is. When we recruit a kid, we are going to talk a lot about Nate Taylor for good reason. And it's the work he's done, but I think we surround him with the tools to use that work. And he walked on here as a freshman, and he pitched a ton as a freshman, but it wasn't necessarily because he was great early on. It's because we just didn't have pitching depth. But he continued to grow. He continued to improve, and he is by far the best he's ever been here going into the end of his junior year, and we're proud of that. And we want younger guys to see that. And Connor Blue's going to follow that path. Chad Brown's going to follow that path. Enzo's going to follow that path. And so, yeah, we want high school guys. Not that we won't take portal guys, but we want great high school players. We've got a top 25 class coming in. I think they've seen that, and we're going to see them do the same thing. It 100% is a blueprint for. We think that he has earned a lot of money this year, and we think it's a blueprint for. Not every guy's going to follow that path, but it's a great place to do it.
Speaking of professional baseball, what have your conversations with Landon and Carrington been about kind of their experience with the Padres and the Dodgers?
They're interesting. They love being in professional baseball. They miss the heck out of college baseball. And that's not a slight to anybody. Those are two great developmental organizations, but it's just different. It is so different. You don't have a bunch of guys fully invested in winning. You don't have a bunch of guys that have been together for years. You don't have a coaching staff that you've been with for years. And we really, really strive to have great culture and belief in each other around here. And so it slaps you in the face a little bit when it becomes a little bit more of a job. And again, not to say they're not enjoying it, but it does say they miss what went on here. But they're growing, they're getting better, they're enjoying it. Josh Cross is doing great here in year number 2, a year removed from it. And that group is going to grow a lot in the next couple of years. And I'm excited for that group because a lot of these guys are going to end up being big league players. They really are. And that'll be fun to follow. But until they make the big leagues, the process is a little bit grueling. It's just not a perfect setup to feel like there's a great family atmosphere. And I'm not saying they're doing it wrong. I'm just saying it's a lot different. And that's fun to hear. Not that I don't want these guys to be unhappy, but I'm excited when I hear that they miss it here, right? That means we're doing something right around this place.
Coach, give the people the pitch to get out there this weekend for the Texas Tech series. We've got the Quentin Coates home run deal, 4 for 24 tickets. UC Health employees can get 4 free tickets. All sport season ticket holders can get 4 free tickets. big weekend for you guys. Let's sell them on getting to the ballpark.
Yeah, sell them on getting to the ball. It's our players. Watch them play. You are not going to leave here disappointed. We could lose 3 games, and trust me, I'd be disappointed, but you would see guys play hard and with energy. I can't remind people enough how good the baseball is. Like, you will see guys on the field this weekend that will play in the big leagues. How many? I'm not sure. There could be half a dozen of them, and that's not an exaggeration. These guys could go into minor league baseball right now and be successful. So the quality of baseball, but then you've got value. It doesn't cost a whole lot of money. You've got accessibility to these players. If you want an autograph after the game, you're going to get one, and you're going to track that guy and see him in professional baseball. And then you're going to see a bunch of guys play with a ton of energy, play hard. We bunt, we run, we hit the ball out of the park. We love playing. The atmosphere, the sight lines are great. I don't know. I'm not a salesman, but if I had $6, I can't imagine there's a better way to spend it. Thankfully, they let me in for free, generally speaking. But man, you're going to have a great experience. Talk to anybody that's come to one of our games and ask if it was worth their time and money. I think you're going to get about a 99% success rate. We're really proud of that.
There's also a $5 beer day, if I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
during this weekend. And also, Tech is basically a new rival. So for whatever that's worth, Cincinnati and Tech.
I don't
they
get
just
too
hate
into
each
the other sports and creating that, but I would imagine there are some people around here that wouldn't mind if we had success against Texas Tech. And Texas Tech, for people that don't follow college baseball, has played in like 4 World Series in the last 15 years. So not exactly a joke of a program in baseball either.
Coach, thank you. Good luck this weekend, and we will keep a close eye on things. Conference tournament coming up, and NCAA tournament as well.
As always, I appreciate it, guys. I give you guys credit for just being willing to tolerate me for a half hour to start it. It's good strategy to say, get the guy we all hate the most out of the way first. I applaud that. And now you can actually go on to enjoying the rest of your days, which should be good.
Does that make Doug Martin our favorite since he's on last?
Doug Martin's your favorite because Doug Martin's the best, but him being on last does confirm what I suspected. Let's get the dogs out of the way early and let's get the good ones late.
Coach Sats up next.
I'm staying out.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Stay up.
You got it.
He couldn't
Legend.
possibly be more wrong.
I know.
He couldn't
Legend.
possibly be more wrong.
I'm staying out of it.
I mean, I literally could just sit here and talk baseball with him. Like, Keegan, how much better would you have been if you had him as your coach?
Oh, if I have a coach that actually believed in me and thought that I was good, I would have been awesome. What are you talking about?
You would had to have been good.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that was outstanding. I didn't get the one other thing I wanted to ask him. Keegan, did you realize they've got 6 guys with an OPS over 900?
It's crazy. The Enzo and Felice thing is funny to me because him being a true freshman, if you told me he was a 7th-year senior, I'd believe you.
Yeah, he
It
just
is
looks like an
ridiculous.
old man at the plate. Coach,
Got audio.
do we have audio? Are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm here, but I barely can hear
Let's
you. Can I turn
go.
it up a little bit?
Got audio. That's good. At least on our end.
We can hear you. Like you hearing us isn't all that important. We need to.
All right, we're good now.
Perfect. How's it going? We haven't seen you in a couple weeks. How you been?
It's been really good. Yeah, all the guys out recruiting, staying busy. Gearing up for getting our guys back on campus, and then official visits that'll happen in June for us.
And camp season. Gotta love camp season.
Oh yeah, a lot of camps. It's very bit. June's probably one of the more busier months that we have throughout the whole calendar year. So, when you think about camps, you think about our working with our guys, and then also all these official visits. There'll be a lot of people on campus.
Coach, I want to get this out of the way because I know a lot of people are curious about a lot of this stuff. I know we can't and won't get into specifics and details and names and whatnot and what have you, but with the sports gambling stuff that's been out there, it's a good opportunity, I think, to just ask and for you to talk about what you guys go through, what the process is like to train these guys, to teach them what they can do, what they can't do, what's allowed, what's not allowed, the classes, the training that they go through. Like, I think people have a a lack of understanding of how much actually goes into this. So enlighten us on what these guys experience.
Well, I think first of all, I want to put out, and that we had obviously not commented about anything, but that me personally and any of our staff were unaware of any impermissible betting that's going on within our program. And I think obviously if we knew of anything impermissible that was going on, then we would address it, and they wouldn't be a part of our team. Our guys know that. The thing about what you're bringing up is our compliance does a great job with that. I mean, this is something that over the last couple of years we have really had to speak about and really just get right in front of it because of how sports gambling and betting is out there everywhere. You turn on College Game Day and then they're talking about the lines on the games for that particular Saturday, or any sporting event that you're pulling up. There's always going to be commercials of these companies that are targeting young people, essentially college age kids, to bet. And it's more accessible now than ever for everybody. I think it's one thing that we all know. You can get really fully engaged into sports, even if you're not even a big sports person. But if you start getting to where you're betting, you're more involved in that. It used to, when I was growing up, it used to be maybe March Madness was the only thing that maybe people got involved with, that, doing your little your charts of who's going to win throughout March Madness. Now it is everything. And so we have to be on the forefront of what we're telling our student athletes. And so, we bring speakers in throughout the year. We talk about other examples of things that have happened, particularly in our sport. The most recent one that I can recall that we shared with our team was the Iowa State, where they lost players. Iowa State had a bunch of players that couldn't compete a couple of years ago. And then we bring in and we educate. We tell them the do's and don'ts. And then we also make those guys aware if there is an issue. If you have an issue, come see our people. I mean, we have a lot of people that are be there for our guys. Obviously mental health and counselors that we have are always on the forefront, and they're here throughout practice. They're there on the sideline. So it's something that we've addressed many, many times, and we will continue to address it. And I know it's something that is obviously getting talked about a lot now, that what's been in the news, but it's something that our guys know about and our whole staff knows about.
Spring ball. What happens after the spring? Are you going through tape? Are you what is the process when spring closes and you work towards the start of that summer session?
Yeah. So, basically when we finished our spring practice, there's really only about a week left of school, and then the guys are finished. And then they get about, 3.5 week break. Some of our guys are already starting to come back into the building. I saw several last week. Seeing more and more this week. Next week, they'll all be back. So basically at the end of spring, we evaluate where we are personnel-wise. We evaluate where we are scheme-wise. And then we plan on what we need to do throughout the summer. So we'll restart install again when the guys get back here next week, and we'll start that and slowly, gradually start putting that stuff back in as we go throughout the summer. And then so hopefully building up to when we start fall camp. We've already had a whole install period in spring practice. We've had another whole install period for summer, and now you start your camp, and that'll be another install period. And then as you get closer to the game, now you're going to start narrowing this thing down and figuring out the best plan to go against Boston College. So, but it's a lot of planning that's going to be going on right now. And then, we're excited about when the guys get back here, to jump back into where we left off after spring practice.
You're not new to really working with either of your co-offensive coordinators or even your new defensive coordinator. What's the evaluation process been like with this team? You got so many new players this season, both offensively and defensively. What's it been like going through the evaluation process after spring ball's wrapped up? And have you seen enough to get an idea of what this team's going to look like next season?
Yeah, I mean, I still think we're learning and we're still growing. I think particularly on defense. I think offensively, we had the nucleus of our team, which I would call is the offensive line. We got a several guys that are coming back. There's some of the best players in the country at their position. Some All-Americans. We're excited about what we have up front. Our offensive line was one of the best offensive line in the country last year, and you got 3 starters coming back off of that who I think are 3 of the best that'll be out there. But we also have some young guys that are coming in that have, it's their time now up front. So I think we kind of start there. You mentioned a lot of new players. We did bring in several new running backs. Very pleased with the running back room, the guys we brought in. I think about G. Payne that came in from Notre Dame. I mean, they had 2 players drafted ahead of him at Notre Dame in the first round. I mean, that's incredible. He's been a big surprise for me. I thought he had an outstanding spring. He's got great vision, runs the outside zone really, really well, and it's big, strong runner. I really like him. I think he's done some good things. And Cole that came in from Stanford's done some great things. All those guys. I mean, I think that's a really strong room. And then running receiver-wise, we brought in several new guys at the receiver room. Those guys continue to grow and develop. It was our best blocking receiver room that I've been a part of in a long, long time. I thought these guys did a great job on the perimeter. They take pride in it. And then, of course, quarterback. I feel good about the room and the quarterback. Samaj is coming back, been around here a long time. And J.C. French, I thought he had an outstanding spring. Right at 70% completion percentage for the spring, very efficient in his running the offense. I thought we were in the springtime for spring. Our offense was well tuned. I thought it did a really, really good job with that. And the guys put a lot of great work into it. And I thought Pete Thomas and Nick Carwell did a great job of running the room for the offense and keeping everybody on the same page. We had a lot of meetings, a lot of group meetings, and they ran those meetings. I thought he did an outstanding job. I think defensively, we brought in Coach Woody to run the defense. Has been with me for many years back at Appalachian State, and to have him back has been, man, I love it. It's been awesome. But it's new. It's a new defense. It's a new scheme. We got several new players, a lot of guys in the back end that are new corners, new safeties. A couple of guys that are back that I think, JT, Jonathan Thompson is coming back. I think he probably had maybe the best spring of anybody on defense. I thought he's an experienced player. Even though it's a new scheme, he understands what he has to do. And I thought Antoine Peak was another guy who had a great spring. Both of those guys are veteran guys. And then you bring in some new guys. I think Marquez Parker was a guy who's been around here who did a good job up front. I think he'll be an outstanding player for us. And then some of the new guys that we brought in. I mean, MJ Cannon, I thought, and he had a great spring. I mean, MJ could probably start in 4 or 5 different positions for us. I mean, I think he's an outstanding talent with the length he has. He'll certainly be on the NFL radar as a guy who will potentially be a drafted player next year. I think he's got that ability. But I still think, working out the scheme and working out where's the best place to put guys, where can they have the biggest impact. I think those are some things that we're still figuring out on the defensive side of the ball. And that's why I think this summer will be huge for us on defense. And I know you guys are going to talk to Coach Woody. He can kind of talk a little bit more about it. But that's exciting to see, what we'll be able to do defensively. I certainly know we'll be able to create more pressure, create more turnovers, more tackles for loss, create more havoc, I think, than what we've been able to do the last couple of years.
One of the positions I'm most intrigued by is the cornerbacks. In the past few years, maybe they haven't lived up to expectations, but based on what I've seen, it looks like you have 5 guys who might be game ready, and the 3 transfers you brought in. And then Daniel James coming back, Zaravion Johnson coming off his Achilles tear. What's kind of your read on that whole situation and how deep you might be at that spot?
Yeah, I think it's certainly a position for us that, we were not great. I didn't think the last few years at corner. I think certainly this year we have some different tools in the tool shed for sure. We got some more size that we brought in at corner. These guys are obviously a lot more bigger. You're getting Zay back, which it really hurt us. Zay wasn't able to go last year because I thought he was really coming on strong. He'll be a guy that'll be in the mix this year. But the transfers you talked about, I thought those guys came in and did a really good job. They have some really good experience. We're able to do a lot of different things with those guys. It's not just doing the one thing. And I thought, last year we didn't do a whole lot with the corners. This year we're going to be able to mix that up. We're going to be able to, play some man. We're going to play some cover 3, play some cover 2, be more aggressive with those corners, blitz the corners, let them come and get in some run fits because of the size that they do have. So there'll be a lot of different things that we're able to do with them and not just, playing the same coverage with them. And I think that's going to help those guys out just in general, because now a quarterback doesn't know what actually coverage there's going to be out there. We played a lot of man last year, and quarterbacks were checking and throwing the ball down the sideline, and we gave up some plays. But this year I think that's going to be different. I'm excited about those guys. I do think again, this summer is going to help them out a lot, continue to learn technique, learn where they need to put their body. I thought by the end of the spring they were playing at a really strong level at the corner position. And it's been some good competition, going against our wide receivers, and then going against those corners. So I think I will continue to get better, but that's a room that, certainly I think we've got to get better. I think we did what we added in, personnel in the secondary. Should be our best secondary that we've had since we've been here.
4 guys drafted, more than double that in mini camps in the NFL. What's that like as far as recruiting and being able to speak to that? And have you heard from any of these guys? Have they checked in to let you know how things have been going?
Yeah, I think it's huge, obviously. I mean, all these guys want to continue to play the football at the highest level, and obviously the NFL is that. And, we've had a great tradition here at Cincinnati of guys going off and doing some great things in the NFL. I really believe these guys that just left our team will have great careers in the NFL as well. You mentioned we had 4 guys drafted, but many more that got picked up in free agency, and I would be very surprised if a couple of those guys don't make rosters. I think right. But I think it's huge because it speaks to a couple of things. It speaks to development. I think we do a great job here of developing our players. A lot of these guys that came in and have, worked themselves into the position to be drafted and or, get into camp. Our strength staff does a great job of developing and Aaron in the training room, and of course the coaches of what we're doing with these guys. And so in recruiting, obviously we're going to use that. We're going to, tell these recruits and show them of great examples of guys that came in. Hey, recruit, you remind us of these guys right here, and look what's happened to these guys. And I think we got to continue to be able to do that. We have, I don't know, I think it's maybe roughly 28 guys that are going NFL camps right now. From this program. So that speaks volumes of this program and where, how we can develop and it tells the recruits, man, you come here, you're going to have a great opportunity, go play at the next level.
Take us through that wide receiver room. How important was it to have JV Gibson step up the way that he did in the spring and kind of instantly establish, I'm a guy that can make plays at the top of the roster? And then 2, Gio Contosis at the end of spring, boy, he really, really came on, didn't he?
He really did. I'll start with Gio. I think Gio is one of our better leaders of our football team. I know offensively, he brings just a dog mentality. I mean, he brings it every day in practice. Like he's trying to get after somebody. He's going, he's pissing somebody off on the defense every day at practice. I mean, the way he runs his routes, the way he blocks. But he also holds his teammates in a high standard, which I love that. This is a young player. He just was here 1 year. And what he's been able to accomplish just in leadership-wise. But he made plays every single practice. And, he's one of our better receivers, I thought, coming out of spring, which says a lot out of a guy who just got here, a year ago. And, JV Gibson, the guy you mentioned, he had an incredible 2 years ago, had an incredible season. Went to Oklahoma last year. He reminds me a little bit the same track that Cyrus Allen was on. Cyrus Allen had a great 1,000-yard receiver, then went to Texas A&M, didn't do as much, and then come here and had a great year last year. And I think JV could be that kind of guy. JV's got great talent. He's got great size, good contested catch guy. He will block his butt off. I mean, I think he's got a round, total game. Love what he can do. And you think about those 2 guys on the outside, Gio and JV, man, that's 2 great weapons. A guy who I thought he was hurt early in the spring, Fenner. Zoe Fenner, who's got a lot of ability, a lot of talent, had over 1,000 yards last year, a lot of yards per catch. I think he's got a lot of ability. I think he's still, learning and still figuring out what he can be here. I think he's got a lot of upside. Isaiah Johnson's a guy who played behind Cyrus last year, who's got a lot of talent, a lot of ability. I think he could have a really good year for us this year. He's a great guy with catching the football, run after the catch. I mean, he can go get some yards. He's a strong runner. And his work ethic was a lot better this spring. I mean, he really pushed that up. I think he can have a great year for us. And then we brought in, several other guys, 3 or 4 other guys that I think can really help us. Elijah Jones is a guy who's been around here, hasn't played a whole lot, but he's going to be in the rotation. I thought he had an outstanding spring. We can plug him at any position because he knows our offense inside and out. Our quarterbacks trust him. I think he can have a huge impact this year. I think from top to bottom, this is maybe the deepest receiver room that we've had since we've been here. Do we have a guy who's going to be like a Cyrus Allen type guy who's going to lead the Big 12 in touchdowns? I don't know. But I know this as a whole full body, we got a bunch of guys that can play. It's going to be fun to rotate those guys around, keep them fresh, and go out and make plays for us. Our quarterbacks love these guys, and they're still getting to know them. But I think this summer will be big for them as well. Just continue to have that quarterback receiver ratio as far as understanding what they're going to be doing in those routes. But I think it's going to be a really good room for us. Excited what that room can do.
What'd you learn from KC French over the course of the spring?
Well, a couple of things. I think, coming in, you really obviously we saw the talent. He can throw the football, he can spin it, but it was a different kind of offense, and I think, here we're a little bit more simpler. We take a little bit more off the quarterback's plate where he can cut loose and play, and he acknowledged that and was real excited about it coming out of the spring, how, man, I don't have to do as much thinking. I can just cut loose. I can react. And I thought he was very accurate, a great deep ball thrower. I mean, dropping the ball in the bucket down the sideline, practice after practice. He also took care of the football. I think 380-some attempts, I think was 4 interceptions, and 2 of those balls were tipped. So he took care of the football. And the one thing that I think that I didn't really know about was, running ability. Is he going to be able to run? As you guys know, we like to be able to run a quarterback at times. And he showed that he could run. And there was times where maybe the coverage was pretty good and he had to take off and get some yards, and he was able to do that. I think he's a great fit for us, man. I was actually more pleased coming out of spring than maybe I thought he was going to be. I thought he was better, than what we thought, which is outstanding. I think he's a great teammate. He's a good leader. And it's exciting to have him here. And I think, he's going to make that quarterback room better. But I do think all those guys are great kids, and they want to continue to elevate their game.
In the NFL, there's this trend of like 13 personnel that's being used a lot, especially like spearheaded by Sean McVay. Is that something that you are trying to get into in terms of how you run the football and just run your offense as a whole?
Well, certainly for us, 12 personnel is a huge personnel. It's our number one personnel group, which is 2 tight ends. We certainly do have packages where there's 3, and we feel like we got a strong group of tight ends this year. I think they can run. I think they can block and catch, and I think you got to be able to utilize those guys as such. Misplaced personnel, I think, is something maybe doesn't get talked about a lot, but just basically it's using 12 personnel or 13 and showing pitchers like it would be 4 or 5 wide. Spreading guys out, because the defense is going to obviously substitute with what you have personnel-wise. But then also you can do that and then bring those guys back in and get them closer to the box to be able to block the room for the run game. But we like where those guys are at in that room. I think certainly 4 strong players that'll be in a rotation in that room. I think a lot of it's going to come down to, who's our best players. When you think about the receivers, you think about the tight ends and the running backs, and then how can we utilize those best players to best move the ball. The other thing is, if you're getting in a lot of substitution, then that means the defense can sub as well. So if we do want to have some tempo in there, you don't want to sub as much. And so now you can utilize these tight ends in a lot of different pitchers for the defense, meaning 3-by-1, 2-by-2, or bringing the tight ends in tight. I think it certainly gives us an advantage.
And piggybacking off of that, Gavin Grover, obviously probably going to be your tight end 1, kind of taking over for Joe Royer. Is Kamari Smith a guy that we just aren't talking about enough as someone who can come in and kind of be that out wide tight end kind of thing? Yeah,
I think Kamari, coming out of fall, I didn't know Kamari. I was kind of, that was going to be a big question mark for me. But I thought he had an outstanding spring. I really thought – I didn't know which way he would go with it, but he didn't have many mistakes. He didn't have many mental errors. He caught the football, and this is a big dude now. Like this kid is big. He's probably 250, over 55 pounds, close to 6'5". I really think he's got a huge upside. And I think if he continues to elevate his game like he did this spring, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He'll be a guy that can do it all. I think it's a great 1-2 punch, with the guys that we do have there. You just mentioned Grover, and I think him and Grover are kind of 2 guys that can do it all. They can be an inline tight end. They can be the sniffer back, the fullback guy that we can move around and also go play out wide. And that's a mismatch for those guys because they have great catch radius and they're long. And Lavielle's a guy who I think can do that as well. He can play out wide. And so I think we just got a great mix of those guys. Hersky's more of that ram, guy that can go, ISO the linebacker. He's going to play nasty and physical, so you got a good mix of guys that are going to be in that room.
Losing Dante in the middle is obviously, a big hole. How did you think you guys looked there? What's the plan as we, work from now until September?
Yeah, I think we still got a lot of work to do in the defensive line front. Coming out of the spring, probably the one position that we have to, get more out of. I think Huff, you mentioned Dante. I think Huff will kind of fill that role right there. Huff is a guy who started his career as a running back at Syracuse at like 260 pounds. I mean, he's now about 330, 335. So, I mean, this guy was a running back in college, and he's 330 pounds. He's got twitch. Now, he's got a lot of twitch in there, a little bit like Jay Hunt from last year. And I thought Jay Hunt had a great year for us last year. Huff's a guy who I think can really cause some problems with the slant angles from the nose position. Marquez Parker will be a guy that'll be a really good player for us. A guy that we didn't get to see this spring was Thomas Johnson, the guy that came in, NC Central, I think can really put some pressure on the quarterback. Excited to get him, around this spring or this fall and this summer where he can, play that defensive end and get some edge pressure. That's the one thing we got to have in this defense. And it kind of goes hand in hand. Our linebackers with our D-line, how we get pressure, how we create pressure, bringing that dog, what we call a dog, which is that edge guy, coming off the boundary side. So we've still got some work to do D-line wise. We got to get those guys playing at a level to where it causes problems for the O-line with our slants and angles. That's something that we're still learning. I think, again, this summer will be big for us.
Where does Patrick Bauer fit? Is he more that dog position, or is he going to kind of be inside linebacker?
Yeah, Pat Bauer's another guy who we didn't get to see. I mean, he was coming off of shoulder surgery. He got to do some individual stuff this spring, but, man, he's another guy. He just played for a national championship at the FCS level. I think he plays with a high motor. We're thinking right now that he'll be that edge guy, that stand-up dog position coming off that edge. He's, 235 to 40 pounds, give you some size coming off the edge to put some pressure on the quarterback with a big motor. He's got a great punch. So him and Thomas Johnson were two guys that we're not able to go, so you didn't get to see those guys put pressure on the offense this spring. And I'm excited about getting to see those guys, but hopefully he'll be that edge guy, and TJ will be on the other side. So you're getting two guys that are really putting pressure on the quarterback.
It seems you've been able to retain a lot of the talent that you've wanted to from year to year. In the transfer portal era, how difficult is that to do at this point?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously very difficult. I mean, it comes down to, it really comes down to what package you're going to be able to get the guys, man. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. And then we as a staff have to decide, do we want to invest this much in this particular player? I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And is there another team that wants to invest even more? And I think for us, the one great thing about our program and here is our guys enjoy being in this program. They enjoy, competing against each other. They enjoy the training they get in the weight room, how we treat them, how we coach them, how we hold them accountable. And then also the bond that they have here, which in this era, it's hard to have that bond for football teams when there's so much change, so much turnover. And we've done a great job of creating that opportunity for these guys to bond. And I think that's why we're able to hold on to a lot of our guys. I think obviously there's going to be a few guys here and there that are going to, maybe want to try to go do something else. And obviously money comes into play with that. But I think we've also done a really nice job of trying to go out and sign 20 to 25 high school guys every year and bring them in and help them develop and to become really good players for us. I mean, we've mentioned several of the guys that have done that, Elijah Jones and, some of the tight ends. I mean, most of the tight end room we signed and brought these guys in and that are going to be starters for us, all four of those guys. I think about Simeon Coleman. I think about Monte Wheaton. You think about Mook Sims. And these are all guys we signed that are going to be impactful players for us. And so I think for us, signing these guys, developing them, and then creating opportunity for them, man, that's a strong bond that I think this team has.
Bearcats by 90 wants to know if that quarter zip's for sale anywhere. He needs one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can sell this one if he wants to buy it.
Everything's for sale.
Yeah.
At the
Oh,
rate.
yeah. Price is right,
Right.
man. We can make it happen.
Coach, we appreciate it. It's always fun getting in this little window. I know you guys don't ever really get to rest, but as much as possible before things really ramp back up in June. I don't think people realize how important June is now.
Yes, it's extremely important. June. I mean, and you mentioned there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that's happening in June. Right now we got 19 players coming in our first OV weekend. You could think about that. They're going to bring 3 or 4 family members with them. That's a lot of people that we got to host. And then another weekend and another one. So 3 weekends like that. It's huge for our program, but then also the development with our guys. And what June also says for us is, man, this thing is getting ready to happen. It's getting ready to be here. August is right around the corner, and then these games are going to start, man. And obviously we all know how exciting that is in the fall. So we're excited about it. We appreciate you guys. Always good to see you.
Are you done with vacation season?
No, we're going to have we got a little bit in July. So that's when our staff will take, July 4th week. And the week after that, that's when we get a little bit of time. And then we're right back in it. So the last 2 weeks of July, we're in it, getting ready for camp.
Have you've done the big trip already, or you got another one planned?
No, the big trip. I got one trip's coming up next week. I'm going out to Pebble Beach with the Coaches Classic that they've been having for 36 years. So that's coming up in another week. So I'm excited about that. That's always fun to go to Pebble. But and then in July with family time, so we'll go to the beach and hang out with the family for a week and get ready to go.
Love it. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate
thanks,
you. And we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay. See you guys.
There you go. Head coach Scott Satterfield, guest number 2, as we keep rolling along here on our Marathon 513 day stream. Great start. Like, how could you have a better start than that? Maybe the best baseball coach in America in Coach Bishell and Scott Satterfield getting the troops ready for season 4 of the Satterfield era. It's hard to believe it's been 4 already. Like, we're going into season 4.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like Luke Fickell was that long. Like, it is, but it doesn't seem like it, I guess, at times.
No, it's pretty wild. I mean, Satterfield's been here almost as long as Luke was here.
Luke was here 6. So he's at the halfway point of the Fickell era. I'm fascinated to see what this defense looks like. We got Nate Woody coming up here next on the stream. A lot of questions for him. I'm just fascinated to see what this defense becomes, what it looks like, what's different from what have they learned, internally from the way that things went the past couple of years, where I think they looked at it and said, we're gonna drop 8 and we're gonna keep everything in front of us and we're gonna make teams work slowly down the field. And in this league, the teams are good enough. They went, okay, bet we'll do that. We got to get things 7 yards at a time. We can accomplish that. And Keegan can attest to it as well. It was a lot more aggressive this spring. So let's get right to it then. Let's get to the man himself in charge of orchestrating the 2025 defense for the Cincinnati Bearcats for the first time here on the BCJ Network. Nate Woody joins us. Coach, how are you?
Outstanding. It's been really nice being in Cincinnati these few months. Really enjoyed getting out and meeting people and working with the kids. It's good. It's a good deal.
You got a favorite spot yet in Cincinnati? You got to go to for dinner, lunch?
You know what? I spent so much time over at the baseball park. I love going to baseball games, and every free moment I get, I hop on over there and watch a baseball game. So last night didn't turn out as well as the previous nights, but they've been doing pretty good this year, and it's great to get over there and watch them play.
Well, walk across the street to the Holy Grail, ask for Jim or ask for Don, and tell them that I sent you, and they'll get you taken care of.
I'm gonna do that. All right.
It's the best spot in the city, the Holy Grail.
All right. I've heard good things about it.
Overall, what's the takeaway from your first 15 practices with this defense?
You know what? I really like our personnel. I like how they respond, to learning a new defense. it's something that I felt like our offense was really a good one to work against, because they give us an awful lot of things that'll give us problems. And whenever you get to work on your problems in practice, then it makes you a better defense. I think that it's a little bit different than what the kids were used to running, in years past, the last couple of years. And it's when something is new, it's fun to work with. So hopefully as we get back and sort of try to fine tune some things, they still enjoy the work.
You talked a lot about evaluation in your opening presser when you got here to Cincinnati. What's that process like for you going through evaluation? Is it just tape? Is it what you see on the field? Is it how guys respond? What goes into your evaluations?
One of the best things that you can do is make sure you open up your program to see what guys can do well, and what some of the things that they either need to work on or you need to stay away from as far as a play caller. And I think that you never want to go back and say, I missed on an evaluation on a guy because he was able to leave and go somewhere else and be a good ball player, where he could have been that for you here. So just opening up an awful lot of reps for guys, and making sure that they're in a lot of different positions or opportunities to show what they do best. And we probably pushed through about 80% of the playbook. And a lot of times when you do that, the mental load takes away from your ability to just cut loose and play ball.
Sure.
Because you're trying to balance the guardrails of assignment versus taking risk. So as we got into the last week of camp, you really saw some guys start to turn it loose and play like you thought their potential showed. So hopefully we'll continue to build on that during the summer and camp, and be hitting on all cylinders early in the season.
We talked to Coach Sat about the corners, and kind of from the outside looking in, it appears that you might have 5 technically game-ready guys with 3 transfers, Daniel James and then Zeravion Johnson coming off the Achilles, and he had one of the better springs of anyone on the defense, in my opinion. What's your kind of read on that position group and how they might be able to impact and the depth that you guys have?
I think the corner position is one of the hardest to line up and play, and you're going to get you're going to get some press techniques that they've got to be able to execute. You're going to have to play off at times and be able to execute. You're going to have to play several different techniques. Some of them are man, some of them are zone. And I thought all the corners showed some potential to be good, but yet still from a consistency standpoint, we got some work to do there. And that's not to say that we don't at other positions as well. Again, that evaluation process is ongoing, and the install part of it takes away at times. But I saw great promise, from guys at that position. Jacob Finley did some really good stuff. Kenny Worthy did as well. KK Meyer was somebody that I thought was very solid. Before he got injured, and Danny made some plays, and we got some young guys that are going to be really, really good as they continue to develop. I can go on and on and on about those good guys. Jamarian, McKinney, Jamari Johnson. All those guys are doing something well. We're just looking for the consistency that'll put us sort of over the hump.
You're a guy who seems to pride himself in turnovers. Everywhere you've gone, that's been certainly a place of focus. What's it like having a tool like an Antoine Peak and his punch, and now in your arsenal?
When you got somebody like that has a knack for getting the ball loose and creating takeaways, you use him not only in ball games and in situations, but you use him to teach other guys, that hey, you can do this too. And I think that you'll see an awful lot of film clips of him, punching a ball out and how he uses his eyes to focus on the ball instead of the tackle sometimes. And if you can do that, if you can get that ball out, then that's huge for our offense or any offense. And if you don't get takeaways, I think I remember a long time ago listening to one of the coaches talk about how they played good defense, good enough defense, but they just didn't get many takeaways. It was just one of those years where it just didn't happen for them, and those are the hardest years to sort of overcome. So I've always been one that technique is what's important. Alignment, assignment, and playing team football, but somehow, some way, when you got that opportunity where the quarterback made a mistake, you got to catch that thing. You got to make it happen instead of letting that thing drop to the ground. Or if you got two guys on a tackle, you got to get somebody that gets that ball out, because when those turnovers happen, man, you get off the field. A lot of times you get better field position. You take away points from the other team, and it's a momentum builder. So I think Peak is a guy that has that knack, and guys sort of feed off of that. That's a good deal for us.
What was your read on guys like Peak and the leadership of some of the returning guys, Jonathan Thompson? Did you get a good feel for where you are with some of those guys stepping up and being in leadership positions for you?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I learned at my last stop, when I was at West Point, leadership was a big deal, and I learned an awful lot about what it takes to get certain leaders out in front of the rest of the group, and how they can lead in different ways. And I think that I gave opportunities to guys to stand up and speak in front of the rest of the team. I wanted guys to learn each other's names and first and last, and what high school they're from, what city they're from, and learn an awful lot about each other. And then when they are up there talking to one another, they're not just talking to faces. They're talking to guys that they know, and they build trust. And I think that there's some guys that, as I listened to them talk after some of our practices to the rest of the group, it got me excited that we'll have the captains or the leadership that we're looking for in this group to help lead this unit. So I'm really, really excited about a number of guys that can stand up and speak to the group and help lead them when we are there or when we're not around, whether it's in the locker room or back back off campus.
How hard was it for you to sit back and have to watch Thomas Johnson, who had 12 sacks, and Patrick Bauer not be able to compete in the spring and see what they could possibly bring to you guys defensively, and having to wait all the way until the fall?
That is a tough deal, but I'm anxious to see what they can do. I'm gonna tell you what, we're just talking about leadership, and Thomas Johnson stepped up, and even though he wasn't able to participate in practice, just to me showed leadership qualities, and to be able to come from another school and step in here and not be able to go out there and participate in the competitive part of the practices and still show those leadership qualities. That's going to be great for us. That's great for him, and I think they're both very hungry to get out there and compete. And I just kept going back week after week and just going back and looking at their old film and going back and analyzing, the things that they do really well some of the things that we might want to work on, at times. And I'm really excited, once they get out there. But the most important thing is don't put them back out there until they're 100% healthy, and we'll get them for the whole season. So we're excited about those guys getting back into the depth chart. Once camp starts. Would you have liked to have seen them? Not at the expense of them getting injured again. So everything's on track, and we're good to see those guys. Once camp starts.
We talked about takeaways. In the last several seasons, we've seen this defense struggle to get to the quarterback and create those takeaways. Do you feel like you have the pieces in place right now that we're going to be able to turn up the volume on some of those havoc plays, some of those getting pressure on the quarterback type plays next season?
I think I guess I'll relay a little bit of a story one time. I guess one of my first years as a coordinator, I was over there on the sideline, and I was just stomping my feet and grinching and stuff, and like yelling about things that shouldn't have been yelling about. And at the end of the ball game, I looked and we held them to less than 90 yards of offense, and it was a shutout, and it was a great performance by the defense. But in my mind, you're thinking, man, I want more. I want more pressure, I want more aggressiveness, and things like that. So I guess over the years, I've become a little bit more understanding of how things grow, how we get better, and how to handle my actions on the sideline, and I think right now where we're at is we're starting to understand the basic premise of how to work with one another. We still have a ways to go to get to the point to where we're working great as a team. And that's the challenge for us, and that's what the guys are working really hard to get to that point. So are we hitting the pressure every time I call it? Heck no, and you never will every time. But that's the goal, right? Is to get as much pressure on the quarterback, get the mistake that you need, and hopefully come away with the big play. We had some of those in the spring, but to be honest with you, I felt like our offense handled a lot of it pretty well, and gave us things that we can get better at, on film, and teach off of, to where I think we can become a better defense. So I guess that's a long way of saying, we're still working on it, and I like how they're working.
You're muted, Chad.
Oh, pro! What a pro!
Dog was barking. I didn't want to interrupt, Coach. Thanks, Tiger. The back end at safety, it seems like there's a lot of different type of bodies, different type of players there. How is sorting through that gone? And you've talked about finding guys that maybe this guy's better in this package and this guy's better in this package. Are you starting to see that picture a little clearer now that you've had your spring practices?
Yeah, things have gotten a little bit clearer now. If one of the things that I learned when I was over at Michigan, Don Brown had a lot of packages that he used, and I thought, man, that's pretty cool, because he can get guys on the field that might not know the whole defense, the whole playbook, but if they know something really well, then you can use those guys in certain situations. And as I'm going through spring ball, that's sort of what I was looking for, is to see what situations would we want to use our one of the safeties as a nickel, or get three safeties in the ball game to play some packages and run some patterns, and likewise get two, I guess we call them cats. Our outside linebacker to the field would be what some people call a nickel, but I'm still old school, and I'll call him an outside linebacker. So there's those packages where we'll put multiple cats on the field at one time. We'll put multiple safeties, in there, and there's some times where maybe we put 4 safeties in the ball game. There's some times where we'll put that other outside linebacker position we call the dog, where we put 2 of those guys in there. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities for us to build these packages and use them for different situations during a ball game, whether it's down a distance or whether time left or whether it's to go after certain personnel that the opponents give us.
Any of those safeties jump out at you? Make a good impression this spring?
Yeah, I like a lot of those safeties. I think
diplomatic answer.
Well, I know when I was a player, coach left my name out one time, when we're doing one of these deals, and man, was I less than happy, I guess, for the rest of the summer. But
we're just trying to motivate guys.
It was a pretty good job motivating, but MJ is a guy that has really good cover skills and is long and he can play a number of positions and Ty is a guy that can come in there and just his potential is through the roof. But the guy that was incredibly consistent for us was Jasper and that's not to say that any of the other safeties weren't, but I was impressed with that safeties room, that position group. So we'll see how things progress, and we'll have some different packages for those guys to play a little bit more reps.
Is there anybody who's been in your office more than anybody else, just bugging you, trying to get a grasp on the playbook or wanting to watch a video or anything like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that come in for extra help. I mean, there's a ton of them that are really desperate, to learn the defense and to learn it better. But I'd say probably the one that's been in my office the most is Thomas Johnson. The guy that maybe didn't get the most or any reps really in competitive situations because of the injury. But he's always wanting to watch film and learn how he could play any one of 2 positions as well as he possibly can.
Has Marquez been driving you nuts yet?
You know what? I don't know if that's a great question. He does enough out there.
He's high energy.
Yeah, he is high energy, and when you talk to him one-on-one, sometimes you get lost a little bit. But what he does is he goes out there and plays hard. He gives you everything he's got, and as a coach, you look at that and you want to give everything you got, to that guy and to help him be successful. So I feel an urgency to find ways to help him, become a better player, because he's desperate out there to give everything he's got. He'll chase the football. He'll get off blocks. He'll do it. He'll do it all. And he's still in a little bit of a developing, stage on some things, but he knows what those things are, and he's willing to work at it.
When you're scheming up those pressures and those blitzes, how impressed have you been by the offensive line and guys like Evan Tengesdahl and Tarantayo? You didn't get to see Joe Cotton in the spring, but do you kind of have to go at it with we're going against one of the better offensive line in the country, at least statistically, from the 2025 season?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I love our offensive line. I think our offensive line coach, Coach Cardwell, it just does a tremendous job of getting those guys playing as hard as they can. They're very intelligent. They work well together, and when you do that, when you're able to work against guys like that or a unit like that, you can get better. You can get better yourself because you're going against guys that make you work harder, that make you work smarter, and make you more have to be more consistent in your technique. So I don't know that we talk an awful lot about blitzing and bringing the extra hat in the box, but sometimes it's just about the technique that you use. It's about the leverage that you play with. It's about playing together and knowing what the other side is thinking and being able to use that against them sometimes. And I think you can win an awful lot of football games with smart guys. I think our offensive line is a smart unit, and I think that helps us become smarter on defense as well.
As you get into fall camp, I like to refer to it as summer camp because it's certainly not played during the fall. But as you get through that, what kind of goals and expectations are you setting for yourself? What does success look like to get through that camp before the season starts?
I think that the nuances of our defense. I think each coach, each coordinator has certain nuances that of his defense that maybe have to be taught or learned, by the other coaches. And I think that in this off season right now, what we're doing is a lot of that, where I don't know if it's the checks, as much as it is maybe the angles of the game that you play with, where the eyes go and how to direct guys, quickly to the next progression that they have to read. And if you're not reading certain progressions and all you're doing is blitzing, you're probably going to get yourself beat. There's got to be things that you do from a football IQ standpoint that opens up plays for you defensively, and sometimes you got to be able to get out of a bad defense and just knock something down, and then get into a better one the next play. So those things are what I'm looking to do, and continue to get better at during camp, whether it's fall camp or summer camp.
You've been around Coach Cardwell for a long time, in the same orbit as him. How much have you seen him grow as an offensive line coach?
I think when he was a player, he was incredibly tenacious. He was a guy that you hated to play against. You loved when he was playing for you. As a coach, he was one of those guys that was always hungry to learn and enthusiastic, and guys would gravitate to him. And man, I sure am glad that I get to work with him. He's over the years, I feel like I've worked with some not good, great offensive line coaches. I think he's got a chance to be one of the best.
You guys got anything else?
Great.
All right.
I'm excited. I'm more excited just to see what it all looks like and see if two interceptions. Whew. Just anything that doesn't resemble two interceptions.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes those are the years that man, those are the hard times when that happens. And if all we get is a couple of interceptions, this next season, I might not get to sit back, on this side of the interview, but you've got to do everything that you can to get that ball back for our offense, because I really like where our offense is right now. I think they're a good unit to work against, and I think they can put points up on the board for us.
All right, Coach, we appreciate it. How was your maiden voyage on the Bearcat Journal Network?
Man, I really enjoy it, guys. This is I don't want to leave.
Hang around.
Hang out all day.
We're here till 10 o'clock tonight.
Till 10 o'clock tonight.
We're doing 12 hours.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I do have some work to get back to after I get finished with those guys. I'll hop back on here with you. All right.
Appreciate you, Coach. Have a good one. Thanks for coming
Coach.
on.
All
Thanks,
right. Take
Coach.
care. See you. Bye-bye.
He was excited about being on. Jumped until he found out we're on till 10 o'clock tonight.
That was great.
Oh, that was outstanding. Outstanding. I think we got our first. We're light on student athletes this year. Some of that, in part, just a lot of new faces, like Aaron, we talked about at the beginning of the show. A lot of new names, new faces to work in here. So not as many players, but hopefully we've got one coming up here in a moment. Let's get this. What's this guy up to? What's this guy up to? Austin Bass in the house. Austin, how's it going, brother?
Oh, his
Oh,
internet.
great.
Of course. What a
Oh,
rookie.
great.
Oh my
Unbelievable.
gosh.
Boo! Get him out of here.
You know he's freaking out right now, too. That's
Just
the thing.
Freaking out.
Is this campus internet? Is this a hotel internet?
He
What's
should be
happening?
Oh goodness. And he was like, he's like, I promise I'll talk more this time, guys. I'll be more. And then we go to him and it's like this. He still hasn't moved.
No, poor Austin.
Boo.
Who are
Keegan shamed him off the air.
who's getting the first lunch break?
Mine is on the way. I think I got a package delivered that I need to go get. Do you want to go, Keegan?
I can get
like
the
you're
first
on a
lunch
you're
break.
on a schedule, right? Like you're typically on a lunch schedule, aren't you?
I don't eat until 12 most days. So
Okay. Keegan's a bully.
Well, it is 12.
all
It
right.
is 12. Can you two talk for a minute? Let me go get this package off my front porch and then
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yerp.
What'd you think? Give us some thoughts on what Nate Woody had to say and Scott Satterfield.
I love how he just didn't do the whole I'm gonna go down the line of players because the politic thing about that of if I leave somebody out, they might actually be mad is very, very real. And like when I was at Indiana and someone asked about a specific position, not kidding, Tom Allen would list every single player on the roster in that given position, so nobody got mad. So I love how he was just like, well, I like the safety. So.
All right. Well, we muted Chad because dogs, and because we do have a player here, one to be named because he's had one hell of a season thus far. But pitcher Nate Taylor from the baseball team joins us now here at the 12 o'clock hour. Chad, whenever you get back, you can unmute yourself because, again, dogs. But we did have your head coach, Jordan Bischel, join us earlier today, Nate. He's so fun for us to talk to, and I can't imagine it's any different in that dugout with him.
Yeah, he's awesome. He leads a few of our chants sometimes, which is something.
Does he really?
But we all eat it up. We love it.
That's hilarious.
That's
so
awesome.
Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we've seen some of your other. I mean, you've had a great season, but in order to be a great team, it can't be just you on Fridays. And you've seen some of your other pitchers step up in that room, especially in the later half of the season. You see, Marsh go down, but both the bullpen and the starters, for that matter, Connor Blue kind of really stepping up here, especially with Logan Knight with his injury scare. But Logan Knight as well has been outstanding. What's the vibe in that pitching room been like, especially 8 wins in a row and you really needed that turnaround, in particularly in conference play?
Yeah, I mean, the vibes are super high with the pitching staff right now. Like you said, Connor Blue, he's a freshman. He's kind of just getting acclimated into college baseball. he didn't really start a bunch to start the year, but I mean, I was kind of in the same situation. It's not easy to show up in college and hit the first year. So he's kind of getting in the groove now, and he's looking awesome. Logan Knight, I mean, we all saw what he did in the fall. So as a team, we all knew it was going to start going eventually, and he is pitching some of his best baseball right now. So, yeah.
How fast were you throwing when you first got to campus as a freshman?
Oh man. In high school, I'm pretty sure I hit like 92, maybe once, maybe a 93, but I'm not 100% sure, but it was around there. And then my first live at Cincinnati, my first live at bat, I hit 94.
Oh gosh. And you were a walk-on?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Walk-on throwing 94.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So what do you think are the biggest steps you've taken in the past couple of years to really become that Big 12 caliber ace that's now high on people's draft boards?
I just think my freshman year helped me a ton. I mean, when I first got to school, I didn't really have any off speed or anything, and Coach Sheriff and Coach Seth Logue, who I played with my freshman year, but he's now one of my coaches, they've helped me a ton. They actually taught me my slider, which is one of my go-to pitches right now. So I mean, without them, I probably would be the same guy in high school throwing 92 with not a ton of off speed, but they've done a ton of work with me, helping mechanics, all that stuff. But I think just pitching a lot freshman year and just getting out there and getting that experience helped me a bunch sophomore year and this year, just like knowing how to face hitters, knowing how to battle failure, just the ins and outs of the game.
Mm-hmm.
During the offseason, when you're throwing some batting practice to some of the guys on the other side, at what point did you know that Quentin Coates, Derek Pitts, Enzo were all going to be dudes this season?
I mean, yeah, we all knew that from the start as soon as we got there. But I mean, I knew Quentin and Pitts would be awesome just because I've played with them when they were freshmen, and watching that growth and then seeing them in the regional on a big stage as a freshman, then both hitting home runs in that Wake Forest game it was super cool to watch. But Enzo, I mean, that was the first time I ever played with him, and I'm pretty sure it was one of like the first live at bats, and he was just roping dudes around like on one of the first days, and you could just tell how good of a hitter he was. And it's not really just like the power and all the hits that he has, that like the plate discipline he has of like laying off tough pitches and just the bat to ball contact is just it's fun to watch.
You say there's a scenario where they need you to grab a bat and go up to the plate. What's your confidence level that you're putting something in play?
Oh man. I mean, I live with hitters actually. I live with Conlon Daniel and Charlie Niehaus. So my first year, me and Charlie would go down to the field and take batting practice sometimes, just like under the lights, we just go down and take some swings. But I haven't picked up a bat since freshman year, so I also haven't seen live pitching, so I don't know if I'd be super confident. But I mean, I was a okay hitter in high school, so I mean, hopefully I'd get into one, but I'd definitely get my best swing off.
So you were never a PO in high school? You were a position player too?
Yeah,
Okay.
I played first base, and then most of the time my high school coach didn't really want me throwing more than I should have, so I just DH most of the time.
Okay, gotcha.
You're
muted. What chat is hot right now.
Can you swing it? Can you hit?
I mean, if I took batting practice, I think it would look pretty good. But if I hit off a college pitcher, at least someone throwing pretty good stuff, I don't really know how that would look.
They just to let the people watching know, we are 100% sellouts. So if you donate, you get your question asked live on the air. Important question: best baseball movie, Sandlot, Major League, or Bull Durham?
Ooh, that's tough.
Moneyball, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, best baseball movie in my opinion is Moneyball. But out of those three, I'd probably say Major League.
That's the correct answer. I do a mean Lou Brown.
Yeah.
I don't know, Charlie. Got a guy on the other line about some white walls. Let me get back to you.
Was there Was there a turning point at this point in the season for you guys? Because early on, the conference games, the conference weekends seemed a struggle. For me, look on the outside looking in, I thought it was UCF. Am I right in that assessment, or was there a different spot for you?
Yeah, I mean, UCF, after we won that series, that was probably one that we were like, okay, like let's go. That was a big moment. But I think, I mean, it's kind of a negative moment, but after we lost to Oak State at their place, we got swept that weekend, which they're a good team. I mean, that's a tough place to win. But that was one of those moments where it's like, okay, we got to dig our heels in and start like playing some baseball here. And then I think that's kind of when we all kind of took off from there. But yeah, that UCF weekend was big.
You don't have to name any names, but how busy was your phone when last season ended? You don't have to implicate anybody. But...
Yeah, it wasn't like – it wasn't really that busy. I mean, I knew that I was staying at UC no matter what. I've grown up here my whole life. I mean, my whole family's from here. I love playing at home and seeing my family in the stands. So I didn't have any interest in anything else. So if it was busy, I didn't really entertain it at all. But I mean, it wasn't as much as you'd think.
Definitely wasn't a team from, that was here April 24th through the 26th or anything like that. No.
Yeah.
How rewarding has it been to see this thing continue to get better and better and better? I know a lot of people look at losing Cross and Vid last year and it's like, oh, they're going to take a step back, but there was a belief in that locker room that you guys had the pieces necessary, and then to take the first season, which was good, and then the second season that was really good, and now you're stacking that like that. That's the dream for building a program, right?
Yeah. I mean, Coach Bishel's done an amazing job with filling in new guys and also developing our guys that we already had. Quentin Coates and, I mean, like you said, Derek Pitts. I mean, the jump they took was just unbelievable. Filling in Enzo, who's hitting, I don't think it's really being looked at enough. I mean, he's hitting 360-ish. I don't really know the stats with like 10 home runs. So, I mean, seeing that out of a freshman at the plate is just unbelievable. And obviously losing Carrington and Viderick was a very tough loss. I mean, they're outstanding players, but I think like giving credit to our hitting coach, Kyle Pederudo, Bischel, and Sheriff on just like developing the guys we already got, taking steps out of dudes that we already have in our program and that are bought in.
Do you look at draft projections? Do you block that stuff out for right now? You'll look at it when things are done.
Yeah,
Is it hard not to look?
I mean, yeah, it's tough not to. I mean, I'm always scrolling on Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff. So I mean, if I come across something, I'll look at it for a little bit, but I don't try to get too caught up in it during the year. I just want to focus on what's happening right now and trying to play as long as possible. I'm sure when the year's over, I'll start looking at all that. But right now I haven't really dug too deep into anything.
100 strikeouts, big season for you. Were you surprised to see triple digits in your total strikeouts this year?
I mean, I don't know about like surprise, but it's definitely a cool moment for me. I mean, I had a bunch of team goals, like getting to a regional, which we should do and should be very successful in that. I mean, I'm still caught up in like the team goals, but if I were to pick an individual goal, that was one of them, doing that. So that was a pretty cool moment. And when it happened, Jack threw the ball down to Christian. I got to keep that ball. So that's just a cool, that was just a cool moment for me. I mean, that was kind of just something cool to happen. But yeah, I mean, going to a super regional or Omaha would be a little cooler.
When I talked to Quentin about his home run streak earlier in the season, he mentioned I thought it was funny. He mentioned the phrase flow state. He said flow state had been reached. When you're in your like best games, like you're in the 6th, 7th inning, you haven't allowed a run. Does it feel like you're in a flow state? Like every time you throw a pitch, it's going exactly where it needs to go?
Yeah. I mean, I think flow state is a good word for it. Like, I feel like when I'm rolling on the mound, I just feel like I'm throwing. Like, I just feel like I look at my watch, see what pitch is coming, and I just have such a good picture in my head on what that's going to look like. And if I'm really rolling, I feel like I'm usually executing that. And I feel like everything's just kind of going smoothly compared to when it's not going well and you're kind of pressing or whatever you're thinking and possibly having like a negative picture in your head that's kind of tough to battle. But when things are going well, that'd be a pretty good way of describing it.
How big a part of like being successful in pitching like is just visualization and just like actually seeing where the pitch is going to go before you throw it?
Yeah. I mean, we put a pretty good emphasis on that. We actually do videos for a pitching staff where before practice, we'll sit there for 10 minutes and listen to mental videos. And it's mostly talking about visualization. That's a part of our like mental process on the mound. Like when we're working pitch to pitch, like you're supposed to see the pitch on the watch and just imagine yourself like executing that pitch to the highest ability. So yeah, it's a very big part.
But final question, how important is the catcher position, and could you have success even if like Keegan was your catcher?
I was half decent. Okay. It was fine.
I mean,
Keegan, to be fair, Keegan was a catcher at the JUCO level. He did play college ball.
Okay.
So, you're not starting from scratch, but could you still get it done with Keegan back there?
I'm not sure. I'm a pitcher where when I throw my slider, that's like my pitch, and I usually try to get it about as low as I can every time.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you how many sliders I've spiked through the years I've thrown to Jack, and I think you can count on a single hand how many have gotten past him, and it's so good knowing that no matter how far I throw it or no matter what happens, no matter what, it's probably going to stay in front of Jack. So it's a great thing to know as a pitcher and pitching just with confidence and not being afraid to spike one to get a strikeout or throwing it wherever you need. Now, I'm sure Keegan was a great catcher. I'm not taking away from him, but it is an awesome thing to have Jack back there.
We'll go good. I don't know if I'd go great. We'll go Keegan was a good catcher.
Yeah. The thing that people don't understand is like how specific like some pitchers are compared to other ones and how their pitches move. So when I would go to like a PBR showcase, and it's just like, hey, catch this guy throwing 90 with a wipeout slider. I'm like, I don't know how it's going to move. Yeah. And then it makes me look bad. And then I suck. So I wouldn't be able to catch 97 with a tunneled slider coming off of it.
All right, Nate, appreciate it, man. Go rack up another series win this weekend. All right.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, Keegan, Austin, are you okay? We lost. He's frozen again.
Someone make a mission poster for Austin now.
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll get Austin around at some point in time, so Keegan can get lunch. But while we wait, Evan Tengesdahl, All-American guard for the Cincinnati Bearcat football program, joins us now. Evan, how's it going, man? How's the summer been for you? Uh-oh.
No, is he frozen?
Now
he's looking. There he is.
I can't hear Chad though.
Oh no.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys though.
Okay. Well, this is always funny when it happens because Chad's the one who likes to talk the most. So
it's so funny. So he was just asking, like, how's the summer been treating you so far?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I think we had a great spring ball as a team, seeing everything come together, the new defense, all the offense getting to mesh together with all the new guys. So I feel like it's been a good experience getting to build connections with all the new transfers and stuff like that. But with this break, a lot of guys have been working and stuff like that. So this time off has been treating everybody well.
Mm-hmm.
Did you and Joe Cotton and Tarantino have a pact together? Like, how did this all come about that you guys all came back? It's a big deal that you guys all came back.
Yeah. So most likely guys tried to hit up those guys. But we kind of knew what we had here in Cincinnati, kind of what we built already. We kind of all knew that us three being together is a big advantage over a lot of teams. So us having us three coming back, we were going to have an amazing O-line. So us us coming back. It wasn't really like a pact, but we kind of knew like we want to play next to each other again. So like it's best for us all to stay here and keep building what we've been building.
Chad, you gonna try?
Can you hear me yet? Can you hear me now?
Can
you hear me
you
now?
guys hear him?
Yeah, you can't hear him. I don't know if this has ever happened.
It did. It's happened before. But
Okay,
I can't hear.
I'll step up to the plate. What does this time of year usually look like for you? Like what does your training revolve around? Is it strength training? Is it footwork, cardio kind of thing, or are you just resting completely?
So yeah, we're this time of year right now. We're kind of on break. Just got done with spring ball. We're kind of got a break before we roll into summer workouts. So it's kind of we have a little break. Guys go train. Some guys go home to break. So I kind of went home for a little bit, and then I came out here I'm in Florida right now, currently training. So I usually on these breaks I like to either I'll train at the Cincinnati facilities or I'll find somewhere to train. Just kind of get with the coach, work footwork, and just kind of keep myself on my toes and make sure I'm on my techniques while on break, just so I can stay fresh and all that stuff. But yeah, just keep working out consistently, just keep myself in shape kind of thing going into workouts. And then that's when the real work really begins.
I saw the
How about now?
decorations on the wall.
How about
No,
now?
still can't hear
Nothing?
him.
Still nothing?
You can't hear That's so funny. I saw the
Well-
decorations on the wall and I was like, he's in a condo in Florida somewhere. I can tell.
Yeah,
Just
I'm in somewhere right now.
That's awesome.
How do you feel from the other side of the ball? How do you feel the defense is looking right now? I mean, obviously a lot of new pieces on the offense, but defense being what it was last year, just curious as to what the gauge is from your perspective on how the defense is coming along.
Yeah, so I feel like Woody's done an amazing job coming in. Yeah, I feel like it's a tremendous difference from this defense from the last. I'm seeing guys making plays on balls that I haven't seen since my freshman year. So it's just I feel like we had a lot of great players. I just don't know if that scheme that we had before was our scheme. But I love what we're doing now. Everything that I'm seeing, it's been giving us problems on the offense because they're bringing a lot of different fronts, and it's like we're having to prep for a game each week, each practice during spring ball. So it was a great experience, and seeing how this defense is coming together, I feel like we're gonna have a great team this year.
Who's giving you the most problems personally? Like you personally?
We have a lot of good D linemen, but I would say at the second level, JT is really slippery. I say
Nice.
JT is a really good ball player. Yeah, he's hard to latch on to.
So the draft just went down, obviously, and I feel like it was a foregone conclusion that Golday, Cyrus, and Joe were going to get drafted. I was kind of assuming that someone would pick up Gavin as a UDFA, but he slides into the 7th round. How happy were you for him that a guy who, in all honesty, I thought deserved to be drafted more than anyone just because of his long track record and history and who he is as a person? How happy were you for him that he was able to actually get drafted?
Yeah, I was so ecstatic, especially him going to my favorite team, growing up watching the Vikings, him going to
There we
them.
go.
So I was ecstatic seeing him go there. I knew we were getting a dog. So yeah, I was so happy for him. I've always seen him as the best leader I've ever seen, a really good ball player. He was the man on offense, kind of controlled everything with who he was as a center. So seeing him come to our team and seeing him get drafted, I thought he was going to go higher personally, but I guess I don't see what the scouts see and stuff like that. But yeah, seeing him just get drafted it's just a blessing to him, and we were all so happy for him.
Ask him if there's some Vikings tickets in his future.
Can you hear him? You can't hear him.
No.
No, you gotta translate.
Yeah.
We're translating now.
He asked if there were Vikings tickets in your future.
Oh, that's up to Gavin. I hope so. I would love to go see Gavin go there play, but you got a lot of Cincinnati boys up there. I hope I can get out to the game.
Yeah, you've got like 2 teammates that you can hit up for tickets if you need them. So you should have a good chance.
Yeah, we should.
That window's kind of small though, because at some point you very well may be playing on Sundays yourself. So you gotta be.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, that's the end goal.
Yeah.
What are you doing specifically kind of in order to prepare for that? Or is it kind of just do what you've been doing, put your best foot forward this next season and see what happens?
Yeah, it's been putting my best foot forward for this season. I had a great season last year. Still have things to improve on. So kind of seeing my weaknesses last year, looking at different people's evaluations, just kind of fixing those things and going into this year better, stronger, bigger, faster. Just trying to show that I'm still that same player from last year and that I got better and that I improved. And then I'm ready for the next level, obviously. But yeah, just trying to get ready for this next year. I haven't really thought about the draft too much. Just trying to do whatever I can for Cincinnati at this moment.
You've grown into that leadership role over the course of the last year or so. Who else have you seen step up in this offseason, whether it be somebody new coming in or whether it be somebody incumbent that has been here already?
Yeah, I feel like last year having Gavin, there wasn't really too much like else that other guys on the O-line needed to say. So I feel like me, Terrence took a massive step, kind of filling in Gav's shoes. Me, Terrence, and Joe took a really big step, but on that defensive side of the ball, I feel like JT's taken a massive step. I see guys listening to him. He's kind of commanding that defense most of the time. So it's looking good. With him stepping up, he's really made a big presence for himself. JC. JC has a big voice right now. He stepped into a big leadership role as soon as he got here. So he's taking big steps.
How did you feel he developed over the entirety of the spring, JC, in terms of, because it looked like the offense was maybe a little slow to start, but then you guys really took off in the back half of spring.
Yeah, slow was kind of expected because it's a new quarterback and a whole new wideout group for him.
Mm-hmm.
So he had some stuff he had to get used to. He had to learn the playbook, which he did almost instantly. I didn't really see any MAs or like glaring mistakes out of him. It's kind of he was just getting used to wide receivers and kind of dialing in their speeds. And I don't really know how that mesh stuff works with wide receiver quarterbacks, but he was just kind of you can see that they were meshing. Getting tighter all throughout spring, and then by that last practice spring game, it was clicking like a unit. So
Gotcha.
You've got maybe more depth than you've seen at running back behind you right now in some years. But what's it like having a group that kind of goes that deep that you're able to see what they can do behind you? Everybody kind of brings something different to the table.
Yeah, they're all of them are different kind of backs. There's speed backs, there's power backs, and I feel like most of them have a good mixture of both. But having a different guy that you can use on each down, it's perfect because we run a lot of different schemes and stuff like that. So having a guy for each scheme is a really big advantage. And it's just we have a lot of confidence. They have a lot of confidence in us to make the holes for them, but we have a lot of confidence in the guys behind us. That they're going to make plays happen, and I feel like they've done a tremendous job. It's usually you can tell a difference when the ones are out there, the twos are out there, and the threes are out there. You can tell a difference in like who's out there and who needs to develop. But like with these guys, there's a really good running back in every group, so it's been really really cool to watch.
Chad, do you have anything you need us to translate?
His dad put him up to this, didn't he? He can hear me.
He thinks your dad's messing with Chad via all of this. He thinks that you can actually hear him, but this is you messing with Chad because your dad has asked you to mess with Chad.
No, he's out. I think I can hear him through my dad's phone outside, but I can't hear him right here.
That's funny.
I was watching the live stream and I could hear it, and then I joined, and then I couldn't hear him. I don't know what happened.
The same thing happened with Lenny Stokes when he joined us. So we've gone through this before. This is always awkward, but we've done this before.
What's the goal through the summer, getting ready for camp? Like what's the next step as this team goes through development into camp in August?
What's the goal for the summer for the team and going through camp as you get ready for August?
You said what's the goal for camp and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I think it's still just get everything clicking on the same page still. I feel like we still have little nicks and things on each side of the ball that it's just comes with having new guys on each side of the ball. It's still we have leaders on the team, but it's still getting everyone to continue to rally around those leaders and keep everything rolling at the same way. So yeah, I feel like it's just still meshing as an offense and a defense, and as a team as a whole, just building that connection even tighter, because that's what's gonna get us far throughout the season.
And finally, how do you carry that mantle of like potential preseason All-American, considered being one of the best players in the country at your position?
How do you carry the mantle of being an All-American and considered one of the best players in the country at your position?
It's a big title, but I feel like it just helps boost my confidence, which is what you kind of need at playing the O-line position. You got to play with a lot of confidence, being able to set a lot of different guys throughout the season. So just having that title, it's something to keep working towards, something to obtain once again this season. So
Cardwell getting the promotion to OC. How happy are you for that guy, just with all of the energy that he brings and everything to the table anyway?
Yeah, he's a tremendous coach. Chad,
he's watching you.
Yeah, he's a tremendous coach. He deserves everything. He's worked really hard for that title. The whole team is so happy for him. Everyone on the team respects him as a coach, as a person. He's there for everybody. He's just a really good coach. So yeah, we're all really happy for him that title. He's brought a lot of different stuff to the offense. We're probably as tight as we've ever been. More meetings than we ever had. So it's a really big learning experience for all of us, getting to just see mistakes as a whole unit, and being able to all of us correct those mistakes and just keep everything rolling smoother.
Nice. He hasn't let it get to his head or anything, right?
Nah, he's still the same guy. Still the same guy.
Good.
Evan, tell your dad I love him, and
tell your dad that Chad loves him, and
we'll see you. We'll see you.
He knows
soon,
that.
man.
He knows that.
We appreciate you though. Enjoy Florida. You're in the right time of year to be down there before it gets sweltering hot.
Yeah.
But good luck with workouts, and we're all excited to see what you bring to camp this year, man.
I appreciate you, man. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Evan.
Thanks, Evan. Appreciate it. His dad put him up to that for sure. For sure.
I'm running to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Right.
Mess with Chad. Like I knew that was coming.
Austin continues to pop in and out, and at least in the lobby area. I feel terrible for him right now. I can only imagine. I would imagine his frustration level is probably even higher than what yours was with Evan and the audio.
I mean, we can work through that.
Sure. He
can
is
have
right
fun with
now.
it. It's another one of those things that makes a live 12-hour stream like endearing. There's gonna be stuff that happens. You gotta go roll with the punches. But poor Austin he's come in and out of this room like 14 times trying. I should probably call him, or
well, at least wait until Keegan comes back. And we'll see.
I was just gonna call him and talk to him like on
air.
on the air.
Oh no.
We do everything on the air here. Everything. I placed my lunch order, so it's on its way. I went with some Indian food. A little butter chicken, a little garlic naan, some basmati rice. Pretty
Keegan's
excited about that.
Keegan's eating, so whenever he's ready to come back, just let us know. I don't know what, dude. Your screen is like this big. I don't know what you're holding up anyway. So just give us a wave when you're ready to come back from. Okay, he's back. You're giving me a thumbs up. I don't know what that means. Is that I'm ready to come back? Your sign language is terrible. Terrible.
That was me saying I will give you a wave when I'm done.
Unbelievable. Get out of here.
FaceTime Austin and hold it up to the camera. Then he'd kind of be on the stream. He said he's on Chrome and he's plugged into his router. Like he's hardwired. I don't know.
What a great. I just imagine Evan looking at Chad's hand motions, trying to read his lips, and then Aaron taking a 20-second question and translating it to one sentence. Great cinema. You're welcome.
Oh boy. I mean, that's how we do things around here. I guess it's a good time to catch up on some things. So let's again, part of what we're doing today, we're partnering with our good friends, our amazing partners at Cincy Light, and they are running a promotion around town where if you go to one of the partnering locations, which I will read off here momentarily, you go to one of the partnering locations and you buy a Cincy Light. They will make a $1 donation to a local nonprofit of the choosing of the establishment that you're at. And also, on top of that, you'll get a free bag of Grippos. You get to donate to charity, and you get a free bag of Grippos.
The best barbecue chips ever made in the history of ever.
It's not close.
No.
Like Aaron, the girlfriend, doesn't love Grippos barbecue, and it was almost a deal breaker.
Well, I mean, I will reserve judgment as I have not yet met her face to face. But that's not a great start.
It's not a great start. It's not. I mean, I guess the bright side of it is more for me.
Sure.
Like she's never going to be like, "Hey, can I have your Grippos?" She likes plain chips, like just plain Lay's, Ruffles. She's not big into flavored chips.
Well, I don't
Weird.
I don't know what to make of any and all of that. But if you are here, just a quick reminder: we are on YouTube, and if you're watching on Twitter, we do ask that you hop over onto the YouTube and like, subscribe, any and all of that. Help us out while we do this, because it does help pay the bills.
Chad, you made a comment earlier about if you donate, you will read the question. Should you do a disclaimer of we have the right to refuse crazy questions that would get us in trouble?
If you ask something stupid, we're not going to do it. But
We've
if
never
you
run into that,
donate,
actually.
The people have been very good about that. We got to keep Crypt Keeper on a leash sometimes. He wants to keep asking questions, taking shots at Keegan.
Oh, that's fine.
Or me.
Minimum $15.
He's got archetype questions for everybody that we've had on. So he wants to know the archetype.
Yeah.
Let's roll through. These are the places around town that you can go, get a Cincy Light, make the $1 donation, get your free bag of Grippos. So listen closely. Maybe you head out, you cut out early today because it's 513 day. It's going to be a great day outside. Maybe you head somewhere after work and have a cold one with dinner. But here there's 64 of them. 64 of them. You're right. That will not get asked. Cincy Toughness 101. It won't get asked. That might be the one food I miss more than any other from Cincinnati. D, what you have to do is when you come back into town, you go to I believe Kroger has them. You buy one of the boxes. You just get a box of Grippos and take it home, and that'll last you for a while. Maybe 2 boxes, depending on how frequently you enjoy the Grippos. But let's run through the list here. Tavern on the Bend, Game On, 513 Day, Pebble Creek. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to read the 513 Day part. Pebble Creek, Liberty Collective, the Draft Bar and Grill, Red Robin, Matt the Millers, Aloft Hotel, Putters Mainville. Putters got a big response earlier, so Putters is popular. Knotty Pine, Bucketheads, Champions, Rusk, Oakley Establishment, RP McMurphy's, Highmark. Ryan Royer's probably there right now. He loves that place. Hilltop, Local Post, Pearls, OPG, Oak Tavern, Gomez, Oakley Greens, O'Brien's Bar and Grill. I've had the one in Newport. That's really good. Bees Barbecue, I've also had that. Outstanding in OTR. Mio's in Clifton, as you know, longtime friends of Bearcat Journal, Jefferson Social, the Lackmans, Murphy's, Skyline, QCE, Cobblestone, QCR, O'Malley's, Blind Pig, Rhinehouse, The Stretch at the Banks, The Hub, Casual Pint, Angelo, 513 Sports Cafe, Buffalo Wings and Rings, Oakley, Fouling Warehouse, Pebble Creek, Second Place, The Comet, Higher Gravity, Summit, Higher Gravity Northside, Northside Yacht Club, Gaslight Cafe, Foley's, Kenwood Theater, Village Tavern, Crossgate Lanes, MVP, Grand Sand, Pigskins, The Hangar, Trillions, Sammy's Burgers, Deshays, and Max Pizza in Blue Ash.
Shout out to the Hub and Casual Pint in Hamilton. Let's go.
Big Hamilton spots. Are you regulars there?
My dad is. My dad loves the Hub and Casual Pint. Honestly.
Fake John Goebel said his sister lives in Tennessee. Last time they dropped over $500 at Jungle Gyms on local foods to take home with them. I have to keep myself from going to Jungle Gyms, if we're being honest.
It's like a amusement park for grocery shoppers. It's freaking awesome.
Like I have walked out of there, and this is before groceries got ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've walked out of there like $400 easy. Easy.
The T-bone steaks call my name whenever I see them. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, they sneaky have one of the best butcher sections in Greater Cincinnati. If you go all the way into the back corner and find the butcher counter's not prominent. It's kind of small, but I used to I get tomahawks there.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. And you can shop with a beer in your hand. Dangerous. Yeah.
Whoa, what? I did not know that.
What, you can walk around with beer in your hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a bar. So like in the beer section, they've got a bar. So you can just walk over there, get a beer, and casually have a beer while you're grocery shopping.
Ban Cincy Toughness. Ban him.
I mean,
Urgently.
Baden's kind of on a roll right now. Aren't they like the
him.
best team in the state?
Ban him.
I think I saw in the news the last day or two, they dominated Moeller at Moeller.
They've got this Chandler Taylor kid who's going to Alabama who's actually really, really good. But that doesn't matter. Ban Cincy Toughness.
We've already banned Austin.
Yeah.
Like, I feel. Do you feel? Can you help him? He says he's plugged in. He's hardwired.
It's literally just bad internet. It's not a thing like where last year when I was struggling and I had something weird going on with my computer that I literally couldn't join because it was just the buffering screen before. Like it's literally just.
I mean, I don't think he can join. Like every time we have put him live on the air, he is frozen.
No, he was making noise and I could see him moving around when you were gone.
Oh, okay. Okay. What happened to Aaron? Aaron took his break?
I guess. I mean, we don't have anyone until 1.
No, we don't. My buttered chicken is at the door.
Oh, I mean, I can vamp by myself. I can answer some questions if you want to go get it.
How about I just turn the camera off, and if you guys have questions,
I'm here.
Aaron's back.
Okay.
Yeah, headphones are always on. There will not be a point in time where I don't have at least one ear to the ground.
I will be here, but I'm gonna go get my food and try to shove some of it in my face while we wait for 1 o'clock.
Are the dogs going to go nuts?
Maybe.
Mute it.
Put me on mute for a second.
Already done. You're welcome.
Can we talk Baba Miller draft? Are we talking like predictions? Second round?
Yeah, I mean, the lack of the 3-ball was. I mean, that's the NBA right now.
if you're going to get to the line that much with that high of a motor, I think he'll be able to have some success.
I just mean,
I think they
Um,
wanted to talk probably combine numbers. The combine was yesterday.
Oh,
His testing
what did he
numbers.
do?
there it is. Just overall, didn't he just do the combine? Yeah. I don't know what he
He had
did.
a really good 3 shuttle. The rest was okay.
Crazy
3
vertical.
cone or whatever.
Which we knew. Like, that's not a surprise, right?
31.5 on a vertical.
That's not crazy. That's crazy for a unathletic white kid. 31.5-inch verticals. Pretty ordinary
This
for the
says
NBA.
34.5
Okay. It's still,
max.
I think
salary.
Devanza was 42.
He's a
Yeah.
freak. I mean, it's a little different.
Peters doesn't
Um,
matter.
Oh, hold on. I saw something about Starlink. I also want to try Starlink. Switch from Spectrum to Starlink and never looked back. 0 outages and higher speed. Yeah. If Sorsby doesn't play at Texas Tech, is he considered a Cincy player or Texas Tech player coming out? Texas Tech, because he was signed with them and was on their roster. If you're talking like subjectively, I still think you consider him a Texas Tech player.
As
he
the,
made-
draft
Yeah.
analysts are going to talk about him, though. They're not going to talk about anything that he did at Texas Tech, because what are you going to talk? Spring ball? Get out of here.
But they'll say Texas Tech quarterback Brennan Sorsby. They're not going to say Cincinnati quarterback Brennan Sorsby. And like
It
when
won't
he
be-
has success in the NFL, UC will not be tweeting about him.
Won't
Texas
be
Tech
Cincinnati.
will.
Cincinnati transfer.
No, it'll be Texas Tech quarterback.
Well, I can't imagine him. I mean, when you get sued by a school, I can't imagine if he ever ends up on a Sunday night or a Monday night that he says Brendan Sorsby, Cincinnati Bearcats, or University of Cincinnati. Just not going to happen.
Maybe
Deliam says, yeah, just all the way back. Deliam asks if I've had a single gummy bear. Let me look and see how far the package is away.
That's Ed. Is there a reason people don't want to rank Bearcats basketball? It wasn't people. It was D1 baseball. And they've since come around. I don't know. Just trying to be contradictory, maybe. I don't know.
I think it's probably just that bad stretch they had.
That was early, though. I mean,
It was like 2 or 3 series into the conference schedule, wasn't it? So early in the conference schedule, yeah.
you're at 5 in a row right now. Like, it's not as if you just started winning conference series.
with a couple ranked teams.
Yeah, two ranked teams in a row with UCF and wasn't UCF and West Virginia back to back? Yeah, UCF was 21, West Virginia was 12. You already had the wins against Auburn earlier in the season. Jacksonville State was ranked, and you beat them early in the season, the first series of the season. So I don't know what else you really needed to do to get ranked, especially since Jacksonville State was ranked.
Yeah, they beat Auburn at Auburn.
It was a one-off. I mean, it was a midweek game, but yeah,
But
you
still.
you still beat it 8-0. It wasn't as if
And yeah,
you
beat the
just
piss
eked
out of them.
by. Yeah. Jacksonville State helped last night.
Beating Auburn.
I kind of hope, in a way, I kind of hope they don't host the regional because I really want to go to wherever they would go. Like a big time SEC school, like Florida State or North Carolina. But it would
See,
be
Chad-
electric if they hosted a regional.
Chad's on the flip side of that because he really hopes that they stay home so he doesn't have to send you anywhere to go cover the
I
team.
don't have to send him anywhere, period.
It's true. I'm at his
He's
mercy.
already spending a lot of my money this summer.
Yeah. I'm going on a vacation to Rock Hill, South Carolina. How far do you guys think baseball can go in the tourney? Any kind of crazy run in the books? I mean, they're very good defensively. They have 6 guys with an OPS over 900, according to Chad, with an ace and Nate Taylor, and then they are way deeper in their rotation and their bullpen than they were last season. So I think
the question's the bullpen, right?
yeah,
Does it hold up?
when they got to their 3rd starter, or was it the 2nd starter? When they got past Nate Taylor last year, like the next guy had 3 innings, 4 innings against a quality opponent until they started kind of teeing off on them. Like the Tennessee game really exposed how deep their starting pitching staff was. Now it's like these guys should be able to, at the very least, compete with schools like Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida State for 5-6 innings. Then it becomes a bullpen game and you can get something done. So I think that they should, they have every reason to have success. If they don't, it won't be for a lack of talent.
Yeah, they'll go as far as pitching can take them.
Yeah.
You know, obviously when you see Brandon Marsh go down, that's not great.
Marsh.
But I'm sorry, yeah. But when you've seen the bullpen really step up over the course of the second half of the season. So it's been a pleasant surprise, especially when you were getting kind of nervous at one point with the Sunday starter. Connor Blue stepping up has been massive for this team, as we talked about earlier. Buchkowski's been great coming in. Brown's been great coming in, especially with Dom Morrow having some issues where he didn't struggle early in the season, and he's starting to come back around too. So just a lot going on with the bullpen, but yeah, the starters have been nails.
That, and I mean, obviously it's much more of a challenge, but need to see the meat of the lineup perform against Friday starters. You know, perform against the best.
As Nate Taylor's going out, as Nate Taylor's been going out and throwing gas, and they've struggled at times with the Friday starters for sure. Here's a question for you, Chad. Where is that? There it is. What should be the win-loss expectations for the football team this season? I think another solid start ending with a multi-game swoon should put Cunningham under serious pressure to make a change.
I mean, I think people get a little caught up in the season-ending multi-game swoon. Like a lot of that is schedule related more than anything.
I thought it was all Sorsby's fault.
Yeah, Sorsby couldn't perform against a tougher schedule.
Continue. I was just being funny.
No, you've got a man crush on Brendan Sorsby. We know. Like you're supposed to be a journalist that stays unbiased.
He never had him as Heisman hopeful, Brendan Sorsby.
No, that was just Emory Jones.
I got buttered chicken for lunch, by the way. Little Indian, little garlic naan bread, buttered chicken, some basmati rice. He took the under. I mean, if you're going to continue to sell this narrative of continuing to show improvement, then you've got to improve over 7 wins, or at least get back to 7 wins. I don't think anybody's going to be happy with 6-6. Do you guys?
No.
Well,
I don't think anybody would be happy with 7-5, if I'm being completely honest.
If you're 6-6, you're probably still getting into a bowl game, right?
Well, yeah, 6 wins get you into a bowl.
So you're not just 6-6. You still could get that elusive 7, but which makes you finish at 7-6. But I don't think I'm with Keegan. I don't think anybody's happy with 7-6. I don't think 7 wins, even if you do get to a bowl game and lose the bowl game, I don't think anybody's going to be elated that you got.
Yeah, but it's not going to. It's Scott Satterfield's not getting fired if they win 7 games.
Yeah, no,
I agree.
That's what he's talking about.
That doesn't mean that you've gotten over the hump yet either. And that
wasn't the question.
I'm still having a conversation. That's what we do here. But
I know, but I answer the question first.
I like dancing. It's fine. Dance all around it. But yeah, I just don't think that it's a hard sell to the fan base on a coach if you can't get over that hump.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying at 6 wins, there's not going to be any serious pressure for Cunningham to make a change.
Not serious, no.
It's not happening. At 4 wins, different conversation.
5.
That makes it interesting, right?
Depends on who those 5 wins came against.
I mean, if you go 3, you win the first 3, and then you go 2-7 in conference. That's a long October, November, December right there.
I was also looking at it, and there's a lot of I have no idea what this team is going to look like. Teams on their schedule, like West Virginia, no idea. Colorado, no idea. Who else is on there?
I'd be shocked if Colorado's not bad.
I know which is going to be very interesting. Boston College, I don't really know. I'm kind of expecting them to win that one because it's at home, but it's also week 1.
Boston College is not great by any stretch of the imagination.
Arizona should be pretty good if they're getting Fafita back.
Yeah,
but they lost that safety who's very good.
They lost most of their defensive backfield.
Was Tacario Davis was from Washington, right? He transferred from Arizona to Washington.
I think
the guy the Bengals drafted.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they played Miami at Paul Brown or Paycor.
No,
they don't. I thought they did.
Nope. They play them at.
Oh yeah, TQL.
Stadium.
Yep. My mistake. That's going to be fun, I think, because that should be packed.
I'm really interested to see what college football looks like there.
Yeah, because that could be a thing that they can do yearly.
Well, I mean, they've talked about having a bowl game there.
Yeah. TQL Bowl, I mean, they're big enough to get a sponsor.
The Skyline Chili Bowl.
I mean, if UC wants a home neutral site game against like a Louisville or Kentucky at some point, I think they'd be able to put a lot in Paycor though.
Appreciate the donation.
Thanks, that's Keith.
Hi, Keith.
I know Keith. All right, Chad. I hope you're done with your butter chicken because this is your wheelhouse, sir.
I'm about as done as possible. I still got a giant thing of naan and some sauce left, but the chicken and the rice is mostly taken care of. So I think we're ready to. Coach, what's your go-to Indian food order?
Ooh, that's a good one. Hi, everybody. First,
hi, how are you?
What do I like? I haven't had actually the other day I was thinking about Indian and I ended up not going and checking some Indian places. Give me some options. I forget now the names. I know it's going to be rice.
Chicken tikka masala, chicken tandoori.
Mine is vegetarian, so I don't eat meat, so it's going to be vegetarian. Yeah.
You're probably more one of the spinach, like the
I like those.
Stog.
Yeah. I love naan. I love Indian bread.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
This was a good looking. It's a good looking naan right there.
Yeah.
A lot of garlic
China
on it.
masala, I believe that chickpeas. I like that
Yeah.
one with rice.
Yeah, that's always good stuff.
That's a good one.
Unreal.
I'm doing great. Good to see you guys. 5-3 day. That's awesome. It was like
5-1-3
yesterday
day.
when we talked last year, I believe.
Yeah.
A year
We
ago.
do this every year. We go 12 hours, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's a grind, but we love it. That's why we do it. Right?
Yeah.
How was year one? Take us through year one as a head coach in the Big 12.
Definitely a lot of learning. For me, I love to learn. Just something, it brought me back to my actually early days of being a head coach when I was in Miami, Florida, and flying everywhere. So the travel was definitely much, much different than being in the MAC, where we would get on a bus and all the matches were maybe 3-hour radius driving distance. So that was an adjustment with the schedule. I felt, not just me, but our coaching staff, we were constantly in a match prep. We didn't have, once the Big 12 started, we felt like we didn't have a time to actually practice. So we are changing. Our schedule has changed. We're going to play Friday, Sundays, most of our matches, to help us a little bit more with being in rhythm with training, and also reducing the number of missed school days. But overall, I thought it was a good one. I think our fans who came to saw us play, they saw the progress. They saw that we got better as the season went. We had some great, outstanding performances, individual performances. I thought Sydney Nolan had a breakthrough year, made the first team All Big 12, one of the best outsides in the country, in my opinion. Carly Glendenning, our other outside, also had a really, really good senior year. The highlight was us beating ranked Colorado. I believe they were 21st in the nation on the senior night. And I wish we had one more win against the ranked team, and it would get us in the NCAA tournament. We were the first team being out of the NCAA tournament, but I think it gave our team, I know because our players, actually returners, talked about it, realizing how close we were and what we needed to do this spring. So I think we have a motivated group of players that don't want to be watching the selection show and being talked as the first team out.
As a coach, how much of an adjustment is there to the competition level, and it being such a jump week after week, night after night?
Yeah, that was another change for me, where everybody, there's no easy match in the Big 12.
Yeah.
Even the bottom teams, and we are still considered, we are in a bottom third of the league, which we're gonna change that. We're gonna be in the top. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. And I know, talking to other coaches who have been in the Big 12 for years, saying, Cincinnati is not anymore a school that you can just take for granted, or West Virginia, or, UCF, or the teams that are on the bottom, because everybody can beat anybody on any given night. And that's what we showed again against Colorado specifically. Another thing that this league, and this is not just us, every team in the Big 12 has a hard time winning on the road. If you look the records, it's really, really hard to win on the road. I think champions have to learn how to win on the road and then take care of business at home. So we had a few matches at home that I felt we were just not ready. We were still learning how to win. And it's almost when you have a team, and I've been through this with every program that I built, it's almost you don't deserve to win. And it's like, no, we do. And learning how to close those matches that you're in. So Kansas State comes to mind, BYU at home, that if we had any of those wins at home, we would again probably be in the NCAA tournament. So taking care of business at home is very important, and then learning how to play and win in those hostile and packed gyms in the Big 12. So that's kind of those goals that we're setting up for ourselves going into our second year as our staff and a team.
I'm curious, as someone who like doesn't know a ton about volleyball, when you have that season where you're so close to getting into the tournament, when you look back on those games that were close matches, what are the things that kind of you go back and think these were the biggest mistakes that we made, or maybe the silent killers that lead you guys to losing matches?
Well, Keegan, first, we're going to make you a volleyball fan, so you're going to learn about volleyball. We're going to get you to some of our volleyball matches, and if I need to do a private chalk talk with you, I will, okay? So we're going to teach you. It's a fun game. I'll answer your question, but actually when our fans learn about the game and how much strategy goes into it, we do online Zoom chalk talks for our season ticket holders. Because once they understand the nuances and how our game and the strategy and our game prep and what our athletes need to do, there's a new appreciation for the game. What was the difference? Those matches that we were close. At the end, it's always us beating ourselves. We make unforced errors. So that's something that championship teams at any level in any sport, they don't make a lot of unforced errors. And then we call it the red zone. So when you get to 20s, in the 20s, we play to 25, you got to win by 2. It's those last few points who can play the cleanest, still be aggressive. We are not going to be conservative. Our mindset, our players know that. They hear me often say, fortune favors the brave. We're going to swing. But there is again understanding that we thrive now, and we are not going to beat ourselves. If the opponent beats us or wins a point, they gotta earn that point. We are not going to give it to them on our error, and that's something that was happening. And I'm a coach who will say serve and serve receive. It starts with that. Having a good serve receive, so our team is in system. Our setter can run offense, can set to 2 or 3 options, not just one. So our serve receive numbers, it's something that we always try to improve, so we can put a lot of stress with our offense on our opponents. And we will have offensive weapons. I think with the recruiting that we did this year, we will have enough of offensive minded players, especially from the middle, that we didn't have last year. We were very young in that position. So Sydney carried a big load, what she needed to do, and she was outstanding. Carly, we will miss Carly Glendenning again, just because of her experience, the leadership, and just that maturity that she brought on the court. But we have some new young players who will step in those roles and learn how to help us win.
I got a personal question. Not personal, but is there anything worse in volleyball than the Sunday lose and you have to stay and work before you get to go home?
What do you mean stay and work?
The team. But my daughter plays 15 and under.
Oh, you're talking about club.
The club, yeah. You got to stay and work on Sundays.
It is. Yeah, we don't do that in college. I just want to
I know.
Sure, people know. Like, we don't make our team stay and work if we lose on Sunday. But at the club level, I wonder if it's kind of like psychological game, like don't lose, just keep winning. So there's incentive. If you keep winning, you're going to play and somebody else is going to ref. But yeah, it is. I don't know, Chad, I would pose this question. I mean, the parents are paying so much money for club volleyball. I think they should pay. USA Volleyball should provide some line judges, refs, maybe for the end. So
I agree.
Yeah.
I will say, though, this past Sunday, we were down 14-11 in the third set on Sunday. Win and go home. Lose, you have to stay an extra hour and a half and work. And we served it out and we won 16-14. and the girls celebrated like they had just won nationals.
Here we
Just 'cause
go.
they
So
didn't
it
have to
works.
say
That
it.
incentive of
Right.
don't lose and win.
Right.
Yeah.
It was,
Jed,
it
are
was
you
great.
a personal question for you? Are you one
Okay.
of those dads who goes crazy on the sidelines?
No.
Are you the one who dresses? Are you a club that has like all the dads wear the same outfit?
We do
and you
some
have
of
the
that.
daughters-
Yeah. I've got a selection of Hawaiian shirts upstairs from
Okay.
Hawaiian Shirt Day. We do a little bit of that. It's not too bad. I made a girl cry this year, and I feel
Why?
bad about
What
that.
happened?
She missed. She was line judge. We were sitting way too close.
Uh,
All I did was, oh no.
Are you one of those dads that make
I said, oh no.
young kids quit volleyball because you're yelling at her after a
Yes, he
basketball?
is. I guarantee he is.
She missed. It was like 3 inches out, and she called it in. And I just react. I said, oh no. And she cried, and I felt bad.
Well, she needs to get tougher. That's first thing, and don't pay attention to what. But they're young. I would just say, if I were her at this age, I would just say, you wanna switch? You
No.
go and try to track this ball that it's coming this fast, and you figure out if it's in or out.
I mean, I felt bad, but I don't think I didn't do anything. I didn't curse her family name. Like I didn't, I just said, oh no.
Oh, no.
I think
Oh, no.
I got yelled at.
I bet her version of the story is a little bit different.
Yeah, he was stomping around.
I think she knew she missed the call, and she felt bad.
It happens.
And it
It
got
happens.
It's
blamed on
never
me.
your fault. It's never your
Yeah.
fault.
Jed, how old is your daughter?
She's 15. She's a
15.
sophomore.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not like if they were little, I would have felt really bad. But you're 15, 16 years old. You can handle a parent saying, oh no.
No. I would tell
I
them,
know,
don't do that again, please.
I won't. I got yelled at.
Yeah. Imagine somebody, a dad, telling that to your daughter.
Oh, she's been cussed at, and she's had nasty things said to her.
She probably
My daughter
says it
just
back.
she lives with me, so she's got a little thicker skin.
You said that. I didn't say it.
Back to it. How was the portal this year? How was navigating that for a second time?
Yeah. We lost some kids after the fall, which was expected because playing time, honestly. Some kids who saw they're probably not going to play during their career here, and we wish them all the best. I hope, again, they found a good home and that they're going to be successful. But the good news is, and I share this with our fans, we send a monthly newsletter. All the players who finished spring with us are coming back. And that's a positive sign of the culture that we are building. We are very excited. I thought we had a great spring season. We call it an investment season. We had 4 scrimmage matches, which we didn't have last spring because we didn't have enough healthy players in every position that we needed. So that was good for us to see where we are and have that experience for some younger players, especially to get some playing time in the spring. We have 9 new players coming in. We got 3 players from the portal. Zach, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe 3. We just picked 1 in the late second. We have 2 portals. One starts May 1st through the May 15th, and we got a setter transferring from the University of Miami in Florida. She's Croatian, so I'll be able to coach her a little bit in my native tongue. We are excited also. We got 2 in January who joined us, one outside hitter from Utah State. It seems like Utah State people are coming to Cincinnati. I don't know.
Popular.
It's very popular. Yes. Andrea Simovsky, who was an outside hitter, we needed with Carly graduating. We needed that position filled. So Andrea has been with us all spring. And then graduate student transfer from UConn, Audrey Rome, played 4 years for UConn, a middle and offensive middle. We are very excited about her. Her tool set, skill set is what we were missing last year. She's very good off of 1 foot behind the setter. We call that the slide set. So she's going to add a different new dimension to our team that we didn't have last year. and and freshmen, and then we have young kids who we will develop. We had one, Milena Boyles came. She graduated early from high school, Dallas, Texas, was with us this spring and got some valuable experience. It's almost like a redshirt year when you come a semester early. And have the rest of the team is going to join us in June, some earlier, some later, because we have a few players who are playing for their national teams. We have a lefty outside, right side from Switzerland, who was the MVP of U23 championship, Nina Skrucha. We have Victoria Ninova, the libero from Bulgaria, who was also the best libero at the U22 or 21 World Championships last year. She was the best libero in Bulgaria this year. So excited about them. Julia, Kayla, I'm thinking who else. We have young kids that we are very excited about. So I think the future is really bright for our program. And having, again, those who know what the standards are, who've been with us from Sydney, Gia Williams, who we're going to get back. Unfortunately, she got hurt last year, so we're excited about her return. Lillian Enteman, also our senior middle. So just a lot of good pieces, and now it's going to be putting it together in a great team.
Interesting question. Is Southwest Ohio and Northern Kentucky the best high school and club volleyball in the country? And I would say up there, right? Very good.
Up there, I don't know if I would say it is the best. It's a rich area for volleyball, really good clubs, high schools. If you look statistically, I believe right now, from the number of players who are going and playing in Power 4 and Division 1, Texas, I believe, leads our sport. But we are right there. I mean, coaches from all around the country come to Ohio and Kentucky, and they're recruiting the best players from this area. But our goal is, again, every good player, best players, MVPs of their high schools and clubs are going to hear from us. We're going to try to keep them here at home, and I think we'll make a great case for them to stay here and represent the city and wear Cincinnati across the chest and be a part of this awesome community. And that's our goal. So, yeah, sorry if whoever asked this question, it's really good. I don't know if I can say it's the best in the country, because our country has some really, really good volleyball, women's volleyball.
Better than Louisville? Better than Kiva and Mava and Assumption and Sacred Heart?
I don't want to get myself in trouble here. I gotta be a PC here, and then we recruit from all of those clubs. I've coached Kiva kids, I've coached Mava kids. We have NKYVC kids on our roster now. We have a tri-state club elite here. I mean, it's great, elite. Then we have Mintonet in Columbus. I mean, there's so many really good clubs, great coaches who are helping us. Who are preparing those high school kids for college. So
we were at the academy in Indianapolis last month, and their 17s were practicing. And okay, yeah. So the academy is another one that's won national championships. Yes. Really, really a lot of good clubs here. I love volleyball, Dad. Here we go. Besides you yelling at the line, 15-year-olds, volleyball. I try. How's the defense going to be? We've talked about the outsides and the middles. How are you at libero, at DS?
We had, so this spring we had Eva Ledbetter and Kayla, our returners. They both saw some playing time. Eva was a DS as a freshman, got some playing time. How I see our defense, it's a team defense, and that's something we are still getting better, understanding how our back row plays together as a unit with our block. So there's a lot of reading skills that go into that, and then reading the game, what's happening, what type of set is set, the tendencies of the hitters, and then you got to have that relentless attitude that if you're a blocker, you go and you press. That's something penetrating, pressing over the net that we're still working on. That front row, and then the second line of defense is our back row players, and libero plays a great big role in that. I am again excited about Victoria Ninova, who is coming to us from Bulgaria, just because of so far what she's done. She's going to be playing again the VNL, which is one of the highest international competitions with a senior national team, and she has experience, a lot of high-level experience, international experience under her belt. She, in my opinion, she'll be one of the best liberos in the country, not just in the Big 12. So I am excited about her, and we another saying that we often tell our team is rising tide lifts all boats. So when our incoming freshmen are better, the whole gym gets better. So every year we tell our players, our job as coaches is to recruit better players. And when we do that, everybody in the gym gets better. So team defense, it's still a work in progress. It will always be, but I do think we have enough right pieces to make a jump from where we were last year to where we're going to be this year.
I'm curious, you listed a lot of countries when talking about like the players that you had brought in, excluding the United States. Which country do you think has the best volleyball?
Ooh. That's a hard question. We can talk about, different leagues, international leagues. First of all, we have 2 pro leagues now in the United States. We have our 2 alumni, Bearcats alumni, Jordan Thompson and Abby, playing in both of these. Turkey right now has one of the strongest leagues, and they have players from all over, from different countries. I don't know who develops. Well, Bulgaria from the junior national team, they won the world championships last year, and they beat USA in the finals. I actually watched that game. The championship was in Croatia. I don't know. That's a hard question. I think USA produces a lot of great players.
Yeah.
It's just different. Yeah, it's different. I don't know. It's every country. That's why I always say every country in the world, you can find 1 or 2 outstanding young players. And that's our goal. If you're recruiting, most of these players that we recruited play for their national teams. That's the level that we want. It's hard for us. Eventually, we will be able to recruit players who are representing the USA. Right now, we are not there yet. So we are going and recruiting, finding those players who are playing against USA and sometimes winning, sometimes losing, to come and be Bearcats. So we have 2 girls from Serbia, we have 1 from Croatia, 1 from Bulgaria, and Switzerland this year.
Gotcha.
Is it like the USA system where there's like Team USA 17 and under? Like, do they do international age groups, or is it more just the national teams?
Both. They do both. So clubs, it's interesting. For example, both of our Bulgarian and Sonina and Victoria, they both played for the senior club team, but then they also played for the junior club team and competed in a junior championship, U20 or U23. Nina, actually, both of them will be training with the senior national teams because there's European Championship. Andrea, also, who was with us, Simovsky, she's on the extended Serbian list, and she'll be in a training camp. And we hope she makes the roster and plays at the European Championship. Victoria will be playing probably the VNL. Last year, as a 17-year-old, she was second libero on the Bulgarian national team and play the VNL, which is the Volleyball League of Nations. That's what it stands for. Nina is doing the tryouts for Swiss senior national team, and I actually was just her national team coach was the coach of the Indie Pro team. So I was texting with her and then saying, we're excited about her coming. So they do both. it's the club system is a little bit different. If you're good, you can play for juniors, but they're gonna pull you and you're gonna be on the senior team roster. So it's a little bit different than USA, where you most of the time most players play in their age division.
Is that an advantage that you're trying to utilize your connection maybe to the international scene, or is that something?
I mean, definitely. I do think it is, and I've always been fortunate. Every program I built, from Florida International, my first head coaching job, Bowling Green State University, I recruited some outstanding world-class international students, athletes, players who helped us build a team. But there's so many advantages from I think that having the diversity and learning about different cultures, also those who choose to come here from whatever country that I just named, Bulgaria, Serbia, Croatia, Swiss, I had from all over Brazil, they're different. They're driven. They're coming here for a reason. They want to finish. They want to complete their degree. That's important. Education is important to them. And all of our players who be recruited for Cincinnati, they have aspirations. They want to play pro after college, so their drive is very different. And I just think the maturity is also a little bit different. Those who choose, I also always tell the people, there's so many. There are more players overseas who will never make a decision to come and play in a different country and study in a foreign language. Those who make the decision are just different. I do have advantage, I believe, because my story, I was many years ago, I came for the same reasons. I was an international student. I had to figure out my I-20 and wait in the line in the front of the USA embassy for my visa, right? So there's that connection that I can talk to them. These are the challenges you're gonna face when you come here, but these are all the opportunities you're gonna get. So there's immediate little bit bond. And then the advantage, if I'm recruiting anybody from my part of the world, Bosnia, Croatia, Serbia, we speak the same language. So I can talk with the parents who maybe do not speak English, and they have that connection with me. And if anything, it's hard to send a kid overseas. It's not like you can get in the car if something happens and you go and you're there. Like, this is a big distance. So for them to know they have somebody who they can call at any time of day or night and speak in their language, I do think it gives me an advantage.
Do you think that those kids from other countries kind of have that next level ability to persevere through difficulty because they're already challenging themselves so much by moving here to play a sport?
Keegan, I do. Even though it's challenging. For example, last year, Tatjana Simunovic was our freshman middle. She was the only international kid on our team. And I told her, that first year is going to be the hardest, regardless. It's a lot of adjustment. Everything is different, from how the classes are scheduled, how we train, how our season goes, the distances that we travel. And then on top of that, she was the only international kid and didn't have somebody, even if it's from a different country, you kind of feel, okay, we're in this together, right?
Yeah.
And I've reminded her, when there's sometimes doubts, and then there's sometimes, the lack of self-confidence. And I just say, I'm going to remind you made this decision, the courage that you have to come, to make this decision, to say, I'm going to do this. Leave my parents, leave the safety, and go into unknown takes a lot of courage. So that maturation is just different. I think that resilience, because you're putting yourself completely outside of your comfort zone. And I think it's such a great example. And I've seen this again throughout my career, where my American freshmen and their parents say, when I feel, I've heard this from the parents, I worry about my kid and they're maybe 2 hours away from home. I think about this one who's, the parents are across the ocean, and there's that bond. And most of our parents who are here, local parents, will kind of almost adopt our international kids and give them that sense of, you have a family, you have somebody who's going to talk to you, who's going to give you a hug after the match.
Yeah.
It's really wonderful, but it's just I've seen that impact influence of when you hear somebody else's stories and the perspective that I think international players also bring that most of our American kids do not understand, and it's not their fault, how much we have here.
Yeah.
It's something that is like you do not know how it is, like from just the volleyball world, the gym that we train in, the resources that we have, the investment that it's being poured into us. Like that's not normal in most other countries, probably none. I mean, we are so different here in college. So when they hear those stories, I do think it puts things in perspective for them.
Jerrod wants to know, has the transfer portal affected volleyball recruiting in a similar way to football and basketball?
Jerrod, great question. I don't have the data after this cycle. I think we're getting there. It's not the numbers are not as big as what I've seen in basketball and football. I believe basketball only has one portal. Am I correct?
Yes. Well,
One
football's
window?
back to one. Football only has one now, too.
Only one, yeah. So they have the numbers are much, much larger after their season. We've seen the reduction. Our second portal in May is much smaller than what it was in the fall. It is what it is. Again, we benefited from it this year. Like we needed a setter in the spring that we didn't think we would need a setter. And if we didn't have this portal, we would be in a difficult position. So I was glad that we could recruit Kata Leach from the University of Miami. I'm curious, again, we usually get those numbers later in the fall when the whole cycle goes to see how it is increasing. I'm one of the coaches who, I hope that we put some guardrails. I hope that we will put some limitations where you can transfer one time, but after that first time, that I think there should be a little bit more of maybe a year, what it used to be, that you sit a year. I think it would reduce the numbers, but as of now, there's a free agency going on in our sport as much as it is in basketball and football.
Speaking of free agency in your sport, my daughter is a huge UC fan.
That's awesome. We want UC fans, Bearcats.
Her second team is Nebraska. So she wants to know if you're going to get DBK and Nebraska into Fifth Third Arena anytime here soon.
Nebraska is a different story, and I'm so glad that we have Nebraska in our sport because they're the standard. That's the reality. It helps them that Nebraska does not have professional sports in their state.
Right.
But just the culture of volleyball is huge, and they would want us to go to their tournament. I think it would be a little bit harder to get him here, but it's not impossible. So I'm not gonna make any promises. I will talk to Danny and see if she wants to get closer to her old town or home of Louisville.
Yeah.
Or maybe one day we play them in the NCAA tournament, so who knows? Maybe we're hosting regionals and we get Nebraska. Who knows? Everything is possible. I love to dream big, so I love it.
I love it.
Maybe do a volleyball one day at Nippert, that's
40,000. Yeah.
So this is the goal. We're gonna do, process goals. I first wanna pack the Fifth Third. That's the goal. So I want everybody who is watching this, and I also put this in our April newsletter. Please come, and if you have not seen us play, come this fall. You'll love it, and if you do not love it, find me after the match. My email is again public record. You can find it online, and I will refund your ticket if you absolutely do not love it. Like, that's how much I believe in our program. So I'm telling everybody, like, come and check us out. Bring somebody, bring a friend or two. We have two hands. Just bring two people with you, and you'll love it.
I will say this unequivocally. Of all the sports my daughter could have chosen, I'm glad it was volleyball.
Yes. First of all, an indoor sport, right? You don't have to worry about a weather.
Soccer was out.
That's the first thing.
Soccer was out.
shine
She
or
doesn't-
rain, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's the same temperature. You don't have to worry about it. It's great. The
But as each
timeouts-
level goes up, it is even so much more fun as the skill
Yes.
goes up, as the size goes up.
Yeah.
She's 5 foot, maybe 5'1", so she's not getting any bigger. But the girls around her are.
yeah.
I think we played a 15-year-old last weekend that was 6'4".
It's that's what people, if you've only seen a high school, maybe your niece or daughter plays middle school, high school, that's great. Come and check women's volleyball. First of all, there's a lot much more on TV from pro teams and in college. But when you see it live, I mean, when I go and recruit, my staff, my coaches laugh at me because it's so hard to judge. They don't look as tall. And then I'm 6 foot tall and I get closer to them and it's like, oh my gosh, like she's 14 and she's 6'2". And they look, normal when I'm watching them on the court. And it's like, I don't think she's 6 foot. And then I get next to them. It's like, oh, she's taller than me. That's the same with us. But then the speed, the excitement, and what makes our sport unique is somebody will score a point. Every rally, somebody will get a point, right? Not every sport has that.
Yeah.
And our team, what I love that I've heard our fans comment, we get in our huddle, regardless win or lose, and we reset and we go the next point. It's the next point. It's it's a team sport. You cannot do it by yourself. You can have, and you need to have some great players, individuals on a team, but they're not going to be successful if you do not have a great team.
Yeah. All right, Coach, we gotta keep moving to the next one, but thank you. Awesome conversation.
Thank you so much. Hey, happy 513 team. I feel like last year when we talked, I was new to Cincinnati, and I have to tell you, I feel like this is my home. I got my circle. I have new friends. I'm exploring Cincinnati. I'm discovering new restaurants. It's kind of funny. I actually take my Cincinnati people, native born, and show them some restaurants that they've never been. So this is home, and I love it. And I think we have so much to be proud of. And I'm so happy that we are the Cincinnati's team. And when we have that Cincy or Cincinnati across our chest, our players know that we're playing for something bigger than ourselves, for something special, because this city is special.
Appreciate it,
Thank
Coach.
you,
Thank you
Coach.
so much.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Bye.
There we go. Good stuff. Aaron, how was lunch?
It was all right. Nothing special. Look, people don't deliver. I can't even get Kroger to deliver where we live. So, I mean, if that doesn't tell you anything.
All right, are you going to lunch now, Keegan? You don't want to stay for this one?
For ZG, I'm staying for ZG.
You're out for Cunningham. You'll stay for CG.
Yeah, I'll stay for ZG. Yeah. You better have heard that, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure he's in there.
He's not in the lobby
He's in
yet.
there.
Oh.
Well, they have a room set up in the IPF that they're doing all in the multimedia space. They've got something set up to where
He's
everybody's
football. They might be on vacation or something. Who knows? Oh no, he's
No, he's
recruiting. What am I
Yeah,
thinking?
he's there. He's definitely there. But yeah, thanks, Coach Tomic. It's she wasn't as sympathetic to my plight on making a girl cry that I thought
love
she'd
that.
be. But
Did you hear what she said to me for my first question?
what?
I was
Yeah.
like, I don't really know volleyball that much. What's kind of the silent killers to matches that you think back on missing the tournament by maybe one win and you think that's what happened? She's like, well, you're gonna learn volleyball. You're gonna come and we're gonna have a chalk talk.
Chalk talk. Keegan volleyball chalk talk.
Chalk talk.
I'm in for that.
I thought when you said we played a 15-year-old that was 6'4", she was gonna go, where was that? What was her name?
I mean, she wasn't very good, but she was 6'4". Wasn't very good, but she was 6'4".
In other 513 news, the Reds signed a pitcher today. That's great.
Yeah. He's 0-5 with an ERA north of 7 on the season.
Great.
Where is ZG?
Tomic ran a little over, and he said, "Nah, this is you're cutting into my time. I'm out."
He bailed.
Apparently. That is
Four-
very garlic naan. by the way.
400 career wins though for Tomic. That's impressive.
First time they were over 500 since 2021, and she did it in year 1.
Yeah. 0-5 ERA north of 7 is likely an improvement. Not wrong.
Yeah, I think you and I are using the same AI thread for those questions there, bud.
Wait, me?
Wait, me?
No, I literally just looked at their
Yeah.
schedule and looked
The
at what
other
the record
Keegan.
was. Oh, no, I looked at their record and went year by year. When was the last time they were over 500? I didn't use AI. I
did
never
that.
Aaron's
use AI.
Aaron's a big AI guy.
I
There
Yeah, I
are
never
did that.
use
there are
AI.
lakes and rivers that Aaron has drained with his AI usage.
That's how that
AI
works.
did that same work for me in 3 seconds that you took time to do. I work smarter, not harder.
AI has been too wrong on many of those kind of things. That if I can just do it manually, I will. If it doesn't take an hour.
You have to comb it with you have to filter it with a fine-tooth comb, but yeah, I mean, when AI tells me that Jerrod Calhoun is basing this roster on a foundation of Baba Miller and Mustafa Cham for next
Yeah,
season, and is upset about being snubbed with UC last year, yeah,
as
I
the
mean,
9 seed. Yeah.
it's a little confused. It's confused. What were you saying, Chad?
I do have good news. Tony Pike, 6:00.
Oh, thank God. Is he joining from the studio? No, he's 12 to 3. Never mind.
Yeah, he's joining from home. But he said his wife has got an appointment, so the kids are going to be running around wild. So we might have Tony and Tony's kids
Okay, that's
as
fine.
part of the show at 6:00.
Crap. What was his son's name? I met him at Montgomery Inn. His son has an awesome name. I can't remember what it is. It's like Hank or something.
Hank.
I think it is.
Unreal.
Oh man.
While we're waiting on ZG, you want to do anything with the Instagram stuff, Chad?
Yeah, you go to Instagram, search Cincy Light. We need to pull a winner. I've got the winner's name. I got a winner's name here. If you want to get registered, go to Instagram and look up Cincy Light. Find the post. There's a pin to the top. There's a post for registration. I think you like it, and then you tag a friend, and that will get you registered. Let's go to our winners page. Harrison Powers _ Harrison Powers is our first winner. Let's do a golf pack there. Harrison Powers did it. Yeah. Harrison Powers, winner of a golf pack from Cincy Light.
Are you keeping track of this to send back to?
Yeah.
Okay. There he is.
There he is. What's going on, brother? How are you?
How's it going, guys? I'm good. How are you?
We're doing fantastic. It's we're almost 4 hours in. We got 8 hours to go. So things are good.
You letting Keegan be on the whole time or what?
First of all, he literally just offered to let me go on my lunch, and I said, no, ZG's coming on. I want to stay on here, and then you make fun of me. That's crazy.
Oh, you know.
Keegan, would you like to go first?
Sure. I am
By the way,
curious about.
Zach Grant, general manager, UC football. We haven't done great. We just been cruising. We haven't really actually done intros for most of these.
All good.
You had a big personnel department turnover after the season. It's obviously not your first time kind of matriculating a staff, but do you feel like you had to put in extra effort getting these people together, and mesh together, or is it kind of just a seamless process because of the type of human beings they are?
Yeah. The timing of it all was really tough just because it happened in December, and we're heavy in obviously trying to retain our roster and the portal. But because of who they were, it made it pretty easy. Obviously with, 2 open positions, and then we ended up adding another position to the department. So we had 3 people to hire, and 2 of them came internal. The first move was kind of Peter Abrams. It was stepping into Carter Wilson's role, and he'll lead the high school scouting efforts, and he's the director of scouting. Peter had been a student here, had been an intern for 2 years here, and he was always someone who we had kind of targeted as someone one day, if it happened and the stars aligned, we'd be able to put him into a full-time role. And he's been crushing it so far. So in that sense, that was easy. And then, at the same time, Jack Griffith left, and we needed someone that I knew that I could trust with evaluations for the portal. And Nick LaMattina came from Western Kentucky, and I was there prior, and he was an intern for me there, and I was incredibly impressed. And I honestly had my eye on him whenever we had a spot open here, and it just so happened that we didn't really have any turnover for a few years in kind of the area of expertise that he's in. And all the while that was going on, like I just kind of evaluated where our department was at and where we were going to be deficient with the loss of Carter and Jack, and AJ Wessel is our assistant general manager, and we elevated Cass Simmons to assistant general manager as well. But so AJ worked in our operations department prior, and also a UC grad. And it's funny, when I first got here in January of 2023, AJ was still a student. And I remember thinking like he was running the operations department with WID. Like I didn't realize he was still a student. I just thought that's what he did. Like I assumed he was like 30 years old. So I think this is a great next step in his career. He's incredibly smart, personable. He brings a fresh type of energy and perspective on a lot of things we're doing. And, between Carter and Jack, we had different expertise in, some salary cap management stuff we're doing, and, agent discussions. And, we're going to grow Nick and Peter in those both in their roles. And AJ adds the element to help with both of those in the meantime. And, my philosophy is if I've worked with somebody that I know operates at an incredibly elite level, we can teach them what to do in our area. We're collecting brains almost. And I mean, AJ is as good as it gets. He could run for president of the United States one day, I think. So we're fortunate to have all of them. So to answer your question in a shorter way, tough timing, but it came together pretty easily just due to the people that we had relationships with.
I'm curious with AJ, is that something you saw in him that he had the ability to do, or did he come to you saying that he wanted to put his name in the hat for the position?
Yeah, I actually came to him with it over the course about this time last year, really last off season, like the spring and winter of 2025. We do like weekly, when the timing's right in the calendar, weekly scout school with our interns, and we'll pull up players and try to get them growing and the terminology and the wording and what we use and all that stuff. And AJ wanted to sit in those, and so we kind of started to slowly integrate him into our world a little bit. And, it's not like we operate vastly different from ops. Like everyone's connected in the football building. So I felt like he had enough exposure to it at that point, and I felt like he might have a desire. And, there was really no better person to step in when things are really, really hectic in December and we need to turn over, in a portal visit, you need their academics, you need like discussions with the agents, you need to onboard them to get on campus. And like, it all happens super, super fast. And, he helped in that transition incredibly just because of the high level he operates in general. But I came to him with it, and I was glad he had interest.
Gotcha.
Can we get Keegan in one of those scout school sessions?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to sit in.
I was actually going to ask.
Yeah, you're probably more advanced than you think, man. Honestly.
Okay.
So because of the
I listened to him evaluate players at practice. He's got a ways to go still.
Okay, whatever.
You just need to learn how to talk about it in our terminology.
Heisman hopefully
Long
Larry
life.
Jones. But because of how quickly everything turned over, how many head-to-head battles were you up against South Florida or Penn State?
Not many in the portal. Not really. I mean, there's a mutual respect between, Carter, Jack, and I. Like, we're still really, really good friends, and like, we have open discussions. We're all trying to figure out the best way to do this moving forward. I'd say, honestly, Jack probably helped us more than anything with, different relationships he had built with different agents ahead of time when he was representing Cincinnati, and then he goes to Penn State, and it's just a message that, nothing changes over at Cincinnati. Like, and obviously it just kind of upped my workload to take off of his plate, and before we could really add it to Nick LaMattina's. We're operating in different buckets sometimes in Penn State for the people we're going after, but like, I think having people that I can trust in other programs that we can just have open dialogue on what's going on and what they're hearing is really beneficial. We're trying to discover and explore the market in all different ways, and you got to sift through a lot of manipulating and game playing and what's true and what's not, and just having different people in your corner at different areas helps much more than it hurts. Now we'll go head to head with them in the future for players. It's all up for grabs, but they definitely stayed away from our roster.
How much is there? Hey, we found this guy. We love this guy, but he might not be for us. Maybe he's for you. Like, is there much of that in the football space?
Yeah, there is. Like, I'll say that to some of the people that, we've sent guys that worked for us elsewhere. Now, I mean, I know Jack's philosophy, and I'm close with their GM, Derek Hooger, too, and he was at Iowa State before, and I know his philosophy. If we really like a player, they're going to really like him too. Like, they may have already got someone they really like, and they're not going to go after him, but like, I would view it as disrespectful if Jack texted me and said, this guy's not good enough for us, but he's good enough for you. Because I know if
maybe not good enough, but like, we've got 5 linebackers. We don't need a linebacker.
There's some of that for sure. But if Jack liked a guy here with conviction, that meant he was good enough to play at Penn State. That's the way we view it. We are finding players that are good enough to play anywhere. It's just some teams may value them differently than us, but we're going to be convicted in that belief. But everyone knows who all the players are for the most part, and we might have more information on them than other teams if we got them to campus or saw some other videos they had or whatever. So we can have open dialogues. Evaluation's a subjective deal, so we may see things differently too.
Obviously, with the transfer portal window being as small as it is, and all the work you do going into that, we clearly saw some things happen with a former Bearcat this offseason. I'm curious what that changes, if anything, with the way that you vet players going forward that you're looking at in the transfer portal.
Yeah, we try to be as diligent as we possibly can. Both in the pre-portal process with what information is available to us with every player in the country. Unfortunately, it's limited just because there are rules in place. Like, I'm not going to go pick up the phone and talk to a player, right? So with whatever information we have at hand, we'll dig into it as much as possible, and we'll do all the due diligence we can. And, from a medical standpoint is another area where teams are, trying to figure out how hard to push to get their medical information, which is always an unknown, leaving a school and coming here. And if it happens fast, we got to make correct financial decisions on these guys based on, what are they healthy or not, right? And fortunately, Aaron Himmler is like the best in the country at what he does, and we have great dialogue and back and forth. There's no feelings. Every piece of information goes into the evaluation and the valuation of players. So we're exploring every avenue to, discover ways to find out more information faster. And there's certainly companies out there that can help do that. And information gathering in NFL circles is, the entire job of an entire scouting department, right? So we're trying to make up that ground in 2 weeks. It gets more difficult, but we have to find the best way to do it.
I'm curious, Jake Golday, drafted to the Minnesota Vikings. Where do you maybe predict him to play in terms of a position? Will he be in the same spot as he was at UC at that Sam? Like, I had a friend compare him to Matthew Van Ginkel, I think, is the linebacker of the NFL. Because he seems like a guy who he has defensive end experience and linebacker experience. How do you kind of predict him to succeed in the NFL?
Yeah, I'm not completely familiar with what Minnesota has for their plan there, but most of the discussion with NFL teams was how he would translate to playing more in the box. Mm-hmm. So I'd imagine they'll play him there and kind of move him around as he, gets developed in their scheme and can rush the passer a little bit and play on the edge. The good thing about Golday is he does have all that exposure to doing all that in his career, but certainly at the NFL level, that'll be a bit of a transition for him. But everybody that dug into his character and his football character and his makeup and intelligence, they just love him more and more after that. So, I'm sure they're confident he can do it.
Yeah.
To the team this year, anybody surprise you this spring? Anybody you go, oh, maybe that guy's a little farther along than we thought he might be?
I always have optimistic hopes for most of our guys. So knowing that I thought we took, and I'm
the opposite of Jack. Right? Jack was a little pessimistic.
Yeah. So I don't know if it was a surprise, but Josh Huff came in and at 345 pounds, he moved a little better than you could anticipate even. And in that case, we're watching Division II film on him. So it's sometimes harder to know for sure what he's going to translate as. So I thought that was a pleasant surprise coming in. He was playing at a really high level. And this offseason will continue to be really big for him, getting, his conditioning and his weight in the right place and, the work capacity, how many snaps he can play. And but I was very impressed. And then the other one, Jabron Payne, Cincinnati kid, was behind some really, really good running backs at Notre Dame and had battled injuries in his career. The tape was limited, but what we saw was good. And since he got here, he's an all-around running back. He's been very impressive. And then a returner that has really developed and we're incredibly proud of. I'll name two guys. Kamari Smith. He's going to be a redshirt freshman. He had a tremendous spring. Not that we were surprised. We loved him in the recruiting process. He's done everything right here, but some guys start to blossom earlier than others, and he really came on this spring, and he was great. And then Judea Milan, one of our tackles, he had an incredible spring. He battled injuries too. He had a foot injury a couple of years ago that knocked him out. So this is his 6th year, and with the new opportunity, obviously Dion moving on, and I think Judea saw that there was an opportunity and really stepped his game up. So those guys were really impressed with.
When you're scouting in general, are you trying to find the top talent that you can find, or are you looking for guys who fit the different schemes, especially with the new defensive coordinator? Does that change how you are going forward with recruiting, or are you still just same process?
It certainly changes. Yeah. We're running a vastly different scheme. We're more of a slant and angle attack on the defensive line. So lateral quickness and first step is a little bit more important there. Whereas in prior, size, strength, linear explosiveness, where you're going to play through the middle of a guy, was prioritized a little more just at that specific position. So there are certain nuances to the evaluation that change depending on the scheme. Obviously, like if we were a gap scheme offense, we could get some just gigantic people to lean on guys and move people. But, we're a wide zone, outside zone based offense. And so we need offensive linemen that are athletic enough to move and get out and work angles, so from that perspective, the evaluation changes quite a bit. But at the core, like when we're just whittling down the vast, like thousands of players to come to the next step of it where we dig in more, it doesn't really change. We're looking for length, growth potential, explosiveness, effort, football character, dynamic movement ability, and production. So if they check all those boxes, they probably fit in every scheme. And that's not really an evaluation. Like Keegan, without his scout school experience, if a guy has all those, it's pretty obvious. But, football, where guys rarely have everything. So they're missing two of those critical factors. What does our scheme allow them where we can live without, So we definitely sat down with Coach Woody and worked that out. And, he got here after the portal was closed. So in hindsight, I wish he was hired a month before and we could have attacked it that way. But the reason he's such a good coach is that, he can find the parts we have, know how to use them, and know the traits that we do have. What will we need to play, and how will the offense react to what we're doing based on the players we have and the personnel? And he can anticipate that to know like what to call. So watching him and listening to him explain that to me was pretty cool. And it kind of lays the groundwork for what we'll need moving forward and why.
Who's the next Jake Golda?
Anybody next
in this class?
Golda, there's a bunch of guys that I think have the capability of it. I mean, honestly, the linebackers that we brought in, both, Pat Bauer, Philip Maserowski, and Demaine Wilson have all really flashed. Pat was out with a shoulder this spring, but, Philip is probably the easy comp there because of his length and his speed, right? And but Demaine really flashed as well. And I think we have some younger freshmen coming in this year that have body type kind of comparisons in the likeness of Jake, with Jackson Newton and Evan Weinberg. We just have to see how they develop. Like all these guys, I think, have the framework to get there. Are they going to develop, and are they going to have the production, and are they going to, do whatever it takes every single day to become that, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, we're pleased with those guys. I think they all look the part.
All right. Appreciate it, man. It's been good catching up. I know it's an abbreviated version. We usually have you on for like 90 minutes. So
whatever you guys need, I'm always there for you.
We'll get you back in here soon to get get us kind of a primer for maybe when we're getting ready for camp in the summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, obviously hit up Zach Stipe, and I'm sure he'll schedule everything accordingly, and it'll be great.
He's a legend. He's a legend.
Heck yeah.
Thanks, man. We appreciate it, Zach.
Thank you. Have a good one.
There you go. Zach Grant, general manager for the UC football program. And I mean, Keegan, overall, like the size athleticism difference was incredibly noticeable.
It's night and day. Yeah. And if I had gotten another question in, I was going to ask how much he thinks rugby projects to a high major college football, because that's what Maserowski started at. So, but yeah,
I mean, you've had the punting sensations that were, from a generational, a legendary Australian rules football family in the Fletchers. So,
can I go eat?
Yeah, you can go eat.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're 4 hours in. We're 1/3 of the way done. 1/3 of the way done. We get John Cunningham and John Daniels, the Johns, here in the 2:00 hour, and then it's basketball mode for 2.5 hours. Jerrod Calhoun, Katrina Merriweather, and then 3 of Calhoun's new assistants. So if you're Keegan needed his chicken nuggets.
That's pretty fantastic.
John, how are you?
Good, guys. How we doing? How's the marathon going?
Good. We're 4 hours in. We're officially 1/3 of the way through the exercise, but it's been awesome so far.
Good. I love it. I love the fact that you guys do this and represent us all day. That's great.
Yep. Let's again, like we did with Coach Satterfield, let's get to the big topic at hand that everybody is kind of curious about. And again, obviously, because of everything going on, we won't be able to get fully into specifics and fine details. But when it comes to gambling in college sports, when it comes to, this issue that I think we're going to see is a lot more in depth than maybe people realize, because it's just something that people of that age group do, is they're used to it. They came up with it, the gambling apps, whatever. What do you guys do on the front end in terms of education? And then how do you learn from maybe some of this as to things that the way that this all changes going forward?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. Like you said, there are things that we can't talk about specifics. There's FERPA rules and litigation and those things. But certainly, as you said, if you just think about where our society has gone in the last 5 years, and allowing sports gambling within states, it's everywhere. And then you add to that everybody's got a casino in their pocket. It is absolutely a college sports issue, but it's more of an issue for young people, and especially young men. It's hard to find a lot of young men on college campuses. I think there's a stat that 70% of men on college campuses are on some sort of sports book. And I remember leaving my office, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, and there was a billboard right outside of Clifton for one of the sports books. And it was always like a reminder to me that I know who they're going after and I know what they're trying to attack, which is, again, young people that have maybe a little bit of discretionary income or maybe not, but start grow. You get them early. It's the old cigarette scenario. You get them early and then they're hooked for life. And so it's a really big issue in our country. I think it needs to be addressed. I think we've made a lot of errors. Personally, in the way that we've established sports betting. We were adamantly opposed to betting on college sports. We worked hard to try to prevent some of that. We were able to have a few concessions and get a few things passed in terms of the state of Ohio. But we'll continue to push that. I know it's a big topic for the president of the NCAA too. But in terms of internally what we do, we've had a really strong education program from a compliance standpoint, but specifically sports gambling. It's been on our radar for a long time. We've brought speakers in every year, multiple speakers in every year. I know for a fact that our student athletes know the sports gambling rules as far as the NCAA rules. I'm positive of that. But in addition to that, I think the thing that we've really tried to focus on is just not having speakers that come in that really make an impact. And I think we've done a nice job with that. We've had speakers that have been caught up in gambling issues in the past, and now they make the tour around campuses to talk about it, and that usually has a big impact. We've had FBI directors come in and talk, or FBI members come in and speak to gambling and its impact. And what we try to do is focus not just on individual rules, but we focus in on how gambling in general can affect your life. and how it can have negative impacts. So I do think we tell that story well. We're going to continue to tell that story, and it's going to be obviously a hot topic around the country and certainly at Cincinnati going forward. But I have no question that we've educated in the proper way, and we just got to continue to push it.
Big story yesterday involved Nebraska and what we saw with kind of the pay-to-play format getting struck down a little bit. You've received awards in the past for doing things the right way, and you pride yourself in compliance. Does that change anything in the way that you feel like Cincinnati's approached the whole NIL structure and all of that?
No, not really. I mean, I think if you were following it, I don't think anybody was surprised that was kind of in the inner workings of how that decision came to be. It was an arbitration decision. 18 student athletes at University of Nebraska had tried to put some NIL deals through the Deloitte system, and it got rejected. And it got rejected because they were utilizing what they call an MMR, which used to be we used to be a Learfield property. We brought that in house, but it was Learfield or Playfly or others. So they were utilizing one of these companies to kind of hold deals and not really necessarily attach the deals to businesses. And so that's why those on the inside suspected that it would go the way it did, that arbitration case. But I do think that it's going to continue to be challenged. It's going to be challenged again by the plaintiff's attorneys coming up. There's just a lot of things as we try to put this system into place that have to happen, I think, and it's probably going to take years, not months, to get it worked out. And we're going to see if we can abide by rules as an industry. We haven't shown a lot of times that we're able to kind of control ourselves and do that. And so I think that will play out over time. But part of what you mentioned is our work with NIL. I think we've got Trevor Wright and Eddie Taylor and others on our staff that do a tremendous job connecting with businesses. We're going to continue to do that. We know that part of this game that's being played is how you can operate above the cap. We're a full cap school, and those are table stakes, and we've got to find ways to have advantages other places. So we'll continue to do that and be as aggressive as we can be. But yeah, I think it's going to continue to evolve. So we've got to be able to pivot with it.
The other big story of late has been private equity, or not exactly private equity at the conference level, but the $30 million being available in a loan for the Big 12 conference teams. How much of that was something that was maybe a long-term vision, something more directly, because everybody's focused on the $30 million and whether teams are going to take the loan or turn it down. Was this more of a long-term play, a conference play that has a much bigger picture than what we're seeing right now?
That's a good way to characterize it, Chad. I think, Yormark is known for being innovative, and this was just an opportunity for him to work with Redbird and others in the private equity world, private capital world that he already had connections with in his time in pro sports. And he views it as, if you put some money into the Big 12, we'll be able to turn that money into more money. And that's how he's looking at the one part of the equation, which is the money that's going to the Big 12. And that was the focus of the deal. The side part of the deal was that we would have a line of credit available if we wanted to take advantage of it. And that's the $30 million that is kind of well publicized. And to be honest with you, as our review of it was we just felt like it was expensive money. And so we decided not to do it. And that's kind of been, most of the programs that have come out recently have said they're not going to take that line of credit. But it's there, if we need it, or, if we reconsider, it remains there. So that story became the bigger public story, I think. But the important part of it for me was that Yormark really has a vision for the influx of money that we're going to get to the conference. And you'll see more all conference deals, which we've kind of been known for already with PayPal and others. And I think we're gonna be the beneficiary of that work. So excited about that.
76 teams is going to be the new norm for the NCAA basketball tournament, both men and women. And then 24 seems to be the magic number that football is looking at, as that vote should be underway, I believe, in June. What are your thoughts on any and all of this expansion? Is it diluting the sport? Is it giving other teams opportunities? Do 3, 4, maybe even 5 lost teams in football deserve that opportunity?
Yeah, I'll start with basketball. I honestly could have gone either way. I certainly think that, what we have now is so good. You don't want to mess with it too much, but certainly I think that, adding another Dayton, adding, a few more teams to the equation, as we know, I think what can happen in a given year in basketball, you can have really good teams that, whether it's injuries or early struggles or whatever it is, can be left out of a tournament, teams that could make a run. And so I think now the 76 probably captures most of those teams that can make a run. And it's, I think those Tuesday, Wednesday games are actually kind of fun. I always tune into the Dayton games. And so to replicate that in another environment, I think works actually pretty well. So I was fine with that. In terms of going to 24, I'm generally in favor of that. I think there's a path to do that. I think that again would capture, all of the teams that could win a football championships. If you go to 24, I think there's an argument if you went to 16, you probably capture that too. So I wouldn't be opposed to that either. So some expansion on the football side, I think makes a lot of sense if we can get it done. There's some challenges to it for sure. Does it dilute the championship games? That's a question that we have to consider. But I do think that expanding to 16 would be a good idea. Maybe expanding to 24. I'm not positive on that one yet.
Let's get to what's going on campus. 3 Aprils ago, three late springs ago, you hired Jordan Bischel to lead this baseball program. I know there was obviously a lot of optimism when that happened. Tell Zach Stipe we said hi.
Yeah, he's wandering around down here. I don't know what he's doing.
Hey, what's up, guys? Great
Hi,
question
Zach.
so far.
Tell him to go get to work.
How impressive has it been watching him build this baseball program? And we talked with him earlier, like you lose Cross and Vitterick last year, and everybody looks at it and goes, well, they're going to take a step back. No, they got better. What has that been from an athletic director's perspective to see that baseball program continue to explode?
It's always exciting when you talk to someone and they lay out a vision and then they start to execute on that vision. And that's what it feels like he's doing in a really high level. So he told me going into this year, actually immediately following last year, he said, we're going to get real young. He goes, we're going to be really talented, maybe more talented than we were the previous year. We're going to be very, very young. So I knew he was a little bit nervous about that, but he's shown that he can kind of fight through the youth issues on the team, and it's a great group, and they're performing at such a high level. And a lot of those young guys just, they're vets by now. And so I think he kind of had that thought this year, is that this team would just get better and better and better as the year went along, which is what it's done. But no, Jordan, his approach is so unique. His culture is so unique. If I'm thinking about going to play college baseball, I want to go play where I'm going to have fun. And I don't think there's a program that has more fun playing the game than you do at playing for Jordan Bischel at Cincinnati. And, that's a grind of a season, 54 games. There's so much downtime in baseball and time that you really got to focus, that I think he's hit that right mix of, having a lot of fun and making it so it's enjoyable, but yet getting to business when we need to. And that's what I love about watching them. They're just, I tune in every chance I get on that team. I think it's much watch college baseball from my standpoint.
How is there not a Dr. Diet Mountain Dew sponsorship yet?
I don't know.
Who do we have to get on that?
I think we've reached out. I know we have. We'll keep trying. I think some added success will help us go back to Pepsi and try to get it done. But I know he had one in his hand today when I was talking to him this morning. So he's a true believer in it. Yeah.
Everybody talks about like an athletic director has to have like a list in the drawer, right? Like when something happens, you got to pull out the list, you got to be ready to go. What's it like as an athletic director knowing that your coach is on every list? Because you'd have to think Jordan Bischel's on. If they're looking for a head coach at the elite level, they're looking at that going, "Ooh, that guy's pretty good."
Yeah. It's what you want in some, in a lot of ways. You want people that are doing a great job that other people are interested in. And I don't think whatever level you're at in college sports, you've got to be aware that, you can lose somebody to the pros, you can lose somebody to another college program. So you got to be ready. But I think part of it too is just continuing to build that relationship and keeping those lines of communication open and making sure you understand what they're looking for out of their career. And trying to accommodate where you can and make sure that they're comfortable, but you want what's best for them. So, you're always ready for sure. And you need to be, but you also have to enjoy the moment too. And I love working with Coach Bishell and hope he's here a long time. I think he likes it here and we all feel that way, but man, in this moment, we love every second of him coaching our baseball team.
So what you're saying is the contract extension is already on his desk, right?
Yeah, well, we got one done last year, so we did do that, and we'll continue to evaluate. As you know, you never want to lose momentum with great ones, and we got a great one. So that's on my mind for sure.
Speaking of coaching changes, you had what many believe to be a layup of a hire in Coach Jerrod Calhoun. Chad, of course, has lamented about how easy this hire supposedly was because he loves hot boards.
No.
He loves hot boards. He loves hot boards. He loves clicks. He loves driving, engagement to the boards and all of that. But this one being, he checked with all of his sources and everyone just said, Jerrod Calhoun, Jerrod Calhoun, Jerrod Calhoun. What was that process like? Because we haven't talked to you since you made that hire.
Yeah, I mean, I was like everybody else. I mean, it was somebody that we wanted to certainly talk to. The challenge was that his team was doing really well, and you want to be respectful of that process. And certainly he was going into a tournament and beat a really good team in the first round in Villanova, and then right up against Arizona and battled them. And so, I was watching like everybody else and intrigued but wanted to make sure that I gave him the space and the time that he needed to take care of business where he was at. And then, there was opportunity to talk quickly, and we knew we had to move quickly because this portal was not going to slow down. And although the portal wasn't open yet, we knew that conversations were taking place. So it was really important that we didn't waste any time. And so that was on my mind. And that was part of the early discussion is that if we're going to make this happen, it has to happen extremely fast with incredible speed. And that's what we were able to get done.
Are you sorry for it not being more exciting for us?
No, I'm not at all. I'm not at all. So I'll keep those boring as much as we can, especially when it was received like it was. And I think we all just feel so comfortable with him taking over a really important program for us. I mean, that's part of it. We're all stewards here, and you want the right steward to lead programs. And so really excited for him to take over our basketball program because he has deep ties to it, obviously, and deep feelings about it. And so I'm excited. I think the team shows up June 1, and I couldn't, if they walk by me, I might be able to pick them out, but I know as much as you guys. I know, I read bios of these young guys, and but they all seem like really good guys.
People are getting a little antsy. There hasn't been much construction going on lately on campus. So what's the next big project that you're setting your sights on?
Yeah, we have two. We have, we've got a volleyball locker room project. If you've seen our men's and women's basketball locker room renderings that we did a few years ago inside of Fifth Third, we're going to try to replicate something like that for volleyball. I feel like that program deserves that. And so, we've gotten some early traction from donors, but certainly looking for others that want to help our volleyball program out and have it be elite. We think it's going to be an elite program under Danijela Tomic. So that's a big project for us. And then we're going to attack a baseball project here. And part of that is kind of piecing together exactly what that is going to be and what it's going to look like. We did do a rehab of of the bowels of the baseball stadium. And so that looks really nice now. We kind of redid that whole area down there. And then obviously getting the netting in the indoor was huge. That actually changed the focus a little bit of the project because we have this great netting system that Coach Bishell really wanted to have happen in the indoor. So that's on the horizon as well. And then, always looking at what else we can do in Nippert and some other things that we can do around the rest of the Athletes Village.
There is another NCAA tournament team on campus that maybe is not getting talked about as much, and that's our guy, Doug Martin, and the men's golf program. Talk about the job that Doug has done and how much I know he's kind of like the captain of the coaching community. Like he's been around forever and just does a great job.
No, he is. He's, we have our head coaches meetings and you can always tell who people gravitate to and ask questions of. And Doug's been just a rock through everything that we've gone through from COVID, through the Big 12, through everything. And he just has that way about him that other coaches look to. Built a great program in the North. Hard to build a great golf program in the North, to be frank. And we can go toe to toe really with anybody. I think over the last few years, we made it a few years ago, played the regional in Vegas. That was the first time the program had made a regional. Vegas isn't a great place for us to play it, to be honest, because it's desert golf and maybe doesn't match up as well. But this time we get a chance to go to Texas A&M. So Doug's qualified again, had a really, really good year. And so we're taking a really top-notch men's golf program down to Texas A&M, try to finish in the top 5 and move on to the next round. But that's a really hard golf course. And what Doug told me is that for our team, we need a tough course. He just felt really good about playing down there. And so he's excited about where we're going. We have an absolute stud in Ryan Ford, one of the best golfers in the country. So he's been tremendous this year. So look for him to do something too.
You're coming up on the end of what I believe to be your end of year as you get ready to go into the next year. But what kind of goals are you setting for the athletic program as a whole, for yourself going into this next year?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly that time, Aaron. You're right. I mean, we're lining up sort of, what our goals are, and looking back. You always look back to look forward. So we're looking back at what we accomplished, what went well, what didn't go well, how we can improve, and certainly, going into next year, you have the obvious ones. I mean, you want to compete at the top of the Big 12. In every sport, but specifically, we want to be at the top of the Big 12 in football. I think a goal is always to make it to Dallas and play for a Big 12 championship. And in basketballs, both men's and women's, you want to make it to the NCAA tournament. That's going to be something that we're always going to hold as our marker, nothing less than that. And that's going to be important. And both those coaches understand that's the deal there. Feel really good about our volleyball program as I talked about in the direction of that program. Sydney Nolan is an absolute stud for our volleyball team. And so we've got kind of that anchor that you need in volleyball. And so that should be a really fun season. So we'll advance there. Soccer, you think fall sports. And then you just kind of look across the spectrum of what we can improve on. Can we be better in every sport than we were the year before? And that's what you're trying to do. And so if we make it to the regional this year in baseball, can we host the regional next year? Maybe we can host it this year, but that's certainly the type of marker that you're looking for. What's the next jump you can make as a program? And so we're doing that across the board right now.
I know this one gets asked a lot. Is there any progress on naming of the baseball stadium?
I mean, the progress is we've put it into pitches. We're working with our Cincy Sports Partners group and Ryan Holmes and that group. It's been presented in different scenarios and ways, and it's certainly part of the spectrum of opportunities we have for sponsors. And I say that, but we certainly don't want to undersell it. And that's part of naming rights is it's a little bit of finding that needle in a haystack sometimes. I mean, I think Ryan was heavily involved with the Bengals when they found Paycor, and he'll tell you that they went through a long process to get to Paycor, and at first that wasn't the one that was on their radar at all, but they found the right fit. So naming rights deals are usually that way, and so we've certainly got it out there. And like I said, we'll continue to look for the right partner to do that if the right time comes, and we'll shop it appropriately.
And then the other big question everybody always asks me: Ring of Red, Ring of Honor, and basketball jerseys in the rafters at Fifth Third Arena. I got to ask both of those. I get yelled at.
No, it's fair, and we've talked. We certainly continue to talk about both. The Ring of Honor. Choking, not on the question. I promise. It's not that hard of a question. No, the Ring of Honor is one that we continue to look at. Well, I've always said this. We have to get our Hall of Fame right first, and then we can go and address the Ring of Honor. What I mean by that is that we've got some corrections and some things to do in our Hall of Fame that I think we'll do over the next couple years. Doesn't mean we won't go ahead and do something as a Ring of Honor in the meantime, but we do feel like you've got to be in the Hall of Fame before you get into the Ring of Honor. So there's kind of a process in my mind on how you do that. But I have a committee that does all things Hall of Fame, and I've kind of purposely separated myself from that committee. Zach Stipe is on that. Thank you for the water. And others, Dan Hoard and others that I think know a lot about this place and have deep ties and real understanding. And so I've tasked them with giving me direction on who goes into the Hall of Fame win and then who would go into the Ring of Honor. So we always constant evaluation of that. And then the jerseys and the rafters, again, we've mocked up several different things. We haven't decided on a final. Part of it is just finding the right time to do it and making sure that it fits within the other financial things that we need to do. Those are much more expensive, and it's a very expensive undertaking. And to be honest, it's been one that we've pushed back a little bit to do some other things. But at some point in time, I promise it'll be the right time to do that, and maybe something soon.
If you ever need any help on any of those committees, I'm always around.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, there you go, Zach. Get him on there.
I know you're always ready to help out, Chet. Thank you.
I'm here to help, Zach. That's what I love to do. I'm a big helper. John, we'll let you go. Get some water.
Yeah, I will. I've had a cold all week, but great to see you guys. Appreciate what you do. I really do. And keep going strong on 513 Day. Go Bearcats.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks,
Okay.
John.
See ya.
There you go. John Cunningham, Athletic Director, University of Cincinnati. I think it sounds like we're getting a little bit more progress on Ring of Honor, jerseys in the rafters, things of that nature. He's been more vague in the past, it felt like.
That's one way to say it. The other way to say it is, yes, you kicked the can down the road, but it sounds like you're still. I mean, one season, that's just another season that you have, potentially guys who maybe should be in the conversation. So you just got to figure this thing out. You keep pushing it along.
I agree. We don't know the ins and outs. I've offered my services to Zach Stipe. Maybe I'll find out the ins and outs, and then
he's not going to let you be on the inside in more intricate ways than
and
he
then
has
come
to.
talk about it.
Yeah, no shot. No shot. He's still trying to figure out how Dave got on the fan committee.
that didn't last long. He moved that was a one season appointment.
One and done. He was a one and done.
That's a one season appointment. Do we have Keegan back?
I don't know. He's still chilling. So did you house a whole bag of gummy bears?
No, I went and had a burrito bowl, a protein bar, beef jerky, and then I just downed the kiwi.
Chipotle, huh?
Yeah, not Chipotle. It was homemade burrito bowl. About to close on the house, so the pockets are kind of thin.
Are you a chicken guy when you go to Chipotle?
Double chicken.
Have you seen the new thing at Costco?
Yes, that's what we made it with. It's good.
Is it?
It's
I
good.
saw it yesterday. I saw it yesterday when I was there.
Yeah.
I agree, Jerrod. Shocker, a burrito bowl. Who saw that coming with Keegan?
All right, let's keep it rolling. John Daniel, Associate AD for the University of Cincinnati. John Cunningham's right-hand man. We asked John the tough questions, so we'll ask you. We'll be more fun with you, John. How you been?
Okay. Good. Things are good. It's I was just finishing up a tour. I thought I was almost done giving tours of the beautiful new Shakely Athletic Center, but we're still going, so I'm happy to do it.
I just got my first tour the other, at the end of the spring game. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Nico gave me the lay of the land, and there may not be a better person to show that place off than.
Oh,
Nico
it is awesome. It's energizing just to be around him, and then once he's in his element in the building, right? It's hard to match.
Yeah, Chad, you were going to ask something. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what does it feel like that place has been there for a while now? Like, is it normal now, or do you still find yourself like, how did this thing get here?
I know it's both, and I was telling people today, like, it's amazing that we had the ribbon cutting deal on June 11th, right? So we're coming up on a year. We got to do our 11-month walkthrough for the warranty items with the contractors, all these different things. So we got to try and find all these little things that maybe need a little touch up here and there. But when football moved in on June 12th, like the next day, it was kind of like everybody was in their spot. They had already like planned it, and it was like they had been there for years. So it's like, oh yeah, everybody just kind of knows their way around, and but somehow it still looks brand new, which is my favorite part.
What's the maybe smallest or most underrated ways the IPF has impacted the university as a whole?
Yeah, one of the big things I think that kind of went unnoticed, which we would have expected, just because you come over here and you see the level that it elevated our football program to, and the other teams that get to use the field, like the weight room and the training room, the hydrotherapy space. Those are first class operation, across all of Division I. But one thing I make sure to touch on, because you don't get to see it when you're on this tour, is the impact that the move had on the rest of the sports in our department in such a positive way. When you move out, 40 plus full-time employees for football, and that's, the coaches, staff members, equipment room, training room, weight room, nutrition, the whole deal. You move all those people out of Lindner, you move 100 plus guys out of Lindner. You've got basically 2 weight rooms that were being shared by 400 plus athletes, 1 training room shared by 400 plus athletes, and then the office space that had all of our sports staffs in there. Now all of a sudden you move football out of there. Well, we got to basically kind of reconfigure the whole Lindner Center, and we put in a brand new weight room floor in what's now the Olympic weight room. We switched out a lot of the racks, like Mike Rayfelt, you guys know from men's basketball, does a tremendous job and oversees all our other Olympic sports. And he said, look, we don't need 16 heavy duty weight racks in this weight room, because the only people left in this building that are going to move that much weight are the handful of track throwers, right? That are doing the discus and the shot put and the hammer. So we were able to kind of reshuffle and get some new equipment. And now we're down to 2 racks, and all the other space, they put in a running turf inside the weight room. So they can do more plyometric stuff and really open it up to make it more efficient and usable for those sports, instead of just like, the millions of pounds of weights that you need to run a football team, which now Nico has kind of out of the way. So one of my favorite stories that I like to share is that we're in like week 1 or 2 over here in the new building. And Nico, has like left no stone unturned, no square foot unused in his new weight room, right? And worked with the company to design the layout, and they've got racks and storage built around the columns that support the cardio deck, so every square inch is used. And he's fretting over, like, is this rack turned the right way? Is the handle facing the right way? And Joe Royer came in and said, you know what I'm really glad about is that I didn't have to wait behind 2 swimmers to get my leg laser therapy today. And Nico was just like,
Yeah.
okay.
We're fine.
So I just feel like the domino effect. So that was obviously helped the football team out, but also, you get 100 big, stinky, smelly guys out of the way. Then all the other teams are just as happy. So I think that part has been a lift for the whole department that doesn't get talked about quite as much, but it's really been impactful.
Mm-hmm. Prior to Cincinnati, you were at Texas A&M and you were part of their transition into the SEC. You were at TCU and you were part of their transition into the Big 12. Now you've been here at Cincinnati and you've been part of their transition into the Big 12. Now we're going into year 4, having done this probably more than most people in the country at this point. Kind of an old hat for you. But do you feel like the newness of the Big 12 has worn off yet, and we're kind of in our comfort zone? I mean, we're still not full partners yet, as that's still, being part of the transition. But how do you feel the transition's really gone?
Yeah, it's a great question. So you're right there was a financial kind of full share component. So this year that we're in now was the first year in year 3 that we were a full share member, right? So we were the first 2 years were basically at a half share, half distribution of what the rest of the Big 12 would have been at. Now this year, we're all 16 are on the same financial, voting, the whole deal, playing field, right? So we're a true regular member, which is great. And that we think we were one of the 4 schools in the country, I think, us and the other 3 that joined along with us, that really had an influx of departmental revenue that timed up with the implementation of the House case. So that really helped kind of jumpstart our foray into revenue share. But overall, I think the positive thing has been the kind of organizational upgrades we've made to help kind of acclimate us to what it means to operate at a Big 12 level have gone really smoothly. So, we went from, having one kind of travel agent that basically all they did was book flights and commercial flights only, right? Now we use, Anthony travels kind of like an industry standard in college athletics we have 2 agents just for athletics. They have the majority of the Big 12 schools, so they know all the places to stay. They know when graduation weekends are. They know when family weekends are. They know what hotels have the best, free breakfast or the most meeting space, right? So, getting Teamworks online for all of our sports to use to help schedule and communicate, all these things that I think just operationally kind of come with a lift once you're trying to compete at this level. And then after a couple of trips, right, once you've gone through now 3 years of being on the road at Big 12 venues, I think we kind of start to feel a little bit of that comfort level, to your point, of like, okay, we can, like the first couple of years, you're a little bit happy to be there. You're a little bit wanting to prove yourself. There's some, God, I'm not, our team maybe doesn't look quite like that team does yet. But now in year 3 going into year 4, we kind of feel like, hey, we've been recruiting at this level for multiple years. We've got our new building opened up. We feel like we're on the same level as a lot of these schools. And, it doesn't shock us to think that, yeah, we should be able to go, into some of these places and come out with a win in any sport now. And we've started to kind of show that in flashes. And I think when we took an assessment and a step back, when we figured out the timeline for what our Big 12 entrance was going to be, we went back and looked at when Utah left the Mountain West for the Pac-12 and when Louisville had made the cut into the ACC and when TCU had made the jump into the Big 12, that, with a couple of really small exceptions, there was a 3-year to 4-year kind of build of the record wasn't great for a couple of years going in there. And everybody, likes to think like, oh, we've got excitement. We deserve it. We belong here now. Let's go win the league. And then you get punched in the mouth a little bit. And I think we, did a nice job, at least not having that be like acceptable, but at least knowing that was a possibility and trying to come out on the other side. And now we feel like, okay, we got our foot under us and now we can move forward. So yeah, I'd say very excited about, baseball kind of carrying the torch for us here as we finish up year 3, looking really, really strong headed into year 4.
You talked about being a full member of the Big 12 this year, but the money doesn't actually hit until July 1st, right? From that first full
It-
share?
No, it actually has hit during this year. So Big 12 does it a little bit differently. Like the SEC does one distribution at the very end of the year, and they give it all out at once, right? But the Big 12 actually gives it out throughout the year. So we actually have been getting those full share amounts for this fiscal year, which has been great.
Was going to lead into the next thing. Like, how do you make that adjustment? And did revenue share make that decision very easy for you? Like, okay, we're making more money, and that all goes into the revenue share that we had to ramp up for as well at the same time.
Yeah, it definitely did made that decision easier with kind of the important caveat that when, the campus has clearly believed and invested in the Bearcats athletics program, going back to the last time or the first real attempt right after Big East to get into the Big 12, didn't make it, made decisions to invest, did Nippert Stadium, West Pavilion, did Fifth Third Arena, planned for the athletics practice facility, you get into the Big 12. And then there was this ramp up in institutional support of we're going to be competitive, we're going to plant our flag and show we belong and equip ourselves for success. And then, there was kind of this great understanding that made a lot of sense. Like the university is going to invest, and then they're going to get a little return on that investment, right? If the payoff is quadruple the conference revenue distribution or more, then the institutional support number can then scale back, right? Because, hey, we've kind of become more self-sustaining and the university has invested in us for a long time. Now they can scale that back and redirect some of those resources elsewhere while still giving us support to compete. And so on one hand, it was, hey, we got, $17 million in new conference distribution. Great. That's the 17 of the first 20 to fund house case. And it's like, well, campus had been planning on some of that money, but for, credit to them and our relationship with our board of trustees and our campus finance and administration, obviously Dr. Pinto, that they basically said, hey, we're gonna let you stay where you were before you were full share in terms of institutional support number, so that we can know how important that rev share amount's going to be to us, and we're able to pull that number from conference distribution basically right in there. And then those things, along with CSP starting strong, the neutral site football game was very helpful. Wish we would have won it, but that was very helpful to our bottom line and has put us in a nice position to move forward for sure.
Going forward, go ahead, Aaron.
As we talk about NIL and you talk about rev share and all of that, the Cincy Sports Partners kind of just started roughly within the last year or so.
Yep.
How has that been with the integration into the athletics department? What have been some of the successes? What have been some of the challenges with the Cincy Sports Partners group?
Yeah, so taking basically our multimedia rights in-house, right? Before we were with IMG Learfield and had a great long relationship with them, and it was kind of they're one of the national standards of going out and selling your multimedia rights, and in exchange for owning all of these rights, they would give us a check. And we felt like when we used our contractual window to talk to them and others, that the feedback was, hey, we think that your property has really high potential. And it got to a point where it was like, well, if all these smart people running all these sales businesses all around the country think that we should be doing much better than we are, then like, what do we need them for? Right. Like, so let's give it a shot. So go and find somebody that we think is best in class in the market, and Ryan Holmes to come and lead our operation from the Bengals. And he went out and hired somebody from the Reds and FC and the Bengals, and kind of hit the trifecta of those, pro sales organizations to come help us run it. And on one hand, it's like we're doing some of the same thing that was always being done, right? We need businesses and sponsors to want to be a part and attach their name to our brand, have their logo in Nippert Stadium and up on the ribbon board at Fifth Third, and be at the radio show and all these different things. But now that it's in-house, we feel like we've sort of eliminated any friction that there was, or any distancing in the conversation of like, well, you're really making a partnership with a national sales firm who they know is taking a cut, and then eventually it'll get to UC, where now it's like, hey, every dollar that you sell comes directly into our coffers to help us fund scholarships, operations, and roster investments, right? So I think the messaging was kind of perfectly timed in that regard, and really impressed with the team that they basically broke the property sales record in their first year, and that was with a short runway. Normally, I guess I learned more about this as I've been here, but you start selling for next year, 10 to 12 months in advance, and so they couldn't start until after January of the previous year, so they only had 6 months of runway. So that's been tremendous for us, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more schools maybe doing it that way. I think one of the things we looked at was pro teams don't outsource any of their rights, right? And on some level, we're operating as a pro team in pro sports, but and some of that's good, and some of that's maybe not exactly what we want to be. But in terms of maximizing business revenue, the pro franchises are kind of the gold standard, and none of those folks are giving percentage points away to a national sales team. They're just doing it themselves. So we felt like we could do it, and took a swing, and so far so good.
Is there any validation when you see Nebraska versus the CSC play fly, which is considered, I guess, an outside entity, where Cincy Sports Partners would be considered an inside entity, right? Where they're looked at differently from the CSC. Does it validate some of this decision?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we've been monitoring closely that regardless of what the decisions are, interpretations with the CSC in the new world, we have to make sure, and it's not just us in our league, Arizona and Arizona State are in that boat as well, of making sure that the rules aren't applied in a way that puts us at a disadvantage for not having an outside sales entity, right? So that's kind of number one. And so far, we've navigated that in a way that to make sure that we're right there on a competitive footing with everybody else. But yeah, I think the validation has really come through. Number one, that everybody knew that Playfly in that instance was a directly affiliated entity. Like everybody in college athletics knew that, and if it didn't get upheld in that way, I think it would have meant sort of the implosion of the whole system. And like, what did we even start this up for if this was going to be the first concession that we make? So I think that was optimistic in that regard, that okay, like step one is the initial challenge has been upheld, and we still have a system that we're working under, and plenty more questions to get through, but so far we feel like the CSP has kept us in a good position there.
I'm curious, going off of Aaron's question, obviously you did the IPF. When you look at the athletic department, the university as a whole, where does your department see the most potential to continue, not to say projects of that size, but the kind of things that can make a big impact to the university?
Yeah, that's a good one. So that you're right. I think we were a little unique in that we ticked off stadium, arena, practice facility within a 10-year span, and TCU had done stadium and arena in conjunction with getting into the Big 12, which was a major part of their getting picked right back in 2010, 2012 timeframe. And then we obviously use the same type of formula. And so I'm not sure that there's going to be one that rises to that level unless it's going back and looking and doing, something in Nippert. And that's obviously a hot topic and a campus-wide discussion. And we get plenty of questions about it, as you might imagine. Like, are we going to expand? Should we expand? We know that, I think it's one of the smallest venues in the Big 12. So we would love to be able to generate more revenue, but we also want to create demand and have a meaningful home, experience and environment. And we can't mess it up, right? Because it's already like A+ as it is. And then the footprint is very complicated. And where would you put things and how much could it cost? And that's really like an institutional level decision. So I think as far as within our athletic portfolio, baseball, we're having discussions about, do we kind of upgrade the player hitting facility, pitching lab type of a discussion. Left field near the bullpen has got covered hitting spaces. They had raised some money and done a really nice job kind of renovating their team lounge and locker room space in the stadium. So that recently finished. And then now kind of turning toward, okay, could this be a few $1 million to kind of go player specifics, training space in that facility. And then volleyball, I think we might've touched on this when I was on you guys. I think I was driving home from a softball game or something, but I remember talking about with you guys about, hey, volleyball locker room, I think is something that we've still been working really, really hard on and looking at spaces in Leonard, especially now that football's moved out, like what spaces are available to kind of reshuffle and repurpose and reuse. So yeah, I think, big picture, it's probably going to come down to what, if anything, happens in the stadium. But otherwise, we feel like basketballs are in a tremendous spot. Golf's got a great new facility. And then everybody else is using the arena in Nippert and Gettler. And so new turfs and things are in there. So definitely multi-use from the campus perspective for those spaces.
Mm-hmm.
So Coach Calhoun hasn't started on an indoor or a practice facility for basketball yet?
No, not yet. Not yet. That's an interesting one. That was that was the number one, topic for the last 10 years at a lot of schools. Like if you didn't have this, you weren't going to be competitive. And then I know they built one up the road, and we had talked to people there, and it was like, well, the coaches would rather practice in the arena. And it's like, well, then why would you spend tens of millions of dollars to pay for a practice gym if the preference is going to be to practice in the arena? So, now in the new world, I think makes even less sense to try and spend money on just an extra gym when you'd rather go buy, a top flight roster at this point. So that's I think Jerrod's bought in on success on the roster side as opposed to the practice gym.
Let's get them back to a little. Mick Cronin's teams were gritty, and they practiced in the dungeon.
Yes,
they practiced in the basement. I always laughed when they were doing the TBT, the basketball tournament, and those guys would come back, and there was always like a day that they did the two teams would play against each other. And all the new guys had practiced in the main gym, and all the old guys are downstairs.
Yeah. Yeah.
We grew up downstairs. We didn't grow up here in this big fancy gym.
Right.
We got our hands dirty downstairs.
Yes. Yeah. When I was a basketball manager at LSU, kind of my introduction into athletics, and we had a very similar setup. They called it the dungeon, right? It was kind of underneath the parking lot, in the back halls of the arena, and it was just one gym, and that was where you wanted to be, right? You were out of the way, you go as long as you needed to go, and maybe the compliance people showed up or didn't, and then then they built this beautiful giant practice facility, and they built two gyms, one for the men and one for the women, and it's now they got to figure out how much that gets used. And now they're trying to figure out if they're going to do an arena project, if they're keeping it or not. And it's just that was a lot of trouble to go through when you had a perfectly good practice gym before. So hopefully we'll figure out the best use of our space for sure.
Anything else, geeks?
I'm great.
John, we appreciate it, man. Thank you for popping in. It's been we are going on 5 hours here, so we're almost to the halfway point, and love it. Love having you on and getting a little. John's we got to ask. Like I said, we got to ask him the tough questions.
Right.
Yeah.
We can ask you more of the fun stuff.
Yeah. Is this like a Cincy Light, maybe like power hour type of thing? You get a new guest, you got to open a new one or what?
I don't have. I'm pushing 50. I don't have 12-hour stamina anymore. So I do have some of the new Cincy Light watermelon in the fridge that maybe when we're later in the evening, I'll go to that. But
okay, I haven't had that one yet. I like
it's brand new.
Lime. I've had lime. I like the lime.
The watermelon. I've got some of the blood orange for FC Cincinnati, which is good. I'm not a citrus guy, like citrus in my beer, so I'm very interested to try the watermelon in a little bit. I haven't had that yet.
Okay, nice. Well, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon.
Yep, thanks.
All right. I do have some things I needed to get to. Pull out my phone.
While you're doing that, we all have similar headphones on. The cartilage of my ears hurts me right now.
Mine are great.
What did I tell you right before we started this, that I was waiting
Trying to
until
keep
the
'em off.
absolute last minute before I put my headphones on?
My back is fine. My legs are fine. Like,
But
you know.
yeah, the ears get a little. You got to work on the positioning. You can't have them pushing like up against in the back. That's the key.
I've been moving them. It's just they're screaming. It's too early for them to be screaming. We're not even halfway through this.
We do have some contests going on that that UC wanted to talk about. If you're looking potentially for a signed Jerrod Calhoun basketball, the excitement level is at an all-time high. You want to get in on that? You want to jump in on that? Go to gobearcats.com/fan-contest. gobearcats.com/fan-contest. Can we get that in a QR code?
Slash what?
Under
I'm working on it.
slash
Fan
dash contests with an S.
plural.
Yeah. You can also go to the same link and enter to win a weekly series with UC football for team issued gear, signed memorabilia, and more. And if you've got youngsters, you can go there for a chance to win a free junior Bearcats membership. So gobearcats.com/fan-contests. All right, let's get our next guest on board. Guy that everybody has been waiting to hear from on the Bearcat Journal Network. He's been busy, so we let him do his thing. We let him get a roster together, but then it was like we got to have him on 513 day. So welcome to the BCJ Network, new Cincinnati head coach Jerrod Calhoun. Coach, are you still sleeping in the lounge, the players' lounge?
No, we are currently in still the portal house because Chad, we're not. The roster is not fully finalized. But, we came out of the locker room and now we're all living together. So we're rounding third. We're getting close.
Was the wife happy to see you, or was she like, all right when you were gone?
I think it was like 40 some days, close to 50. So it was, this has been an awesome chance to build a great roster. I'm sure we're going to get into it, but
oh yeah,
I think we have so much to sell here, and it was really, I enjoy it. I enjoy the portal. It's a lot of work, but we kind of have exact science of what we're looking for, and I feel really good about where we're at.
So good seeing you in red again instead of blue. I got to say that first and foremost. But we've seen some surprises. There's still a couple roster spots. Are we in for any more surprises coming up, or have you changed kind of the focus on what you're doing here?
Yeah, I mean, I think how do you define surprises, right? I think that would be the first question I would have for you.
Swimming.
That one was a little quiet. Yeah, that one was quiet. That was a good one. No, really what we're looking for some size, Aaron, to be honest with you. We need to get some size, and we really want to get the best available player. We're going to carry 13 scholarships. We will have a walk-on or two. So yeah, I think we're gonna address this real soon. And then I think the exciting part is, we've really kind of got a jump start on the high school class of 27. We feel really good about landing some of the top talent in the country. So excited to get on the road this weekend and evaluate some of these kids.
One of the guys
on the
I'm
road. Keegan's been on the road already, so if you need any help, he's already been out.
I'll
He's
call
gonna
you
invite me.
offline, Keegan. You and I got to talk.
Yeah,
we got to
I'll
get
see you
together.
in Memphis. Yeah.
Are you going to Memphis?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Good.
David Aweezy is a guy who I'm very interested in because all these other guys you can kind of see, hey, they played, they produced, now they're going to come to Cincinnati. What did you see in his redshirt freshman season that convinced you that he was far and away good enough to be a Bearcat and compete in the Big 12?
I mean, he would have been in our top 9 probably the last month and a half of the season. Physically, he's a grown man, but he can really pass the ball. He does a tremendous job on the glass, and he's a wonderful person. When you meet him, he's a highly intelligent kid that understands how to create angles on screens, how to rebound the basketball, and can really pass. I think so many forwards nowadays have to be connectors and pass the ball, get it side to side, go inside out. I think you'll be surprised, how far along he is because he knows our system inside and out, and he works. He's a worker.
As the roster currently stands, we had on Monday, we did our power rankings of the 11 players. And from the outside looking in, we kind of have a debate going on as far as who's going to have a bigger competition for earning those lion's share of the minutes between Miles Colvin, Akai Fleming, Travion Carson, Eric Mahaffey. How do you see that battle kind of going?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always this time of year. It's really interesting for fans and the media. I think college basketball free agency it's getting bigger and bigger, right? It's a talking points pretty much. After the Final Four and the national championship games, everybody's in that portal. What I've always said, Aaron, is it's all going to work itself out. The thing that you got to make sure you do in the portal is get guys that value winning. So like all the rankings and all the different things, the metrics, it's really about the metrics that we value, right? Because we want competition at every position. You really want 2 at every position. And then you want, other guys to be able to really fill certain roles, whether it's a guy that can block shots or whether it's a guy that can make shots. There's a lot of different things, but I think we're going to have competition at every position. I think we can play small, we can play big. I think our versatility, our ability to steal the basketball will be at an all-time high. We're going to press. We'll do a lot of running and jumping, similar to past Bearcat teams. And, I think it'll really come down to, guys figuring it out. This is a whole brand new team. It's exciting. But at the end of the day, there's a lot to learn in the off season, and we're about 3 weeks away from starting that journey. So, I think there'll be competition across the board.
What's your stance on like basketball junkie / media guy when it comes to things like June and July workouts?
I love I love for you guys to come in. I think when we get you around our players, I think it's good for our guys. I think as they come into Cincinnati, they're realizing what the Bearcats mean to this community. I let a lot of people in. There's certain days we don't, but I'm a pretty open coach, and you guys would always be welcome, and we'll make sure that happens in the summer.
Careful with that, because I know there's probably a 9-year window where Hep Cronin was like, is this guy going to stop coming to practice? Like, he's trying
I used to see Hep. I enjoyed my conversations with him.
It was me and Hep and Marv. Me, Hep, and Marv.
Love Marv. Marv was a diehard. Yep. Marv knew every detail about our team, man. What a wonderful person he was.
Marv, I told this story to you, I think, when we were talking at your opening press conference. Marvin was at probably for 20 years. Marv was at practice pretty much every day. Marvin you want to talk about a diehard Bearcat? He had lung cancer, and he went into the hospital. He had surgery to get out the lung cancer. I guess there was some oxygen bubbles on his lungs. He had to stay in the hospital for 3 weeks. He got out of the hospital at 10 a.m. and he was at summer workouts by 11 that day with a walker. And we're like, Marv, And he's like, I've been sitting in that hospital bed for 3 weeks thinking about being at these practices. And now I'm here.
Yeah, Chad, I can remember. I mean, I think that's what makes, programs really special is, I think nowadays you got to have open practices. You got to have open scrimmages. We're asking for our fan base to step up and help support us. You got to have access. So you guys will certainly have days where I'd love to have you.
Love it. Defensively, there's been a lot of talk amongst the fan base, and I don't know if you know this or not, but everything you did at Utah State was monitored here by a segment of this fan base. Does the 25, I don't know if you called it the 25 or the fist. I think the fist was the NKU version, whatever, but it's all the same Ralph Willard matchup zone principle, right? Does that come with you? Is that part of it? Is it the main thing? Are you not sure yet? What do you look at as far as defensively?
I think where we really grew was last summer, leading up into the season. We didn't put any of our, our fist concepts in. We really concentrated on guarding the ball, our closeouts, our rotational defense. And then as we got into the fall, one thing we like to do every offseason is try to grow, try to really study the league that you're going into. So, I watched a lot of the Big 12. It's something I got to continue to do over the next 2 months. But as we get the guys here in the summer, I think that's when you really figure out some of your schemes. We are going to play a certain style, right? Offensively, we're going to really create space. We're going to, take advantages of mismatches. We're going to run off-ball screens, pick and rolls. We're going to have a ton of movement with inside our offense, right? Like that's what makes our offense pretty good. But defensively, where we really grew, I thought, was we recruited to the defense, right? And if you look at the way we've recruited with this roster, we are going to be one of the longest teams in college basketball. Maybe not the most weight on our guys, but we are going to be very athletic. We are going to be able to really extend offenses. And I think we have the best strength coach in the country. So in Mike Rayfeld, I think Mike will do a wonderful job with guys like Adlan Alamin and some of these long, lanky guys, Eric Mahaffey. We're going to be able to play multiple defenses. So we're never going to be a team that's going to sit and do one thing, but we're going to try to really, really create a lot of turnovers and play fast through our defense.
It seemed like your guards and wings, all of them that you brought on, they all had like at least an 80% free throw percentage. Is there a point in your portal recruitment where too low of a free throw percentage is kind of a non-starter? And how much should we expect getting to the line and shooting free throws to be a part of the offense?
Well, I think if you look at some of our guys, right, some of the deficiencies that they may have had, right, they'll be coming into Cincinnati, things that we talk about in the recruiting process analytically, it's one of the biggest things we look at, right? We want guys that in the last 3-4 minutes of a game can get up there and knock it down. But I think it really measures what type of shooter you are. So if you look at our guys at Utah State over the last couple of years, I took a bunch of guys that were low 30s, and they're going to improve that. They're going to be playing with better players. They're going to understand offense better, concepts better. And I think it's a metric that really probably goes undervalued. You got to be able to make free throws, right? The situational basketball comes down to execution. A lot of times, can you get up there and make free throws? So, yeah, it's something we value. And I expect a lot of guys on our roster, even a guy like, Tejada, right? Tejada, didn't have the shooting year that he wanted, but really study his shot chart, his shot profile. And you watch, 9-10 games throughout the recruiting process, into the shot clock, he had to bail his team out quite a bit. So that's why some of his, efficiency numbers are pretty low. We'll get those up. I think we have a lot of guys that we've recruited like that. And that's what I love about taking those guys and really trying to help them, work with them and get them more efficient.
Where does free throw rate match with free throw percentage?
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to get there, right? I think one of the things that we did in the portal, we got a lot of guys that can go manufacture and get to the free throw line and then also make them. right? You look at Tylen Riley. I think he's one of the best point guards in the country at getting to the rim, at drawing fouls, but he also sees the game at a really, really high level. So his rate and efficiency were tremendous. And I think we have multiple guys on the roster that are going to be able to do that.
I promised my Tuesday night co-host I'd ask this question. George Vogel, the legend from Channel 5.
Yep.
But he wanted to know how you operate as head coach as far as delegating different things to your assistants and how much you have your hand in everything versus kind of letting them do their thing and then coming back during meetings or however it is that you do that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think everybody in the organization provides great value, whether it's our student managers. I learned that at a young age. Two of my best friends were managers. They were in my wedding. So we've got the best student managers in the country. I think your support staff is really, really important. I think they have to be very detailed. When we come on, we bring kids on visits. We've gotten so many compliments, how organized, our plan. I think you're going to see that here real soon in the high school recruiting when we start landing some of the best players in the country. The guys through the portal have said the same thing. You have to have a plan, right? That to me is really, really important. So we have a plan on offense and we have a plan on defense. We provide that, through empowerment. I think one of the best things that Coach Huggins did was he really empowered his assistant coaches. I think his coaching tree goes, sadly unnoticed the way it should. He's got so many guys that are having storied careers. So I try to empower our guys. We have a special teams coordinator. We have guys on offense, defense, and also special teams, very similar to football. And we have a personnel coach that's in charge of all the personnel. And most of the guys have been with me. So I think a lot of times head coaches, get a little scared because maybe it's their first time at the Power Four. But, I've done this a long time. I trust our guys. I trust our system. I was at that level as an assistant coach, as a director of ops, sat on the bench at a Final Four. So I think our staff is as good as anybody, any staff out there.
Ask this.
Go ahead.
I'll ask this for Aaron because I know it's something that's really bothered him over the past. When you play a lot of guys.
Yep.
Are you a rigid NBA style? This is when guys come in. This is when guys go out. Or are you more of a feel when you're substituting?
Yeah, man, you guys are really getting into the weeds of a game. I need you guys to come to practice. We might make you guys part of the staff. I think we do. To answer your question, no. What we do is we script a lot of our after timeout plays, right? If you look at some of the things we've ran over the last 4 years, we like to script things for certain lineups, right? So if there's, we're in a bigger lineup, our guys know we're going to this. A smaller lineup, we're going to this. Those sorts of things. But, we're going to play 9, sometimes, as many as 11, to be quite honest with you. I think, we're going to play some massive exhibition games against, probably 3 really, really good teams, 2 definitely that will be close to being done here in the next week. You want to lose some of those, quite honestly. You want to put your guys in some situations of failure. You want them to problem solve. So we want to play the best teams in the country in the preseason and the exhibition and see where we're at. We're also going to be able to go to the Bahamas, right, which I think will be awesome. We're going to get a chance to go over there and play a couple games, get 10 practices. But it's not set patterns, right? I think – a lot of people say, well, who's going to be the go-to guy? And all those things will work itself out. The strength of our team will be we're a team. The strength of our team we will execute at a high level. We have great depth, and we'll share the basketball and we'll defend at a high level. But I think where we get really, really good is we got a lot of depth. So we got to play those guys. You got to play guys. It's a long season.
I was doing research on a story and I wanted to see kind of what high major teams you had played in your career, especially early. And I saw, in 2014, you played against Mick at Fifth Third when you were coaching Fairmont State. Yep. What do you remember about that game? And what did you think of I think he said after, like, yeah, we're not going to play a lot of teams that play 5-guard lineups, because I'm pretty sure you played a 5-guard lineup.
I remember.
Yeah.
I was there. I remember that.
We were really small and athletic, and well, first of all, I really credit Mick for playing us. We were at that point really getting a thing going, and that's what friends do. But I walked in and I can remember his daughter, just running all over the place. And I was talking to Mick, and she owned Fifth Third Arena. She really
1,000%.
did. I mean, she really did. She was, just a little girl, and kind of reminded me of my daughters now. But that was an experience, because I think we got whooped. I can't remember the final score.
You were leading at half.
Were
I think
we
you were
really?
leading like 32-29 at halftime. So
Wow. That's crazy.
Eric,
go ahead.
Eric Hout was your defensive coordinator, if you will, and he gets the promotion to Tarleton State. So unfortunately wasn't able to make the trip with you to Cincinnati. I kind of getting back to, delegation of different things.
Yeah.
Who can we expect to kind of slide into that role as far as your defensive coordinator, for lack of a better term?
Yep.
Going
Well,
forward.
last year, Johnny Hill and Eric, ran the defense. The year before, it was Eric and Mantoris. We'll go Johnny Hill and Mantoris and Mike Fuline. Part of my thought process with building this staff, we wanted some familiarity on both sides of the ball. Johnny and Manny will do a wonderful job. Mike has a very, very good eye for basketball, has done a tremendous job. And then on the offensive side, it'll be Kern Walsh, Ben Asher, and Max Bent. We kind of divided up that way. We are going to add one more person to the staff here within probably the next couple weeks. We've looked at a multitude of guys and trying to figure out, really what kind of makes sense for our group and what value we're going to try to place on that last hire. So I think our defensive guys are going to be tremendous, and I think Mike will add some value to that group as well.
There's a lot of video out there on your offense, examining your offense, analyzing your offense, and a lot of them focus on, like, you're picking on the tag man, which, for people that don't know, in layman's terms, it's the guy that basically is guarding the dunker spot, pulling him away from that and exploiting it. Is that something, like, by design you're looking at and saying, okay, where is the weakness in the defense? Who can we get out of position? Like, just talk a little bit about the design of that and taking advantage of, something. I asked this because I remember when I first started watching practices with Hep, and you think basketball, and you think you understand, and you're watching, and Hep, for 6 months, he's like, quit watching the ball. Watch over here, watch over there, watch this, like teaching. And that fascinated me when I saw that in your offense, like manipulating. We're going to take one guy, we're going to manipulate him, and then we're going to attack it.
Yeah, he's usually, we have pretty simple terminology. We call him the Waldo, right? Like, when you're a kid, you're opening the book. We want to find the weakest link, and that could be anywhere on the court. There's always one guy, but typically what our offense is we want to find, create, and keep advantages, right? There's a million ways you can find an advantage, create it, and keep it. So whether it's a transition spray, whether it's a ball screen, an off-ball screen, an isolation, the biggest thing that we want inside our offense, Chad, is player and ball movement. The last thing we want to do is be an offense that's very stagnant against, just an unbelievable defensive league. I came from the Mountain West. I think Brian Dutcher was one of the best defensive coaches in the country. We ended up being 4-1 against San Diego State. That was some of the hardest game plans of anybody we've faced, right? So I think you got to look at your team. I always take the first 7 to 10 days and I just watch, right? So I don't really do anything the first week. I think so many coaches are so gung-ho. The first week is really about activation, getting them back with Mike. And then I just watch them play pickup, right? I want to get a feel for it. I want to kind of see what we have. And then we have a system that we like to play. So you do that throughout the recruiting process. And then the biggest thing we do, Chad, is we train their eyes all summer and all preseason. So many coaches just run plays, just get shots, use cones. We do read drills, we do ID drills, and we're gonna really do that every single day, whether it's before a game, a day before a game, practice. You will see more passing drills at our practice than most, and the game's all about decision making. And when you have a team that values the ball, understand what is a good shot and a great shot, and then if you don't make shots, obviously you got to go be a team that can go clean up the glass. I think we're going to have some long, very athletic guys that this could be a great rebounding team. And then you got to, obviously your offense is going to affect the way you play defensively. You take bad shots, you're going to give up easy shots. So, you got to have a good balance.
Who on this roster do you think, as it currently exists, is in position to make maybe the biggest step forward in their game?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of them. I think a guy like Tejada, coming off the year that he had, right? The previous year, he was incredible as far as efficiencies. He's player of the year. You look at a guy like that, but you also look at a guy like Jaden Hastings. He is chomping at the bit to get here, right? He's going to be playing with elite passing point guards, right? Both of our point guards are elite. They're not just good; they're elite passers, and they really, really value sharing the basketball and making the right decisions. So you just really don't know, Aaron, because I think we have a lot of guys that are in different positions, and the way we recruit in the portal, we don't take all one-year guys. We want a good variety of young guys that are going to build the future and be the staples of this program. But we also got to be good right away. So we take the older players. Well, now with the, probably the 5-for-5 going in, now you have to have a whole new philosophy on how you do things. So I think a guy like Tylen Riley, he won 30 games, was one possession away from winning the NIT. You look at Travion, you look at, Akai, the way he finished his season, right? I mean, he was on fire the last 4 or 5 games of his season at Georgia Tech as a freshman. So I think we have so many guys, it's hard to pinpoint one, but after about a month, when you come down to practice and you ask me that, I'll answer that very honestly.
Or we have you back on here.
To do that. Definitely do that.
Allen Spack, Hastings, Oweze. How do you see that grouping playing out? Are any of them capable of 4 and 5? Or
oh yeah, I think Riley. Well, the reality of it is, listen, Chad, we all saw it firsthand. You can win in college basketball playing 3 bigs. At the end of the day, Michigan, the way they play, it gave everybody problems. It really did. So I think we can do a variety of things. We can play those kids together. We can play one of them. The nice thing is I think they're really different. I think when you have different pieces, that's the fun part of how you make this fit. I think Riley can definitely play the 4. He's a kid that can really shoot the 3. And, Hastings is a guy I think that could really explode with a good passing point guard. He's an elite screener. He's an unbelievable lob threat. He's a worker. He kind of knows who he is. He's got to improve his free throw shooting, right? There's no doubt about it. And, he's a guy that we would think that his ceiling is really high, in a 2-year player. So, I think, and then David, obviously is going to be a guy that knows the system, that's going to come in and kind of know the offense and defense really well. So he's just younger than those guys.
I'm curious about your evaluation process in high school. I mean, you look at Adam Elamine was not too highly ranked out of Virginia. Elijah Perriman, you just called him an elite passer, and you brought Oweze over, and that's all from just last year's class. What's special or different about your evaluation process to the point where you can identify guys like that well perform above expectations?
Yeah, I mean, both of those kids played on a 29-win team, right? They won 2 championships and they won a first round game. So, I think number one is you got to get guys that want to win. If they don't value winning, doesn't matter what skill set they have, right? So we really value kids that talk about winning, talk about being an efficient player, and have some of the qualities at each position we're looking for. At the point guard position, we like guys that have some length, right? Like Elijah's not the tallest, but his wingspan is really good. Tylen has, a little bit more size and wingspan. Drake Allen, my point guard from last year, was very similar to that. Adlan Alamin, we love his length, but we saw him and knew that he was a kid that he has great upside. So if you're going to, we take a lot of high school guys. I think that's the one thing about this 27 class. Kids should be really excited about that and look at the development piece and what we've been able to do with these young kids in our program. So it's going to be really, really fun to attack this 27 class over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
If you could go back and tell your 22-year-old self that you'd be coming back to the University of Cincinnati in 2026 and taking over the program as head coach, knowing what your story has been at every level going to this point, how do you think you'd react?
Yeah, I mean, some days, not a lot of days, I'll be honest, because you just don't have time, Aaron, to really process of kind of what's going on. We've been living in, now I got like 4 suitcases for a long period of time, like you just don't really have a ton of time to process kind of what's going on. I think there's been just a couple days, went back to Utah for a couple days recently, but other than that, it's been pretty much, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But I think what it shows young coaches, everybody's path is very different. There's so many coaches out there that are scared to take a risk and go the Division II route. To me, I talked to Ben McCollum the other day. I think it just makes you so much more prepared. And you really, really can connect. And we've had to do so much along the journey that we're not scared of the hard work. And, I think those type of coaches don't skip steps. So, from 22 to 43 or 44, however old I am, some days I forget, you can't skip steps. You've got to be relentless in what you do. And I feel like since we've gotten here, we've been that way. With our staff connection has been really good. Administration, is just so steady, right? The communication is very good, and then the recruiting has been awesome. Like I've said publicly, like we really only didn't get 2 players. So our percentages of bringing kids on campus and landing those guys is pretty good. And, a couple of them we didn't get. To be honest with you, some things changed. So we feel really good about our roster.
Speaking of that process, just how was that connection with Corey Evans? The GM is still such a brand new thing in college basketball. Were you able to use some of the stuff that he had already worked on before you got here? Like, how did that assimilation work where you had a couple weeks before the portal started and then it was full blast for 3 weeks or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I think the general manager position is very, very unique because it's new, right? We used to have back in the day, we had just a few assistant coach and we had a restricted earnings coach, right? I'm sure you remember those days, Chad, right?
Yep.
The thing of it is college basketball has changed. If you're a coach that can't adapt and can't navigate this system, you're going to have a really, really hard time keeping up. If you don't have a motor that runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're probably not going to survive, right? So I think, from a general manager to your last assistant coach, everybody is involved in recruiting. I think it's, the head coach kind of identifies this is how we want to play. And then your GM and your staff work really, really hard to land those players. And when you get on campus, the biggest thing that I think is you have to be genuine. You have to be who you are. Kids are really smart. And we had 2 kids commit, after the Zoom call. And it wasn't just, the one Zoom call, it was relentless phone calls. But our presentation is pretty good, Chad. We spend a lot of time putting that together and putting information down through PowerPoint and through film to show these guys how they're going to fit. But more importantly, we talk pretty openly how we're going to get them better. I think a lot of coaches are scared to tell kids, hey, this is how we're going to get you better. And they like our plan and they like the development piece. I feel like, from Corey all the way down, everybody's had a big hand in this class.
Everybody good?
Great.
Coach, much appreciated. Thank you
done
so
already?
much.
Man.
I mean, we could keep going, but I don't think Katrina's going to be happy. Katrina's got set
Oh,
to
I
3:30.
didn't know she was coming on. Keegan, call me.
Oh,
we'll go to dinner, buddy, in Memphis.
All
Get
right.
barbecue.
Sweet.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate
Thanks,
it. We'll
Coach.
talk soon.
Hey, guys.
There you go. Our first conversation with Jerrod Calhoun. And I think I didn't want to get into a lot of the cookie cutter stuff. Not cookie cutter, but he's been on a lot of podcasts. He's been asked a lot of questions. A lot of them we had a couple of the baseline questions, but I wanted to dig a little bit deeper. And he's our kind of guy because I think he just loves talking ball.
Yeah.
I think a lot of coaches come on here and they think they're going to get the normal stuff. And then we want to ask questions, questions.
Well, with the way that Dave likes basketball so much and has been watching as much basketball as the rest of us have suffered through, I think the BBP is claiming him as ours.
Dave's penalty for being the basketball grouch.
For not watching.
Yeah. He's lost his Calhoun privileges.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Sorry, Aaron. My bad. Coach Katrina Merriweather. Trina in the house. How are you, Coach? How's the offseason been? Have you been also sleeping on the other side of the wall from Coach Calhoun in the Players Lounge?
Absolutely. That's just how it works around here. It's portal time, trying to put together a team. I don't think anyone's getting any rest.
How's the portal been to you? We've seen a lot of additions. We've seen some addressing of needed some size, needed a couple extra things. Take us through how the portal season's gone for you.
Yeah, I think it's been great. We took a look at what we needed from a year ago. And the truth is we were young and had some injuries. So it looks a little more complicated than it actually was. Just from the departures and graduations, I thought we needed some more size. I think that the class is headlined by Danijela, who originally signed to South Carolina out of high school. Talented, versatile. Is going to be able to play multiple positions, and I think just push us into a different level in terms of pace and rebounding. But I could go through all the players and tell you that we needed every single person that we signed, and that is going to elevate the level of competition in the gym tenfold.
Go ahead.
Yes. It's been a little bit of an adjustment coming from Wright State to Cincinnati, going into the Big 12, and going it was 14 wins, 15 wins, 11 wins. What have been some of the bigger challenges do you feel like it's been more of a challenge adjusting to the new conference, to just Cincinnati? Just what have been the major challenges you feel like you've faced thus far?
Yeah, I think the stop in Memphis probably prepared us to be here at Cincinnati. I don't think anything can prepare you from going to a mid-major conference to a Power Four conference. I mean, it is baptism by fire. You just get out here and do your best to try to get it figured out. After year 3, we finally went to all the schools on the road. So now we actually have a hotel and restaurants that we would actually like to stay in and eat at. But I think more than anything, it's the landscape. it's one year after the other, rule changes, it's the portal, then it's NIL, then it's rev share. And you just have to continue to pivot and evolve. And that's been the toughest thing. I'm the type of person that enjoys some consistency where you can make a plan and execute a plan. And it's just been really difficult to do that in women's basketball in general. And I'm sure for other sports as well. But it's just been really tough putting together a team. And then you run into, again, we made a decision to get really young, right, with this 25 class, top 15 in the country. They're extremely talented. And then there was a lot of in and out. We lost Callie Beard, after the 11th game, and she's somebody who can play 1 through 4. D. Alexander being hurt was a huge blow. Her and Kalia, who was arguably the top 2 players in that class, didn't play together until our 15th game. It just was not ideal by any means, but we didn't make any excuses. I thought our culture stayed intact. People were still excited to suit up and play, and that's why we were able to come away with some really big wins like Iowa State, Arizona State, BYU on the road. It just was really inconsistent because I felt like it was just a struggle to keep everybody healthy, but we're optimistic that we'll have that fixed going into next season.
I know it wasn't ideal, but how long did it really take to get Dee where you wanted her to be after missing that first part of the season and with an injury that really keeps you off your feet for, quite a while?
Yeah, I think it was harder for her. It can be frustrating for fans. It can be frustrating for me and the coaching staff, but it's not more frustrating for anybody than her. This is a kid that's a McDonald's All-American preseason freshman of the year coming into the Big 12. And then she looks up and she doesn't get one non-conference game under her belt before she actually puts on a uniform. I thought she did a great job just with her commitment to her team. I mean, you see all over the country, people are bowing out, quitting, saying, I'm not playing. I don't look how I want to look. I can't play how I want to play. I'm nervous about how I'm going to perform. And she didn't do that. She put that uniform on, represented Cincinnati to the best of her ability, and I thought we saw her grow throughout the season.
Yeah.
Do you think that in any way kind of struggling with those injuries might create a sense of urgency or maybe provide a new perspective for some of those younger players to maybe springboard to progress in their second year?
I think so. I think that with our support staff, we have a tremendous performance team. I mean, they are detailed, they are knowledgeable, they are constantly problem solving, trying to figure out how can we get this one on the floor and this one on the floor, and safely, of course, but also back into participation. And I think it was just a big learning experience for all of us. But those freshmen, like most people say, the best thing about them is that they're going to be sophomores.
Yeah.
Who steps into that go-to role? It's kind of a big, gap from last year.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I can't tell you. One of the big selling points in the portal was opportunity. Kalia DeVillasi is obviously, in my opinion, one of the best point guards in the country, not just one of the best ones I've ever coached. But we're going to bring some people in here that are going to challenge her and make sure she's better. We're going to keep talking about iron sharpens iron. It's not, we're not going to recruit because we have this player. No, we're going to get the best players in here. We're going to battle it out and we're going to compete. So to be honest, Chad, that's as big of a question for me as it is for you. We'll see who emerges once we get them back in here in the summer.
You mentioned earlier being frustrated with all the changing landscape of women's basketball. This offseason, we find out that now there's going to be 76 teams in the tournament. As a head coach, how do you feel about a change like that? It seems a major change.
It's a major change. And I think that one thing that I'm happy about for us is the consistency of someone like a Reagan Jackson that is going to do everything she can to fight for us to get into postseason, into AA tournament. The 76 teams, I mean, I felt the same way after we went to this AA tournament in 2021 and won a game, right, and upset Arkansas. I feel the same way when there was a play-in game and they added 4 more teams. I think you can't help that if you've done it for a while to feel like things get watered down, but you also are excited that there's enough demand for the visibility. Like people want to
Mhm.
see more basketball, more games, more teams competing. And the more teams you get to compete, the more fan bases are still tuned in. So I get it. It just has changed a little bit from what it was that I played in and then what I got into it for 21 years ago. But it's just like everything else. You just got to keep evolving with how it's changing because it isn't going to stop.
What are those biggest changes that you're finding yourself making as you go year by year in the Big 12?
The biggest changes to me is our mentality and how we approach things. See, when you have a lot of success early on, like we did, like at Wright State and Memphis, you do that by implementing a system, right? And kids go through your program and they get better year after year after year. And you look up in your best years when you have a senior class that's been with you for 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, we have to start looking at that differently now. Again, Reagan Jackson is the only 4-year senior we're going to have. And I'm super thankful that she's here for the locker room and on the floor because she provides a great deal of leadership. But the truth is you have to start creating a system that more people can adapt to quicker in just a few amount of weeks and maybe a couple of months. If it's a progression year to year to year, there's just no guarantee what your team is going to look like. And I don't know that that's the smart way to go about it. So we are definitely making some adjustments to our system offensively and defensively just to make sure that we can put a great product on the floor by the time November rolls around and not really think about the continuity from year to year.
Yeah.
Kind of knowing that that's your plan on how you're developing your program, does that change the way that you attack the transfer portal?
Mm-hmm. I think it does. I still would love to have a foundation of high school freshmen, right? I think that that's important. It's just
like 7 of them?
Too many. 7 to me. Now, let me tell you, I love all those kids. I appreciate everything everybody did for us a year ago. It just is really, really difficult when you're playing against people that are not doing that. We're playing against people who are going to get people who have been drafted in the WNBA 2 years ago and are 20-year-old freshmen. We're playing against 24, 25-year-olds, and we've got 17, 18-year-olds suiting up. It's literally not going to be fair, right? And you can't get mad because people do it differently than you. You just have to, again, you have to adjust. So I want freshmen because I think that we do a great job of retention. And not just us as our staff and our program, again, support staff, administration, our academic department does a phenomenal job of making sure that our student athletes feel included and find a sense of home just being in Cincinnati. And I don't know if we're one of the top, but I would imagine we would have to be. We retained 7 people from last year. And I think that speaks volumes for the way that Cincinnati embraces the student athlete. But I do think you have to be a little more intentional about getting in the portal than I think we were 2 years ago. So when you get in there, you have to get impact players that want to come in, compete, players that want to be pros. And I think that matters too, right? Because their urgency just looks a little different. The way they walk every day looks different. The way they take care of their bodies, the way they prepare. And I feel like we were missing that a year ago. And I do think we got that fixed.
What are you on the other side of that decision, I guess, is the question, because most of them stayed. Most of them are now not freshmen anymore.
Yeah.
Like it was a risk, obviously, but if they stay and they grow and they get better, it's a risk that pays off. Like, how far along are you in that process?
We genuinely think that the 25 class is the last class that we'll have the way we did. Those kids committed based off of a vision. They committed because they wanted to be Bearcats, because they wanted to wear Cincinnati across their chest, because they wanted to play for us. We didn't discuss NIL and or rev share with that group until after they committed to coming here. We will be hard pressed to do that again, not because there's anything wrong with the current and future student athletes. I just think things are changing. And when you have competitors that are leading with dollar signs, it's just hard to not have that conversation before you get into that signing process. So it just kind of is what it is. I don't know. I'm one of those people, I don't really mourn what has been.
Sure.
We just look at that 25 class to say that was really cool and we did something really awesome. And if we can continue to keep them together, I do think they'll be the foundation and backbone of what this program can be moving forward. But I'm not very confident that it'll look like that again.
Did people around the business tell you were crazy for that?
Absolutely. One of my best friends in the business is Yolette at Ole Miss, and she's known worldwide as the portal queen. So she's like, what are you doing? And so every time I would tell her, such and such is out, she was like, I know, because she's a freshman. And she would basically throw it in my face every conversation we had. But what we also truthfully go back and forth about is that there's challenges either way. You just choose your heart, right? And I still enjoy the connectivity. I enjoy the journey of watching them grow year to year. The truth is you just got to recruit the kids that value that and the ones that think that that's important and understand that everybody's not going to be in it for a transformational relationship. Some of it's going to be transactional, and you have to allow these kids to journey the way they want to journey, but you can be there for the ones that want more than that, but don't require it to be more than that. And that's just the truth. Like, we'll have some come in and say, hey, this is a great situation for me. I want to come play basketball. I don't know about reading books. I don't know about, going to the Halloween and Christmas parties and doing all this off the court stuff y'all do. I just want to come hoop. And I think you have to be open to taking those kids as long as they don't negatively impact your culture.
Kind of going off of that, and also going off of the implementing a 1 year, year-to-year system. Who in the industry of kind of women's college coaching have you taken a few things from to kind of form your own system?
Yeah, I have to tell you, I didn't have many counterparts that were interested in the freshman part and then build the portal people just as pieces. But I do talk to all of my coaching friends that I trust. Christy Curry that's at South Florida. Tennille Adams and I are best friends. When she was at Alabama, we had conversations a lot in that space. Sharika Wright that's at UTA. I just feel like you have to have a group of people that you can talk to and be transparent with. And then we just bounce ideas off of each other. I would throw Katie Gerald's in there at Purdue. Like, there's just a handful of people that I know that I can talk to that are head coaches, and then some really talented coaches that have done it for a long time, like a Stephanie Norman that was at Louisville for over a decade. Those people have done it so many different ways that you have to make sure you're doing it the way you can implement, though. I can't watch Jeff Walls at Louisville and do it like Jeff Walls does. Okay. Like, I have to do it the way that Trina and her staff can do it. But at the same time, being smart enough to know we don't know everything. And you have to be willing to continue to just learn and pay attention to the trends and the things that have worked and the things that haven't for people.
Random question that just popped into my mind. Did you ever play against Jamie Walls?
I did not play against her.
Okay.
Even though Walls always talks about he wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for her. So I always think that's pretty cool. I have met her before, and I think a couple people on the staff are close. I think Abby knows her really well.
Yeah, she grew up here in Northern Kentucky. She was, I think, the same grade as me.
Okay.
But watched what she did in girls basketball from like 6th grade on. She played high school in 6th grade. And it was unfair. It was completely the most unfair thing I've ever seen in my life. I've seen one thing more unfair, and that was Randy Moss playing against Division I AA kids at Marshall.
Well, I think you should probably take that to his daughter too, when she transferred and was teammates with Abby Owens at Thomas More, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know how fair anybody thought it was.
That was not fair.
Like,
they didn't lose for what, like 2 years?
Yeah. And hey, kudos to that coach for being smart enough to bring her on and to win all these games. And that's what I mean. We talk about it all the time. There's just so many different ways to do this. And it's tough when you walk into a space. And again, I'm getting ready. At the end of next year, I will be a head coach as long as I've been an assistant. Okay. It'll be finishing my 22nd year. And you think that experience means something. And in some ways it does, especially I would say during the actual 40 minutes of a game. But in terms of running your program, the fact that we are business people, CEOs, that we have general managers, none of us were trained for this. So I don't care how smart you are, how old you are, how many years you've been doing it. we don't know what we're doing. We are trying things and doing it with good intention, trying to be good people and working really hard and making sure we keep the student athlete at the center of this whole thing. And just understand it's a lot of trial and error. And I'm really thankful for the support that I have, and I believe all of our coaches have here at Cincinnati, because we are aware that things are just constantly changing and we need to stay in front of it as much as we can.
Speaking of your support,
real quick, Jamie's story in 8th grade.
Okay.
I saw her leaking out on a fast break. They threw her a pass over her right shoulder that was a little too far in front of her. She caught it and threw a behind the back wraparound pass right to the rim for a layup. And I went, I've never seen a guy do that. Like, I've never seen anybody. And she was like 14.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I mean, there's just some high level basketball going on. And I think that that's what you're going to see too. When you watch us and you watch a healthy Cincinnati women's basketball team, and you got Kalia Debilisi, who's playing in transition with her vision and her passing ability, and Reagan Jackson, who is spotting up for threes, and now this implementation that we have this secondary transition offense. You got Sanaya Jai and Jay Jones and all these kids that are running the floor. You're going to see a lot of the same thing. You're going to see fancy passes, amazing finishes, big time threes and ones, because D. Alexander's still going to be the toughest kid to guard 15 feet in. I mean, we've just posted a highlight and one reel of her, and just of all the things. And Joya Crawford, who has led us defensively with her fearlessness. I can go on and on. Everybody on this team, I think, is going to be really fun to watch. And I hope that people will come check us out and see how we've grown from last year to this year.
Well, before Chad cut me off, I was asking you about your staff. So
okay.
I did want to get back to your staff. You have your sister on staff, Cabrina. You've got the Abbies, Abby Jump and Abby Owings. You've got Ashley Barlow. Since you've been here at Cincinnati, who have you seen the most growth out of on staff? And then also going forward, we've seen hashtag the sisterhood. Is it still the sisterhood, or are you going to change the mindset going forward?
Yeah,
Andy and Abby haven't grown at all.
They are the same height, but they have grown professionally. Chad, I know what you're doing there. I'm not falling for it. So I think the sisterhood is a good start, because we're always going to build this with the intent that we're going to play a very intricate and important role in these impressionable young women. And we're going to continue to fight to do that, and understand that it just looks different for everybody, right? Whether you call us and invite us to your wedding, or you call us and ask to write a recommendation letter, or we don't see you until we have an alumni day 10 years later. I think that we have to allow that to look how it looks for everybody. But if that will never change, as long as I have an opportunity to lead a program, sisterhood is going to be one of the key components of how we run this program. The staff is always interesting, because we retain a lot of people year to year. I feel like everyone has grown in their role. Leah Neal is our sport program associate, and she was a GA last year. I've watched her assist Abby with recruiting. I've watched her do everything that we've asked her to do. Mikhail Miller, who has been in a video coordinator spot, is expanding into community engagement and doing all sorts of things to make sure that our student athletes feel like they're connected and involved with the city. Hiring Anna Owens, right, who is a Bearcat. She comes in, and we had no idea if she would be any good at the job or not. I just knew that she was in HR and she would be able to be organized and all the things. And she has been phenomenal for someone who's never coached in college basketball or been on the staff before. And then the addition of Simone Denham, as a general manager and someone that had never been in that role, because that role is not popular. All right. Mm-hmm. So we're pretty much coming up with her job responsibilities as the year is going on. And she's just crushing it. Like, her ability to almost finish a lot of these recruiting scenarios, right? We do, as coaches, we go watch them, we bring them in, we decide if we like them. And then honestly, the business part, I have shifted totally to her. so that I can maintain my relationship with them as their coach and them as my player, and we can have that. And we're not having a lot of NIL or rev share conversations. She's taken that off my plate. She has thrived in that role. And she was Abby Jump's teammate at Wright State, and she played there when I was an assistant coach. Then her and Brina worked together at New Mexico for Mike Bradbury, who coached pretty much all of us, me here and them at Wright State. So we're still one big happy family. And like you mentioned, I feel like my coaches, Ashley, Brina, and Abby have continued to grow just because we're in this space, in this Power Four space. Abby's recruiting, who thought that it could get better? Well, it did. Who knew that Brina would be able to come into this level and make an impact and sign high-level players? Well, she has. Ashley is pretty much giving a master class on anything that I say and forget, she remembers. I mean, you name it. I mean, I'm so fortunate to have these 8 people around me every day. They're bought in. They believe in the things I believe in. They see the value of being here at Cincinnati and what it means to be a Bearcat. So I know that's a long-winded answer, but that's because I can't pick just one. They all, in every which way, have continued to grow and get better. And that's why we're taking steps forward. Even if last year's record doesn't indicate it, I'm telling you, I wanted in my mind to just disappear in some moments. But because of who I work with every day and the culture that we maintained, even through those rough moments, coming to work every day was just as much fun as it was when we were winning more games.
All right. We good?
Good.
I'm just curious what success looks for you then next season.
Yeah. I mean, I think that definitely in the win column, right? It's a postseason year. And we need to figure out how to get into postseason. And I think what we saw in our non-conference at last year was the effect of not having our full roster. Everything is always going to depend on whether or not we're healthy. And that's never happened to me before. When you look back at our 2019, 2021, our NCAA teams, we had the same start lineup the whole year, right? You don't miss your top 7 or 8 players for any games. For me, success is going to be us being healthy. And then I think that takes care of itself when we start talking about wins and losses, because I think we have proven that we know what we're doing. We just need all our pieces in order to do it. And at the end, we are sitting watching TV and Cincinnati's popping up on the screen. And that is what success looks like for this upcoming year. And anything less than that is unacceptable for everybody.
Have you connected with Coach Calhoun at all?
Yeah, we've talked.
You guys didn't cross paths, right? You were a little bit before he got here.
I believe when I left to take my coaching job in 2002 was the year he came in.
He came. Yeah. He got 0203 was his. Yeah.
Yeah. So we did. We missed each other, but we've had conversations and how we've talked recruiting. Our staffs have talked housing, just all the things, anything we can be helpful with, because we've been here for a few years. We've attempted to do that, and they ask questions. We still ask questions. He and I have crossed paths even about he said he has some really great decision-making drills, and I can't wait till he gets his team done so I can pop in his office and find out what those are so I can steal them. And I think that's what you're going to find from all of us, is that we're always willing to share. The one team concept may seem corny to people on the outside, but I'm telling you, this department is ran just like that. We're going to each other's games. We're supporting each other. We're doing everything we can. If there's a kid from Indiana that I can help with their recruiting for soccer or lacrosse, then I'm going to meet with them. I mean, and everybody in the department is willing to do that and be that way. We are texting and cheering people on. Jordan's doing phenomenal. Baseball is killing it. And everybody's excited about it. And so you're going to find that from all of us in all the sports. We're going to support each other and cheer each other on.
Get into those baseline out of bounds plays he's got.
Trust me. I'll get to him for sure. And I do think it's important. We talk about track and field is having a heck of a year. You got golf that's gone right now. I don't remember where they are, somewhere on the West Coast. I think maybe Arizona. Just all of our teams, y'all. Everybody just deserves to be supported, because all of our student athletes are working hard. Our coaches are working hard. But no doubt I'm gonna get to Calhoun as soon as he's sitting down for a second. I'm gonna knock on that door and be like, "Hey, you ready?"
Make sure you take Abby so she remembers anything that you might forget, right?
Yeah, that's Ashley. But yes, that's exactly what it is. I'm telling you, y'all, you could watch us in practice and I'll scream across the court, be like, "Ashley, what happens after that flare screen?" And she'll come run over and she's like, "This is what you drew up yesterday." I'm like, "Thanks, Ash. I appreciate it." So
there you go.
That's great. Thanks, Coach. We appreciate it. Have a great summer, and we'll see you here in a couple weeks, months when we get rolling.
All right. Thank y'all for having me, and see y'all soon.
Thanks, Coach.
All right.
All right, time for our next guest. No.
How are we? That was an actual jump scare. That was none of that.
How are we? What's up, guys?
Hey, you miss Coach Calhoun.
Yeah. Life comes at you fast, doesn't it? How are you though?
We're good, but we got to keep things moving, Brent. We got to keep
rolling.
Things moving.
Let's keep it rolling.
Where'd Aaron go? All right.
He's out.
Too many people on the screen. You know how I get.
I'll do the intro. You stay for a minute, then I'll come relieve you.
All right.
We're only, Coach. We're 6 hours in.
Hey, man, you're in the early stages. No, you're almost there.
We're at the halfway point.
Come on, Keegan, get him going, buddy.
I'm trying. Youthful energy.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the baby of the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
He's the baby of the bunch. But Keegan, you want to do the introduction? This is your guy.
Sure. Well, this is new Cincinnati assistant coach Mike Fuline.
Yep.
Is that how you pronounce it? Mike Fuline comes after a long career at Mount Union. So I guess first question, why do you leave a head coaching job to be an assistant? And how much did your relationship with Jerrod Calhoun play a role in that?
Yeah, great question. That's probably I've answered that one quite a few times, but I think in coaching you get to a point where number one, you have to find somebody, if you're going to make a move like this, that you 100% believe in and trust, but not only that, an entire staff. So I've known and been around their staff, and they're just great people. We have the same beliefs, the same philosophies on how you treat players. Family comes first. It's our basketball family. They live that every day. Like or else I never would have made a move like this. And the second part is, I've learned so much from Jerrod over the last 4 years that it was like driving me crazy not to be with him every single day. I had poor Max sending me practice film almost every week when he was at Utah State. And just finally, when this happened and he still stuck with me and asked me, it really wasn't that tough of a decision. We did all we could at Mount Union. I loved my time there, the people there. But to have an opportunity like this in the state that I grew up in, around all the high schools that I know, was too hard to pass up.
Absolutely. We can't just gloss over the fact that you were a head coach. I mean, you built a national power at Mount Union. I guess what went into the infancy stages, because obviously it's not necessarily infancy stages for Calhoun coming in, but kind of coming in, establishing culture, and then building it to the power that you made Mount Union.
Yeah, you hit it right on the head. Like when we got to Mount Union, you had to establish relationships, not just with our players and all the other coaches, but you have to set a foundation of, hey, we're here every single day. We're going to love each other. We're going to care about each other. And, I'm the older guy. Like, so I don't care how people that's how you win. Like the closer, obviously we want to be as talented as we can. And I think this roster has great talent coming in. We built our roster up in the first few years at Mount Union. And then they had to believe that, that we loved them, we cared about them, we're in this together. And the more guys that you had rowing in the same direction, we just, we won our first league championship in 3 years. I think it was the first one they had won in about 50. I almost killed myself. My blood pressure was so high, I got out of my right eye for about 2 months. But anyway, and then that's not good enough. Let's get to the tournament. Then you get to a Sweet 16. Well, that's not good enough. Let's get to a Final Four, national championship. So,
there's steps definitely along the way, but the foundation of who we are and were at Mount Union is the same here. It's just an organization where everybody knows and is learning what their role will be. But beyond that, you just got to be normal people, right? I mean, just not take Coach Calhoun is the most regular guy you'll ever be around. He just really is. And that's why I'm friends with him, obviously good friends, but why I wanted to move my family, at this stage of my career in life, just to be a part of his family, his basketball family.
Coach was on with us earlier. Was the first time that we've had him here on this channel. And, he talked a little bit about empowerment and how that's how he treats his assistants, much in the same ilk of Coach Huggins before him. That said, you're on the flip side of that. You're the one being empowered. What's it like getting that kind of trust and that kind of power from Coach Calhoun?
It means everything, and for him, to take a chance, right? Take a chance, because basketball is basketball. 18 to 23-year-olds or 18 to 23-year-olds. I have a few in my house currently that my son and daughter. So, but beyond that, just being empowered to help them, right? And how can I help? Whether that's with a recruit, with a family, with certain individual players who may need, some guidance, even with him. I've been a head coach for 23 years, the last 23 years, and to have somebody on staff who could really empathize some of the things that a head coach goes through. It's a very lonely experience at times. So to be able to do that as somebody on his staff, not only as a friend now from the outside, but also somebody who's there with him every day, I think will help. I hope will help him too in the long run.
So clarify for us your exact role, because I think it's like a high school relations thing, and then also helping on the offensive side, I think is what he told us today.
Keegan, I picked defense. Let him do who wants to work offense with him? He's not going to say anything, But I chose, to be with Manny and Coach Johnny on the defensive side. I've always been a defensive guy, but the way they teach what they do is unbelievable. It's something that I really want to dive into and help those guys in any way I can. Obviously too, on just helping evaluate some players and give my opinion over the last few weeks has been really cool. And then obviously the relations, right? The relationships with the high school coaches means everything to me, because in my heart, I am a high school coach. I'll always be. I was at Jackson High School before University of Mount Union. We actually beat Cincinnati Moeller for the state championship. 2010, baby. Don't tell Coach that; he'll get mad. But just being around all the Northeast Ohio, Columbus, I've known so many coaches, have great relationships with them. So my role I want is to welcome them anytime they want to practice. Maybe take them to dinner. We're going to try to create as much buzz as we can in the city of Cincinnati, not just here, but we want to get everybody from the state. Everybody that I know and make them Bearcat fans. And guess what? Then they have a player and another player, and we have a better chance of landing them because of the relationships that we've built. I loved it as a coach when Sean Miller welcomed me, at Xavier and Arch, all the way through. So I want to be able to help young coaches, old coaches be a part, seeing what we do and helping them in any way we can and building that trust and relationship with them.
You mentioned high school. You were 26 when you took your first head coaching job. Some story about you going up to the star player and having a heart-to-heart, 26-year-old, 18-year-old. That's the way to go.
It's a great story. So I didn't know what I was doing, and back then they hired you based on what you taught. So I was an English teacher. I had 112 applicants, and there was an English opening. So there was 3 of us left. So I had 1 out of 3 chance. I think the first guy said no, and I got the second one. But I remember walking into the first stage scared to death, and it was still school hours. And I saw the best player. They're like, "Hey, he's the best player. He's a little different. You got to be careful with him." So I grabbed him and brought him in the other room. It's just me and him, and I'm looking up at him like, "Listen, Me and you, we're gonna be the closest to. You understand me? I love you, man. We're gonna be unbelievable, but you got to be with me. I think he was like, this guy, Italian dude's the craziest guy I ever seen. But we ended up having a great year. So we had 2 years there, and then jumping to Jackson at 29 was a really big deal. But we built a youth organization there up to 650 first through sixth graders, man, by the time we left. So, we just always want to leave places better. Mountain Union's in a tremendous place. They hired my longtime assistant, Josh Twitty, who's going to be phenomenal. All those assistants got promoted up. When Coach Calhoun makes a decision like this, everyone benefits from it. And that's the beautiful part.
Back to the Moeller. I'm just coincident. Was it a coincidence that they waited until after Mahaffey signed before they announced you? Like they didn't want to upset the apple cart there?
Probably. I watched him play at Akron, and man, what a great player. And then you meet him. And I mean, man, awesome kid. Met his father. He's just great people. So we're excited. I think everyone's going to be shocked of what he's going to be able to do. He's got the motor and personality. He's just a great kid.
So you were an English teacher?
I was, Keegan. Can you believe that? It's unbelievable. So
what was you?
Listen, my first year, I'm at Ruston High School. I'm the head coach. And you guys probably don't understand this, but I had 6 preps throughout the day. So I had to teach a freshman class, sophomore, junior, senior, freshman honors, and then a seniors honors. Well, they were all smarter than me. I had 8 students, and I had no idea. So I'd go home after practice, have to read what we're doing, trying to learn it. Before Chat GPT and all this, I mean, it was absolutely miserable. So the next year, they'd lighten my load a little bit, but it was great. Grading papers wasn't the best thing in the world, but I did that for 13 years, man. 13 years. So
what was your favorite book to teach?
Oh, anything with Shakespeare. I hated it at first, but
wow.
The longer that you got into it, and and obviously the students loved to watch the movie after they read it, so everything kind of came together. So we had some good things. Now, what it did do is I lost my love for reading. Coach Calhoun wants us to read all these books. I'm like, brother, I've read enough, but I'll do whatever you tell me to do.
I already read that book, Coach.
Yeah.
I already read that one. Did you make them act? Like, did you have readings of Shakespeare, or did you just make them read it?
Listen, I didn't do any of that because we didn't get to that part. But the cool part was to see, even in English, to see them kind of fall in love with things that they thought they would hate. And I would always start with, hey, I'm with you. This could be miserable. Let's make the most of it. By the time you were done, everybody was pretty happy.
You can call like certain offensive sets or defensive sets this upcoming, like Macbeth, Othello, Romeo.
That's a good way for me to start, Brad. Let me tell you, these guys will look at me like, who's this crazy guy?
Hey, it works out. Out. But one thing you kept on mentioning was family. Family feel, family vibe, and with Coach Calhoun. Pardon me. It seems like he's kind of developed that family within his staff, and obviously bringing some players over from Utah State as well. So you mentioned 4 years ago you guys started kind of connecting a little bit deeper. Can you just dive further into that and kind of what you've built up to now?
Yeah, I think he's just a learner. Like, he wants to learn. I've never seen a guy with more curiosity who's had so much success in my entire life. Like, he just is a constant learner. And when we would talk, you could see when he learned something and it clicked of what he'd like to do. The easy part is to hear all that. And I think this is what I've learned with being with him just for the last few weeks here. But being able to put all of those things together, right? So you hear this, you like that, but being able to connect the dots as a head coach is the hardest thing to do. He has a staff in place, that is able to connect those dots. It's like a fine oil machine, man. I'm just trying to kind of stay out of the way and help it any way I can right now. But you saw it just kind of swing. And when the level of the offense went from here to here, and it's going to keep growing because he just wants to keep learning. He wants to fix things. He watches so many games. Listen, we're staying together right now. He'll get mad at me for saying this, but I mean, I want to go to bed, man. We're watching film till 2 a.m. on these guys. I just kind of look over at them like, you trying to kill me already, aren't you, man? You're trying to kill me. But that's what it is. It's just a willingness to learn, a willingness to change. But he's got it, man. It's going to be really fun to watch.
You're going to be on the defensive side. How much do you know the matchup zone?
Well, it's a lot of man-to-man principles, you know,
Yes.
and, you know,
they ran it here. Mick ran it here for 5 years.
You did.
So the Cincinnati fan base is familiar with it. They call it the fist instead of the 25. So the terminology might throw people off, but it's a fun defense.
It is.
If you do it well. If not,
it could be
it can get ugly.
Hey, absolutely. But you know, that's the same as probably any defense. But yes,
Yeah.
I do agree. I think the way that they have evolved in that as well, you know, from the first year at Utah State to now, it's almost totally changed because they fixed the problems. You know, the first year they identified problems this time of part of the season, and they fixed them. You know, so. Listen, defense is always going to come down to 5 guys playing together. No matter what defense you're going to be flying around, you guys are going to kill me. But we called it defend like a family, right? We're defending the family, and that's basically what it has to be. So any rules that you have, you know, basketball is basketball, defense is defense. But the way they are able to teach different actions and how to guard different actions and be prepared for what we may see. Went to another level last year, and I think that was a huge part of their success. Will that translate into the Big 12? I believe it will. Like you said, I think there could be some ups and downs through it, but the longer that these players keep doing it, it's just going to get better and better, you know, each and every week.
What was your main coaching philosophies at Mount Union as far as on court?
On court, so you know, we like to play fast, you know, and we were a heavy ball screen offense, just like Jerrod is. That he helped me go to another level last year, with some of the actions and things to think about. You know, the concepts he likes to call it. You know, players just reacting to what they see, training their eyes. I mean, those are all real things. In Division III, we don't have the time. Like once the season's over, I'm not allowed to be on the court with my team until the following fall. I get 8 practices until, you know, so we're trying to just simplify as many things as we possibly can. So that was the first thing. And then defensively, we just wanted to hound you. You know, we were more of a scouting report defense. You know, we're going to chase a guy, sag a guy, and always try to have some shot blockers at the rim, which made us even more successful. And then just try to be tougher. I mean, honestly, there's so many good coaches at that level, so many good players. So what separated it was, you know, you got to get a little lucky at times. And then, I mean, we just played so hard. I mean, we wanted to just be physically, emotionally exhausted at the end of the games. And honestly, guys, in 2020, we were in the Sweet 16, and they shut it down to COVID. And it's the best team I've ever been a part of in my entire life. I mean, it was heartbreaking, you know, but Jerrod helped me through that time. I mean, it was tough, man. It was tough. And then in 2023, we went on a great run and lost at the buzzer in the championship. But people don't realize in the Final Four, we were down 22 at one point in the first half, I think 18 at halftime. We were 0 of 17 for the game from 3-point line, and we just kind of willed our way defensively and just trying to be tougher, you know, and made it as ugly as possible to come back and win that game. So that's a long answer to, we want to care about each other, play together, obviously, and then just be a little tougher than everyone we play against.
19-game winning streak in that 2020 season, right?
Yeah, it was, man, we were good. We were good.
I think Florida State hung a banner for like finishing top 4 in the country or something in that 2020 year. Do you you can say, hey, I'm a national championship coach?
No, I can't. But, you know, in my heart and all those, I on that team was a young man named Devontae Friga. He's a big, you know, kind of YouTuber, does a lot of basketball online. And, you know, he kind of made a video about that day. And, I mean, it was, heartbreaking because we got back to the office and Larry Karras, longtime AD and football coach, said to me, he goes, Mike, he had tears in his eyes. He goes, they're going to cancel it. I go, the game? He goes, no, like the whole thing. Division 1, 2, and 3. So our guys were eating. They had to come back, and I had to tell them that, and then they had to be off campus in an hour. So not only did we miss out on playing and trying to win a national championship, the toughest part of their life, you can't even be there for. You know what I mean? Like, you can't even be there to help them through that. So it was a rough period. But great team.
Yeah.
Coach, one of my criticisms as I look at the roster as it's currently comprised with the 11 guys has been defensive rebounding. Is that a fair criticism as it currently stands, or if you're trying to sell me on how things are going to go, what do you got for me?
Everyone's got to rebound, right? Especially when you're flying around and 5 guys are playing as one. You know, we used to, if we were undermanned, sometimes we're trying to just block out to move the man so somebody else can get the rebound as well. But that comes to just toughness and will. You know, I think a lot of rebounding is just the desire to go rebound the basketball. And that's up to us as coaches to demand that, whether that's my entire job and a full week of practice is just to evaluate that. You know, that's something that I'm going to do, you know, and because we can't play offense until we get the basketball. And I know how brutal this league is going to be and how physical it is. So we got to punch them right back, you know, and that's a mental thing, a physical thing, but we're going to get there. I promise you. But that's fair. That's fair. It's all fair right now, right until we play some games.
What is a special teams coach in basketball?
So special teams, you know, I think Coach Calhoun's staff this past season was tremendous. So Ben Asher, who's on staff now, did all the out-of-bounds plays as well. And if you remember that Villanova game, they just tortured. The coach at halftime said he wanted to fire whoever the staff was. Said it on national TV.
Yeah, Willard. Yeah.
Yeah, Willard. Yeah, which was kind of a.
His dad designed the zone.
Yes, it's all coming back into one thing. So, and then Max Spen, I think, spent a lot of time on end of game situations, and we saw what happened. I'm sure you guys saw what happened with Duke, right? And Shire, they have a video of Shire showing the exact thing, what not to do, and they're talking about it on video like 4 months before. So you're trying to constantly teach. So those special teams coaches, and hopefully I can be a part of that as well, just trying to show things, what can happen at the end of the games and then how to react and then bringing that on the floor. I know Coach Calhoun runs many games based on just special teams types of things, whether it's out of bounds under the basket, under 20 seconds on the side, 8 seconds down 2. I mean, they're full games and they're prepared for. So I know that's been a question here, last season especially. So you just have to be overly prepared, and then just have gamers, man. Guys got to make plays and do the right things when the pressure's the highest.
What do you think that conversation was like when Kevin Willard called his dad after that game?
Yeah, probably like that. And they all said like, this is a little different, right? This is at a little different level than the biggest thing, and this can go back even to the rebounding question, was when you watched Utah State play that defense the first year compared to the second, there were just a few more athletes, and it just seemed like they played a little bit harder, man. On the ball, the deflections, just the way they taught it. So we'll have a bit of a head start on that, and then if we have to adjust, there's no doubt in my mind that's going to happen.
When I was talking to people for that story, I think it was Chris Richardson who recommended that I reach out to you. And he said, I think his words were, I don't even know how they know each other. I just know that they go on vacation every year. And then you told me that you basically didn't even meet him like a long time ago. It was basically, I think when he was at Youngstown State, you just came and watched practices. So how quickly did you realize this guy's a power 4 high major job away from competing for championships, and maybe how much did that knowledge play a role in you willing to come to Cincinnati?
Yeah, Keegan, when he was at Youngstown State, we had a lot of mutual friends, and again, he wanted to hear what I did. Hey, come to practice, tell me. And we'd go sit in his office with his staff, and I would be drawing more things than he would, just to get ideas, and then I would come back to practice, and then we just kind of, we hit it off, like he does with everyone. But it wasn't until 2020 during that COVID year we went as a family down to our spot, and and he was down there, and we were supposed to spend a week. I think we ended up spending 28 days down there because there's nowhere to go. There's nothing, no kids at school or anything. And then just kind of, I think that built the trust in the philosophies a little bit. But when he was at Youngstown State, like, you guys have to understand, like, that's where my whole family, my wife, we're all from Youngstown. Like, what he did there is absolutely incredible. It just, it really is. I love the place. It's the greatest town in my, in my mind. But basketball was struggling a little bit. He is just relentless, man. Like, it's an obsession. I mean, it really is. And it, in a good way, sometimes in a bad way, when he has old guys like me up till 2 a.m. But he just has that desire to succeed, like, to get this team in this city into the NCAA tournament. Guys, listen, this is an obsession, and it's an obsession for all of us, and to get this team where it needs to be to get there to represent the city is going to be, he has it in him. He's going to demand that of his staff. He'll demand it of his players in a positive way. Like, it's just going to be work, but it's fun work, man. Come on, it's basketball, right? So it'll be a blast kind of to see there, but everyone's got to be a little patient, right? It's going to happen. But I think the group that we have is going to really, hit the ground running.
We've got we got somebody that grew up in Youngstown, and then our first Go Jackson Polar Bears in the chat as well.
There you go.
Somebody on one of the other social media sites said that they tuned in and thought they were watching a video of Nate Bargatze.
Nate, since my hair keeps getting grayer by the day, I get that a little more. I never used to get that, but he's a great comic. I wish I had his paint stub. I know that.
That would be nice. That would be nice. Probably a little nicer here in Clifton, though, too.
Yes.
Coach, got to ask, you mentioned Italian. Obviously, you're coming to Cincinnati. Chili on spaghetti. This is probably not the first time you've been asked.
Yes.
Thoughts?
Well, what's the last one you said?
Chili on spaghetti.
Are you crazy, man? Heck no, we're not chili on spaghetti. That's for the best sauce, man. Me, my grandma, she would be so mad. She'd never talk to you again, right?
Well,
Skyline chili.
I know. But
it's a Greek sauce. It's a Greek meat sauce. It's like the Greek version of bolognese.
Yeah.
For some reason, they called it chili. It's not chili. It's meat sauce.
It's meat sauce. Yeah. Well, I'm sticking to my marinara, baby. I'm sticking to that.
Well, Dave that works here is an Italian as well. His problem isn't with the meat sauce on the chili.
Yeah.
It's the shredded cheddar cheese on the chili that for him is
that's a whole different deal. Listen, that's a whole different deal. At some point, man, you're going to have to taste my meatballs. We'll start comparing.
I'm in.
Hold on now.
I'm just telling you, I take a lot of time and pride in these things. So if you don't like them, you're just going to have to ignore me, I guess.
We'll hook you up
Sunday
with the best
dinner,
Italian.
Sunday meal. Let's do
Sunday
it.
meals, baby. Sunday meals.
If you don't like them, you'll be sleeping with the fishes.
Exactly.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Coach, great to have you on. Thanks first off for doing the story with Keegan.
Sure.
And then I know both of you were very excited when it finally came out that you were headed down this way. So we appreciate your first time here on the network and first of many times here on the BCJ network.
Anytime, guys. I can't wait to meet you all in person for sure.
I can't wait to
Be
see
around.
that rebounding. Let's go, Coach.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. There we go. Rolling along. Our first of the three basketball assistants. Things got a little switched up. So it was supposed to be Manny Robinson in that 4:00 spot. Him and Fuline switched. So Manny's coming up here in just a minute. Manny will go until 4:50, 4:55. Then we're going to be joined by Marquez Parker, who's going to jump in for 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Then we'll get Max Bent. Then we'll get Dan Hoard. Then we'll get Tony Pike.
And you got to feel super confident about talking to Marquez Parker after Coach Woody earlier said you get a little lost sometimes when you talk to him.
He wasn't wrong. Keegan
Our
and I
kind of guy.
Keegan and I have had, if you like to veer off topic, Marquez Parker will assist you. He's like a BCJ thread.
Let's do it.
Like 1 minute it's about Brendan Sorsby gambling, and next minute there's 4 pages about Greg Cook.
Also, shout out to Malik Van in the chat earlier.
Yeah, Malik Van popping in. Look, there's no bigger BCJ fan than Malik Van.
Calling me and Chad out for getting gray.
Look, it'll come for him. It'll come for him.
Nothing wrong with a little salt and pepper, man. Come on now.
Yeah, but I'm mostly just salt now. Like
which is fine.
There's not a lot. There's a little pepper right in here.
Okay.
But for the most part, it's just salt.
Okay. Well, Keegan and I will keep it young in here, right? My fellow young brother.
Plenty of dark in there.
Well, yeah, guys, how are you doing?
Beard's
Man?
the different story. We're doing
You
great.
guys- you guys good?
We're more than halfway home.
Yeah.
It's been awesome. We've had great conversations so far.
Good.
Bischel was amazing. Satterfield was great. Cunningham was great.
Real
CG,
quick,
although
go ahead.
Calhoun was awesome. Zach Grant, abbreviated Zach Grant, so we didn't really
need him
to
for
dive
longer than
into-
the 30-minute segment.
Danijela Tomic was awesome. We got some good volleyball talk. Aaron left that one up to me. Lots of volleyball talk.
I asked some good questions.
You did.
Know your scouting report.
Proud of you guys.
Real quick, couple things. If you're watching on the Twitter channel, on Chad's Twitter channel, make sure you do hop onto YouTube and subscribe, help us out. We certainly appreciate that. Also, Chad, it's probably time, as we're deep into this, to announce another Instagram winner while we're waiting on Coach to get.
You're right. And this one is a big one. I might only give away one of these because I want the other one.
What is it?
It is a bar mirror, like a bar room decoration, bar room mirror.
Man cave must for sure.
Man cave must, and you get a Cincy Light, a fancy Cincy Light pint glass.
Oh baby, have you
So,
cracked
this
open
is-
one of your watermelons yet, Chad?
No, I'm gonna do that while Dave is probably talking to Doug Martin for an hour.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's announce.
Hold
the
on,
winner.
I'm getting to it. Winner number 2 of the bar mirror and the pint glass is Gavin Vargas. Gavin Vargas, you will be reached out to.
Gavin A. Vargas.
Gavin A. Vargas. Yes, in case there was a Gavin B. Vargas. Gavin A. Vargas is your winner of the bar mirror and the pint glass.
What if it's like Gavin Vargas? Maybe.
Maybe. No. Coach Robinson, Manny Robinson, joins us now as we keep the thing rolling along. 6 hours, 33 minutes in. 5 hours, 27 minutes to go. Coach, you're with us for the rest of the way, right?
I'm with you guys as long as I need to be.
Welcome in. Welcome
Don't
to
say
the Bearcat Journal Network. Yeah, don't say that. You'll be here till 10.
Okay.
Welcome in. How's the transition going? When do you finally get to start experiencing Cincinnati and stop working 18 hours a day?
The transition has been phenomenal. It's crazy. I felt it. We felt it as a staff as soon as Coach had his press conference. Just the community, man. You can tell the history is rich here. I'm very familiar with it, having Cincinnati be a part of the American Conference because I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. So I remember those days when Cincinnati
Conference USA.
Yeah, and
Hey,
so that was.
Don't do any of this. Don't do any of this in this town.
Yeah,
It elicits a response.
Yep. So so I'm very familiar with it, man. The transition has been smooth. As you know, basketball is 24/7 year round, 12 months out of the year. I will have some time to get my family transition towards the end of the month, which would be great. And so my wife and kids will be able to kind of take in the things I've been able to take in since I've been here.
Where are you looking at? You know where you're going to move yet? I suggest Northern Kentucky.
No, not Northern Kentucky. I'm Cincinnati through and through, man. So I'm gonna be in Colorado.
All right.
Good
all
answer.
right.
Good answer.
Coleraine, Aaron's neck of the
Yeah,
woods.
there we go.
let's go.
I hear that's the true Cincinnati people in Coleraine. The West Side. What's the
That's-
West Side the best side?
That's
West side, the
yeah.
best side. It's definitely not Utah. I'll give you that.
Okay.
You've been with Coach Calhoun for quite some time now. He brings you over to Cincinnati as part of his staff, and just kind of what's it like working with him every day, and just what have you learned from him? He's talked empowerment, and what have you felt in that empowerment from him?
Well, I take you guys back to 2012 when he first gave my opportunity at Fairmont State. I'm a young kid. I'm trying to get in coaching. And the first thing that he had was unbelievable. He still has it to this day. Is his motor. He's relentless from sun up to sundown. He's always prided himself on relationships. So right away, as a young man trying to figure out this coaching thing, I knew I had to have a motor. Like nobody's going to outwork me. And then just how relationships have been valuable. And so you fast forward that to today, it's the same thing. He has a motor. Relationships are very important to him. These are relationships that he's had since I met him with former players, donors, his staff. Obviously, I'm fortunate enough to go through those years of coaching and reconnect with him at Youngstown State and now here at Cincinnati. And so those for sure, man, were the first two things. And it's a great dynamic. So as I've seen him grow through coaching and becoming a head coach, and now I think he's on his 17th year coaching total, just the vision, right? And so now you get a chance to see his vision and his style and how he's developed that, where at Fairmont State we were pressing. And then at Youngstown State, it was more offensive led. And then he, fell in love with the offensive part of the game. And we brought that to the state of Utah. And then he dabbled back in to the defensive side, man. So just being able to see him reinvent himself every year, not become complacent. And so those are the things that, for me, I aspire to be a head coach one day that will stick with me forever as I try to embark on that journey.
At what point were you like, man, this guy really knows offense?
Oh, man. When part of your practice is about 60-40. Yeah, so 60-40 to us doing little projects in the summer, just all the unique things, man, from concepts to phone calls that he has with Joe Mazzulla to studying European teams. He wants to score the basketball and it's fun. Our fans get excited about it. And so I knew in, 2023, and it probably was before then, before I reconnected with him in 23, that he was an offensive head coach. And it was fun to actually see that development and then having a taste of that my last year at Utah State being on that side of the ball.
Coach, can't let it go any further without mentioning that we're talking to a two-time conference defensive player of the year. We're talking to what you were the conference tournament most valuable player, right? Your senior year.
Yes, sir.
So defense, there we go. We're talking a lot of offense right now. If I'm not mistaken, were you offensive coordinator last year at Utah State, and then this year you're switching back over to defense?
Yeah, I'm switching back over, man. It was a shock to my system last year. It was a complete shock of and that just kind of gave me insight of how much coaches are genius on that side of the ball to be able to get 5 guys, work together, share the ball, one common theme. I was mind blown. The great thing about it, man, he let me dig right on in, be innovative in my little project of what I brought to the table. He allowed me to bring to the table. But it was mind blowing. It was mind blowing. I never knew on that side of on the basketball it took that much, right? It's not as simple. I know it's people say it's simple. Put the orange ball in a round hole, but it's so much more that goes into it.
So what kind of a defender were you back in college? And then how do you use that in your coaching to kind of, push? Because I mean, it's not nothing to be back to back. defensive player of the year in your conference.
Yeah, you say back in college. I'm still young, man, so I'm the same way now.
I say back in college for me too, man. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah, but I was this aggressive, take away your strengths. Obviously, I was blessed to be 6'5" and long and athletic and can guard multiple positions. But I took pride in it, man. I took pride in it. Like, that's just something that I felt like that was my calling. And I realized how much of an impact that was to the game of basketball. And to hear my teammates to this day still give me credit of how I made them guys better offensively, because I just wanted to challenge them. Like, I took pride, if you would. So, for instance, I was able to guard Steph Curry. We both from the same hometown. And I remember, what was it, 2008, I believe. My mom come in and calling me, and she had a Steph Curry poster, and she told me, hey, can you have Steph Curry sign this after you guys play them? And I'm like, huh? What do you mean? Like, there would be no such thing. And so from that point on, that night, going into that game that next day, man, I held him to 12 points. And at the time, that's when Steph Curry was on draft boards. He was ascending into becoming a national player, man. And so I just take pride in it, man. The competitiveness in me just wouldn't allow somebody just to come and do what they wanted to do on the offensive end.
Are you aware of how much of a defensive footprint or defensive kind of, I don't know, spirit University of Cincinnati basketball has, and how all the fans hearing what you just said just got very, very happy?
Yeah, I'm aware. You got to think so. Coach Calhoun is a Huggins disciple, right? And so at Fairmont State, I was able to go to watch their practices and watch them work on defense, right? And then obviously Coach Cronin as well. And so I get it. I get it. I understand it, man. And so that's always been a kind of a blueprint, a gritty type of style, a nasty type of style in the University of Cincinnati, man. So that's obviously music to my ears.
Coach, a weird, interesting tidbit as well. You had a stint at App State.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, it was the exact same time that Coach Scott Satterfield was there as head coach at App State. Any former connection you had there, as both in the athletic department together?
No, I just remember Coach Satterfield being extremely nice. I just remember the history of Appalachian State football being rich.
Right.
Man, and the tailgates and just the sea of black and gold, man. Like, so that experience there, just to come in, and that being at the time of football school, man, that was good to see. It actually helped us in recruiting. We can bring a kid up and enjoy a football game, and it helped.
Yeah. So when you come into this new, staff in the Big 12 and whatnot, you guys obviously played against Arizona last year in the tournament. You kind of got a taste of what the physicality to bring and whatnot. Defensively, you guys made a good switch and kind of pressured them a lot there in the second half. Staged a good comeback by you guys. Was that a good barometer for what to kind of expect physicality wise, and kind of a small glimpse of schematic wise what you might need to do defensively in the Big 12?
Yeah, it was definitely a good glimpse. Obviously, you hear about the physicality and the levels, right, and the type of players that can play at that level. So to be able to be on that stage and give them a kind of a run for their money at the time, when you see them go through the tournament, they kind of just blow everybody out. It kind of gave us, obviously, some confidence in terms of now being here at the University of Cincinnati to continue to fast forward to our niche and do what we need to do and recruit better players and add our physicality to the mix of this Big 12 basketball.
Talk to me about the fist defense. How much, while you were working on the offensive side of the ball, how much did you get to really dive into it? And do you think that's going to be the primary defense? Is it going to be a part of the defensive strategy? Coach talked about being versatile, being able to switch things up, press, play man, play zone. Like, how do you see it from your perspective?
Yeah, so we temper with fist, which is, a fist, 5 guys guarding 1. We tempered with it in 2023 at Youngstown State, and it worked. I think we were number 1 in the conference defensively. And so I think we were top 5 in every other category. We're number 1 in block shots. We're number 1 in protecting the paint. And so that was just the tinker. We kind of didn't know what we were doing. We studied NKU, who Coach Hout led that defense there and took some things. And that's the good thing about Fist, man. You can do a lot of different things because it's not really a man. It's not really a zone. And so you can have different formalities of how you want to attack an offense and how you want to imprint or what you're trying to do or take away when you're facing an opponent. And so I'm pretty sure we'll bring that same type of formula. When we're pressing a little bit, you don't know if it's man or zone, and just kind of bring that type of aggressiveness. That's been our niche, right? We don't want teams to become comfortable in what they're doing. And then we feel like at this stage we have the size and athleticism to actually rebound the ball. Like we had the speed, right? We had the athleticism, but the girth of just facing Arizona in the Big 12, we kind of couldn't match that at the time. But now, hopefully, with the guys that we brought in, it'll be more of a punch to Fist.
Have you figured out the secret to guarding the corner 3 out of that defense?
The secret to guard the corner 3?
Oh, so Mick Cronin ran it here for 5 years.
Yeah.
And the of his version of it,
right.
The weak spot was the corner 3.
I got you. And
it was a headache, Coach. It was a headache. All the fans would be like, "Oh, another corner 3."
Right. It's variations of how people run it, right? Some people are more zone-ish. Some people are more manish. I think it's not the volume of threes. It's just the type of threes you're getting. And so we want to create those rushed threes where teams have no rhythm because they're trying to figure it out.
I'm curious, you mentioned with the guys you brought on having the length and athleticism, not trying to get you to say who you expect to be that defensive stopper or really elite defensive talent, but who might have the potential
to be that defensive stopper.
who might have the tools to be that really, really good defensive player.
Right. And so that's the trick of Fish, right? And so we say 5 guys as one. Like the reason why we were successful in it is because we had our 5-man guard perimeter guys. They were like guards, right? So we can switch, right? We can switch those positions. And so when I say our goal is to have everybody on that floor, all 5 guys being elite at what they're doing, teams won't be figuring out, who's the elite defender because you're going to face multiple defenders within that possession because you don't know if it's man, you don't know if it's zone. And so you may have a matchup that you think you can take advantage of, and you may not. And that's just the beauty of Fist. It's just 5 elite defenders that's connected, that's guarding the ball.
Was there anybody you were pounding the table for during the transfer portal? Standing up at 2 a.m. like, we got to get this done. And why was it Jaden Hastings?
Yeah, that was a lot of sleepless nights. I think just bigs, bigs are hard to come by. It's not many, and especially in Jaden Hastings type caliber, right? He's an elite shot blocker. He's mobile. And so we felt like that was a touch of what we needed in our defense, man, to have somebody 6'9" that can move like that and protect the rim. And so that was the one, definitely the sleepless nights one, man. That I'm glad we kind of sealed that deal and get that home, man. That was important.
Go ahead, Brett.
Coach, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, you had a couple guys that visited, then got off campus and visited somewhere else, and usually that's a wrap. But you were able to get Tyler Riley. You were able to get Jaden Hastings. What's it say about you guys as recruiters that you didn't let it go? You didn't let go of trying to get those guys in the boat.
Yeah, I think it just says that we are who we say we are, right? So we Zoom with these guys. They get a chance to kind of see how we sound, right? Coach does a great job of presenting information to them, all right? And so they come on campus and they get the same type of effect, right? They see that we're real genuine in the process. We're a family-like oriented program. And so from there, man, that doesn't leave you, right? And when somebody can impact you for 48 hours, right, and we're confident in that, it doesn't leave you, right? And so even when they leave campus, we're still talking to them, right? We're still trying to align things where they feel like they're still connected to the program. And so that just speaks volumes from the top down. It speaks volumes to coach, who's relentless in what he does, the type of guy he is when he speaks to these individuals and these players. It resonates not only to them, but to their families and whoever else connected to them.
Coach has mentioned just length overall and kind of positional versatility. You know, when you hear those, obviously length, you think defense, but offensively, you think, you know, positional versatility is helpful as well. But when you were coaching offense last year, did it help your defensive brain even more to kind of be like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to do offensively to try and combat what they're throwing at me defensively, and now you've just become a mastermind?
I would like to think so, but that's not the case, man. I'm telling you, like, I was trying to play catch up, right? Like, Coach he's on another level offensively, man. And so for me, it was just trying to understand the concepts, trying to get these guys to continue to buy into passing the ball and playing as one, and just being an extension of him, right? And so whatever we wanted to drill from an offensive standpoint, whether it was cutting or passing or making reads, just being an extension of him, or trying to do that. But because we are very involved in defense, right? So as coaches, we're out there, we're giving these guys the reads. I think for that, it would help. It's like live bodies, it's not cones. And for me, who has a defensive mindset, I'm able to kind of talk to guys as they're doing things, as I'm guarding them, right? And so that was the advantage of being on the offensive side of the ball. It's like, hey, you know, even though I'm teaching you offense, I'm actually defending you, giving you that live read to be able to, you know, be efficient in what you're doing.
Do you ever feel bad for the tag man, Waldo, I guess as Coach calls him?
Oh, very bad for him. It's gonna be a long night. I don't think they know it going in, but from an analytical standpoint and breakdown, man, we know exactly who we're attacking and how we're attacking, how we're attacking them, and they know within the first 4 or 5 minutes of the game that, you know, they're Waldo.
Elamine, real quick, Coach. I mean, 6'9", length, athleticism, ability to go and block a perimeter three and then chase down and grab a rebound on the other side. I mean, what is, obviously people mentioned, you know, add strength and whatnot, but what have you seen out of him in such an early stage that where he can be kind of a defensive Swiss Army knife?
Mm-hmm. The first thing I noticed about Elamine, man, is he's not scared of the moment, right? You have these freshmen that come in during the headlights. He's always been that cool, calm, collective, confident individual, right? And so you see them on the stage at, you know, the first time in a tournament appearance for him against Villanova, he had 14-7, right? And so to me, that's where he has his advantage. Obviously, his length and athleticism, but to have a mindset to be on any stage, man, and say, hey, I belong, it's kind of something you can't teach. That's just a confidence within himself and who he is as a person. And I think that's the part about him that shocked me the most coming through the door. Like some freshmen, you have to grow into who you are. He knew who he was. He was confident in his ability, man. And so when it was his time to step up and start, man, and he took advantage of starting.
Keegan, anything else?
I'm good.
Coach, we appreciate it. It's been great to have you on. Your debut, one of many appearances here on the Bearcat Journal Network. So thanks a bunch. Keegan, are you going to Memphis?
I'm going to Memphis. Yes, I'll be in Memphis.
I'll be there.
Keegan be there?
Will be there.
Yeah,
right. Let's
see you
link
there.
up. All right, let's link up. It's been a pleasure, guys. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Always, Coach.
Thanks. Appreciate it, Coach Robinson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go.
Aaron zapping him. I got a mouthful of beef jerky. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, you guys got to be strategic with this, man.
No, there's no strategy to this. It's just start and finish.
How is Austin Bass's time?
Oh my poor kid. That poor kid.
Oh,
He's probably still sitting there, just sitting refreshed. No.
Oh, he couldn't get on?
Wait, you weren't being sarcastic? I thought you were
No.
being
Oh no. Dude, I have
not
had a very busy day myself. I have not been able to really see much.
His Wi-Fi just hasn't worked. He's gotten on the screen and been frozen the entire time.
Oh gosh.
Take your sunglasses off inside. You're not cool. Stop acting like you're cool.
He said, take your sunglasses off inside. You're not cool. Stop acting like you're cool.
I don't feel good.
Oh, then you're fine.
I think it's funny that the Cincy Light logo was over her face almost the entire time.
Drink Cincy Light. It's cool. Man, Manny Robinson. Ooh,
Have a good practice.
Oh, there's Austin. Not a fun time today, Brian. Hey, man, sorry. I thought I heard the intro where it's like, we're going to have Austin Bass on for about 2 hours.
That was the plan. We turned him on and he did one of these.
Hey, we'll get over the hurdle eventually, Austin. We'll get over the hurdle. But no, I mean, gosh, Manny just seems like he's a guy. What Fairmont State was with Calhoun, then went and did the App State, East Tennessee State, and then had to just come back and join him at Youngstown. Then he went to Utah State. Now it's just like that continuation of being in that close-knit, tied belief in what Calhoun does. And, I just think he's a key cog to this whole thing. And the fact that he said, the whole empowering, Aaron, you've been all over the empowering side. And it's he empowers him, and obviously he says his goal was to be a head coach at some point, and he's just learning every single thing he can. I think that's more valuable to what Calhoun actually does.
Like a sponge.
Amen.
Jason, I paraphrased what Chad was saying, by the way. There was no reason for me to run a 15-second question. Get out of here.
I didn't ask 15-second questions. It's like 8-second questions. And the whole point was you were supposed to translate. You think translators do shorthand?
Yes.
Oh, wait, what? Okay, inside joke.
Remember when Lenny was on with us and we had audio issues to where Lenny could only hear
I was able to do that very well. I thought that was a great job.
I did the same thing for Chad earlier. As
He
Chad's
did not
audio
do the same thing, Brett. You
did not work for
took
Evan
my
Tengesdahl.
question and asked Lenny my question. Aaron paraphrased my question.
I made it
and
better.
Evan,
Made it better.
There's something funny that I want to bring up. I just want to make sure that I can talk about high school recruits on here. Like there's no connection that we would be violating anything.
Not, as long as there's not a coach on.
Yeah, the coach can't talk about high school.
Okay.
We can talk about whatever the fuck we want.
You know how Cam Mercer visited Xavier?
Yeah.
Well, he already just posted another picture of him and UC stuff from his visit on his Instagram story. Shout out to Sin City Sports.
Let's go.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
gotta get the eyebrows ready. Gotta get the eyebrows ready.
He's already
started.
Yeah,
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Oh, there I go right there. Hold on, let me fit this dread right quick. I hear y'all. All right, make sure I look good just in case the ladies be watching this. You know what I'm
They're
saying?
watching.
They're watching. They are all watching.
Yeah. I checked. I asked them and they said they
Full
were
house today, don't we?
Yeah, full house today. Marquez Parker, defensive lineman for the Cincinnati Bearcats, joins us. Quez, how's it going?
Man, it's going good, fresh off, I just got my hair did, moving and grooving around the city.
Looks good. Looks good. Shout it out. Shout out the spot.
Shout out. Nah, she actually did my hair at her crib, down the way. I ain't gonna tell y'all the spot because I don't want nobody stealing my hairstylist, but it's cool though.
No free ads. I was offering.
Cool,
but no
you know what I'm
ads.
saying? Just got back in town yesterday.
Okay.
So I got to ask because I saw your laughing emojis. I think top comment under the black uniform competition. So who does it best?
I mean, obviously we do it best, but it was just funny. I was just looking at the stuff, and I'm like, man, they doing us bad right now. Then we bounced back though, but at first it wasn't looking too good. But shout out to Clay, man. They fixed the issue, man. But them black ones do go hard though. We wear them we won twice last year. So yeah, them just, had my best game in the black ones. I got the sacks in the black ones, so. I need to
So
wear them
more
head game.
all black, blackout look. Okay, noted.
Yep. You know
Noted.
what time it is with the all black.
There we go. There we go. Talk a little bit about spring ball. Your thoughts, all encompassing after the practices are done, after the spring showcase. How do you feel it went, and how do you feel like you personally did?
If I had to grade it, I'd give it like a B plus. You know what I'm saying? As far as overall everything, you know what I'm saying. I just felt like it just made more sense when I was out there. You know, the plays made more sense. What I was doing made more sense, and I just went out there running around, just playing football, like running and hitting. So you know, it was just a blessing for me to stay injury free. And just for me to have fun, be out there with the guys, laughing and playing. Then when it's time to, you feel me, go, it's time to go. But, you know, it was nice being able to build chemistry. Just, you know what I'm saying, do what I always do what I love to do. So, you know, whenever I get a chance to go out there and put pass on, it's going down. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it got to be.
Is there a number of sacks you're looking to get this season?
Man, y'all set me up, man. He just told me not to talk about how many sacks. Man, they said
don't listen to Stipe. Come on.
No, I ain't gonna listen to him. You know, I'm gonna say 10 plus. Nah, for real though, man, I'm just trying to run and hit, you know, run and tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully I tackle the quarterback 10 times this season. You know, that'll be a blessing. But yeah, I mean, let's be honest, everybody love to get sacked. So I feel like anything above what I had last year is good, man. So I'm just gonna put it like that. I ain't gonna say too much.
Diplomatic answer, smart answer.
Know, I'm gonna keep it humble this time.
What's your favorite thing about working with Coach Nate Woody and this new defense? Like both him as the coach and your favorite thing about the defense.
My favorite thing about working with Coach Woody is he works to player strengths. So like if he know you good at this, he gonna put you in a position to be good at what you're good at, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he just really understands his players. He know his players, you know. It ain't just always, what I say goes, you know what I'm saying? He open to things, and if you need to switch position or if you versatile, he put you in different positions to make plays. And what else you said, Twin?
Like just your favorite thing about him as a coach and then as the defense.
My favorite thing about him as a coach is like he ain't all the way like how he looked. Like he might have got a demeanor about himself, you know what I'm saying? I ain't know what I was gonna get, but he actually way cooler than that. Like he could come to one of my cookouts back at the crib. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
High praise. I'm curious, who else on the defensive line this upcoming season do you have high expectations for? We've heard a lot about Thomas Johnson and how he couldn't go in the spring, but how talented he is. Is it him or anybody else?
I mean, obviously, Thomas, you know, you don't just get 12 sacks. I don't care if he was going against my little brother. You just get 12 sacks, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, obviously, him, my dog, Mook had an impressive spring. It was like some practices where he had 2 sacks a couple practices. I feel like Cam Neal, he's getting better. Rhino, he actually Jalen White McClain, he like more of a tackle, but he came and played defensive end for a few practices, and he almost put me out of business. So, you know, that boy Rhino, he getting up there. And then the person I got the most chemistry with is my dog. He played nose guard, Josh Huff, you know what I'm saying? Okay. You can tell he an older, wiser guy. He understand the game. So it's like I don't gotta tell him something. He already know what I'm thinking when I'm out there. So it's just natural. Like we might run like a natural stunt just off knowing the protection and things of that. You know, that's high level ball. Shout out to Coach Stu. But you know, all that extra stuff, really. My dog Chad too. My dog Chad was snapping too, man. Chad 022. You know, he got the 11 on. You know what I'm saying? Got my guy my dog Miles, he had a great spring game. My dog Miles, he a youngin'. He coming on in. My dog Gunny, his pass rushing got way better, so he gonna get some sacks this year. And yeah, man, the young guys has been getting way better, man. CD been getting way better, you know. The young guys been getting way better. So, and then we got Y'all ain't let y'all sleep on my dog Drew. I forgot Drew Logan. We just worked out earlier today. When he come back, man, he gonna shake it up for sure. Like people might think they got the spot. I don't know, man. I know I'm still on my toes for sure. So yeah, my dog Drew. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna be good this year. Like we're gonna get a lot of sacks this year, TFLs, pressures, whatever y'all want to call it. We're gonna definitely do our part.
I think he just solidified that he's going to be a coach at some point because I asked him about like 1 to 2 people when he listed everyone on the defensive line. It's very professional. Good job.
I'll say somebody, they gonna be like,
future mayor right here, man. Future mayor. You're
just show everybody some love. You know how it go in the interviews. I'm trying to be a good guy.
Yeah, you're killing it. Does Josh Huff ever bring up his running back days?
Oh yeah, man. He always, I seen this high school. He was getting off versus little Johnny and Carlos and them. Dad was the coach. He was getting off versus them, man. But I say, you come down south where I'm at, man, you probably would have been still at the crib with them highlights. You know what I'm saying? Like it would have been over with. So yeah, he bring him up. He can move though. He quick. He can move for his size. I give him credit. Obviously, he faster than me. Like I'm the fastest, but he can move for his size.
You're a Memphis guy. Keegan's going to be in Memphis this weekend.
Yeah.
Where's the spot? Where's he need to go to eat? Remember, the caucasity level is very high.
Where?
On Keegan.
With me.
Caucasity level is very
He's like Memphis.
I don't want you sending Keegan anywhere.
I ain't gonna set him up like that. Like it's
where's he need to go to eat that's not Beale Street?
Let me see where you safe at.
I think I'm staying in Germantown.
Yeah, see, there you go right now. Germantown, Cordova, all them good spots. You know what I'm saying? Just go anywhere you see a police car at. Stop. You gotta lead though. After that, don't stay around try to see what's going on around the back or see Johnny getting robbed from the side of the street. Don't worry about that. Don't try to be no hero and try to help somebody. If somebody say I got a flat tire, just keep walking. They lying.
I think
they're trying to get you.
My favorite thing I saw when I was in Memphis, I went down to like the Elvis Museum and all of that, whatever. But across the street, I believe there was like a gas station that also had chicken and also did taxes.
Oh yeah. hey, them gas station foods be the bomb. You know what I'm saying? But Keegan, you know what, man? Just give me your number after the interview. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you the rundown on how to move, man. Because I can't say too much on here. I'm trying to still be able to go back to the hood, man.
Keegan also likes to get haircuts.
He likes to
get haircuts on.
You just go to Great Clips. Don't go to the.
I'm not going to Great Clips. That's an insult right there. Do not tell me to go to Great Clips.
I'm trying to tell you what it is. I'm trying to tell you how to get.
Are you a Gibson's Donuts guy?
Gibson's Donuts.
Oh, it's the best donut I've ever had.
I'm Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, there we go. It's better than Krispy Kreme, Marquez.
Hey,
how many of the dozen? Nico is not listening. How many of the dozen of the Krispy Kremes are you taking now? Nico is not listening.
Dozen. Oh, if I get a 12 piece, I'm good for 7 for sure. I'm good for 7. If I'm hungry, I'm good for 9.
I like that.
So you might have to buy your own box. You know what I'm saying? We 2 big fellas. You might have to buy your own box, man.
Well, I agree.
Is it weird lining up this year without Dante next to you?
Yeah, man. Hey, Huff just as big as Dante. I be looking over. I be thinking that's Dante sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Getting them mixed up. But nah, man. Dante, yeah, he was just like, you ever like just feel so comfortable with somebody knowing they going to do what they going to do?
Yeah.
Like, it's like having that one person, like, you'll go to war with, he going to protect you. You know what I'm saying? So having Dante in the middle of the defense, it was like he was just the stable of the program. Like, the team, at one point, the team didn't run without Dante. So Dante, he was the guy, you know what I'm saying? The whole time he was here. And he was just, I'm just glad I was beside him, you know what I'm saying? Because he made life a lot easier, you know what I'm saying?
Have you seen Huff, like all of a sudden you look and he's talking to Coach Cardwell and Coach Thomas trying to get some goal line carries?
Nah, I'm gonna make sure he don't do that. If they gonna give anybody on the D line the ball, it's me.
It's you? Okay.
I run the traffic. I control the traffic. So before anybody else get a carry, if Coach said let anybody else get on offense that's on the D line, I'm gonna go up to his office and we're gonna have a conversation. Straight like that. Promise you. I'm so serious.
We were told on by someone that would know quite a lot about it that you're in some of the best shape you've been since being on campus. And are you feeling like that's the situation? You're ready to go out and you just feel shape wise ready to go out?
Yeah, for sure. Like I took my shirt off at the pool last weekend.
Oh,
for
dude,
sure.
props to you. I struggle with that myself.
Come on now, like that 10 pounds, that's a big difference. Like my body, instead of me having a little rose right there, it's just straight, you know. So I ain't got to wear the undershirt under the jersey. I can, you feel me?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So I'm just moving better. I can last longer in practice. I don't know. It's just a whole nother feeling. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. The best advice I give you is to lose 10 pounds and find out.
Yes.
I'm getting hit up. Everybody said so far. We've been live for 7 hours and 11 minutes. Everybody said so far you're their favorite guest of the day.
Appreciate that, man. You know, Quez is trying to, bring positivity to everybody's life. You know what I'm saying? That's the least I can do, right?
For sure.
That's right.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping on. We love having you. We're gonna have you on. Like, we'll get you a whole episode here sometime soon.
I don't even think we talked about football. This was a FaceTime. This is a FaceTime, but I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Quez. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thanks, man. See
For
ya.
sure, man.
Thanks.
See you, man.
There you go. Marquez Parker, defensive lineman for Cincinnati.
Unreal.
Legend.
Yeah.
Legend.
Great.
Make sure you text him, Keegan.
Don't try to be no hero. Just keep walking. Someone
You
has
see
to change a tire. Keep walking.
Great clips. Go to great clips.
Look, you said you were staying in the safer
Germantown.
part of one of the
Yeah.
safer parts of Memphis, and he was like, "Yeah, that's about right. That's about right."
See,
Yeah.
there we go. That was awesome.
Last time we were there, Keegan drove like 40 minutes to get to a gym to work out. 25 minutes to get. Aaron, as a smart
Dedication.
decision. No, it's a smart decision. The
Just
gyms
take the
that were
day
closer, he's never going to take the day off.
No days
He
off.
also
Aaron.
didn't.
Come on.
He also didn't need to go to the gyms that were 10 minutes from where we were staying. He needed to go to the gym that was 20 minutes from where we were staying.
We were in the heart of it where he had to stay for the
Hell
Liberty
yeah.
Bowl.
We were
The
downtown
heart of it.
Memphis.
God.
I've got more soul than you, Keegan.
There was like a nightclub below our Airbnb.
Yeah.
Did you go? Did you visit?
No.
Oh, okay.
He might have. He might have gotten up at 2 a.m. and went down there. It wouldn't have surprised me.
Oh, for sure.
I got up at 4:30 to drive back for the Houston game, and there were still people down there.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Well,
All right,
so
man.
when is this Memphis trip that keeps getting brought up?
He's
This
going
weekend.
to EYBL this weekend.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, everyone wants to go to Memphis. All right.
It's an open period for coaches, so coaches are out on the road.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I just remembered Marquez was from Memphis.
He's
so-
from West Memphis, Arkansas. So the
yes,
other
but
side.
it's Memphis. It's right
Yeah.
across. It's like Northern Kentucky to Cincinnati. It's right across the river. So
Coach Calhoun said he's going to take him out for dinner. So Keegan might go somewhere and not eat Chipotle.
Sounds
no,
like
Memphis.
me.
I explored Memphis. I'm gonna get some Gus's, maybe some one and only. Yeah, there's no option there.
Manny will be at that meal with you, I imagine, the way that he said, yeah, I'll see you down there too. So,
Yeah.
gosh, it's going to be a great trip to Memphis. Maybe we all go. Little
Chad, Brett
trip.
texts you.
I did.
No, the
Brett.
other Brett.
The other Brent.
Brett, not Brent.
Okay. Fair. Uh-oh. Well, Aaron, how are we, man? You good?
I'm good. I found that putting my hair down actually has helped with the extra cushion on the ears.
yeah, my
Is
ears.
it-
Like that's why I had to get off a little bit earlier to give my ears like a
Are people talking too loud?
10-minute break.
No, the the headphones on the ears for hours is not the most comfortable thing.
I'm still completely fine. It usually does hurt. I know what you're talking about, but I'm good.
It's the
Gotta go with the
cartilage,
buds,
like back
maybe.
here, like the back. I can't. My ear holes are too small or something. The in ear ones aren't good for me.
Same. Mine pop out. That's why I got to wear like the loop ones when I work out. So
Yeah, I've got some really good Beats in ear headphones, but for 12 out, like my ears would have hurt for a week. All right, look, Marquez might have stolen the show, but this is the guy that everybody's been waiting to hear from. This is the guy that all the fans have been like, look, you can't do the 12-hour show if we don't get Max Bent. So welcome to the Bearcat Journal Network, Max.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on, fellas. I hope they shouldn't have requested me. Should have gone for higher profile, higher priority people.
No, you are a legend
on this one, man.
You're a legend to this fan base. I don't know if you know that or not.
I'm relatively aware. I didn't mean for that to take a life of its own like it did. That was I timed it out a little bit better toward the end. I heard the reception, I got it, and I'd done that everywhere I had been, and it was like my initiation into Cincinnati athletics, how passionate they are and like just how much they're involved and how much they care. Because I had done it previously at other spots, and it's exciting. You get someone new into the family. I just learned you got to do it. It's got to be an appropriate timing. So I learned.
Like we told Coach Manny, this is not Utah anymore.
No.
Well, see, the thing is it's different now. Like back in the day, somebody would commit, and then the announcement was coming. Like somebody would commit internally, and the announcement was coming fairly shortly after. But now with everything else that goes involved with getting a deal all the way to the finish line, it takes a little bit longer. Like people don't understand the back end of it, that you might have thought that thing was going to be done in a day or two. It just happened to be done in 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's just how much the landscape's changed. You know, like it's just even 10 years ago, 8 years ago, when someone said they're committed, that means, okay, sign the GIA and it's done with whatever. Like there's just a couple more things you got to go through. So I'm trying to I'll get better with it.
It was all analytical by you. I mean, you're the analytics, king. So obviously you knew. Let me send this out a little 2 days before, get fan engagement up even higher.
Oh, I wish there was a bigger thought process to it. I was just
Charlie Day, we're connecting on the dots over here.
I'm here for all of it. Just troll the fan base as much as you want. Create all the chaos. Have everybody tweeting about everything, trying to exactly like Charlie Day connecting the dot. Just run amok. Let them all try and figure it out.
Sunny in Philadelphia reference.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that.
That's right.
The problem was they asked me, what does it mean? And I'm like, I don't know, Max yet.
Okay.
Oh,
I owe you an apology.
No, it's fine. I'm used to the fans, driving me crazy. That's just a day in Bearcat land after 20 years on this job.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
One last question on it. Which was your favorite gift that you were posting?
Dude, apparently the first couple I posted were football things.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So we'll give you the pass, though. We'll give you the pass.
I cleaned that up. And then I cleaned up the time. I mean, I thought I had it honed in for the last couple.
So you were on point.
You did.
Yeah, but then people were still confused. They were like, is this for this one? Or like, is there something else coming?
That's the problem. When I sent the first couple out haywire, it sent it all into a spiral. So
like Kenyon Martin has to be a big man, has to be a shot blocker.
Oh, don't read too much into that. That's any
people were reading in, my man.
Yeah.
They were reading in.
I wish I had a more sophisticated system. It's very simple.
You need to go to the Bearcat signal.
What is that?
Back in the day, I used to do one. Where like Batman is standing on the and it's got the thing, and you just put the C-paw like in where the Batman. I used to have one.
I'll explore.
We'll
look into different things.
I can do anything these days. Coach, let's bring it back to basketball, right?
Okay.
So obviously you had a unique career path to get into the position that you currently are. I think what you applied to Michigan, got accepted, met someone who knew the manager, some sort of connection. I heard that you were able to become a student manager and then slowly worked your way up. John Beeline, obviously a great coach to learn under. But what kind of led you to Coach Calhoun, and what has further developed the connection that you and Coach have?
Yeah. So, like, long story short, like you said, I went to Michigan. I worked with a guy there named Chinadu, and he ended up working for Coach Calhoun at Youngstown State. And then also Coach Calhoun was at Fairmont State, which is in the Mountain East Conference, Wiviak, when he started there, transitioned to the Mountain East. And I was an assistant coach at Charleston in the Mountain East for 5 seasons. We never overlapped. But so, like, there was a lot of familiarity there. And then one of my best friends, Colin Barth, he actually doesn't coach anymore, but he was heavily involved in the basketball. And he actually introduced me to Coach Calhoun and Coach Paul. So I met them the first time at the Riverwalk in San Antonio in 2017. So just kind of met them there. And then every so often I'd drive up to Youngstown and just pick his brain, whatever. But when I knew he got the position at Utah State and he reached out to me and asked if I'd be interested, I mean, to be honest with you, it didn't matter if it was Utah State, Anchorage, Alaska, Seattle, Washington. Like, it really didn't matter where it was at. Like, it's Jerrod Calhoun. So when you get a chance to learn from someone like that, so I kind of am probably spoiled. I broke into the business learning from John Beeline, who I think is the best coach of all time. So I've been kind of.
I agree.
I'm telling you.
Well, I one or two.
One for me.
Rick Pitino also has a pretty high claim, but those are my 1 and 2.
Were you at Michigan for that national championship game, or were you?
So I used to joke with Coach Beeline after I graduated in 2017. Like, if he ever wants to go to a national championship again, he should just plan on hiring me, then fire me after 1 year, because they went to the national championship the year before I got there and the year after I left.
Okay, wow.
So it might have been me, or it could have been luck. I don't know, but so I learned from Coach Beeline super early, and I see a lot of similarities between him and Coach Calhoun. And it's also just anytime you see a guy take staff with him from Fairmont, you see him take staff with him from Youngstown. And I knew Colin really well, who knew them really well. There's a lot of great coaches in this business, but there's less great people. And he checks both boxes. So if you're able to learn from someone like him and work for someone like him, it really didn't matter if it was Utah State, California, Maine, Alaska, Florida. If I had the chance to work for him and work with him, I'm going with him for sure.
What was your playing career like?
Didn't do it. Awful.
Like in high school, you didn't play?
I played tennis.
Tennis in high school.
I played tennis.
He was number one solo, right?
Who is that on the internet?
Brent knows everything.
And you knew the backstory a little bit to how I got to
Park High School, I believe.
In Grand Rapids, Michigan, boys. Phenomenal city.
Drew
Beautiful.
Johnson, 7'5", 6'1", and then Kennewill Hills, Eric Tenbrink, 6'0", 6'1".
Yes, that's in the stop there, because there's a match after that against a kid from West Catholic that didn't go that way.
That's why
we'll leave it there. But yeah, I actually played tennis. I've always been really into sports, athletics, competition, like team building aspects of things, and then just dumb luck, I got connected with a manager at Michigan, and he got me an interview, and I got through that process, and I don't know. I love coaching. I don't think if I was coaching, I'd be teaching. So this is kind of the best of both worlds. Like,
okay.
You get to teach and you get to develop people as you coach athletics. So
did you have an inclination towards basketball, or was it just a thing where you wanted something to do at Michigan and you kind of fell into it?
I did have an inclination toward basketball, honestly, because I grew up watching the early 2000s Pistons. So my dad was a big fan. We used to watch the games together all the time. So it kind of just transitioned from that into basketball, and Michigan had always been my dream school growing up. Like, it didn't matter what athletic scholarships for tennis or what that situation was. If I got accepted into Michigan, I was going there. Wow. So, I don't know how people in this state feel about that, but
I'm fine with them.
It is.
This is Cincinnati. It's not Ohio State territory.
Yeah,
there's a little bit of it, but
you're mostly safe here.
Yeah,
understood.
Completely safe. He Michigan does not like that team up north, so it is what it is. No, but analytics though, Coach, it's kind of tied to you and kind of what if you do any research at all, it's kind of your bread and butter. What Coach Calhoun said you're going to be on the offensive side of the staff this year. Where do you draw the line from getting too analytical and becoming, kind of way too number based, or do you kind of just play both sides as well as you can?
Yeah, I think the lines blurred a little bit because I think when you just put players into boxes, it kind of affects their confidence and their freedom. And when they're not playing green anymore, they're probably playing worse. They're starting to think, and the game's maybe a little too sped up or a little too slowed down, however it disadvantages them. But it is something we talk about. I think talking about it is one thing, but a lot of people talk about analytics. They want to talk about the mid-range shot and less efficient, less value. But I mean, if we got great players that are open, like they're free to take those shots. It's just a lot of times you perform how you practice. So if we walked in there and did drills all day that are focused on mid-range pull-up jump shots and less, quote unquote, lesser efficient shots, that's probably what they do. It's just we don't prioritize it or practice it as much as free throws, layups, dunks, and open uncontested three-point shots. So there's definitely a fine line to it. You never want to restrict your players or get them inside their own head or get them being someone they're not. But it's just more so educating of what's efficient, not only for themselves individually, but more importantly, our team, how our team operates from an analytical standpoint. So there's more layers to that, more depth to that. But for the most part, that's kind of how it operates. Yeah.
When it comes to new players coming in, I want to bring up one player in particular because he's a very offensive sided, played for a defensive minded coach, and Tyler Tejada.
Yep.
If you see like efficiency, inefficiency, I wouldn't say that Towson's offense was one of the best in the country by any means, but do you kind of see the ability to pull out the efficient side of things with a player like that when he's, surround him with higher level talented players?
Yeah, 100%. I think we think someone as a staff collectively, he has incredible upside. I mean, he's very talented. He's very coachable. The number one thing that I think Coach Calhoun does a great job of, I don't want to say it's easy, but it's probably easier for coaches to identify talent. Like, wow, this kid's really good at this. He's really good at this. But like what Coach Calhoun does is prioritize people behind that. Like he's going to put people around Tyler, and Tyler's going to be around Miles and Eric and Ed and all our team. Like we got guys on our roster that are good humans. Like they are good people. So when you get a collective group of people with alignment and they're willing to sacrifice, they're willing to do things for others as opposed to themselves individually, I think that unlocks someone like Tyler to a more efficient play style, or Miles to develop his game in a different way, or Tylen or EP, or just different guys, man, depending on like life's about people. You got the right people around you, you can do extraordinary things. You got the wrong people around you, you might put yourself in a tough spot. So I think I'm more excited than his talent. I'm excited for him as a person and the people we have around him. I think we've done a phenomenal job of getting people that'll represent our program, our community in the right way, and also just talented players. You're at Cincinnati, you're at a spot where you don't have to sacrifice character for talent. Like there's plenty of talented players with high level character that want to be here. So I think we did a good job of getting those players.
What was the behind the scenes on Akai Fleming? Because that one, you guys managed to sneak that one under the radar. I think there were lists out there on like Saturday. He's considering these schools. Cincinnati wasn't on it. And by Tuesday, he was a Bearcat.
Yeah, so we had a previous relationship with him. We have people that how this goes in today's climate. Like you're gonna know so many kids, just their background and who they are and who's around them and their composition. So that allows some recruitments to potentially go faster than others. Whereas again, like you want to do all the due diligence you can, but I mean, so much was already done on him and his background and what we had, and I mean, it developed quickly. Like I mean, that's why it probably went under the radar to some extent, but yeah, I think it's a perfect match. Again, he's very similar to Tyler. You could point at some inefficiencies, but the talent level, we trust in it. We believe his work ethic. We believe his heart, his ability to be coached, and his ability to sacrifice for others. So that one took off pretty quick though.
Is it like a little extra juice for a coaching staff when you get a guy before he visits? Him and Colvin they didn't take their officials and both committed.
Correct.
Or are you nervous as hell because they didn't visit?
It could cut both ways, but honestly, like he wouldn't have committed if we didn't believe in him and what we knew about him and his situation, and he didn't have conviction in what we can do for him, but more importantly, what he can do for us and those around him. So there's a little bit, but on it, we're not just taking, again, man, that goes back to like, we know these guys, we know who they are. We don't like the film can tell you what they do. It's the calls and the background and the years of relationships behind the scenes that can tell you who they are, not just what they do. So there's no real uneasiness. If anything, it's just exciting. Like anyone that commits with a visit, without a visit, it doesn't really matter. Like they're a Bearcat. So we're excited about everybody.
How about when they visit, then you don't get the commitment, then they go somewhere else and you still manage to get them to commit? That feels good. Don't lie.
It does. I would have liked for him to quit on the visit.
Sure.
Because it just, there's a couple 24, 36 hour period where it's like, oh, we did a good job, but once they leave the camp, you never really know. But yeah, I mean, I think I know the one you might be referring to, but there, yeah, a few of them. But I mean, we recruited against a bunch of top institutions, top programs for a lot of these guys. I mean, you want to have a good team, you're going to have to be in some recruiting battles with other programs that are probably just have more familiarity due to us being our first year here and just trying to get our bearings and see who we like that fits us and how we can build the program. So
there was the one you were thinking of, and then there was the other one that visited somewhere else after he had already.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
We had to connect the dots on that GIF. It was like, oh, this was sent a week ago.
Yeah. I like them all. I like when they commit in any way, shape, or form.
Yes,
those are beautiful days.
So, like when you guys started making those additions, it felt like it was like, okay, this guy's he's good. I see why they got him. But then it felt like for a long time there was a missing puzzle piece with that kind of ball dominant guard who can really go and score. When you get a guy like Tylen Riley, it feels like the puzzle starts to come together. How big of a weight was that off your shoulders, knowing how important he was to the offense?
Yeah, no, he's going to be a huge piece. We recruited him with that in mind, and he's ready for that opportunity. Like that's something he actively searched out in his recruitment, and he was honest with us. We were honest with him of what the expectations are and kind of the burden that he will have. But I mean, I think listen, that Tulsa team was really good. But he's going to have other players around him where him having that burden might look different, and his role might look different. It's not necessarily going to equate to, hey, you need to be incredibly ball dominant. I mean, we're very flexible with how we play offensively. So a lot of it might be pick and roll reads. It might be some ISOs. It might be, hey, you got to read off ball screening. We might play him some off ball. So, I mean, he's super talented. He's versatile. I think that's the one thing we searched for early, and we got a lot of it was versatility. I think we've got a lot of guys that, depending on what you want to do, even as a microcosm of like scout to scout, and just being that specific day to day of what you want or what you think might help you in your next game, your next opponent. We got a ton of versatility. Tylen checks a lot of boxes for us. So, yeah, he's going to be ready. He'll be ready.
How many University of Cincinnati Hall of Famers have you met? Do you know yet? Any?
I don't know. I don't know if I've met any. To be
How
honest.
about Dan Hoard? Have you met the great Dan Hoard?
I don't believe
voice of the Bearcats.
Of talking to Mr. Hoard yet.
That day is coming right now.
Voice of the Bearcats.
Nice.
Nice to speak to you.
You got a question for Max before we let him go?
No, I've just been listening over the last few minutes to what you guys have been talking about. I'm excited and encouraged. I've been obviously studying the roster, and I'm looking forward to seeing these guys when they start practicing in June. So this has been great.
We're excited too. We're excited.
Max, thank you, brother. Well, we need to get you on for a full episode here sometime in the not too distant future.
We'll see. We got some better guests to choose from.
I don't think
you were
so.
great, Coach. You were
Keep
great.
the chaos of the gifts going. Just keep it going.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out.
Best tennis player on the staff by far, right?
Listen, I'm a humble guy. I might take that one.
There we go.
I might. Well, I don't know about pickleball. That's a different game. I see everyone playing it all the time over here, so I might have to dabble.
There we go.
We'll see.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, fellas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yo, the gift man himself, Max Bent, joining us here on BearcatJournal.com. We go from Max to the legend, Dan Hoard, voice of the Bearcats. Dan, it's been a long day already. We're at 7.5 hours. What's the longest broadcast you've done?
When I was a minor league baseball announcer in my first season, I did 18 and 27 inning games 9 days apart.
Are
How
you
was the
serious?
voice?
The 27 inning game was actually spread out over 3 days. I think they played about the first 24, 25 innings on day one. It was suspended. They picked it up on day two, rained out after like another inning, and then they finished it on day three. So time-wise, I'm not sure that was longer than what you guys are doing, but that was an empty the briefcase kind of broadcast. I can tell you that.
Did you have
How
a
did they
good
not call
color
that
guy?
game?
Yeah.
How did they not call?
Yeah.
What? Well, they did after, I don't know, maybe 1 a.m. They stopped it the first night. They had a curfew in the International League at that time. And then they picked it up the next night, played a little before the rain, and finished it on day three. Now, the long professional baseball history was played in Pawtucket, Rhode Island before I was the announcer. That was 33 innings. And there was a curfew that existed in the International League at the time, but the home plate umpire had a old rule book in his pocket that did not have the curfew. So the managers were saying, hey, we're supposed to stop this game. It's 1 a.m. And the guy said, look, I've got the rule book right here. There's no curfew. Play on. Finally, they woke the commissioner. They kept calling the commissioner of the league in the middle of the night. They finally got him on the phone. He said, what the hell are you doing? Stop the game. And they eventually finished that one after 33 innings. That's the longest game in professional baseball history.
Who was your color guy? Did you have much help or?
So when I did the 18 and 27 inning games, you know what? Actually, it was 21 and 27. I'm shortchanging myself. 21 and 27 inning games, 9 days apart. The first game was on the road, and I did it alone. I did not have a partner on the road games. For the home game, I had a partner.
It's a long,
So,
long night right there.
And my team lost both games.
Oh. Cherry on top. There we go. Well, did you have to stay on air for the what was that, the Birmingham Bowl that had that long weather delay?
The Birmingham Bowl, yeah. So I think we went back to the studio after a while. We killed time for a lengthy period of time.
Right.
Maybe went back to the studio for a little bit and then came back and did the rest of the game. But I literally think that I caught COVID during that break. Now, I never tested positive during the 2020 NFL season. We had to be tested every day when we went in to Paycor Stadium. And I never tested positive, but there are cases of people that had COVID and just for whatever reason never tested positive. I think I might be one of those people because during that break in that Birmingham Bowl, I became deathly ill and I had all of the classic symptoms.
Oh, wow.
Unreal.
Did you lose your taste? Lost the sense of taste?
Didn't lose the sense of taste.
Okay.
Thankfully.
That's good. Yeah.
That's good. Because as you know, I love to eat.
That is
Yeah, you and me both.
As a main one. Well, Dan, let's talk about Calhoun. What have been your first just initial conversations, initial feelings, initial vibes, and do you remember him from his time here before? And
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember Jerrod well. So I got to know him fairly well that year that he was on the staff as a student assistant. He and Chuck Mayshock hit it off because they had kind of a similar background. Chuck was from the Cleveland area. Coach Calhoun is obviously from the Cleveland area. They had the Bob Huggins tie. And Chuck respected young coaches, that were doing the grind, that would do everything required, even before being asked, to try to make their way in the business. So Chuck took a liking to Jerrod. Therefore, I took a liking to Jerrod. And the thing that really stood out to me about him back then was that he was super wired into Ohio recruiting. He knew the coaches, he knew the players. He had coached a lot of the top players at the AAU level. Now, it doesn't seem like that's as important now as it was back then in the NIL era, where the first thing, you have to try to work out with a lot of these guys is the price. But back then, recruiting high school players was everything. And much like Mick Cronin had done before Jerrod realized this is my ticket. If I can position myself to these college coaches that I am wired in the recruiting world, that I know the coaches, I know the players, I'm going to get a job. I'm eventually going to climb the ladder. So I was very impressed with how he had that down pat at a very early age.
What did you know about the decision to make a change and any of that? I know it felt like I liked Wes. I know you liked Wes, but it felt like with the fan base, there really had reached kind of a point of no return, or it was going to at least be very difficult if there was any road back. What did you know about that time period where the decision to let Wes go happens, and then it eventually leads to Jerrod Calhoun?
I believe before the season, Chad, that he needed to make the NCAA tournament. And I think that was true at the end of the season, even with the fan upheaval, unrest, whatever term you want to use. Had they kept rolling and somehow snuck their way into the NCAA tournament, I think he would have saved his job. But that's not the way it played out. I do like Wes. I think he's going to be very successful at Charlotte. I hope he gets another chance at the big time at some point. But let's face it, UC was fair to him. They gave him 5 years. That's a fair amount of time, maybe more than a fair amount of time in this day and age for a major college coach. So he was given every opportunity to succeed. In fairness to Wes, the job that he took became a lot harder in a short period of time when Cincinnati joined the Big 12, the NIL era kicked in and everything else. But getting back to my original point, he had 5 years to make the tournament, and unfortunately for him, he couldn't get there, and that cost him his job.
How much, as an announcer, are you going to enjoy a team that has a good offense compared to a team who's just doing lockdown defense and it's a bunch of rock fights every game?
I like winning more than anything else, so I was not unhappy during the Mick Cronin era, even in some of those years where they really struggled offensively, but still found a way to win. I remember the Pitt game at Madison Square Garden where it was like 45-41 or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
But as a basketball fan, I'm ready to see something different. And Jerrod's track record as an offensive-minded coach is exceptional. 25th in the country this year in offensive efficiency, 20th the year before at Utah State. UC the last 2 years was number 132 and number 100 in offense. So, Wes, I think by his own admission would say he is a defense-oriented coach first, and his teams, had their moments where they looked good offensively, but Jerrod is an offensive-oriented coach, and I think all of us are looking forward to seeing, how that looks at UC. It's been a long time.
Dan, kind of switching gears here a little bit. The last time I saw you was at the spring game. We talked football, particularly the NFL draft. You said you thought it would be 3 Cincinnati Bearcats selected, ended up being 4. Obviously a surprise there in the 7th round. He wasn't even a name that you and I brought up when we were discussing that. Any other surprises for you, though, out of any and all of that?
Maybe that Dante isn't anywhere yet. Obviously, the blood clots and other health issues that he's had have entered into the picture there. I thought for sure that if he wasn't drafted, he would be a priority free agent for somebody. I hope that works out sometime soon for him, because we know a healthy Dante Corleone can really play at any level. I was surprised by Gavin Gerhardt. I think if you go back and look at Dane Brugler's Beast, the ultimate draft guide that anybody puts out there, Gavin wasn't even mentioned. And Dane Brugler, has a profile of just about everybody in the world. I don't even think Gavin was one of the guys that was mentioned in his profile. So I knew that Gavin had a visit with the Vikings, and happy that they took the plunge and gave him his opportunity. He's going to go in there and impress people with his work ethic and his leadership. And hopefully he's able to, if not make the 53, then certainly stick around on the practice squad, because that's a good living.
Man, the Minnesota Bearcats over there.
You're a baseball guy to your core. You wanted to do baseball, right? Like if you had your druthers, you'd have been a baseball play-by-play guy. How much have you gotten to enjoy Jordan Bischel's Cincinnati Bearcats?
Quite a bit. This team is awesome. And the fact that they are a virtual lock to make the NCAA tournament for the second year in a row is the greatest statement for the job Jordan Bischel has done that I think you could possibly make. UC has never gone in back-to-back years to the NCAA tournament. They hadn't been an at-large team since the 1970s prior to last year. Unless they win the Big 12 tournament this year, they're going to be an at-large team again. There's even a remote chance of hosting games in the NCAAs, which would be crazy. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's not mathematically impossible. So it's really interesting this year, when Jordan got the job, we all heard about Bischel ball, and we watched that for a couple of years and stealing bases and bunting and manufacturing runs. And now this year they're slugging the ball out of the park on a regular basis. Quentin Coates is one of the nation's leading home run hitters. I did a podcast that we recorded yesterday that I think is going to be posted tomorrow, a Let's Rain podcast with Quentin Coates and also, who's the right fielder? I'm drawing a blank now. I just
Derek
talked.
Pitts.
Derek Pitts. Thank you.
Love Derek
apologies to Derek, but it was those two guys together, and Derek's on Sports Center more than Scott Van Pelt. They're both sophomores. They're probably both going to be major league draft picks after next season. So, kudos to Jordan Bischel and his staff for really finding a way to accumulate an incredible amount of talent in a part of the country where that's challenging.
I mean, we talked about earlier, like everybody looked at Cross and Vitterick last year leaving and went, how do you not take a step back? They're better and maybe quite a bit better with those two guys, off to the pros. It's impressive.
It is. And for the guys that are currently on the team, like Derek Pitts and like Quentin Coates, seeing those two guys that were their teammates last year now playing professionally in the minors, that shows them, hey, Cincinnati is a perfectly good place to make that step and hopefully be a very high draft pick, a Ian Happ level draft pick going forward. But it's really exciting. I have a personal stake in Nathan Taylor's success because my son played baseball at Walnut Hills. His team faced Nathan Taylor a few years ago. I think he threw a no-hitter. I know it was a cutout. If it wasn't a no-hitter, it was like a 1-0 game where he only gave up one hit. So we knew at that point that he was going to Cincinnati. So I had a vested interest in watching that game. And I remember thinking, whoa, this kid's a stud. So seeing the success that he's having this year has been really cool.
Your thoughts on Enzo Infelice?
Yeah, hitting machine.
Yeah.
The guys that they have on this team that are posting really high batting averages with incredibly high on base percentages has impressed me. And, Enzo, I didn't know anything about him until fairly recently, but incredibly impressive. I mean, that trio, the two guys that I had the chance to interview for the podcast and Enzo, they are really getting it done on the offensive end. I mean, Derek's hitting 355. Coates has 25 home runs. Enzo's incredible as a freshman. So that is quite
Jack Natilli too.
And Jack Natilli, yeah, I shouldn't forget him. I mean, he might be the best, major league prospect of them all when you consider his defensive abilities behind the plate. So, yeah, that is quite the quartet.
I've always looked around at college baseball and gone, how do they have so many guys that are so good at the plate? UC has 6 guys slugging over 900. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, kudos to the coaching staff too, because last year Derek was a sub 300 hitter. Now he's hitting 355 with an on-base percentage of roughly 450. Did Coates hit 6 home runs last year? Do I have that correct?
I think that's
Something
right.
like
6 home
that.
runs last year. I think he had 7 in the first week this year, 15 in the first 25 game or first 20 games, 15 in the first 20 games. 25 at this point, top 5 nationally. So that shows you that the instruction that these guys are getting is playing a huge part in their success.
I'm the chairman and founder of the Derek Pitts fan club. So very excited for that pod and we'll be the first to listen whenever it's dropped. But yes, of course. How was he? Was he, because Bischel mentions him, like, if you want to talk about football, he said he'll be the number 1 running back on the team. If you want to talk basketball, he'd be the leading scorer. So how was he on the pod?
They were great. So I talked to them together. They're both extremely well-spoken and articulate guys, very thoughtful for being, in their second year in college, and they played off each other well. Derek's from St. Louis. Quentin's from the Kansas City area, a bit of a rivalry there with the professional teams. So they had some fun, jawing about where they're from. And it was really enjoyable to talk to them. And, I can't wait to see how far this team might go in the NCAA tournament. Their dream is to make it to Omaha for the College World Series. The final 8 teams make it there. But I think if Cincinnati could advance to the Super Regional, which is, essentially the Sweet 16 of college baseball, that would be the next gigantic step for this program. And shoot, they are, they're ranked, depending on which poll you look at, typically somewhere between 20 and 25. So making that Super Regional is not, a crazy proposition.
And if they make it to Omaha, we got to step our weight up on the Jello shots, guys. Like I'm talking all of us, we need to really pull for it. So I'm in.
I have never been to the College World Series. I know that was a bucket list thing for our buddy Mo Egger a few years ago. He went to Omaha, said it was one of the coolest sports experiences he's ever had. So certainly if UC could make it to Omaha for the College World Series, I would make every effort to be there as a fan. I think that would be amazing.
You gonna take Sam?
Sam is staying in Colorado this summer. He was picked for a program through the Colorado Business School that's kind of sports related. So unfortunately, I'm not going to see him at home much this summer. He is coming back for a week in a couple of weeks. But other than that, he'll be staying in Colorado.
Next time you're on the phone with Mick, I've got a pitch for you. We were asked last week on one of the podcasts what we would name our thoroughbred, what we would name on if we owned a horse, a racehorse, what we would name it. And I said I would name it Did You See That?
Ooh.
And we know somebody that owns a lot of racehorses.
Yes. Yes, we do. That's a great idea. Now, as the head coach at UCLA, he probably can't use a UC phrase.
Right.
Although maybe he could. I mean, Mick
just naming a horse.
Mick tends to do what he wants. So maybe he could do that. How about coffin nails for a horse name?
That would be a great one too. It was a UC thing. So we had to, I think, Did You See That would be a cool horse name.
good.
Coffin Nails would also be a great horse name. You need to get in with somebody that owns horses.
No doubt. That will not be me anytime soon.
Right.
Since you were a young guy going through the ranks of Syracuse to where you are now, a lot has changed in the collegiate landscape, and this offseason is no exception, as now we're seeing 76 teams in the NCAA basketball tournament. We may see up to 24 teams in the college football playoff. What are your thoughts on all of these changes that have been going on?
I'm old, so I don't like it, but I'm a sports fan, so I adapt. I can whine all I want about some of these changes, but the bottom line is when the games start, I watch and I love them. So it's the knee-jerk reaction for everybody to say, 76 teams is too many for the NCAA tournament. I remember people saying that when they went to 68. So the tournament's going to start next year. There'll be a little bit of whining in year one. By year 2 or 3, nobody's going to be complaining anymore because, it's arguably the best sporting event of any, considering how the excitement is sustained over 3 weeks. So, like I said at the beginning, I'm always a little bit grumpy when these things come about because of my age. And, I fondly remember the glory days, but the games themselves are as good or better than ever.
Yeah, I agree. I kind of similar to that question, but more on the personal side. And this whole NIL transfer portal era, how much has it changed the way that you approach just kind of the broadcast side of things? Because obviously, you're back 10 years ago, you were able to kind of do the carryover of the roster and know the players as they progress through, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Now you're pretty much broadcasting a new team every year out there.
Yeah, the thing that bums me out about it is that I'm not going to have the close relationships with a lot of these players that I've had in the past. I mean, when I see guys that were here for 4 years or longer than 4 years, they are like old friends. When a guy is here for 1 or maybe 2 years, it's just not the same. You don't spend as much time with them. You don't interview them as often. You don't see them in hotels and on planes as often as you used to. So you may recall when Sean Kilpatrick came back a couple of years ago to go into the UC Athletics Hall of Fame. I mean, that was like seeing a family member.
Yeah.
Because I first saw Sean when he was playing in high school. I don't have relationships like that with, Baba Miller or guys that were here for 1 year. It was very friendly. I'm happy that I got to watch them play and, got to know them somewhat, but it's not the same as somebody that you've spent 4 years having a lot of conversations with. So that part of it kind of bums me out.
Yeah. Jacob Evans, even though it was only 3 years, coming and visiting you at Tulane up in your broadcast spot. Same, like, it's hard now. It's different. I don't know. It's not. I don't know how to exactly phrase it, but like for me, like Troy Copain, I remember Troy was playing. I think he was going into his senior year. I'm watching him at an AAU game. Troy's mom was always very vociferous, and there were a group of like probably 14-year-olds that were in between games, and they were kind of like making fun of how loud she was or whatever. And I watched her yell, "Don't make me mama you." And those boys shut up like that and tucked tail, and they were gone. And I ended up meeting her and talking to her, and then got, you as well, got to know Troy's dad extremely well. And that part of it is gone. Like, and I don't think it's coming back.
I agree. And from a fan's perspective, I mean, we're lucky because we get to know these guys one-on-one so well. Yeah. But from a fan's perspective, even rooting for a guy for 4 years versus 1 is very different. And 4 was better. It was better when you had a chance to follow someone, see their growth, get to know their personality a little bit. That was better, but it's still great. I mean, I just threw out the name Baba Miller. We only got to see him for 1 year, but that 1 year was special. Yep. If he goes on to play in the NBA, it's going to be cool to be able to say we saw him when. And again, that part's, I miss the longer connection, but the games are still great and the individuals are still fun to watch.
You know what I feel the most sad for, like fans? Like I don't understand. It takes me 3 or 4 football practices to figure out who the hell everybody is. I can't imagine being a fan, showing up at a game and going, I don't know any of these guys.
Yeah. And, it's made the homework much easier, much more difficult for me. Yeah. So obviously by the time the season arrives, I know the Bearcats well from having watched spring football and in Camp Higher Ground. But the opponents now, I used to be able to take the previous year's chart and a significant number of players were back, and I had done homework on them that gave me a head start on doing the homework for the next season. That's all trash now. I mean, there might be a handful of guys that come back from the previous year, but it's basically starting all over again. So studying for my weekly final exam got a lot harder now that these guys turn over so quickly.
Who was your favorite Bearcat that spent at least 5.5 years in the program?
So that would have to be football. I mean, no basketball player was here for more than 5, right?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, the guy in the down in the lower left corner. I guess he did, including great shirt.
Yeah, great shirt,
right, Tony?
I mean, at that time, 23-year-old sounded like a term of endearment in the Pittsburgh game. Now it's a normal thing.
Yeah. So with gray shirt, it was 6 years.
Yeah, around there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Tony Pike is the answer to the question then. Oh. Without a doubt, my favorite Bearcat who ever played for more than 5 years.
I'd probably go Garrett Campbell.
Garrett's another fine choice, but I have to have Tony at the top of my list because I have an autographed Tony Pike Carolina Panthers jersey proudly displayed in my family room, and I do not have a Gavin Gerhardt jersey displayed on the Wall of Fame.
We'll get on that.
That's a 1 of 1, that Tony Pike autographed Carolina Panthers jersey.
Literally might be the only one.
So you guys all know that Tony wore the number 15 as a UC Bearcat. Do you know his Carolina Panthers number?
5?
18. It was 18, wasn't it? No?
Nope.
Wow.
Wasn't
It's
5?
been great to check in with you guys. I'll see you later. Happy
I had his rookie
9?
card.
16.
Oh, that's
16.
an ugly quarterback number.
I was checking the
God.
missing
Well.
poster that we put up earlier on Twitter, and it didn't have the jersey number displayed on the picture.
There it is, 16. Wow.
I just think it's impressive that the on-campus speed limit of 15 miles an hour is because of Tony Pike.
Little known fact. Not many people know that.
Very little known.
It's incredible.
Dan, thank you so much. We appreciate it. You're the best. And have you had Cincy Light watermelon yet?
No, but I'm going to FC Cincinnati tonight, and they have the blood orange collab.
I've got blood orange in the
Cincy
fridge
Light
and
blood orange.
watermelon
So
in the fridge.
I have not tried one of those yet. I am going to have one at the match tonight.
Wow.
They're good. They're good. I'm not a citrus in my beer guy, but they're good.
Are they getting you new jackets to match the new rollout of all the different flavors?
You know, I can't wear anything right now because I've got a sling on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
I had shoulder surgery 2 weeks ago, so I'm in the sling for 4 to 6 weeks.
On the
IL. Unfortunately ended early. So you can't see any logos or anything on what I'm wearing now anyway.
Well, when will you be back on the course, man?
What was that?
When will you be able to be back on the course? I mean, is that a long IL stint?
Well, I think the rehab is about 3 months. So the point where I would be able to golf again will be about the start of training camp. And once training camp begins, my golf season is essentially over. So, I'm hoping maybe I can sneak in a round or two before the calendar year is finished, but I'll get after it again next year.
Tony missed last golf season, didn't you, Tony?
I've missed a lot of golf seasons, and it is not a good thing when you have a limited amount of time to play and you can't.
Agreed.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you
pleasure.
soon.
Keep up the good work. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dan.
Tone, how you
What's
doing,
up?
buddy?
Welcome to the Lion's Den. You're going to see me making faces at people behind the camera. You're going to hear stuff. I'm in the thick of it right now.
Put them in front of the camera. We'll talk to them too.
They ain't going to do that. They're in celebratory mode. Their school ended today, so
oh wow,
they had Sprites after school.'re all jacked up on sugar and
gosh.
stuff right now.
There's no caffeine in Sprite, right?
It doesn't matter. There's
sugar.
plenty of other
There's
stuff.
bubbles?
They've had
Do they run on
Skittles,
bubbles?
Reese cups. They've had it all today. You would think they just got out of high school.
They've been throwing some of Grandpa Chip's war medals off the bridge.
Pre-K graduation today.
Love it.
Oh my
Spider
gosh.
monkeys.
It's a fun night ahead for you. I would say that much at least.
It's going to be really exciting.
How long's Mare gone?
She'll be back around like 7.
Okay. Okay. Who's
Now,
in
there's-
charge while you're doing this? Who's in charge?
Well, I've got my eyes on 2. I don't know where the third is right now, so I'm going to trust that their instincts are taking over right now.
Tony, we know you're big time into football. Obviously, they named a speed limit after you, so that's big time. But basketball, let's talk basketball, man. Jerrod Calhoun, obviously you've had him on with you numerous times. Have you been able to get to know him even more, and kind of what's your vibes as far as what he's been able to bring into Cincinnati in such a short time?
First time I heard him speak anywhere, he made it known that he's sleeping in the office, which I think is a prerequisite for any coach. You've got to be able to be willing to sleep in your office and put the long hours in. That was made very apparent the first time I met him, but it's very rare. I feel like that the buildup and the hype matches kind of the delivery, especially in today's world, because you can't keep everybody happy.
Right.
Someone's always going to be upset, but I feel like from the moment he kind of took the reins of the program, it's gone in a really solid direction. Obviously, like Chad was saying with Dan, I find it extremely difficult to follow along until you actually get guys on the practice course, because you look at what Michigan did last year. 5 new guys. Their best player came from UAB, so it's not like there's a path that you got to find high major transfers, or you got to find certain guys or foreign players. It's kind of what fits the system. So I feel like whoever they've targeted, for the most part, they've got. And if that's true in Jerrod Calhoun's system and kind of what everyone says about him, I feel like we're in a pretty good position.
Which player are you most excited to watch suit up for the Bearcats next season?
Man, I don't know. I'm a guard guy. So, I feel like with Jizzle and Day, they never were the set of guards that were going to attack the rim and get to the foul line. And I think that ended up hurting them so much. And I feel like every guard that has come through the portal and has committed to Cincinnati, all I see is videos of them attacking the basket and statistics of 75 or better, 80% from the foul line. I just look at the position specific. And I do think I'm a little, I question a little bit the bigs as we're here right now. But I think from the guard point of view, I just like that they got guys that can attack. And I feel like they missed that so much last year. They didn't get to the foul line. Key at crucial moments of the game, they didn't put a lot of pressure on opposing defense. That was true at the end of the UCF game. Instead of Day Thomas taking the ball the length of the court and attacking the rim in a chaotic situation, he passes it up the floor for an off-balance 3. And you got to have guards to play at the highest level. And I feel like they've done a good job of getting some good guard play in that's going to help them along the way.
Kind of along that same vein, I mean, football has replaced a vast majority of their roster on both sides of the ball. So what, as a former player especially, are you looking for this season? Obviously way too early. We haven't even gotten through camp yet, but after spring ball, what are you looking to see next year?
I feel like they've got to have more consistency in the run and pass game. I mean, that's been Scott Satterfield's calling card. Hey, shh. That's been Scott Satterfield's calling card. That's the first time. That was the calling card, right? The balance that he possesses on offense. And for whatever reason last year, at times that disappeared. And I don't really, it's hard to circle why. They had an offensive line that did not allow pressures. They could run the ball. They had a wide receiver in Cyrus Allen that was drafted. Jeff Caldwell went as an undrafted guy. Joe Royer got drafted. Like, everything that you watch from a draft point of view, it's like, how is this offense not better?
Right.
And so I've talked to Scott Satterfield. I like what they have with JC French. He talks a lot about the completion percentage that they were able to have. And that's what I want. I want efficiency on the offensive side of the ball. And I think defensively, everyone that is on this stream and is watching this stream or will watch this stream is happy that we don't have to say 3-3-5 anymore on the defense. Outside of that, that's all I care about.
Here we go. Tony, obviously being a quarterback guru yourself, dive in a little bit more. JC French, when you kind of see the tape and you see him throw the football and whatnot, what do you kind of, obviously he's not Sorsby, what Sorsby brought with his legs as well, but what do you see as far as he can bring up?
I think he's a willing runner. First of all, I do think he's athletic enough to run. I just don't think he was asked to do it as much. I think that's something that's going to unlock more in his game. It's not I don't think the arm strength overall jumps out, but I think the accuracy for me, it's one of the things Scott Satterfield has completely gone back to is, hey, Wesley, look at all these people I'm talking to.
What's up, Wesley?
Now they can hear what you're saying.
What's going on, Wesley?
You say hi? Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, they I don't think he's gonna, we're not gonna be chucking the ball 60 yards up in the air.
Right.
But I 3 times during the course of the start of spring ball to the finish, Scott Satterfield, and times I've talked to him, talked about completion percentage. And that's the thing when you watch him complete a high level of passes. And what I think they need to do better at, when you look at the weapons they had last year in Joe Royer and Cyrus Allen and company, get guys the ball in space.
Right.
Like, as a quarterback, that was my thing. Like, I don't know how many touchdowns I threw or how many yards I was credited with by hitting jailbreak screens to Marty Gilliard, where I threw the ball 7 yards and he ran for whoever knows how long. It's a quarterback's best friend, but I feel like last year it was just a lot of catch and tackle. There wasn't a lot of separation. There wasn't a lot of giving guys the ball in space. And when you did, you'd see Joe Royer have a chunk play or something like that. So I think a guy in JC French who knows he doesn't have to make the home run play every time, is not going to look to move and take off at first glance. I think he's going to give you the chance to get some yards after the catch and find some easy completions.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick, we did have a donation that mentioned Tony here, so I did want to read it. Got to hop off for the night, but happy 513 day to everyone. Wish you all the best for the rest of the night. Also for Tony, I'm getting ready to move to the great city of Reading soon.
Oh,
so you'll
God.
have
The Mecca, the heart of it all. I mean, bridal district of the USA, formerly in the Guinness Book of World Records for most bars per square capita in the United States. I mean, you're going into the hotbed, one of the fastest and hottest rising cities in the state of Ohio. So congratulations for that.
Hold on now. That's a big stat right there.
Also, the game of Uno was invented in Reading. So whatever you want to draw from.
You can add all those up.
You know, I'm Reading adjacent now, right? My girlfriend lives in Lockland.
Whoa! That's on the other side of the tracks, Chad.
That's not Reading.
That's on the wrong side of the tracks. So
It's not Reading.
Next question.
I don't know if you've gathered this or not, but I'm kind of a wrong side of the tracks guy. Tony.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
That's fine.
Right. Tony, Coach Woody, you had a nice sit down with him.
Yeah.
Thoughts on what he brings? Obviously, a long pedigree of being a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the tenure that he's had. I think I have so much respect for anyone that comes from a service academy and what you're able to do and accomplish. And it carries a brand of toughness. And I think that's been lacking a little bit. You know, I equate it to basketball a lot. You know, when I was growing up, there was a brand of UC basketball that you knew. They might not be the most talented. They might not score the most points, but you knew it was going to be a battle and you knew it was going to be a war when you played UC. And I thought last year with the 3-3-5 and how it went, that to me was a soft defense. It did not do well in short yardage situations. It didn't put a lot of pressure on the quarterback. When I think of what Nate Woody has done, he brings toughness and he's going to get after the quarterback. You know, whether that's from the secondary, whether that's from the linebackers, he's going to drop guys into coverage. He's going to create havoc. This team was plagued last year by 15, 16, 17 play drives. And then the offense feels like you got to come on and score a point or else you're not going to get the ball back for another 20 minutes. I think if I'm Nate Woody, I'm coming in and I'm saying, you know what? We're going to be aggressive. We're going to force turnovers. And if we do get beat, we'll get beat on an explosive play and we'll give the offense the ball back with a little bit more time to operate. So I think you'll see a much more aggressive defense, and I think you'll see a tougher defense.
Tony,
could they have dropped more than 8? Like it felt like if they could have dropped more than 8, they would have last year.
I thought at times last year they were dropping 10, sometimes 11. It was last year was one of the most frustrating years because it felt like it was 1st and 10, 2nd and 4, 3rd and 1, first down on a 2 or 3 yard run. It was just, and when you're an offense, like I've talked about this before, like in high school, when I was in high school, that was like the Dominic Goodman, Coleraine Cardinal teams where they would run that triple option and you got 5 possessions a game, maybe. If you're an offense and you're playing with a defense that gives up those drives, well, next time I take the field, now I'm pressing a little bit, right? Because I don't know how many more series I'm going to get. So maybe I try to fit a pass in where I shouldn't. Maybe I take a chance where I should just check a ball down. It correlates and it plays off each other a lot when the defense cannot get you the ball back. And I think that created problems on both sides of the ball last year.
Tony, what's more difficult for you, running a podcast as a guest with us here while watching 3 kids, or having a professional interview alongside Austin Elmore with Keegan as your guest?
Oh, that depends what setting Keegan is in. Is it Keegan from a casino? Is it Keegan from a car? Is it Keegan from the Waffle House parking lot? Like, I don't know when and where you're going to get from Keegan Nickerson, but This is probably the hard. Like, if you want me to diagnose like field fire zone type of blitzes and how to attack, I can do that. If you're asking me to keep an eye on what's going on in my house right now, it's absolute chaos. I would gladly take more hits with Keegan.
It's a high compliment.
Sounds like Carmen Sandiego over here.
Okay, now the real question: what's harder, watching 3 kids and doing a podcast, or working with Austin Elmore every day?
That's a great question. You know, he tried to rage bait UC again the other day because Ohio State made a post about their all black unis, and then UC made the all black post, and he took that as UC being the little brother and say, hey, don't forget about us in the state of Ohio, when in reality that was a Big 12 thing that was happening. So I think that was ill-advised from Austin. I think he's taken a couple shots at the Bearcats, and I think he knows what he's getting for it. So regardless of the madness that's going on in here right now, day to day, it can be a difficult process.
Ill-advised and Austin go 1-1. That's pretty common.
Look, this is the same guy that every time is. I don't know why UC fans hate me.
Yeah,
I don't know why they don't like me.
Yeah,
I don't get it. Like, own it. Like, if you're gonna troll and own it.
Lean into it. Lean into it.
Don't troll and then go, what did I do?
0% chance he's watching any of this, by the way.
No,
so I
this
feel
will
like
never get back to him.
Nope. I mean, Ed will clip it and tag him.
Yes. I think deep down inside, I think he does have a little jealousy about the Bearcats. I think there's something that eats him away at him, that he wants to be welcomed into the fraternity of Cincinnati, but he knows it's probably too late at this point. And I think the only way he has to go now is opposite. And I think when he rests his head on his pillow at night and it's just him and his thoughts, I think that's when it gets to him.
Scary place to be.
That Steve Paul's the last thing he thinks about before he comes to class. There we go. I like that. Tony,
does she want to talk? Like, we can ask her some questions.
You want to say hi? What did you tell me you got done with school today?
Congratulations. That's an accomplishment.
Yeah. There they are.
It's a big day in the Pike household.
It's a huge day.
Where's the third one?
That's a great question. You mean the 1-year-old who's not here right now?
Oh.
The 1-year-old, the crazy thing, the 1-year-old sitting on the couch watching TV like these two are supposed to be. Go in there before he notices.
Tony, with what's going on in Red Lakes land, how refreshing has it been catching up with Jordan Bischel and the Bearcats?
So good. You know, they've been so fun. Here, hold on. You say hi too? There we go. There's the third.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, there you go. All right, go play Papa. Go show them your trucks. Wow, we're gonna play trucks. See ya. The UC baseball side, man, losing what they lost last year and coming in to do what they've done this season is remarkable. I tell people this all the time. It's one of the most underrated things in Cincinnati to go to games at Cincinnati. It's such a fun environment. They are the way they take care of you, the views, the stadium itself. It's awesome. We've gone to 3 or 4 different games this year. We love going down there. It's obviously a little bit more cost efficient than going to the Reds games as well, but they put a product on the field that's fun. They put pressure. Yeah, they put pressure on you in multiple different ways, and I know that's kind of the Bischel ball way. But I would hate as a baseball player, I would hate to play against them because they shrink the margin so much of air that you can make, and I think they do a great job of applying pressure. And I think when you get into like this time of the year, Big 12 tournament, NCAA tournament, things are already tense as is. You put a team in a lot of tougher situations by the way you play ball. It's a refreshing style. It's a refreshing way to go. Dan Hoard told me today they've not yet in their history made back-to-back NCAA tournaments. That's going to happen. So the trajectory is going up right now. And I think that now what's the next step that they can get to is fair. But, man, it's been so fun to watch what they've been able to do.
Can I say $20? It's money.
These kids, man.
Good.
So, Tony, sorry, I'm going to do a callback. That's what we call it in the industry, right? Callback.
Please.
To Dan Hoard mentioning the number on your jersey when in Carolina. So what was your relationship with Wallace Wright? How come you couldn't corral the number 15?
That's a great question. I didn't even try to. That's the honest answer. As someone, I got to UC and I wanted number 7 because that's what I wore in high school. And they said, here's number 18. You're going to wear 18. And so I started with number 18 when I was like number 128 on the depth chart. And then Brian Kelly came into town.
18, I was right.
Now you were along the same lines with number 18. And then for whatever reason, I don't know why, like it wasn't like I wanted to switch because then I was like, oh, Peyton Manning's number 18. I'll just keep that number. And then like I think to start another year, I was like, hey, you're number 15 now because some recruit wanted number 18. So I believe that recruit was Travis Kelce.
Oh,
I believe Travis wanted 18. And so I switched to 15. And then, when I got to Carolina, they're like, what number do you want? And I was like, well, I wore number 15. They said, well, 16's available. I was like, well, I guess I'm wearing that because as a 6th-round pick, I'm not offering any type of money to anyone for their jersey number.
No.
Not even $5.
No, it ain't going to be anything.
Wallace would have turned it down anyway, man. He would have said no way.
Wallace would have, I would have ended up in like number 82 probably. They would have switched spots.
QB.
Tight end, Tony Pike.
That's the biggest what if. What if I would have just switched? What if I'd have switched positions? What are you crying about? Go turn that back on for her. Okay, well, go turn it back on. I think Walker did.
Oh,
we probably should let you go.
Please
let you go.
Listen, this is a nightly occurrence. Our TV is the most sought after thing, and when football season comes around,
what
kids
what
don't
are the
understand.
paper towels for?
Oh well, that's because we've got baby turtles right here that aren't real baby turtles,
wow.
but they just hatched recently.
Oh, congratulations.
I don't think they knew that. I think they just found that out.
The good news about the baby turtles is they do sit in real water. So when you play with the baby turtles, the real water will go everywhere. So
it doesn't stay
we're
in the
running
tank?
through paper towels at this house.
Yep. Golly.
Tony, thank you for coming on. It is
Thank
much
you.
appreciated.
Thank you guys. Who gets to follow this up is the question.
Actually, we've got a little bit of a break here until 7.
Oh.
And then at 7, the Diamond Bearcat Baseball Podcast is on. And then Doug Martin joins us at 8, who might be my favorite UC coach of all time.
Yeah, now see, that's the one thing I don't own. UC golf. I want like a UC golf hat. I need apparel.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new, like Doug's got the golf, the Bearcat?
Yes.
Like swinging.
I think those are cool. I think the mascot and the different sports, I think that's a cool look on the polos.
Yeah.
It looks great. I've been trying to get some of that golf.
I think they've done a good job as a whole. I think they've done a good job of the gear that they have now that they're pushing out. I think they've crossed a threshold.
Are you getting more of that now?
I like the gear. I would like more of it. I'm a firm believer of Du Bois, the bookstore, and Rally House is where I find a lot of it right now. But hoping that that there could be some on the way.
There we go.
I'll get you one of these. How about one of these?
I'll wear it.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, for as long as we've been at it, I've never received anything Bearcat Journal related.
Wow.
Well, that's mainly because now 513 shirts isn't a thing anymore. So I don't have any more merch. Like that was my merch connector. I tried to hook up with Cincy shirts. We did a little bit with Cincy shirts, but maybe I'll get you a hoodie from Cincy shirts.
How much do you guys really put in, like when you're doing a 513 day to the backdrops? Because it feels like there's effort, and then Keegan's just like, I'm going to post up on this like leather recliner with. Are those TV screens behind you? Those look like from Michael.
Screens.
That looks like from Michael Scott's apartment in The Office.
Yeah.
So we don't let Keegan on the air much.
Yeah, he's behind. Okay, I get it.
So he doesn't really have like a full podcast
Yeah, I mean,
setup yet.
I just appreciate the effort. I love the effort.
You got one of these.
Yeah,
You need one of these.
Yeah, that's
One of these
sweet.
Cincy Light things.
That's sweet. I like that.
Oh
See what I
wow,
can do.
that's a cool drawing right there.
Oh yeah, that's his graduation hat. Yeah. Now, now we're in trouble.
There we go.
Welcome to paradise. Oh, yeah.
Go Bearcats.
I'm gonna start like 7 podcasts just to be on air more.
That would be nice.
You go check on Bubba? Can you go check on him?
I think he broke his ankle.
Oh, this is an ongoing battle between these two. He also
what goes around comes around.
He also watches way too much wrestling, so this could be just an act that he's giving right now.
Yeah.
You, I'm sure you and your brothers were very well behaved for your parents.
Yes,
And this
every
is not
podcast
karma.
my dad jumped on, we were well behaved.
I just appreciate your kid keeping it in kayfabe. Well done.
This is, I mean, you wouldn't believe it. And now it's already started. It's like, what are we doing tonight? What are we doing tomorrow? Now that school's out, now the real fun begins. And it's just a shame that I've got to start working so much more.
Do you make them acknowledge you?
Thank you, Chad. The original.
Do you make the kids acknowledge you?
Wilder, do you acknowledge me in this house as the tribal chief?
Mayor's the tribal chief.
Oh yeah.
Now, right now we're in Obafemi house right now. So, yep, that's it. Last night, our youngest Walker just started saying Oba. He's like Oba, Oba. And I'm like, I don't know if we're failing or succeeding as parents right now.
Look, my 3-year-old and my 1-year-old both do the Oba chant as well. Except
Yeah.
my 3-year-old will sing the entire Joe Hendry song as well. So
Okay. Now we're not there yet. We're not fully on the Joe Hendry yet. But we're a tribal chief family, head of the table, and right now an Obafemi family.
I get it.
You like Roman Reigns?
Outstanding.
Yeah. Who's your favorite wrestler? Cody Rhodes. Sell out.
Sell out.
Front runner. Front runner.
Good pick.
This is amazing.
That was the thing.
Outside
Like
of
previous staff, there was a connection with Laurinaitis, who's with WWE. So when WWE came to town on the previous staff, that was right up our alley. Now we've got to find different connections.
at one point in time, previous staff, there was a connection to Roman Reigns.
Yes, there was. Now that would have been the connection to kind of capitalize on. I love turtle kisses too.
Tone, thank you so much.
If
We
Keegan,
appreciate
why
it.
don't you, Keegan, can you get to Sharonville anytime soon? And I'll just hop on that couch for the rest of the night.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's good too, because with two screens, like two of the kids can watch separate shows.
Wow. Multitask.
The same Miss Rachel stream on each TV.
Fantastic. This is unbelievable.
Tony, thank you. Appreciate it, man. You're the best. And we will talk soon.
Thank you,
Bye,
guys.
Tony.
Appreciate you. Go Bearcats.
Yep, go Bearcats.
Oh, boy. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
What was more fun? Tony Pike and his kids or Marquez Parker?
Ooh, those are two very different reasons for having fun.
Right?
Although one thread in common is it's at Keegan's expense, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah.
For the most part, yeah. Although I don't the Marquez Parker might have been the best 15 minutes of podcasting we've ever done.
Marty
It's
Gilliard,
way
life
up
of
there.
word.
Well, that was I don't know. It was a lot. The problem is you got to cut down 3.5 hours into 15 minutes on that bad boy.
7 questions.
It's like I can't wait. It's gonna be like 2035, and we're gonna have Parker back on and let him go for 2 hours.
An entire Monday Night Football episode for Marty. That was crazy.
Oh, Marty was phenomenal. Although when that ended, I was like, well, that was wild.
Brent, I've never seen Brent stress more than he did on the Marty Gilliard podcast.
7 questions. It was literally, I think, only like 7 questions.
Every crazy thing Marty said, a little bit of Brent died.
Well, I was just like, oh.
And never meet your heroes. Never meet your heroes, Brent.
You can't say. He said it. Brian Kelly's a bitch. Like, whoa, we're going there.
Yeah, well, he didn't just say that. He said a whole lot more about it. But yeah,
sure did.
We're gonna keep that in the past and keep rolling forward.
It's in the archive if you're interested in going back and listening.
It's back there somewhere, man.
So what's up next? What's the plan for you guys? I can stay on for a little bit longer and then do something.
Well, we are open until 7. So if you guys want to fire off some more questions, I know this is always the toughest window because people have left work, they're gone home, they're getting dinner or whatever. Then they'll be back. They're out at the bars and restaurants that we've mentioned.
In Reading.
Celebrating 513 Day, having a Cincy Light, getting a free bag of Grippos.
I'm gonna take a quick break before I got to be on for an hour with the baseball guys here at 7. I'll be back before 7.
Baba dropped 20 in the combine game today.
Yeah,
he was the leading scorer for his team in the first combine game. 20 points, hit 2 threes, 6 of 6. From the free throw line. Big time day for Baba.
6'10" and a half without shoes on. That's tall. And
that's 7 foot.
Yeah. And then on top of it,
with shoes, it's 7 foot.
Did the 208 surprise you at all?
Not really. I mean, it's difficult because that doesn't necessarily mean that's what he played at here.
Right.
Like he could have been like they could have wanted to get
the
him
agility,
to get him lower for the testing and all that. So, I'm not too surprised. I think people react to that and don't think that, like, since the season ended, essentially, he left, go work with a trainer to get ready for today and yesterday. So I don't necessarily think a whole lot of it. Just because,
Did you mention that Baba was 6 of 6 from the free throw line?
I did.
Can you believe that? How many games did we watch where we were just like, come on, please just make the front end? And
well, you could always count on 1 of 2.
Right. 1 of 2. Golly. What was the Roman Reigns connection? Are we allowed to talk about that?
It was Tenuta. Tenuta coached him at Georgia Tech.
Oh, okay.
And they were close. Like, if you asked Tenuta what the crowning achievement of his football career was, it would have been coaching Roman Reigns. Like, they were very close, or they are very close. So yeah, that 4th and Tenuta.
The man.
3rd and Tenuta. That's what it was. What should I get for dinner?
What are you gonna get?
I don't know. The Indian was really good for lunch, so I feel like I gotta come correct. I gotta go strong. I'm not sure though.
Aye. Well, and so did you lay out the rest of the night? It's gonna go. You got the
Diamond Bearcat Baseball podcast.
Okay.
That goes until 8. Then at 8, Doug Martin will join Dave and I for the BCJ podcast, which will mostly be just Dave talking to Doug Martin, generally.
Right.
And then 9 o'clock hour, waiting to hear from Mo. Sure, Dave and I'll get into some topics, some subjects at that point, but then waiting for Mo to come on and then wrap this thing up and get out of here.
Any more giveaways or?
Yeah, we could do a giveaway right now. That's not a bad idea.
How are you doing down there, Key? 'Cause I know when you sit on a leather couch in the same spot for a long time, the couch kind of starts to feel a little bit.
Sinks.
Yeah,
Oh, my cheeks are falling asleep right now.
I think this couch is already like 20 years old. So when
Okay.
I initially sat on it, I could feel the springs moving around a little bit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But it's much better than being in an office chair. What I thought last night, I was sitting on the couch like adjacent to me, but it's right in front of the basement door. So I didn't want anyone to walk down and see the back.
Right.
Like, wait, I can't do it in my office because my Wi-Fi sucks. And I didn't want to pull an Austin. And I don't want to sit at basically a bar chair for 12 hours. So I was like, I'm figuring out a way
It's
to
smart.
get this. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got my webcam on literally duct taped to a tripod. And then I've got my microphone duct taped to this tripod right here.
Wow.
So
Look at you.
Made an executive decision.
MacGyver.
I was like,
MacGyver down there.
the last 2 years I've been running around with my hair on fire, driving from Clifton back to Hamilton in the middle of the day. And I don't have to do that. So I'm going to be as comfortable as possible.
How many SIGs for a 12-hour stream? So it's generally 1 an hour, so 12. Right, 12. Yeah.
That's why your camera goes off.
No, a lot of that has been dogs. Like the problem with the dogs during the day is everybody walks. It's like a pretty quiet neighborhood. Everybody walks their dogs.
Yeah.
And the dogs lose their shit every time somebody walks past the house. We do have a Carrabba's, but actually I made an executive decision. I've got a Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza in the fridge outside, pepperoni and sausage, thin crust.
Oh.
So I think I'm going to crush one of those.
You got hot sauce on handy?
Yeah, lots of hot sauce.
Okay.
Plenty of.
Because I mean, with oven pizza, that's frozen pizza. Gee, I don't know why I said oven. I guess it works in that scenario
oven
too.
pizza.
But
Yeah, it's oven pizza.
Hot sauce, no matter what, for me.
Yeah, well, Screamin' Sicilian's probably my favorite one. Like, it's actually the sauce is good. It's the crust is good. It's got good flavor. So
there you go.
I just made I was scrolling through all the stuff and I just didn't see anything that really
tickled the fancy.
Jumped out and grabbed me.
I got
The problem, like I'm feeling a burger, but burgers they dry out by the time you get them delivered.
Right. Yeah, you got to get a burger in person.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
I mean, if you're getting a burger delivered, like the place has to be like right up the road.
Yeah.
And we don't really have that. So
5-1-3 day, guys. You're doing it. Rock and rolling. Last year, was it on? It was on a Tuesday, right?
Yeah, it's Tuesday last year.
Yeah, because and then the year before was a Monday. Well, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, it was one by
The
one.
interesting thing is going to be when we get to like this is on a Saturday. Like, are we all really giving up? Like, how are we going to manage? Are we going to have to do 5-1-2 day?
If we can do a 12-hour stream is ridiculous. We can do it on a Saturday.
Well,
if we're doing something ridiculous, we can do it.
The problem,
We'll be the
Keegan,
guests.
is the guests, because like for the first 7 hours, they were all on campus at UC.
This would be during a live period too.
You could just record them and just like have like a little blurb and then say, and here was our sit down with.
Yeah, that's probably what
Coach
we're gonna have to
Calhoun.
do.
And then all of the faces go away and it's poof, the video of the sit down with Coach Calhoun.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna manage it. We'll figure it out one way or another. That's probably the best idea, Brent, is just to like record it on 5-1-2 day. And then air it as a live show the next day.
I mean, but like, do we really want to give that much love to Austin, Texas? Like,
right?
That's a deep pool. Nice.
But
how'd you pull that one so quick?
man, some might say I'm decent at this whole podcasting thing. But anyway, I'm kind of holding out minimal hope that someone's going to appear below me in that screen and I can leave with one little see you later, but I don't think it's going to happen.
He's not coming. The winner for the second golf package. It's a Cincy Light golf polo, a golf towel, and a Cincy Light head cover, driver cover, is Corey Johnson on Instagram. CJohn04. CJohn04.
Congratulations, Corey.
Of the second Cincy Light golf care package.
Congratulations, Corey.
We'll have one more. Probably wait until the 9 o'clock hour for one more and give away the second bar mirror and Cincy Light pint glass.
Can you at least show us what the watermelon can looks like? I'm highly intrigued. All the way down here in Florida, I don't really get to see how fun they are.
Go get it. Hold on.
Keegan, my man.
Brent.
Are you driving down? When's your flight?
I'm driving to Memphis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
Not too bad of a drive.
It's like 7 hours probably. Leaving at 6 a.m. from the airport, picking up my car. So.
Oh, nice. Little rental.
Yeah. Little rental. Yeah.
That's the way to go. Rentals are cheap if you do it the right way.
It's not bad. I'm Avis preferred, so I just get to walk up to my car and drive out. Don't have to talk to anybody.
That's even better.
So, yeah.
Even better. CVG? Is that where you do it from?
CVG, yeah. I need to look into, because a lot of times when I'm going south, it makes sense to do it there anyway, but there is the caveat of paying for parking if I can't get dropped off. But I think it's more expensive to do it at like a satellite office kind of thing instead of doing it at the airport.
Right.
And there's less of a car selection. So, but we'll see. I've gotten to know the Avis kiosk lady by name, and I play it. I'm like, Trish, get me in a better car, please.
Can you hook it up?
Hook me up one time, Trish.
It's me again on another trip. Yeah, Trish will hook it up. Just keep on rolling. Yeah, I've got a nice connect over at the 6th in
Six.
Is that what it is, right?
Six,
Isn't it?
yeah. SIXT,
at CVG. So they always hook it up when I fly into town.
Yeah,
we should roll in.
You're on mute.
I didn't want you to hear the dogs barking while I walked away.
Yeah,
it's a pretty dope can. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
it is a pretty cool can.
Yeah, it's sick.
I need to get some of those.
That is sick. All right, there it is. Pop it open. Take a sip. Let's hear what we think.
It's not time yet. It's not time.
When are you allowed to drink on a live stream on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Aaron does all the time. You got 7 to 8, Aaron or Keegan. You got an hour to go find some alcohol. Go find some Cincy Light watermelon.
Do I need to be here for the BCJ pod too?
You don't have to be, but I figured you'd want to start, finish what you started.
It's going to be you, Dave, and Doug.
Yeah.
And Aaron.
Okay.
You can come back at 9.
That's what I figured if you wanted me on for Mo.
And potentially Mo. Uh-oh.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear
You're
you.
not muted either, so you might have an issue.
I hit the mute on my mic. For the record, Aaron does not drink all the time on the camera. George, however, George Vogel, that man will do whatever he wants to do.
I mean, a few years ago, when BBP was kind of 1 year in, I would have wine like during the pod, and like some episodes by the end, I'd be like, oh mailbag, let's mailbag it up, and then I had to stop with the wine.
I used to go pretty hard on Monday nights. back in the day.
Oh yeah,
That's what Wes would do at coaches shows. He'd go up to the bar, get a cab and a white styrofoam cup so no one saw it, and then to go do the coaches show. And he had a wad of money, and he would just take out like a huge bill and just throw it on the bar and then walk away. It's like so funny.
Charlotte Bearcats are going to be pretty interesting to track from afar. There we go. Golly.
It's got to be dogs walking by. My dog's going crazy.
Oh, gosh. Best of luck there. All right. Well, guys, best of luck to you. I'm excited for you. This has been fun. The stream has been rocking and rolling, and I'm going to go catch up on all your previous little interviews that you had, because
it's unfortunate you couldn't have been here for Jerrod. That was a good one.
Yeah.
We got done, and we hit the half-hour mark, and he was like, "That was it." And I was like, "Well, somebody call Trina and tell her we'll talk to her in like 6:30."
Stay tuned for his debut on the BBP.
Oh, Aaron has claimed him for the BBP.
Let's go. Let's go.
Aaron has claimed since Dave hasn't watched basketball in like 3 years.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
We suffered through it. So we get the claim.
Yes, I agree. Every single second of that. I mean, you can't miss it. But yeah, all right, guys. Well, hey, best of luck. Keegan, enjoy whatever you're gonna eat. Chad, enjoy the tasty pizza, and Aaron, have a good podcast talking about the most fun sport currently going on in Cincinnati, and that is the baseball team and Jordan Bischel. Gosh, what a guy! I did tune in a little bit to Bischel, and he's just hearing the man talk. Just the GOAT, absolute GOAT. What a stud, absolute stud. But all right, guys, I'm out.
Bye, Brent.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Hopefully, I was able to relieve some of whatever you guys needed.
Oh, you did great. It was much needed.
Okay, good. That's what I'm here for. And Aaron, before I say goodbye, can I have one see ya?
See ya.
Oh my gosh, beautiful. All right, guys. Peace out.
There you go.
I can't believe he read off Max Spence tennis match scores. We didn't even address how insane that was.
That was the least surprising thing.
He does that every time we have a guest, Keegan. He will search for hours to find the most obscure thing to throw at a guest where they're like,
whoa, it's like Nardwar.
Are you stalking me? He's back.
Sorry, the peace out was weird. I did not like that on 513 day. So go Bearcats.
Brent.
Yes.
Where did you find those tennis results for Max Spence?
A magician never reveals his tricks.
Yeah. I have my sources.
You have your sources. I have mine.
Jamie, pull that up.
Yeah, pretty crazy, huh? I mean, he was good. He was their number one. He was solid. He second team, all region, all area. So Max Spence. Yeah, I mean, I saw he didn't play college basketball. I had more on pretty much everyone. I didn't want to go too far on Manny. I had a lot on Manny. Fuline. Oh boy, I listened to 3 different podcasts that Fuline was on. I could have gone deep with Fuline, but I kept it surface level for him.
We'll save that. Brent wagered USD on the Michigan boys tennis state championships.
No comment.
That's great.
All right,
That's great.
Go Bearcats.
Hi,
See you guys.
Bye, Brent.
There's a decent chance he did.
Yeah. My big takeaway, I think Max Spence going to be a head coach one day. That was my biggest impression. He seems like a stud.
He's still a little jumpy.
Yeah.
He's high energy.
He's still young, but one day.
Yeah. That's pretty wild. There's not many of those out there that didn't even play high school basketball.
Yeah.
Just loved love of the game. Knew his limitations. I'm not going to be a player. I'm just going to crush a lot.
Yeah.
Aaron got that one. Keegan probably didn't.
Nope. No idea.
I don't want to be a player no more.
It's not really the lyrics, but I'm not a player. I just crush a lot. You know what do you know about Big Pun, Keegan?
Never heard of him.
What do we
hit you with the big guns?
What do we learn about Memphis, Keegan?
Don't help anyone change a tire.
Because they're not really changing a tire.
Don't try to be a hero.
Go to Great Clips.
Go to Great Clips. That was disrespectful. I can't believe that.
No, I think you're missing the context.
That was respectful AF because he's looking out for your best interest, sir.
Yeah, like I don't think you want to be at a barber shop in Memphis.
I did like how Aaron said, "Shout out your hairstylist." He goes, "I don't want you stealing my hairstylist." So
that was Brent. I did not ask him to shout out his hairstylist.
Aaron's gonna get the style of hair that
the other the underrated great part about the Marquez interview was him like in the fixing his dreads
when he first came in. Yes.
And then like normally somebody that was a little less self-aware, a little less would have been like,
oh, we're live. Okay.
No, he was making sure he was like, I'm not like I gotta get this dread in the right.
He doubled
spot.
down. He doubled down for sure.
Gotta make sure the ladies are watching. Yeah.
And then referred to himself in third person, and that was incredible.
How about when he called you twin?
Yeah, did you hear that?
No.
He called you twin.
That's awesome.
Unironically, he was like, "What'd you say, twin?"
That's great.
I mean, it really might be the best interview we've done in the history. We like over 1,000 shows.
That was awesome.
It might be the best thing we've done in the history of the CJ.
He was right when we got done. He was like, "We didn't even talk about football. That was a FaceTime."
We talked football. Or how many sacks you gonna get, man? They told me I'm not allowed to talk about how many sacks I get. I'm gonna get 10. I'm not allowed to talk about it. I'm gonna get 10.
But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Oh
my goodness. So great. So great. We got Tim in the background. Jeff will be here shortly.
He did text and say as much.
And then
he's finishing up dinner.
Nice. It has been an outstanding 9 hours. It doesn't feel like we've been going for 9 hours at all.
Mm-hmm. No, the last couple of hours have been extremely quick.
Yeah. Once we hit really Cunningham and John Daniel went pretty quick. And then once we hit Calhoun, that was like the fast forward button. And all of a sudden it's 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that was over as soon as it started, it felt like.
Yeah. It definitely was. But we have had an awesome day so far. Hopefully you're out. If you're not watching this, hopefully you're out at one of the locations, picking up Cincy Light, getting a free bag of Grippos, and getting $1 from your Cincy Light purchase donated to local charity.
Shoot, I might go to the hub. Go to the hub in Hamilton.
You got 2 hours. If you're coming back at 9. Maybe. I think you would feel bad if you didn't finish. Right?
I mean, I put 11 hours. No, 9 hours in.
We're at 9. Yeah, we're at 9. I know, but I think like
I wouldn't blame you.
No, I mean, one, like you and Mo don't need co-hosts, and especially if Dave's on that call.
Like, but I don't know. Mo is at the Reds game.
So you don't. If Mo doesn't come back on, I'm definitely coming back on. My plan is kind of, if I get a text from you, where you at, I'm gonna come back on. If not, I know you're good, because if you don't
still
need
up?
me, you won't text me. Yeah, you up? A booty call for a 12-hour podcast.
Oh, that's funny.
Carissa's going to be like, who is sending you up texts?
She's at work, so it worked out perfect.
Hi, Tim.
Hello, gentlemen. You always today, at least, I have a background that looks somewhat like I don't live in a basement. Everybody else has nice stuff behind them.
I don't.
Well, I do have a house.
The one day you did the show with the liquor cabinet behind you.
Yeah, that's
and
right over there. I got comments about it, so I said, no more of that. No more. I haven't touched that anymore. I have acid reflux so bad that bourbon just eats me up. So I got to.
Yeah, but it looked like the podcast smelled of rich mahogany.
Yeah, there is, unless you see where the dog ate some of the bottom of it. But, well, you guys did a good job. I saw your thing on Bischel, and I thought that was a really good interview. And you asked him some really good questions. And one I particularly liked was, Aaron, I think you asked it about everything that's going on with people canceling their games. I'm very passionate about that. And I don't know if anybody saw Josh Holliday yesterday after they beat Oral Roberts. And that guy isn't somebody that complains. But boy, did he go after people that are not playing their games.
Yeah.
Jeff didn't say hello to you yet.
Hello,
Hi,
guys.
Jeff. Well, I didn't want to interrupt you. Hi, Jeff.
I'm listening. I was also finishing my dinner, so all good.
What'd you have?
We did burgers on the Blackstone with some Joe's barbecue rub seasoning.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was good.
Keegan's a big Joe's guy.
Yeah, Joe's
I'm a
is good.
huge Joe's guy. You can't get it in the Power and Light district, though. You have to go to the gas station in Kansas
I did.
City. That's
Yeah, we
when
did last year.
It's the best.
Yeah. I made the girls go along. They weren't, my daughter's not super thrilled about barbecue, but she enjoyed it. She was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys get to it.
All right.
See
All
you
right, see you boys
Memorial
later.
Day, Keegan.
Memorial Day.
The
Memorial
NCAA
Day?
selection show for
Selection?
baseball.
Yes.
All right, we'll see you there.
All right, see you guys.
Bye-bye.
All right. I will also step out and let you guys get this podcast started. If you need me, I'll be around.
Hey, when you have to go to the bathroom after you've been on for 9 hours, what do you do? Just get up and go? Because that's what I did the other day.
So the nice part is there's been 3 of us, so we've been able to kind of
come in and out.
mix and match, tag team. So if somebody's got to go, they pop out for a minute and come back. Aaron and I have done this before when it's just me and Aaron for like 7-8 hours straight, and it is not fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, we it's teamwork makes the dream work, Tim.
I've heard that somewhere.
All right, I'm gonna go make a frozen pizza. You guys have fun.
Enjoy.
Thanks, Chad.
Is it Diet Mountain Dew, Tim?
Zero. I'm a zero guy. Black cap.
Okay.
I saw Coach Bishell had the lime green, which is diet. Black is the zero.
Yeah. And did I hear correctly? He drinks like 10 of those a day?
That's what it sounds like.
Wow.
I'm close. I'm probably about 4 or 5, maybe.
Real quick, we'll get this out of the way. That way we can carry on with our regular scheduled conversation. But as always, the Diamond Bearcat podcast presented to you by Galactic Fried Chicken. Go check them out over in Dayton, Kentucky, where they have the best chicken in town by most people's estimation. They have the galactic sauce, and it's incredible. Probably my favorite part about Galactic Fried Chicken. That's not even a slight on the chicken. So go check out Galactic Fried Chicken again over in Dayton, Kentucky, about 7 minutes away from downtown. Check them out. But wanted to get the sponsorship out of the way, and then we get to start baseball. So we did have Bischel on at the 10:30 portion of the show. We had Nate Taylor on as well. He came on around noon. So if you did not check out either of those segments, you can go back and check those out. It was a lot of fun to catch up with those guys. But the Cincinnati Bearcats went to Manhattan, and they were on an 8-game win streak going into Sunday. And unfortunately, on an 11-day road trip, they dropped the last game of that road trip. But still, 5 series in a row now that they have won. And these Bearcats keep churning.
You can't, someone mentioned on the board, it's not the board, but on X, that it's more disappointing when you lose a Sunday game because you're going, if you've won the first 2, because you're going for a sweep. It's more exciting if you're split 1-1 and you're thrilled to win the Sunday game. So the Sunday game, they just never seem to get their offense going, and they went up against a good pitcher who was on. I've seen days when he isn't on, and he was on that day. And honestly, they haven't been hit the ball that well, really the whole road trip, I would say, or most of it.
Might be a little fatigued, but didn't they throw their usual Friday starter on Sunday this week?
They did it last week too, because they moved him to a Tuesday to throw Nebraska, and then they had to move him to Sunday. So they've had a lot of pitching problems. So he didn't start out as their Friday guy. Liggett was their Friday guy, and then Dante Lewis was their Saturday guy, and both of those guys are hurt. So they've had to try to piece together that pitching rotation.
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, there's 3 games to talk about there from Manhattan against Kansas State. You were winners of 2 of 3, 4-2, 5-3 in those wins. We got to see some more outstanding pitching by our ace once again. Logan Knight gets things done on Saturday. And what did you guys see?
Starting pitching was good again, I thought. They used a small number of pitchers to get to Sunday, so they had a pretty full bullpen. You got 2 freshmen that are in key roles right now as far as pitchers. Actually, if you consider Gonzalez in there, he's sort of making his way out as a 3rd freshman in that group. But again, they did the one thing that we've talked about it before, that, and I don't think Coach Bishell necessarily agrees with me on this, but I do not believe this team is bunting nearly as well as they did the first Bishell year and the second Bishell year. And when you're not bunting well, it gets you behind in the count because you're fouling balls off, and now a lot of times they're going to try it twice. And I just don't think they've bunted the ball. They still have some good bunts, but not like the previous 2 years. And I think that's held them back. They're not running quite as much, even though they are leading the Big 12 in stolen bases. And I think defensively, they've made some great plays. And then there's a time or two when there's a guy who's maybe not as used to his position. You never know what you're going to get sometimes. So, and I still, these college scorekeepers, I don't know about that.
A little lenient for the home team, are you saying?
Yeah, and I'm not really sure on the rules. Like I always heard on stolen base, if they don't even try to throw you out, you don't get credit for a stolen base. And I know our scorekeepers have given them in Bearcat stolen bases on plays where it was indifference is what they call it. And there was indifference. But, there's guys with stolen bases that I don't know if in the major leagues they would be stolen bases.
Yeah. Thing I took away from this weekend is bullpen didn't give up a run in each game. If they get that going forward, I'm going to go out on a limb saying they're going to have a lot of success over the next month or so. Obviously, their starters went deep into games, sets them up for, their top guys. Friday, I can't even remember. Did Butchkowski went 2 innings, Morrow went 2 innings, and then Saturday Brown went 3 after Logan went 6. So they, when you set yourself up for 6, 7 innings in a weekend, you're going to have success. So obviously, I'm sure Coach Bishell would like to have that every weekend. I would say, they'll be successful if they can continue that way. Yeah.
Enzo continues to rake. We got to see some more of that. He's been outstanding at the plate. Derek Pitts steals a home run from Kansas State. Just another outstanding defensive play by him. That's just becoming status quo at this point for Derek Pitts. Just they find ways to win. It's not even as if there's a blueprint at this point. The games that they win, it's been just in a myriad of ways.
Well, they're not like Tim said, they're not blowing anybody out. So like you look at this past weekend, they could have lost 2 or 3. They could have lost all 3. They were in tight games. They needed a clutch homer from Quentin Coates in the 8th inning on Saturday just to win that game. And how many times have they gone to Sunday either looking to take a series like the Kansas series? Who was the other series early? Was it
BYU.
Utah? They were looking to sweep, or
BYU was a third game. It was the rubber game. Series.
It's just a microcosm of the competition in this league. I mean, Kansas State, no walkover. Texas Tech will be no walkover this weekend. They're going to come out playing for something, and Bearcats better be ready.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, go ahead. You were going to ask something.
You got something? Go right ahead, Tim.
Well, I was just going to say that I think winning close games is what they're doing right now, and the starting pitching. And when you get into the postseason, I think the pitching is so important to those games. And I think, and wrote about it, whatever day that was, Monday or Tuesday. They've got 2 guys that have won games in the NCAA tournament, and Nate Taylor and Logan Knight. And that is a far cry from ever in this program, because we or UC's never made the tournament 2 years in a row. And they have 2 guys that have been in that tournament and have actually pitched well in that tournament and beat good teams. In both cases, there were 2-seeded teams. Wake Forest in the case of Nate, and he didn't have his best stuff that day. And Logan beat Kansas, that hard-hitting Kansas team. So I think that helps them a lot. And then they've got some other guys with some experience, like you mentioned, with Coates and Pitts and Jack behind the plate. And Charlie didn't play last year, but Mitchell's been there. So they've got some experience that you hope. But everybody's been talking about where are they going to be seated. And, I agree with everything Coach Bishell said. I mean, we've talked about it ourselves, but I know when people say there's still a path to a number 1 seed, there is, and he said it too. And is it a probable path? Maybe not, but sports is full of improbabilities where people beat someone. Nobody wants to play UCLA. Can you tell me how many quad 1 wins UCLA has?
No, but I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
And the answer is 10. Now they're 9-1. They've only played 10 quad 1 games. And you know why that is? Because they play in the Big Ten. Nobody in the Big Ten, their quad 1 wins or games, USC 3, Oregon 3, UC Santa Barbara 1, and then the other 3 are, I think it's Texas A&M, Tennessee, and Mississippi State, 3 SEC schools. They don't have one quad 1 game with a traditional Big Ten school. And I know their record is 40-something-5, but 3 of their losses have come from quad 4 teams. UC San Diego, Sacramento State, and San Diego State. Now, are they a good team? I believe they are a good team. And they were in the College World Series last year. But I don't know if you turn your tail and run from these guys. I don't want to play them in the regional, but if you have to play them in the super regional, let's go.
Well, how many times has the overall number 1 seed won the College World Series?
Well, since 2000, only 1.
Right. So I'll take my luck with the field. If you're giving me the field versus UCLA, I'll take the field.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's why.
That was somebody asked the question on the board. I think about have we ever seen anybody as dominant as UCLA? And when Tennessee won the title a couple years ago, they won 60 games. So yeah, we've definitely seen schools programs win a lot of games like UCLA has.
I think actually that really, really good Tennessee team that you're talking about, they didn't make the College World Series. It was the year after those guys, I think, that actually won it. I think the 2003 team may have been the team that was so dominant, and they won it in 2004, I think. But I could be wrong on that. But that team you're talking about, I remember there's a lot of times when the overall number, well, there's 25 in the last 25 years, 10 of the number one overall seeds have not made the College World Series, and only one has won the College World Series.
Yeah.
And Tennessee, when they won the College World Series in the first round, they came out of the regional fine. Then they got the number 4 seed, Evansville, who only got into the tournament because someone knocked out Indiana State in the league tournament. And they got to play. They were in the Super Regional with Tennessee, even beat Tennessee once. And then the first game of the College World Series, Florida State had that Tennessee team that won it. They had them down by 4 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. 3 runs. And Tennessee scored 4 runs, beat them by a run. And if you lose the first game of your College World Series, it's a whole different ball game then.
Yeah. No, losing the first game of a regional and you're cooked.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wanted to say about hosting. Really, they've got to skip over like 9 other teams to get in that top 16. I would say their better chance of hosting would be the Super Regional. If they could somehow win their regional, and if a number 1 seed doesn't win theirs ahead of, or above them or wherever they are in the bracket, because that's what Louisville did last year. They weren't even a host of a regional. They won their regional, and the other team that they were matched up with, I can't remember who it was.
Miami. It was Miami. Griffin Yugas in Miami.
Okay, and so Louisville got to host the Super Regional, went to the College World Series. So, it could happen.
That goes back to the point of the favorites don't always win.
Yeah, right. Well, we saw Murray State come out of nowhere. Was it Murray or Moorhead? I can't remember.
It was Murray.
Murray. Yeah. They were a 4 seed.
They beat Duke to get in there.
Yeah. So, I mean, basically anything can happen. You get hot. All you got to do is get hot for, a short stretch, and, you can go far.
I agree.
We talked last week about Cincinnati not getting the consensus top 25 from all of the outlets that put out their top 25. This week, it's a different story, and Cincinnati now enters as a consensus top 25, even if one of them is just that 25.
Yeah.
But we'll take it. That said, what else does this team have to do for D1 baseball to show them the love that it feels like they deserve?
Well, I'm glad they got in, because I think it's more important for them to be in right now, because I think when the committee goes in there, they may say they don't pay attention to it, but I think they do. When you say a consensus top 25 team, they are literally on everybody. Even the guy in the basement is doing his and putting it out on the internet. He's got them in there too. The Athletic, their guy has them in there. Everybody's got them in there. So I think it maybe helps a little bit in that regard. But I don't know. Whenever you talk about does a team belong in the top 25, you have to kind of look at it from which team don't you think belongs in there? And that's where it gets a little bit tougher for me. I follow the Big 12 more than anybody else.
Well, these polls, they vary. Like D1 baseball has West Virginia at 9. I think it's 64 Analytics has West Virginia at 25. Despite, the standings or the RPI or what just happened over this past week with them sweeping Kansas in Lawrence. A lot of these times it's just a guess. Obviously, the computer metrics are going to matter more. But again, we talked about it last week about kids care, recruits care. So it's important. It's great to get the notoriety. It's great to get the pat on the back. They deserve it.
And now when it's most important in my mind, that's my point. I don't think I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying I'd rather have it now than any other time, because now is when people are really talking about it.
Was it more important last year when they beat Duke and got ranked, or is it more important now that later in the season to be ranked?
I think that each one is a separate case. I think getting ranked with Duke gave the program credibility.
Yeah.
And they stayed in there for a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. And this time, I think they already had the credibility. And now we're looking at where are we going to be seated? Because last year we were, the very first year, I didn't think we were going to get in at all. They were in the first 4 out. Last year, they had basically the same record, but they've had a tougher schedule. They're not even in the last 4 in, which was a good surprise. And this year, they're a number 2 seed by all accounts. So if they could take care of business against the Texas Tech team, and I'll also say this, and people maybe don't want to hear it, but Cincinnati's running some good luck because, if West Virginia, if Max Yale pitches in that series, just think about flipping that around where Nate Taylor's not available and Max Yale pitches. That's a huge difference in that series.
Yeah.
That weekend, Kansas State has lost a lot of their pitchers. Houston has lost a lot of players. This week, Texas Tech, they've lost a lot of pitchers. So they've got a good situation with the teams that they've played, but they've also been able to win, and it isn't like anybody's easy to beat.
Just wanted to interject that Joey Weimer, former Bearcat,
Just
had a double. Yeah, he just got a double and an RBI against the Cincinnati Reds in Cincinnati. So everything coming up Bearcats right now.
You want to talk about a great outfield defender? That kid was one of them, Joey Weimer.
And a very good air guitar player.
Very good what?
Air guitar player.
Oh, yeah. When he'd be on second base or whatever. Yeah.
Cincinnati now at 15-12 in the Big 12. They are 1 game back on both Oklahoma State and TCU. They are 2 games back on Arizona State and UCF. I think the goal this weekend, whether you get 1 win, 2 wins, 3 wins, it doesn't really much matter. But the goal is to sneak into at least 6th place. That is a very big deal. That's where you get the double bye in the tournament. And obviously the less strain that you have to put on your pitchers at this point in the season, the better it is for the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, the double elimination tournaments, people were coming back with their starter 2 or 3 times in the series. Now you could conceive, and since it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and if you get the double bye, it'll be another Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You can go right through your rotation to the championship of the Big 12 if you're in 6th place or better. Now, getting that 6th place, the big series is West Virginia or TCU at West Virginia. That's the series. And we've got to be able to jump over TCU. And I don't know where that tiebreaker stands because we didn't play each other. So I'm not sure. But you got to figure Cincinnati's got to win at least 2 and TCU's got to lose at least 2.
I think it goes to common opponent. If West Virginia can win 2 of 3 and we can win 2 of 3 and create the tie, if West Virginia finishes in 2nd place, they're the common opponent. I don't think TCU played Kansas.
But wait a minute, if West Virginia wins 2 or 3 and we win 2 or 3, there's no tie. That's 2 game up on TCU.
Well,
it would just be 1.
Yeah, we're 1 game back. Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Since we would have the series win over West Virginia, we would get in over TCU. But
my dream scenario is Cincinnati actually putting Oklahoma State in 7th place and getting Oklahoma State's spot.
Yeah.
That team is on fire right now.
I know.
I don't want to see all those left.
Well, West Virginia's on fire too. So I would almost rather play Kansas right now. Coming off of that weekend, they'll be licking their wounds.
West Virginia's got the best starting pitching and the best bullpen, top of bullpen I think the league has. I don't think there's anybody close to them. They used in beating Kansas in Kansas, I think they only used 4 or 5 pitchers. Because Max Yale went the distance, then Cole and Ian Korn were the Saturday win, and then Dawson and Montesa and I don't remember who came in there, but they used maybe 5 or 6, and that 3rd game they just totally destroyed Kansas.
Yeah, I'm demoralized after the first 2 the first 2 days. They had all the momentum. I bet they host right now. I would say that they probably have a better chance to host over Kansas.
I would, even though Kansas is ahead in the league.
Yeah.
Tim, you talk about that TCU West Virginia series, and West Virginia 9-3 at home this season in the Big 12, as opposed to TCU on the road 5-7. So I mean, it certainly is the series that probably gives you the best chance to jump into that top 6 conversation.
It is. The thing about TCU is, though, before the season, they were a lot of people's number 1 pick to win it. That's who I picked. They've got. I mean, Tommy Laporte is back now, who was going into the season as a preseason pitcher of the year. He didn't do very well 2 weeks ago. He just threw an inning because he got hurt. I don't even think he played against UCLA when they played UCLA. He got hurt really, really early in the year. And he threw 3 innings last week. And I forget who they were playing, maybe Baylor, but I'm not sure. But he pitched 3 innings, and he had several strikeouts. If they could get 5 innings from him, maybe they're in there. But, God, they are so loaded with people. I mean, Sawyer Strasburger, or what, I can't remember the center fielder that they have. He's expected to be a first-round draft pick. Noah Franco is one of the best sophomores in the country. They just have a lot of their catcher's really good. A lot of great players, but they haven't played well this year.
Was it Utah they played last weekend?
Was it Utah?
Yeah, I think so.
But TCU is loaded with talent. Loaded.
Yeah, but they're going into a hornet's nest.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
West Virginia is tough. They do so many things well. I mean, the only thing they don't do well is hit home runs, but everything else, they're good. They're a good defensive team. They run the bases well. They bunt. God, they killed us with bunting. They've got great pitching. They've got a good bullpen. They're well coached. I mean, they're good. They're just playing good. Yeah. I take my chances with anybody other than Max Yale. I think they could maybe beat Cole. I think they could maybe beat Montesa. But Max Yale is he's the best pitcher in the league.
Well, that's high praise from Tim Adams.
Well, I don't know. But he is. He's it.
Fair enough. Well, let's get to a preview then of the Texas Tech series. Cincinnati again coming in as ranked as high as 18, I believe, where they're currently at right now.
In the RPI?
No, it's
polls.
National ranking, top 25 polls. But yeah, you got Tech coming in. You've got Thirsty Thursday on Thursday. You've got Fan Appreciation and 9 innings of winnings on Friday, and you've got Senior Day and Season Ticket Holder Appreciation Day on Saturday. Those games at 6 p.m., 6 p.m., and 1 o'clock. But it is the rare Thursday, Friday, Saturday series as opposed to the Friday, Saturday, Sunday series that we're accustomed to. So what should we expect to see from these Diamond Bearcats with Texas Tech coming up as the final series of the regular season?
I heard Chad talking about how UC's got, I think, 7 guys with 900 ops. They've got more. And they've got Logan Hughes is a 1,200 op. So they've got, last year UC played them 4 times, beat them 3. And a lot of the same guys are in this lineup that are hitting over 300. They can throw about 8 or even 9 of them at you. They are good hitters, and a lot of them are back. The thing they don't have is they don't have some of the pitching they had last year. And even their top guy, Jackson Burns, he hasn't pitched in 2 weeks. So I don't know if he's going to get back or not for this series. They have to win some games or their season could be over because they're just a game ahead of who's ever in 13th. But in the Big 12, pitching and defense, if you value pitching and defense, they're dead last in both in the Big 12.
You know who is 13th? Arizona.
Arizona, yeah. Well, in both of them?
In the standings, I mean, they're 13th. Houston's 14th right now.
Oh, you mean the stand? I'm talking about pitching and field.
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, we're talking about standings. You're talking about a team that played in the College World Series last year is now 13th place. Their season may be over after Saturday if they don't get a break here in the standing. That is incredible. They're 18-32 overall.
Again,
mind-boggling, really.
They've had some injuries, and they're a game behind Houston. But no, I think they're 2 games behind Houston. They're almost in dead.
Houston's in dead last.
Houston
6-21, Arizona 8-19, Texas Tech is 9-18.
Okay.
So Texas Tech has something to play for this weekend, so they're not going to lay down.
Yeah.
What else are you looking for this weekend, though, Tim?
Well, the hitting's going to be the big thing. I mean, Texas Tech has been to Coach Tedwell has been to the College World Series, I think, 3 times. So, he's a good coach, but last year they only won 20 games. This year they're just a game over 500, but they can hit. That Robin Villanueva kid, I remember him too. He's got 9 homers this year. I thought it would be more than that. They got a kid named Connor Schaus. He's got 10 homers, and Logan Hughes hitting .368 with 16 homers. And he's the co-Big 12 Player of the Week this week. So I expect a very, very good hitting lineup. I just can't remember how many of those guys are left-handed, and I didn't go back and look at that. But that's one thing that I'd be interested in knowing because, everybody looks at Oklahoma State and Kansas, and we lost 5 of 6. And they are the 2 left-handed heavy hitting teams in the league. And that's not a coincidence that we struggled with those 2.
Yeah.
We talked last week about the lineup changes that Coach had made against Oral Roberts. When we saw Quentin Coates playing at third base, I asked him about it today, and he said that was just something they tried out in that game only, not necessarily something that they are going to carry on doing. Didn't see it last weekend at all. Correct me if I'm wrong. But now that you have that versatility, do you think it's something that we see again and he's just trying to not show his hand? Is that something that we see at all this weekend? What do you think about that?
That's a really good question because I don't know. Sunday I was hoping to see it. They'd struggled so much offensively, and if you put that lineup in there, you put your best bats in the lineup too, because now you can put Taransky at first, Coates at third, so they're both in the lineup, and then you can put Cal, who isn't hitting very well, but he's playing in left field, and then you've got Enzo as your DH and Jack in there. I just think. And then you got Conlon in center, and even though he hasn't been hitting and striking out way too much, he's going to defend like a champ. So I like that lineup because right now Christian just hasn't hit the ball very well, and and it's not just not hitting it; it's striking out in situations where you have to have the ball put in play. So I'd like to see that lineup, and I think it's a perfect time to do it with Texas Tech this weekend or Thursday to Saturday. I'd love to see it because Quentin looked pretty daggone good at third base, way more comfortable than he did at first. He's played more third base, and Taransky feels way better at first base. I think he does in left or right field, especially left.
That's not a high bar. That's not a high bar. I would say maybe if they win the first 2 and say TCU has lost their first 2 at West Virginia and that 6th seed is locked up, maybe they do that on Saturday. But I would be surprised if they did it before then, unless
that wouldn't lock it up though, right? Because that would be.
Yeah, it would. We're a game back. If we win the first 2 and they lose the first 2, then we'd be a game up.
Yeah, but they got to play the third game, and if we
but we'd still have the tiebreaker.
Oh,
we still have the tiebreaker.
Okay, you think okay?
As I think Connor posted it on the board, we would have the tiebreaker. It's funny to think about it, but they're lock city for this tournament, for the NCAA tournament, with 3 regular season games and the conference tournament. They are a lock for the NCAA tournament, which is again crazy to think about a couple years ago. Where this program
UC's a lock.
Yeah. UC is a lock for the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just it's crazy.
But if you don't win another game, you're probably a 3 seed then instead of
but still
it's progressing, going up.
Yeah, right. Next year, you're legitimately looking to host a regional, if that's your progression, right?
All right, let me ask you this because I was thinking about this, both of you. you talked about next year. We're going to say Nate Taylor's gone. Going to the Major League Baseball. Your number 2 starter, Logan Knight. His eligibility, he's over. So now you're coming back next year with Connor Blue as your 1 starter. Now Brower's gone, Schuler's gone. I guess Chad Brown maybe moves into a starting spot or potential to, but don't they maybe bring in again some starting pitching like they
I
did?
would think so. Tommy Boba could be there too. If he returns to form, he was
it's a big if.
He's a really good starter for the first 2 years. Chad Brown could. You never know what these young pups come in next year. Like if I listed it, Slidham is probably going to get drafted. He's probably not going to see the campus.
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, according to Baseball America, he's in the top. He's in the top 400 players to be drafted, so he may not see campus. But they've got some other guys who could come in. But yeah, you really, how comfortable are you throwing true freshmen in your starting rotation
with 2 sophomores? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when Nate was a true freshman, he was the number 3 starter, and then he moved up last year. But even on that first weekend against Duke, who'd they start? Rakic, or was it O'Connor to start that first game? Because Nate wasn't their number 1 until later in the season last year.
Yeah, Coach Bishell was juxtaposing those guys a little bit until later. But, that first team is hard to count them because the starting pitching was Boba, Chase Horst, and Nate.
No, it was Seth Logue.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Seth Logue.
Because they would have Garula start on Friday and go an inning or 2, and then they would bring Seth in.
But Chase was, at the very beginning of the season, I remember reading it, Chase was one of their starters when they started the season. Now, he didn't long.
Maybe they can get him to come back in the portal.
I don't think he's got any eligibility left.
I thought he had 1 more year.
I don't think so.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
Unless 5 for 5 goes through, and who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. That's another day of conversation.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, obviously a very important series. Finished 6 in a row, and that's just another boost of momentum going into the Big 12 tournament. Of course, again, getting that 6th seed at least in getting the double bye would just a huge difference maker for this team going into the Big 12 tournament. You're talking about a lock in the NCAA. And I mean, all of these things combined to a comment I made to John Cunningham when he was on with us earlier. And it's hard not to think, do you have an extension on his desk?
Again?
Why?
Every year.
He's going to have to. You guys talk about D1 baseball not sending UC a lot of love, but they love Bischel. Like whenever they talk about Bischel, they just go, Bischel doing what Bischel does, win baseball games, and win baseball games. Whether you're bunting, whether they're hitting for power, he just finds a way to produce a winning season no matter where he is. You have to think eventually somebody, maybe not an SEC school, maybe it's an ACC school. I mean, how could you blame him for listening to any one of those programs if they come calling? And I would imagine that he does have that extension ready, and the school is probably committed to doing anything that they have to do to be competitive in the sport. But Tim, you said it in the past that he's just as concerned about the fan buy-in, right?
Well, I think the fan buy-in is important and having the resources to win.
Well, I think the school will give him those resources, but I think he wants a turnout. Make that stadium impossible for opponents to come in and win on UC's campus.
Well, I think NIL is important too in this day and age, and he will flat out say there's guys that have been offered a lot more than what they were able, Cincinnati was able to offer them. So I don't see him leaving anytime in the near future. It's just not part of who he is, and his wife and his 3 kids, and they like their school and they like Cincinnati. And I mean, I guess you could throw another contract at him, but I don't think you have to. I don't think he's looking to leave.
Maybe staff.
Well, yeah, they just got a big bump for the staff to keep the staff.
You keep winning, people are going to come after your people, though. So,
well, remember, I remember asking him this year during one of the journal entries. I asked him about Coach, and he said, "Well, from the top on down, and you can make more money somewhere else." He said, but he said from the top on down, we're not going to do that. He's the top. And so if he's going to go back and now take a job because after year 3, and you guys talked to him today, and he said he thinks people will come back. You know, they'll take care of them, and they like playing here, and they like being developed, and all that stuff. And I don't want to diminish the job he's done, because he's done a great job, and you certainly don't want to lose him. I just don't know. I don't think he's even thinking about leaving. And if somebody did, I'm betting that somebody probably talked to him about money last year, and he didn't. But he just got a nice. I mean,
kind of to your point. I mean, if you're going to stand on business and say that it's not about money, but then you're going to also be telling kids to stay in your program when they're being offered more money, it's quite the juxtaposition that you've put yourself in if you go take the money.
Yeah. You know, I mean, that stuff eventually a lot of times gets out. And so your players are going, well, wait a minute, you're saying, well, I thought you were looking at going to, you know, Texas Tech or, you know, Houston or whoever are the other teams that may be looking for a coach. Well, I don't think he's looking to leave. I mean, I could be wrong.
I wouldn't go as far as calling him the Curt Cignetti of the Bearcat baseball program, but when you look at the history of the program and how many times that they've been to the regionals, it's been what, 5 or 6? How many years have they been playing baseball, right? And over the last 10 to 15 years, how many winning seasons have they had? Hasn't been a lot. And what he's done in not only 3 years, but 3 years of the Big 12. He didn't get a transition from the American and then ramp up to the Big 12. He had to jump in to the fire immediately, and they were successful. They were 17-13 their first year. Now they just missed the NCAA tournament, but the fact that they were on that bubble in year 1 from where they came from, and now these next 2 years, nothing short of remarkable in my eyes.
Yeah, no one's going to argue that. I mean, he's done a fantastic job. Flirted with the tournament, in the tournament. He may even break, or I mean, it's possible he could break the 39 win record. He's already got tied for the second most wins in school history this year with 35. So I'm just saying, I don't know if he has to get. I'm all for keeping him, but I don't know if you have to sign him to extensions every year. I mean, it's just like backing up the Brinks truck and throwing money out and then driving away.
Maybe increase the
every year.
What's that, Aaron?
I said just extend them every year. That's what I just keep it going. Kind of like I think Mick Cronin kind of did the same thing, where you just up and to keep 6 years ongoing at all times.
Yeah, I think he's already got in that contract an automatic increase. I think maybe $100,000 or something. So I mean, to me, that's a lot of money. I mean, in the baseball world, I guess it's not, the college sports world, but I don't know if you have to do. We'll see. It's not my money, so
I think it's a smart thing to have it ready, if nothing else. If somebody comes calling, I'm sure John's got it ready.
The first time I hear him entertaining an idea, or I would even go to him and talk to him, maybe even to be proactive in it, is, do we need to give you another contract? Do we need to up the ante here? And at least talk to him about it. But I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. I mean, I think he's going to stay. I certainly hope he stays. I mean, I think he's a great coach. I think he's a really good person. And there's nobody at UC that could have a complaint about anything about the guy.
No. And I mean, good Lord, sense of humor is, talking about the Diet Mountain Dews and also what his rank. They started off with him first, so they get the annoying guy out of the way. Like, you know,
He's got a-
self-deprecation. That's hilarious.
He's got a real dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to take his little jabs at me every now and then, which but I didn't know this until just the other day. I was bringing up, we were talking Tuesday, one day, whenever it was, and we got off talking about the pitching and you know how often you use some of the pitchers in the old double elimination league tournaments. And I said, yeah, there used to be an old saying about somebody insane and pray for rain.
Pray for rain, yeah.
Yeah. And he goes, well, I know. He said, that was the Milwaukee Braves. I said, you know that saying? He said, yeah, it was Spawn, insane, Warren Spawn, insane, and pray for rain. And I said, I'm really, really impressed. You knew, because I know he's younger than I am by probably 20 years. And he said, yeah, his stepfather, he mentioned his stepfather was the one who was a big Milwaukee Braves fan. And I said, I didn't know you were from a broken home or, you know, a divorced family. He said, yeah. He said his stepfather had a huge influence in his baseball career. And he's one of the things I remember him saying, he said, I still think of, his name was Don. He said, I still think of Don after we'd win, be two fists in the air and he'd yell, yes. And it was just a neat thing I felt like I got behind the curtain of the man a little bit. And I've known him for a year and a half to 2 years now and had a lot of conversations, but they don't get to that. And Don ended up dying of cancer. And I can relate with a loss through that too. So it was for me, a kind of nice moment to get to know a little bit about him underneath the surface of baseball.
All right. Well, we got still some segments that we get to every week on the Diamond Bearcat podcast. For those of you who haven't checked us out on Thursday nights, so I do want to make sure that we get in everything that we normally get in this hard out at 8:00 that we do have tonight. The mailbag is pretty light, but just one question that I'm seeing. Looking at the top 25 polls, go Cats. I noticed UCLA and their insane record of 46-5 and 26-1 in conference play. Are they considered one of the best college baseball teams in the history of the sport? I'm new to following college baseball, but those numbers seem pretty remarkable, and that comes from UC alum 08.
No, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great. But like Tim said, they really haven't been tested that much.
Is the Big Ten a power? I mean, we talk about
okay. So Tim, they're fourth. It's SEC, ACC, Big 12, and then Big 10's right behind Big 12.
Yeah,
and
I know they are.
But their level is because of the West Coast teams.
That's exactly right.
UCLA, USC, and Oregon.
And USC are two of their top teams.
And Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska's good this year, but traditionally the Big Ten would only bring in 2 or 3 maybe teams. And I had this debate on social media this afternoon with a young man, a student, I think, if you see, and we were talking about Michigan and what they've done to try. You know, they took Dayton off their schedule and played Miami over Ohio. Then they took Ohio off their schedule and they played Kent. They lost both those games on the road. And the young man was saying, well, you know, he's trying, he being Tracy Smith, who took Indiana to the College World Series. He said, well, he's trying to keep his job. He wanted to have some wins. But the reason why, you know, Michigan isn't a powerhouse. Actually, in 2019, you remember, they were in our regional and beat Cincinnati. But when you're playing that Big Ten schedule against some of those other teams, and everybody's raving about what a great job Justin Hare's doing at Ohio State. I guess he's doing a pretty good job. But he's playing a lot of the traditional teams that we've seen in the Big Ten that don't bring 7 teams or anywhere from 6 to 8 teams to the NCAA tournament. So UCLA is in that, and we just went through their quad 1 wins. I think they're good. I saw them last year. I know that shortstop's very good. I know they've got some really good pitchers. But I don't think if they're in the SEC or if they're in any of the other power conferences, I think they've got more than 1 loss for sure. But they're still going to be very good. But I don't know if they're one of the best ever. That Tennessee team we talked about, that team was really good.
Yeah. Don't get Tim started on the 08 Cincinnati Bearcats, because that's thanks to UC alum 08 for the question in the mailbag. If you got any questions, feel free to drop them in there for next week. You find that on the baseball board on bearcatjournal.com. Lastly, the last segment that we finish up, unless you have any recruiting stuff that you want to talk about, Tim.
I've got something that coming up here. Two of the recruits in Detroit. I think there's I was communicating.
Fairchild and Mahoney.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a story come out, and I think it's the Detroit Free Press that's up there. And I was told there's going to be a story on them coming out, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. We try to stay on top of everybody. Ryan Murphy at Oak Hills High School. You remember Tommy Hall? Remember Tommy Hall, the red relief pitcher? Real thin. And his nickname was the Blade. And so Ryan Murphy's a 6'7" guy, and he's real thin. So he's going to get the Blade nickname right now. But he's been pitching well. And
Murphy faced Mason, traditional power Mason this week. Didn't beat him, but they lost in like 10 innings. But he went 7 innings, struck out a dozen or so, and no earned runs. So against that program, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Remember, he's only a junior, so he's got another year. He and McNick Rocket, Nate Kramer.
Yeah. In fact, I saw Moeller got beat by Baden. Dreesen pitched against him and beat. Moeller's lost to some teams that are unsurprising.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have a lot of recruiting stuff for today.
Fair enough. Then our last segment, as always, is going to be who you got this week as far as guys that we want to see, both a position player and a pitcher, who's going to have success in this next upcoming series.
You go first.
I think I'm going to go off the board a little bit. I'm going to go Ryan Taransky.
Oh, you took my guy.
Nail it. It's been a little while since he had a big weekend. Been a couple weeks now, 2-3 weeks since he had a big weekend. I think he's about due. So I'm gonna go with him there. And as far as pitchers go, I was on the nose when I said Dom Morrow last week, and he had a great weekend. So this weekend, I'm gonna say Connor Blue. I think that's a big one for them to kind of round out the series. And I hope it's not a rubber match game where you're trying to get the second of your win of your weekend, but I'm not ruling it out that Sunday ends up being just that.
Jeff?
Okay, I'll follow suit and go off board. I will say that it's going to be Cal. Cal is going to get his first homer this weekend.
Yeah, he has no homers.
He has no homers this year, which is crazy.
Yeah.
He's going to get his first one this week. And then my pitcher, I will go Adam Brower. I think the bullpen is rounding into shape right now and rounding into form. I just think they're going to continue that momentum this weekend. It's easy to go with the starter. I'm not going to go with the starter like Nate, but I'll go with Brower.
Well, my position player is the guy that I voted for Fred. Well, I didn't vote. I don't have a vote. But I said my ballot would have Enzo Infelice as the freshman of the year. I think he's hands down the best freshman, although I'm going to have to admit, I don't know exactly the other ones are out there. There's not a lot of them that have that kind of a season. But one thing I brought up about him is, you know how many games in a row he had no hit, or he had no hits in how many games in a row? Just one.
One.
He has never, since he's been a Bearcat, had 2 games in a row with no hit. So that's pretty incredible for a freshman. Now, the only thing that surprised me about him, and Jeff and I saw a lot of him, or some of him in the fall, was he was hitting home runs. So I'm a little surprised. I think he's at 8 homers right now. I thought for sure he'd get at least 10. I think he still might. But Enzo will be my guy. He's just mature beyond his years. And just like Coach Bishell said, he's probably the best freshman hitter he's ever had. So pitching-wise is a little bit more difficult for me because I don't want to, it's easy to say Nate, and I think Nate will pitch well tomorrow, but I want to go with one of the bullpen guys. So I think I said Gonzalez last week, and I'm going to say it again because he only threw to 1 batter this week. So he's a guy I kind of like, and he's worked his way up into that. I heard him talk today about they gave him the chance to, does he want to take the red shirt off or not? And he said he did. And I see him slowly improving, and you'd really like to have him continue that trend when you're going into the Big 12 and the NCAA tournament.
You know, it's nice when you talk to the player. I heard the same thing. He talked to the player and then asked him to talk to his parents, make sure that they are all on board with doing that. Doing right by the player, that just creates incredible culture. And obviously they've done it here. So, you know, that just continues instead of just telling a kid, hey, you know, we need you. So we're pulling the red shirt off you. You don't have a say in this. The fact that he had a say, and it was a group effort, not just the coaches. It's what you like to hear.
I agree. And that's how they're going to keep guys, or that's how they're going to try to keep guys.
Yeah.
Have them in a situation where they want to continue to be Bearcats.
And obviously you don't even have to have that conversation if Carson Marsh doesn't go down. So, you know, just the way it goes.
Yeah. Think of how much better their bullpen would be if Carson were still healthy.
Man.
And now I wonder, when will he be back? Because
Right.
he hurt halfway through the year. So
Yeah, it may not even be next year.
yeah, it may not. And I feel bad for him. And he seems like such a good kid, and he was an important part of that team. So injuries are going to happen. And I guess the other side of that, when you look at this Bearcat team, they've been relatively healthy compared to some of the teams they've played. So that's the amazing thing about Nate Taylor. When you talk about him.
Oh, don't jinx this. Don't jinx this.
You don't want me to say that.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say anything about injuries or durability or anything.
Let's just say this. Every time I go down to the ball field, I see Nate. And he's not, his arm is in one of those slings. So hopefully, is that allowed in baseball jargon? Can I do that or not? Did I just jinx it?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Tim, you march your own beat, man. You do your own thing. It's fine.
There are some superstitions, and then there are some ridiculous stuff.
Baseball players are so we call it stupid stitches. Like I've never touched a chalk line on purpose. Never in my entire career, even coaching, I will not touch a chalk line.
Well, I try not to do it because I don't want it on my shoe first.
Well, true.
That would be, and the line may be needed later on, but I don't have a lot of superstitions. I do have some. Like if I'm watching it on TV or I'm sitting there seeing it's a close game, I try not to move.
Yeah.
Afraid that any movement will screw things up.
We're all part of the team that way, right?
Yeah.
We have to feel like we have had something to do with the outcome. It's because I changed my shirt or I didn't go to the bathroom or whatever. We're all that way.
The game, it was the Houston game. Buchkowski comes in. He's going to have to try to close this thing out. And I was worried about it. And I went into my closet, got my new Buchkowski jersey and put it on and sat in the chair and rubbed 31 the whole time.
Oh, wow.
Sure that was going to be lucky. And, it worked. So I'm glad I got that jersey.
Just don't do it at the stadium. I don't think you get some weird looks if you're doing it at the stadium.
From his parents.
Yeah.
I know I met his parents. They're very nice people. But he's another bulldog out there. It's hard not to like him. And I never knew, that sidearm stuff. It's so lethal for those guys. And some guys they can't see it. They just can't hit it.
Right.
But those left-handers, that's a different story. So.
Yeah. Get out to the ballpark this weekend, people.
Yeah, you got the 4 for 24 in honor of Quentin Coates and his home run record for the University of Cincinnati. Never been done before, and he's continuing to pile on. So however many he's able to get to, he still has some games to do so.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, how crazy and how great would it be if Cincinnati is able to finish real strong? I think they probably have to win the Big 12 tournament, but they do slide into that hosting role and bring in 3 teams down to UC Baseball Stadium. I would just be on cloud 9 if that were to happen.
I wanted Chad to ask John Cunningham, what kind of contingency plan they have for increasing the capacity down there. They have to have something for maybe left field.
I think they can put some seats up in that concourse area because there's a lot of room between the top of the stadium and the fence. So I think they could put some there. They could put some bleachers out in left field and put stands up on those, I think, maybe.
Yeah. He did mention that there's a plan in place of something for baseball. So I don't know what that is. He said that they already kind of worked on the bowels of the baseball stadium. So I'm curious to see if there is something involved in left field.
Well, I'd love to see it. I just think it would put this baseball program, I think it would just be another step of credibility where people cannot continue to ignore it if they were able to get a host here. And just being in the tournament is tremendous, but I'm just pushing to eventually get that home regional game. I just think it would be so exciting. They have 3 other teams come in here. It would be crowded.
I can't imagine the crazy atmosphere, especially for UC's games. Something that's I don't think it's ever happened before, right? Like,
no. There's never been a playoff game here.
Yeah.
If you're going to host a regional, I think you have to. It's like an unwritten rule, but I think you have to have a stadium name. I don't think you can continue to go on with Cincinnati Stadium.
We don't have enough time, Aaron. We don't have enough time.
For a long time, it was Marge Schott Stadium because she gave quite a bit of money to that field. But of course, then there was thing went on and they had to take that name away. But they never really seemed to open it up for anybody else to name it. I don't know.
Euclid was talking about doing it. It was Johnny Benchfield before that.
That's right, Johnny Benchfield.
Yeah. I just think it'd be nice if they did something. Call it Alumni Field or I don't know. But UC Baseball Stadium is just too generic. I don't know. We could go on and on.
Yeah, that's like way down on my list of priorities.
Yeah. Do we have to get out of here, Aaron?
Well, we do have Coach Martin in the lobby. He just popped in, but I don't have Dave or Chad in the lobby currently. So I'm in a limbo.
You don't have who in the lobby?
Chad or Dave.
Oh, Chad or Dave. Okay.
Yeah.
Chad's probably finishing up his dinner.
And probably. I mean, if he was just throwing the pizza in, I don't know how that whole timing went for him. Now, of course, he's expecting Dave to kind of run the show here, talking with Doug about golf for the majority of the next hour. So we'll see.
Three. Football made a bowl game. Baseball is going to play in their tournament, and golf. Those are the 3 that have played in the postseason. So last year was 1. It was just baseball. This year we're up to 3. Let's just keep building. Hopefully next year we get men's basketball back on the right track. And
well,
again,
go ahead, Tim. I was going to close this out, but go ahead.
Good things about the kid Mercer. Sounds really positive.
I agree. But yeah, again, for all of you who haven't tuned into the Diamond Bearcat podcast that are watching, we do this every Thursday night, and we talk nothing but Bearcats baseball. So for Tim and Jeff, I definitely appreciate you guys coming in for the last hour and doing something on an off night for us normally, which made perfect sense considering you have the Thursday, Friday, Saturday series upcoming. So we'll be back at it again next week and do it at our normal 8:30 time slot. But again, appreciate you guys.
Happy 513, y'all.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. See you guys next week. All right, Chad.
I'm back.
I don't know where your boy is.
I know. I just texted him. But I know where my boy is. My boy is right here. That's where my boy is. What's up?
What's up? How are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
I got no complaints. No complaints. Just getting ready to head to Texas here on Friday.
I mean, that's got to be exciting for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, you guys, Aaron, you guys were talking about postseason, and I think something that a lot of people need to understand is, making postseason now in college athletics is you got to have a pretty damn good team. And, it's obviously with the basketball tournament going to 76 teams, that's going to make it a little easier for a lot of Power 4 teams. But, our conference in golf is, I think it was 2 years ago, we were 25th in the country and 9th in the conference. And I remember having someone ask me the question like, hey, how are you guys in the Big 12? And I said, we're 9th. And they're like, oh, man. And I'm like, well, what if I told you we were 25th in the country? And it's just, you sit here and you look at, even at college golf right now, you have the SEC having 15 teams of 16, the Big 12 having 12 of 16, the ACC having 11 of 18, and the Big 10 having 5. And to be honest with you, if UCLA, USC, and Stanford, or it would be Stanford. No, Stanford's in the ACC.
Come on, Doug. Stanford's in the ACC.
No, it's USC, UCLA,
Oregon, and Washington.
Oregon. If you didn't have those three teams, in the postseason, the Big 12 would have 2, or Big 10 would have 2 teams. So golf is played in the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 12. It's pretty simple.
All right, you want to start this thing proper, like Aaron?
I'm not into. Are we going to do the whole? Fair enough.
And away we go. It is the BCJ podcast brought to you by the Holy Grail right here on BearcatJournal.com. Go see our good friends at the Holy Grail anytime you're downtown at the Banks, maybe taking in a Reds game. We've got great food, full bar, and ice cold Cincy Light on tap. Remember, 50 cents from every Cincy Light purchased at the Holy Grail will be donated back to the athletes at the University of Cincinnati. So support those that support us, and more importantly, support those that support the Bearcats here on Bearcat Journal. Aaron, you can stay. Like, you don't have to go. You can be a part of the show.
I'm gonna go say goodnight to my daughters. I haven't seen them like all day, so I'd like to at least say goodnight to them.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to come back, you don't have to come. It's just
No slight on Doug. I love them a little more.
Time.
We're at 10 hours, Doug.
10 hours today?
Yeah, we've been going live. We've been live for 10 hours.
Oh, 513 day.
Don't say we brought in the marquee headliners for the 8 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Me and Doug. Doug, first off, congrats on your second trip to the NCAAs in the last 4 years.
David needs to turn on his mic.
You can't hear Dave?
Can you not hear me? Oh, God. This is bad. This is what happened earlier to you guys.
Yeah, this is what happened. Can you do me a favor, Doug, and leave and come back?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay, that'll hopefully, because I mean
we can't. This is you and Doug.
This is a tough one for you.
If he can't hear you, we are in trouble. Hopefully, it's just a case of maybe like because you came in late.
I don't know. I could hear you, Aaron, Doug.
Yeah. Tengesdahl couldn't hear me.
Yeah, I do have to say though, as we wait for Doug, I had a source today telling me that I was taking some slings and arrows in the chats at times.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. You got him now?
Got him now. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, got you perfect.
Okay, perfect. So, as I was saying, second trip to the NCAAs in the last 4 years. I know you guys, from my perspective, had a pretty good year. Did you feel like were you comfortable with your position going into last week? Was it, I don't know if it's fair to equate it to like the NCAA bubble. Did you feel like you were on the bubble? Did you feel like you guys had done enough? How did you feel going into last week?
Not where we were ranked.
Okay.
I knew we were secure. You know, all of these prognosticators or whatever
Sure.
you want to call them are out there, putting out, certain fields where there's a new golf data group that does stuff. We were pretty much going to be a 9 or a 10 seed the whole time. I think it went to 2 teams were under 500. Washington and SMU were under 500. So we were always 2 spots ahead of where we were actually ranked in scoreboard clipped. So I think we finished up being like 56, 55, something along those lines. I think 60, 65 was the number this year. So we were in pretty easy. I wasn't too concerned about, it was more of just where were we going to be placed when they called her name.
Yeah. We'll kick it a week back, finish 13th at Big 12. I imagine knowing, at least getting to know you a little bit, that was not where you wanted to be. How do you guys kind of put that in the rearview mirror and take it to a totally different setup and format and everything now for next week?
Yeah, I mean, I think, a lot of the newness of the Big 12, most of those schools that have been in the Big 12 for all these years, Prairie Dunes has been one of the courses on the rotation for the Big 12 championship, as Southern Hills was a year ago. And, quite honestly, at the Big 12 championship, I think we were seeded 11th going in. Houston, I think, was 12th, and they were the 12th team that got in the tournament. I mean, I was expecting, I would have been very content with an 8th or a 9th place finish based on, where we are right now as a program. Not that that's where I want us to settle into, but, Prairie Dunes was a formidable challenge. And I played there in 1987 when the conference was the Big 8 championship. And, really the first round we played pretty solid. The first round, gave away a few shots at the end of the round. And, I think the hard part about Prairie Dunes was, with it being the conference being so big now, we had to do a shotgun start. So you really couldn't play the golf course the way the golf course was designed to be played. Right. So we started on holes 10, 11, 12, and 13, I believe. So we had to finish on 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, which just so happened to be 4 of the hardest holes on the golf course that day, playing into a north wind. And, I think we're in 6th or 7th place with 45 minutes or an hour to go in the second round. And you've got Ryan Ford, who finishes bogey double, and Leo Wessel finishes triple bogey. We go from 5th or 6th with 36 holes to play to now being 12th or 13th.
Yeah.
That all happened in 1 hour. And you sit there, and as a coach, it's like we play the whole day. We fight very difficult conditions the entire day, and we throw all away our hard work in the last hour. And that was where my frustration was at the Big 12 championship. Is I think we played holes 8 through 11, 31 over for the first 3 days. That's just an impossibility. But
you can't take out from that.
The eighth hole was a 470-yard par 4. 9 was 485. 10 was a 190-yard par 3, and 11 was a 525-yard par 4 that played straight into the wind. I mean, no excuse for how we played the holes, but they got the best of us. And I just. My whole goal with part of this thing is to continue to grow each year in the Big 12. And, it's going to be a challenge to match up with programs like Oklahoma State, Arizona State, these schools that have had, top tier golf programs for 60 years. And we're just trying to keep moving in a positive direction and be more and more competitive every single year. That's our goal.
As you guys have gotten better, especially over, I'd say, the last 5 years, you're playing in more marquee events with better competition at better courses. And then you mentioned in the Big 12 Championship, you've gotten to play Southern Hills and Prairie Dunes the last 2 years, which I'm not sure many conference championships are being held at better courses than that.
No.
Have you seen the effect yet with your guys on mindset and understanding that we are playing at a higher level than maybe you were playing when you were a freshman and now you're a senior, and the attention to detail needs to be finer, the courses are harder, the competition is better, and is that you think that's helping you year over year to just have a more well-rounded, better team?
Absolutely. I think, the emphasis in our program that we put on our players is attention to detail and doing the small things better. Everybody at this level in the Big 12, the Power 4 conferences, all of these guys play golf and hit the ball at an extremely high level. If you walked up and down the range, you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Ole Miss, Cincinnati, Houston. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, this is a stripe show by all these guys. But then it comes down to, do you have the ability to manage the golf course, manage your game, know what it's like when adversity strikes, and how do you handle adversity? It's in our sport, it's the same thing as all the other sports. How do you handle that first difficult break, or that, just the momentum is not going your way and you're making mistakes. That's a really challenging part about golf. And, it takes a mature player to be able to handle those situations. And I think as a program, I think our players are continuing to mature. I mean, we're going to start a lineup in the NCAA championship this week with 2 seniors, a sophomore, and 2 freshmen. So there's youth there, and we're going to continue to gain tremendous experience from what we're going to experience at Texas A&M.
Ryan Ford was voted second team All Big 12. I believe his scoring average was just over 70 for the season. Where do you think he made his biggest gains from last year to this year? Because last year, I felt like watching, he had the flash rounds, but he didn't have the consistency to back up a really good round with a solid, or maybe not another stellar round, but another solid round to kind of keep his momentum. It maybe was a 65 followed by a 74 instead of a 65 with a 70. Like, where did he make his biggest gains this season?
Well, I think first, one of the things that he's become a consistent player, day to day in his practice routine, his practice habits. I think everything is just cleaner, and just there's more detail in what he's doing. I mean, I think he's on a streak of like 18 or 20 events right now where he's finished inside the top 20. He's top 40 PGA Tour U. He's one of those guys that, this 5th year debate that's coming up and going to be voted on in June is a pretty significant deal for him, because I think he needs one more year of college golf, and he'd have an opportunity to, thrust himself into the top 25 on PGA Tour next year with our schedule. So, I mean, just the one thing when you talk Ryan Ford is you talk about unbelievable coachability. And for his time that he's been here, I remember back to our meeting after the fall season of his freshman year. And he was pretty disappointed in his performance. He played as an individual, I think, 4 of our 5 events that first fall as a freshman. And when he came in and sat down with Coach Frick and myself in December, he basically said, I'm going to help this team in the spring. I'm going to play a huge role moving forward. And he comes out and, in all of our spring practice trips, he was the most dominating player on our team. And that was with Sam, that was with Ty. He was just, leaving the cloud of dust with those guys. And, sure enough, we go to Puerto Rico for our first event, and he shoots 15 under, finishes second. We beat Duke, we beat Auburn. I can't even remember who, but we beat a star-studded field there in Puerto Rico pretty easily. And I think he's just kind of, parlayed off that, and he's just continuing to grow mentally. He's continuing to grow physically. I would love to see him get another year, because I think another year would benefit him hugely to play another year of college golf.
You guys now have, and you've for years and years, you have an outstanding home course to practice on. You now have the indoor. We're in the Big 12. Is this kind of the peak of UC golf, where you can really show recruits and transfers, whether they're high school kids or transfers, that this is kind of the upper echelon of the sport, and we're playing in it, and UC is a place that it's worthy to come to for golf?
Absolutely. I mean, when you're talking about having Coldstream on a daily basis, when you're talking about our indoor facility, when you're talking about the support that we have internally in the building, and I think the belief that they have in our program, you talk about our spring practice trips when we're able to go to Florida and prepare, and it's certainly a place where you can come and grow as a player. I feel very strongly about how the program is run. I feel very strongly about the players that we bring in on a yearly basis. So, I mean, this certainly, in my opinion, is the top 40, top 50 program in the country. And this program has never been in that place. And so this is kind of new territory for us. And it's my job to continue to raise the bar for not only for players, but raise the bar for our administration to believe and support us. And all those things are important as you're trying to grow and build a program.
Some people listening to this might not be following golf as closely as I do, or the program for that matter, but tell them how this indoor, what you guys can get accomplished there, and how important that is, especially being a school in Ohio trying to compete with everybody in the SEC and a lot of the Big 12 that can get out there outside.
Yeah, I mean, we have roughly an 8,000 square foot area over around Makatiwa, and we have 4 indoor TrackMan bays to where we can hit and track information through our TrackMan devices. We have Sam Putt Lab, which is basically TrackMan for putting, and then we have a I guess it would be a kind of a reflection, or brings the reflection down on a turf, and it's called Putt View, and that basically is another great putting training aid that we use every day we're in there. We have a team lounge, we have club repair, team meeting room, everything that you could possibly want in an indoor facility we have there. And we've had multiple representatives from Titleist and has been in to visit the facility, and they're like, this is second to none in the Midwest. I mean, with what you have here and how you've utilized the space. And we have about a 2,000 square foot putting and chipping area that we utilize as well. So it's pretty much a one-stop shop to where you can get everything done, and just the data and the information that you can collect on the TrackMan. We use a certain golf ball that is 99% accurate. It's an RCT ball made by Titleist, and so that basically provides our players swing path, launch angle, attack angle, low point, carry distance, total distance, swing speed, swing direction. I mean, it's got all the possible data that you could ever use, along with areas to where you can go and just specialize practice and set up games and situations. So it's been an unbelievable addition to our program.
So are you saying I can bring my clubs over and you're going to re-grip them for me?
I'd love to have you over to see it.
We can put my swing up on camera, and you can critique it and tell everybody how bad it is.
I think what you would realize is how lucky we are to have this I've told the players on our team, if I could go back in time and have my professional career over with today's technology, I would have a simulator like TrackMan in my basement along with PutView. And I wouldn't, because most of the times when you're hitting balls on a driving range, you're not hitting golf balls that you normally play with. You're hitting a range ball that's, it's a harder cover, and
it's been hit a million times.
It's been hit a million times. And so with TrackMan, we're able to be in a controlled environment. We can put elevation, we can put temperature, we can plug all of that into the computer, and then it spits out information from, your carry yardage. And that's so important with how precise golf is becoming. That's your separation from player to player.
Well, I have a John Ron backswing that goes about 70 yards shorter than 70, 80 yards shorter than he does. But team-wise, we talked about Ryan. Who else, maybe, I don't know the right way to phrase it, who else came into the season and really did some good work for you that either you were counting on or maybe surprised you a little bit?
I think you start with Braden Miller. So Braden really didn't play a whole lot in the fall other than individual events, played in our home tournament. He was the first top 20 recruit we've ever brought into the program. He's from right up near South Bend, Indiana. I think he was 18, 19, 20, somewhere that in the last recruiting class. Watching Braden and recruiting Braden, I knew it was only going to be a matter of time before, we got him into a position where he was going to help us. And, to be quite honest with you, when he came in, I felt like he was playing with inferior equipment. I don't think his equipment was fit for him properly. We have Titleist that comes in every at the end of every fall semester, and 2 guys from the PGA Tour come in and fit all of our players in their most updated equipment. And that was a huge day for Braden, because he became a better driver. He became a better iron player. The shafts and everything that they put in his irons brought his trajectory down, straightened out the flight. The driver that was built for him really launched his driver higher, carried it further, and he picked up probably, 3 or 4 miles an hour of ball speed. So, all of those things have played a huge factor. And again, I would look at him as a second 2.0 Ryan Ford. Unbelievable desire to work, unbelievable desire to be coachable. So, I would be shocked when he leaves here if he wasn't one of the best players ever to play in the program. Then I think you look at Leo Wessel, who very similar to what Braden did a year ago, came into his own last spring, did some really good things last spring. For the first 3 weeks this year, he was fighting a illness. He was very sick and really struggled the first couple weeks with his health, but it's starting to come into form. And I mean, the way Leo goes is the way Leo putts, and that's one of the areas of the game that he has struggled with since he's arrived here. And there's no question that he's working on it and trying to fix some of his mechanics. And I think once he becomes a solid putter, his ceiling is wherever he wants to go. And then I'll allude into one more guy, Connor Cassino, who transferred to us from LSU. Again, he had his moments. In the fall, but he is really starting to find his way in the last month. So, we're excited to see where what we can do in Texas. I like the draw. I think it's great for us.
I was going to get to that because
yeah,
I feel like I remember 2 years ago I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't think you loved the course
Terrible.
that you guys were going to, and it turned out to be just an insane birdie fest. I think
it was
Arizona State.
I think he hated it. I think he hated it.
Hated it would be so basically what
it was like 60 under.
Yeah.
60 under won the. It was like
I
Arizona
think we
State
shot like 20. I think we shot 29 or 31 under, and we're lapped. But I think in that situation, that was the Las Vegas. So most of the sites that host are all hosted by universities.
Right.
And the university itself runs the event. Well, this was the Las Vegas Gaming Commission that put in the bid to host this event. They got the bid. UNLV didn't really have much to say in the running of the event, and it was an absolute disgrace for that to be a regional championship. Now, going to Texas A&M, it's their golf course. I know they closed the course about a year ago to do some renovations. I'm excited to get there. It's one of the few places, that I haven't been in college golf. So, the practice round's obviously going to be significant for us because we're going to, be drinking water out of a fire hose in that practice round, trying to set up a game plan, to attack the course the best that we can. Fortunately, I've got a number of my coaching colleagues that have played there. So I've been on the phone with them over the last 5 or 6 days, helping me set up, really kind of what to expect when we get there. So, we're not playing that practice round blind on Sunday.
I listened to your 1 minute or so on Twitter after the announcement, and I know you probably learned more about the course since then. Does a harder course benefit you guys?
I think when you look at our one win this year was at Coldstream, and Coldstream always is one of the harder courses that we play all year. If we can capture, how we played at Coldstream, beating the 6th ranked team in the country, Arkansas, I think by 17 or 18 shots that week. If we can recapture that and take that with us to Texas A&M, I think we're a formidable team at that regional. I think the seed that we got, you look at the teams, I don't think there's any question that Texas and Texas A&M at home will be 2 teams that will advance. I don't even have any questions. Now, with North Carolina, Tennessee, and New Mexico in the 2, 3, and 4 seed, I think all 3 of those teams ride the wave of their first 2 players. And when their first 2 players play well, they're pretty hard to beat. When the first 2 guys aren't on their stuff, they're very beatable. And I think you can see that in the results that they've put forth this year. Then you look at your 6th seed. Your 6th seed's TCU. We're 3-1 with TCU. The first time TCU beat us was at the Big 12 championship. Now they had a great weekend at Prairie Dunes. So, props to them. But we were 3-0, and I think we had a 45 or 47 shot stroke differential. So it wasn't like in the 3 times we played them, we beat them by 1 shot, 3 shots, and 2 shots. We really kicked their ass in the 3 times that we played them. Then you take UNC Wilmington, who really played a pretty weak schedule. Their ranking is kind of a product of an extremely weak schedule where they dominated weak opponents. I'm not really too concerned about them. UNLV is the 8th seed. I think they're a solid team, but I don't think they're anything that would, bother me. And then Colorado, we've beaten Colorado's. We beat them at Big 12s. So when you're talking about teams 6 through 9, if we play to our ability, I don't think those teams really concern me. Obviously, Texas and Texas A&M at home is going to be a formidable challenge, but I'm going there with the expectation of playing a great practice round on Sunday, getting a great game plan in place for these guys. And hey, we got nothing to lose. Let's go play hard and see what happens.
For those that don't know, kind of go into because the format has changed over the last several years. Like, tell everybody what's the format? How many teams are going to advance from next week, and how this all works?
So there are 6 regionals around the country that begin on Monday. Okay, and there are 3 regionals that have 13 teams and 10 individual qualifiers. So their team didn't qualify, but they qualified as an individual, as what Ryan Ford did a year ago. And then there's 3 regionals that have 14 teams and 5 individuals. So each regional has 75 teams. And so basically what you're looking at here is everyone's going to play their practice round on Sunday. The tournament proper will start on Monday. We'll play 18 Monday, 18 Tuesday, 18 Wednesday. The top 5 teams advance to the finals, which is in La Costa at the end of the month in California.
Which is now match play, right?
It's 54 holes,
play?
54 holes a stroke.
Okay.
So there is your individual NCAA champion. And then you go to the top 8 teams, go into match play.
Can a player from a team who is qualified advance as an individual?
Okay, so basically any player on a qualifying team already advances. So it's the lowest score of someone not on a qualifying team that gets the one individual spot.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. If say Ryan played out of his
Right.
mind, you guys as a team didn't advance, I was wondering, can he still advance?
Yes. So last year when he played, so we've had, I think, NCAA representation. I think this is our 8th year in a row, whether it be an individual or the team. The second is a team. But last year when we were at Illinois, he finished second. It's damn nearly impossible to finish second at a regional and not go.
Right.
Well, the kid that beat him was the individual from Michigan. So it was really an unfortunate situation for Ryan last year to not go to the finals, just because, one guy beat him who was an individual as well.
So we got a question. I'm going to put this question up in the chat. It says, Doug asks, what does coach tell his guys about getting off to good starts in tournaments? I feel like in most tournaments this year, the team has been better in the later rounds.
I think that's something that I've been trying to figure out myself. My assistant and I have really, we have really been trying to
Doug, do you have any ideas you can give coach?
I think that we've tried to figure out why that happens. We've tried to do things in practice. And again, I think, anytime that you're not getting off to great starts, you have to look at starting with your warm-up. Are you warming up properly? One of the things that I always did when I played professionally is before I went to the first tee, one of the last shots I hit was my first tee shot, whether it be a driver, a 3-wood, a driving iron, whatever it was. I wanted to already have hit that shot before I got to the first tee. Another thing I did was I always hit my first par 3 iron shot that I was expecting to hit on my first par 3. Some guys will take the first 2 or 3 holes as the last 5 minutes of their warm up and play the first 2 or 3 holes. It's, again, how this game works, David. It's such a mental grind. But I think in college golf, one of the things that, is not observed and talked about enough is most of our events start in a shotgun start when we play 36 holes. The regionals is a different deal. You start on the first or the 10th tee. Anytime you start on with a shotgun start, an architect is designing the course to have some flow in the course. And so many times where you start has a significant impact. If you start on the first hole and it's a birdie hole, and it's a par 5,
you better make a birdie.
Boom, here we go. Versus starting on a par 4 that's 490 yards into the wind, it's like probably aren't going to birdie that hole very often, and you're probably going to bogey it as frequently as you're going to par it. So again, starting with a birdie versus starting with a bogey, it's a significant mentality shift and feeling. But we talk about one shot at a time, one hole at a time, and that's what we've preached to our guys. And I certainly hope that we get off to a better start this week.
I always hated starting with a birdie because I felt like it was all downhill. Give me a nice, comfy 2-putt par, and we'll go from there. But you can speak on this too. I've noticed you have some recent alums that are doing some really nice things in the start of their professional careers.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about those guys and what they have going on.
So I think you start with Clay Amlung. Clay Amlung shot 11 under 61 this past week in the U.S. Open pre-qualifier. So he'll go to the sectional qualifier with a chance to play in the U.S. Open. You've got Ty Gingrich, who is doing some great things. Played over in Australia this past year. Joey McCarthy's another former player that got through the U.S. Open U.S. Open qualifier. Davis Baxter, a former player, he lost out in the playoff. But we've got a lot of guys that really have flourished once they've left school, and some of them are trying to play, some of them aren't. But it's great to see them have success.
Your schedule has gotten much better, I would say, over the last couple of years. You're a consistent participant in the Johnny O and events like that. Is the schedule for next year? Have you already started to work on that?
Done?
So do you want to tell us any good events you're going to be? Any new events next year?
We'll start off again up in Michigan at the Folds of Honor, which that's on the Golf Channel television.
Yep.
Then we'll come back here and we'll host at the Bearcat. Then we're adding a new event next year up at Minnesota. Minnesota's at Windsong Farm, which is a tremendous golf course, extremely challenging golf course. And then we go to Kentucky, so we stay close to home with Kentucky. And then the Big 12 match play returns, as it will in the future. We'll play that every other year. So that will be played out in Utah next year.
Where in Utah? I might have to. My brother lives in Salt Lake now, so I might have to come out for that.
We'd love to have you out there and be our guest. In the spring, we typically have started at Colleton River, which is in South Carolina, the first part of March.
Great golf.
We're actually starting in mid-February next year with a tournament in Charleston, hosted by the College of Charleston. So that'll be something new for us to start earlier. We will go from there to Colleton River. From Colleton River, we'll go to Johnny O. Johnny O, we go from there, we go to Oregon again. And then from Oregon, we go back to Mississippi State. So, some new events, some reoccurring events, but our schedule next year, again, puts us, I put us in the top 50 in the country, from a schedule standpoint. And, that's where we want to be. We don't want to go and play events to where, there's not high level competition. I'm a firm believer that, the movement to the Big 12 has been played a significant role in our program's development. But I would also tell you that our schedule has played a significant role because we don't play many, if any, bad teams. When we go to a tournament, we look at the field and we're like, man, this is a solid field. And we have to perform to X level to expect to finish in the top 5 of every tournament that we play in. So the schedule is a big deal for me. My assistant and I spend hours with this schedule. We're already working on fall of 27. We're going to go back to Tennessee in 27. We'll host the Bearcat again. We'll probably go back to Minnesota, probably play Kentucky, and then I don't know what we'll add as the last tournament. But we're trying to prepare this team every single year to be a postseason team. That is our when we come back to school in August, that's our number one objective, is to play in the postseason.
Things I've heard that just through the grapevine, real quick. I've heard things are going to be more difficult for you next year, Doug.
Things are going to be more. Why will things be more difficult for me next year?
Because you got to deal with Bob Mangine every day.
I got to deal with Bob Mangine. You know what? I
can't wait. I can't wait for the guys to just get a taste of Bob. Bob, my arm's hurting. Tough it out.
Bob's been my trainer for 20 years. Bob has been, since the day I started coaching here, Bob has been my guy. And I will tell you, I love Bob. I love how honest he is with my guys. And I know my guys are really excited to, start working with him on a daily basis. And, he's coming with us this week to regionals. And I think he really enjoys the lighter side of that. I mean, we're obviously very serious, but it's different than the grind of a basketball season or a football season. And I know he really enjoys being around our guys.
Those are some hotel lobbies I'd like to be in.
Yeah.
With you and Bob on the road.
Yes,
I'll
absolutely.
Be Salt Lake for sure for that.
Absolutely.
Couple scheduling.
There's nobody I like more and have more love and respect for in that whole building than Bob Mangine.
Well, I'll second that one. I really like Bob a lot. It's been great to me. Couldn't ask for more.
Couple of add-ons to the scheduling. I don't really know this, and I'm sure most people don't. When you're building a schedule, when you've been in an event a year or 2 years in a row, do you just call and tell the school we'd like to be in it again?
Yeah.
Do you, when you're trying to find new events, is their coach calling you to see if you have availability? How does putting together with multiple teams and everything, how does putting together these schedules work?
So a lot of times when you talk about the scheduling is you will take some of the mid-majors, for example, who have a great tournament. They have a great course that they host. I'll give you an example, and this is no diss on Toledo, but Toledo plays their tournament every other year at Inverness.
Inverness, yeah.
They're going to attract a great field. They typically say, hey, Virginia, we want you to come play at Inverness. Hey, but you have a great event in April. We want to come there and play. I'm not a reciprocation guy. That's not how I work. I want to build my schedule around places where I think my players are going to learn how to play the game. Like we went out to Oregon this year was our second trip to Oregon. We played Stanford this year for the first time. This program had never gone out west to play. It was a tremendous experience for our kids to play golf on the West Coast, to play golf on different grasses. My whole objective is to subject my players from a schedule standpoint to every type of grass they could possibly play on. We're going to play on Pass Pollen this week at A&M. They just resurfaced the golf course about a year ago, so everything's going to be Pass Pollen. I don't know that the greens are Pass Pollen, but tees and fairways. So, that's typically a seaside grass. I'm kind of interested to see what that's going to look like.
Interesting that in that climate that
it's
you
very
have
interesting
that.
to see what that's going to look like in College Station. But no, when you're scheduling, it's trying to get out ahead and trying to go play in places where the field is extremely competitive, and that's our goal. And then a little bit more to go into it in depth is our ranking system that we use right now is just kind of a messed up setup with scoreboard and clipped. And if you went in and if you follow it, and you're going to see point allocation, per week based on where you ranked, I don't think any coach has any idea how it works. But what we will do is we will look at past history, because it basically takes 36.5 or 37 points as an average for the year to get into postseason. That's been the number since this scoreboard clip this kind of started. So we kind of base our schedule looking at it and saying, okay, if we finish 5th in the tournament, are we going to at least get 40 points for finishing 5th? Because that's going to put us ahead of the number. And so that's kind of going into looking at our schedule. That's kind of what we look at as well. We just, because like, for example, I'll give you a great example of our sister school across town. They're in Norwood. They had an unbelievable season, but they were the product of a poor schedule. And probably because the program has been down for the last few years, they couldn't get into some of the marquee events. Well, as a result, they would win a tournament and get 31 points. It's like, well, you're 6 points from
You're
postseason
trying
number.
to get 5th will give you 40, and they're
Yes.
winning and not
They're
getting.
winning and getting 30, 29.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. And I think they won the Big East championship, and I think they got 42 points for winning the Big East championship. That's how they got into postseason. They had to win the Big East championship to get in.
What did your guy? I don't even know who won the Big 12, but what did they get for winning the Big 12?
Oklahoma State got 82 or 84 points.
Let's put that for perspective.
You put it into perspective. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like for we had a great field this year at the Bearcat. We won the Bearcat by, I think, 7 or 8 shots. We got 70 points for winning the Bearcat.
Yeah. Speaking of,
I think our next highest point total was 47.
Who's in it next year?
Another good field. TCU's coming back. UCF. Let me think. Ohio State's not coming back. I don't think they liked us kicking their ass this year. So, they aren't coming back. But it'll be another really solid field.
Jason in the chat asked, can you explain the difference between the fall season and spring season?
I think for a northern school, the fall season, we come back on equal footing with every other school because, once our guys finish postseason, once they finish regionals, if we go to nationals, they'll start playing their amateur golf schedule in June. So they will start playing tournaments. And I ask most guys to play somewhere between 4 and 7 tournaments over the summertime, whether it be the U.S. Amateur, the Porter Cup, the Western Amateurs, all these different amateur tournaments throughout the summer. So guys will play somewhere between 4 and 7 events. Then we come back in the fall and we roll right into the fall season. So everybody's been playing. Everybody's finding their groove. I think that's the best time to really evaluate holistically the whole college golf scene, is because everyone's the same. Then you start to go into the spring, and we played basically the same number of tournaments in the fall. Play 5 in the fall, 5 in the spring. Conference is 6, regionals is 7, nationals is 8. So we will play more events in the spring if you go into postseason. But the spring, for the northern schools, for the schools that don't have the weather that they have in California, that they have in Texas, that they have in South Florida, it's trying to figure out how to get your team ready to play. So what we've done the last few springs is we put together practice trips. We've got it to the point where in the spring semester, we do all online schooling. So we're able to be away from campus and practice to get prepared for the spring season. We don't have that down to a science yet because I think we have struggled to get out of the gates quickly in the spring. I'm not certainly sure why that is, because I feel like from a preparation standpoint, we've been ready to go. We just haven't performed to the level that I think we should. So really, it's basically 2 different semesters. It's the same season. Just the spring season typically is harder for your people that are challenged from a climate standpoint.
Well, for everybody that doesn't know, can you kind of give them what's the best way to track things next week?
So there's a website called Scoreboard by Clipped. You just Google search it, and all 6 regions will have live scoring hole by hole. So you'll just pick our regions, the Bryan, Texas region. So I think we start at 7:30, 7:45 Monday morning, Central Time Zone, and we will play 18 holes, and they'll be updated every hole on what our guys are doing.
Well, I will certainly be hoping to follow as much as I can to keep things updated.
I'll be following it too. I'll be following it too on my phone.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the hardest things about being a golf coach is so many times you find out what your players have done through your phone, not by watching them. I don't get to watch all 5 guys play every hole. And so, when you refresh that phone and you see, a guy's made 3 birdies in a row, or a guy's made a double, you're like, what happened here? What happened there? So that's the it's certainly aged me following Scoreboard and Clip the last few years.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Jed.
I was just asking if we can talk basketball yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Been listening to you and Dave talk golf for 40
years. I just wanted to, before we move off subject, I just wanted to congratulate Doug, him and Jordan carrying the banner of UC Athletics right now as a baseball and golf school. It would be nice if those revenue sports could start picking up their end of the deal and making postseason appearances and joining in the success that you guys are having?
Well, I think you're going to see that happen. I really believe that. And I mean, when I look at, when people talk about, golf and baseball holding the band, we're a team in that department, and we have an extremely hardworking staff of coaches and administrators that are, continuing to try to find ways to, build each of our programs. And, I was talking to Mark Berger today. When you look at what these football teams are spending, I mean, I saw a top 10 list, and like Texas is 43 or 40. I mean, it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? It's not college. They should just say, okay, you 10 teams that are spending north of 30 million, you go play your own. I mean, if you aren't a good team, then that's your fault for the amount of money that you're spending. And I mean, I look at it and I sit here and I'm like, what are we really doing? Honestly, what are we really doing? Do we want to every January watch the same 12 teams or however many teams are going to be in the, is that what we want every year, is to watch those same teams? Because they're buying a team. They're buying a team. I don't like.
We're gonna watch 4 lost Big Ten and SEC teams playing in the 2014
we're getting into that
playoff.
later, because I am disappointed in our league's commissioner for getting on board with the 2014 playoff.
Yeah, and it's like the NCAA basketball tournament. You're gonna see 7 and 11 teams playing in the NCAA basketball. I mean, what is that? I mean, that's just I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy.
Yeah.
I think it's crazy.
Progress. It's money, Coach. It's money. It's
money. Those games are going to make schools a lot of money and the NCAA a lot of money. So I get it, but it's back to we're in the participation trophy era.
Jerrod Calhoun, what have the interactions been like so far?
Had 2 interactions with him. Spent a lot of time listening to some of his podcasts, some of his interviews. He's a Bearcat at heart. And I think when you start to look at, when this basketball program has had its runs of success, it's been players and coaches who have bled UC. And the program was far above them as an individual. And I knew Coach Huggins. I went to a few games at that time. I was playing on the PGA Tour, and I was, my life was pretty busy, but, got to see some practices and got to know him. And, there was a standard that he established, and you played to his standard, period. And then you basically go from, the brief stint with Andy Kennedy to Coach Cronin. And, to this day, I'm still great friends with Mick and talk to Mick with great frequency. And he was an unbelievable master in his time here of player development. I mean, I think about the Trey Scotts. I think about the Justin Jennifers. Let's not even talk about the Jacob Evans or the Gary Clarks or guys like that who were already, Mark. Mick did so many great things in my opinion with this program. And Wes was a great friend of mine, and I only wish Wes the best, and it just didn't work out. And sometimes that happens, but I just really have a great vibe with Jerrod on when he comes out of that tunnel and gets ready to start coaching. Let's go, boys. I mean, it's the same way Mick was. I mean, Mick was a winner as soon as he came around that corner, and there wasn't going to be anybody fighting harder for his guys than what Mick did. And I see a lot of similarities in Jerrod and just my couple interactions with him.
He told me today he practices generally open.
Yep.
So I'm looking forward to getting back to our old days.
To where we can actually communicate and talk. We don't have to be in a little pen over in the corner.
Right, where we can watch practice. Marv, rest in peace. Marv's not going to be with us.
Yep.
Maybe we can get Hep to come back. We'll get the band back
Hep's
together.
got to come back. Hep's got to come back.
Hey, Coach, how you been?
Good. I'm doing great, Aaron. How are you?
Not too bad. You got to talk to these guys. Every year they keep talking about maybe we'll do it this year. We're probably gonna have to wait until next year about doing this whole Bearcat Open, a Bearcat type tournament or a Bearcat Journal tournament.
Yeah.
So you got to talk to your boys up here.
Well, you know what? I'd love to. However you guys want to do it, I'd love to do something like that. I'm all in. I love what you guys do. I love following your podcast. I love following you online. I think you guys do an amazing job because it's, critiquing college athletics today is not the easiest job to do.
Well, I'm certainly going to make it a big point to get out to the Bearcat this year. It has fallen on dates recently that I haven't been able to be there, but knowing that you're going to be in Salt Lake, that's definitely an excuse for me to go out there and see my brother.
I think what would amaze you, David, in being a golfer is everybody of my friend group that comes out and watches. They're just amazed at the level of play.
Oh, I don't know if you even know this. I tried out as a walk-on at Tennessee in my freshman year in 2000. And I really had no shot. It was just a shot in the dark type thing. But I have just noticed, just from 25 years of golf, these college kids, when I'm maybe see them at a driving range or something, because my dad was a member at Springfield for a long, long time. So we'd be up there sometimes when people were trying to qualify for the Open because they've always had and I see these kids out there and I'm just like, I never one time hit a shot like they can hit shots now.
Well,
it's remarkable.
It's so funny because my college roommate, who was also on the national championship team with me at Oklahoma, we talk about the evolution of college golf and where it's come, since the late 80s. And, we won a national championship my last year at Oklahoma. And I look at my national championship team, and I would tell you that there's only 2 guys on that team that could make my current team.
You guys would get dusted by these young dudes.
It's crazy. Myself and a kid from New Zealand could have made our team here at Cincinnati. And it's like you sit here and it's like, we're the 50th ranked team in the country. And, you look at some of the guys around college golf right now and the things that they're doing. Ben James of Virginia and Jackson Coyven at Auburn. They're basically tour players just playing under a college identity at this time.
Yeah, the game's going.
Pretty amazing.
Obviously, the equipment is a huge difference even in the last 20 years. But the way that players have turned it into, and not that you guys didn't give it the attention it deserved at the time, but just all of the resources that are available to them now. The year-round, the physiology of it, you go to the weight room, you do strength and conditioning training. We didn't do that stuff. I'm sure you guys didn't do that stuff.
We didn't start. I remember at my college team, Billy Tubbs was our basketball coach at Oklahoma, and they just, ran up and down. And one of the things that they did for training was aerobics. And so, our golf coach was like, hey, let's do aerobics. So our physical training at Oklahoma was aerobics. Now, it wasn't a real bad deal that we had a hot aerobics instructor on us every morning at 6:30. It made it pretty easy for us to get up and, go work out as an 18, 19-year-old kid. But I remember really when I was on tour, we rode a stationary bike. We walked on a treadmill. We did a Versa climber. I think the heaviest weight in the fitness trailer was a 20-pound dumbbell until Tiger came.
Yeah, you just did enough to make sure that you could walk 72 holes and not cramp up or something.
Right. And he basically changed the game from a physical standpoint. And, I follow a lot of these physio guys that are working with players on tour, and it's, the workouts that these players are doing before they play a round of golf to activate their body is just, it's crazy to think what they're doing.
I think we did have a question in the chat. Fans are absolutely always encouraged to come out to the Bearcat and watch, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Coach Bishell was on this morning, and he said that we started with the coach that we least wanted to talk to, the one that was the least important, the one that he just always self-deprecating, that one, and said that we were going rank in order to the one that means the most and the one that is everyone's favorite by the end with you, of course.
Well,
and I just didn't know
that.
if you wanted to respond back to Coach Bishell. Not that he'll ever actually tune into any of this.
Coach Bishell likes to play things down. You know, Coach Bishell and I text all the time throughout the season. we text all the time, and we both follow and support and pull for each other's programs. And you know, I've really had a great opportunity to get to know Jordan. And you know, I call Jordan the silent assassin. You know, I think he's building something here with our baseball program that I certainly hope that, you know, he continues to want to be here and wants to continue to build this thing. Because I watch his teams play every time they play. If I have time, I try to get into ESPN2 and watch. And I love the energy that they play with. I really do. It's a different style of baseball. Kids play hard, and I think he's a tremendous coach. So he likes to low key himself, but he ain't going to get low keyed by me.
I got one more here.
Yep.
That's a good question. For junior golfers, what's a piece of advice that you would have for kids that are learning the game or have started to learn the game and are into it, and what's something that one or two things that kids should be focusing on?
Well, I think starting off, the first thing, you know, when a kid is just starting, you know, at whatever age they start, hopefully before 10, that the parents put them in an environment to where it's a hard game, but they can have success. So I always tell parents, you know, when you're out playing, or you just have them go out and see if they want to play 2 or 3 holes, and, you know, get it to start it with fun and make it enjoyable. Because the one thing about golf is it is so difficult, and it's so difficult to be good. It's very easy to fail quickly in your first few attempts at golf.
Oh yeah.
And it's to me with young kids, it's about getting them involved in junior camps. It's about getting them involved at, whether it's the local country club, the local public course that has junior camps. Get them involved in situations to where they're meeting other kids, they're having fun doing it, and then you never know what it's going to lead into. I mean, you know, my dad tells the story all the time that he got me started in golf because he just wanted to have someone to play golf with. and he was like, it was like, who would have ever thought that it would have led to my son playing 10 years on the PGA Tour or whatever. And it's those are the type of things where, you know, not every kid's gonna you know, have a story like mine, but it's certainly a game that you can play for a lifetime. And you know, it's just something that I stress fun and getting some involvement in lessons or camps or something like that early, so it's taken off. Dad saying, well, you need to hold the club this way, or no, get away from the parental instruction.
Yeah.
Let somebody else instruct your kid.
Yep,
That's how I look at it.
Our 6-year-old's in his second year, and he loves it. And
it's just getting involved.
And at this point, I don't really do much coaching. I just tell him, keep your head down, your hands high, and swing as hard as you can.
I always tell my guys when they want to go see their teacher or they want to do this, I'm like, you know what? Why don't you get your ass out in the dirt and hit some balls here? You'll figure it out yourself. You know, don't rely on someone else to, you know, hold your hand. Go out and get in the dirt and get dirty.
I agree. Golf, for some people, golf has gotten way more. Not the feel has gone out of the game, and being able to teach yourself and recorrect yourself. It's gotten to the point of like we're playing swing instead of playing golf.
Well, as soon as I'm done, I'm sure on my phone there's going to be hundreds of Instagram videos on how I should swing a golf club. Just because we've been talking about it.
That's right. That's right.
It's always listening, Coach.
It's always listening. Always listening.
All right, man. We've kept you for long enough. You got double the time of anybody else today.
Well,
That's
I
the
think
benefit
maybe I'm
of coming on.
I think maybe I'm a windbag.
DJ
Maybe I'm a
podcast.
windbag. And I know David loves to talk golf.
That's right.
That's why I stay out of the way. Like I could ask questions, but this is Dave's world. Like I'm just here for some comic relief every once in a
I
while.
mean, you're fortunate with me. I'm one of the coaches in our department that can actually talk about every other sport because I follow every other sport. I follow every other sport like it's my job.
Can people buy those? The logo? What do they got?
We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll. So our next order will be coming in August, and maybe I'll just give you guys some hats, and you guys can display them and wear them, or you can put them up as gifts or whatever.
At some point in time, somebody in that building is going to realize that they could make a lot of money off that thing.
You're telling me? I know that.
I'm
I know that
into existence.
It's like Oklahoma State, where Pistol Pete is doing all their sports. I don't know why we don't have the Bearcat in every sport.
Don't get me started on this one. It took me 10 years. Took me 10 years to get this done. 10 years.
I'll get your number from Chad, and we'll connect this summer.
We'll get. I will get you. I have some polos, pullovers. I have stuff. Once I get through regionals, I start recruiting the first.
You're a little busy right now.
I'll get you guys some gear. I'll get you guys some gear.
Appreciate it, Coach. Best of luck.
Yeah,
thank you.
Give everybody again where to follow for next week.
Scoreboard. Google scoreboard by Clipped, and if you pull it up right now, you're going to see the 6 regional sites that the women just finished today. But
awesome,
man, I appreciate you guys. Man, I love you guys like brothers. Always enjoy spending time with you, and go Bearcats. Let's keep building on this thing.
Absolutely. Thanks, Doug.
Coach. Hey, I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate
Have
it.
a good night.
You
See
too.
ya.
Yes, sir.
See you.
He's the best. He's the
A
best.
gem.
I want to get me, Doug, Jordan, and a case of beer.
And Bob.
If Bob wants to join too, that's fine.
Oh, how are we holding up? I'm holding up. I tell you guys this. The first year, I was worried about how are we going to get through this thing. Once we got through that first one, and especially since we've had collaboration with Zach Stipe and the SID department, it's fairly easy.
Yeah, they're fully on board this year. They're tweeting out Bearcat Journal from the official Go Bearcat account and link to the YouTube page. I don't know if they're going to retweet it here for the last 2 hours because my language is probably a little bit different than what you guys were dealing with earlier in the day. But
I counted 1 total F-bomb all day today.
All day?
That's it.
Only one?
All day.
That's impressive.
We still got 53 minutes to go.
That's right. We still
Just
do.
saying. Throughout the day, in the official, portion where you're dealing with, the actual professionals.
Yes.
There were not many sorry Dans.
And I know, speaking about Doug and where UC Golf is, no one's kidding or hiding the fact that it's still very much a niche sport, but I think our members and our fans need to understand how good they are now.
Yeah.
They are legit good. They are competing with programs that have been it'd be like UC football competing with Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia on a year in, year out basis. They're competing with teams that have won double-digit national championships, double-digit major conference championships, and they're right in there with them pretty much every week. So, over the last 4, 5, 6 years, the program has really, really taken a big step. And we mentioned it earlier. They have an insanely good home course at Coldstream that they get to use. They now have the indoor that for a Midwest team is essential. And then being in the Big 12, it really is the peak of UC Golf is right now for the history of the program.
It couldn't happen to a better coach either, because that man.
No,
just
he's been a
loves
UC
everything that he
lifer
does.
and absolutely deserves all the success they're having right now.
And he started as, I think, the head coach. No, he started as an assistant right when I started covering UC, 2006. So we're both on 20 years. So
Yeah.
he's been a guy that I've gotten to know incredibly well over the years. He's incredible.
And for half of that time, he's been fighting for a damn hat.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
That's not the time or the place to drag the licensing department. Well, since the university has been so kind to us.
I just don't understand. I don't understand. Toughness, thank it. He took off work today to watch the whole thing. Like that.
I need that kind of job. Where are you going to be today? I'm watching a 513 stream.
I'm watching a bunch of idiots talk UC athletics
talk
all
about
day.
Sports.
And then Tonk, thank you, brother.
Thank you, Tonk.
513 Marathon Podcast has become a holiday in my household. I remember the original one. Even I got to talk on that one. It's truly something special. No other university can provide. That's so much credit of that goes to Zach Stipe. He has made this seamless. Brett Ryback stepped in and did a lot of the heavy lifting this year as well. But basically, it's just like, hey, what are you guys like? When are you going to be on? How long are you going to go? What do you need? And it just happens. And they set up a studio. We had 2 studios today. We had one in the Lender Center. We had one in the indoor practice facility, and back and forth all day. And look, I will tell you, there is nobody in the country that does anything like this.
No, we've had I was not able. I paid attention to some, was not able to see it all. But I mean, we've had the basketball coach, the baseball coach, the football coach, the women's volleyball coach, the women's basketball coach, the golf coach, players, athletic department. You know, the athletic department, the AD, essentially the next in line to the AD, the GM of the football program. Like, most sites like ours would be lucky to have one of those people in a year. We had all of them in one day.
12 hours.
And 3 of the new basketball assistants. Maybe the best interview that we've done in the history of the Bearcat Journal Network with Marquez Parker.
Oh, you had Marquez on?
Oh, Dave.
Did we have Marquez on?
Was better than Marty Gilliard?
I said no. I drew a line there.
Marty's in his own category, and then everybody else
that was
competes.
a 3-hour thing.
Marquez is my guy. I remember when he signed, I'm tweeting from the signing day thing, and he's in my mentions going, what are they saying about me?
Look, Dave, look.
Marquez is my guy because I liked him more than a dude that was ranked way higher than him, that they both had in for visits, and they took Marquez. And I don't know what that other guy's been doing, but it just makes me feel good that I have my scouting eye isn't as amateur as some might think.
I asked him where Keegan should go get a haircut in Memphis. And he said he probably should go to Great Clips. He doesn't want a barbershop in Memphis isn't for him. He told him
gotta be a spot on Beale Street, right?
No, like that's the point. Keegan ain't built for that. Like he's not cut out for that. He also told him if you're walking down the street and somebody's changing a tire, don't stop to help them because their tire's not flat. They're gonna rob you.
He told him Keegan asked where he should go to eat, and he said you should stick to Qdoba or something like that.
Well, Keegan's never gonna not go to just like some Chipotle, so.
He was open to it, and Marquez told him, "Nah, dog."
Keegan can go to the Rendezvous and the Peacock.
He asked him where he was staying, and Keegan told him, which is one of the nicer parts of Memphis, Germantown.
Yeah.
And Marquez was like, "Yeah, that's
stay there.
Right. You stay there."
Good idea.
Don't go. You stay there.
I can hook Keegan up with one of my longtime friends, a fraternity brother of mine lives in Memphis. I can help him out with some recommendations.
Well, Jerrod Calhoun invited him to dinner.
He did
this weekend. So
what's this weekend?
EYBL is in Memphis.
Oh,
That's why Keegan's going to be in Memphis.
Gotcha.
I was like, Keegan's going to be there, coach. And he's like, let's go to dinner. I was like, volleyball.
This is not a knock on Keegan. There is 0% chance he will take coach up on that offer, whereas all three of us would have already set it up. Like, where are we going? What time are we going to be there? I'm like, Keegan's like, I got to get a lift in and get my hair cut.
If he doesn't take him up on, if that's a real thing and he has that opportunity and he doesn't go, I have to fire him.
Yeah.
I have to fire him.
Yeah.
The line's
Just
been
on
drawn.
principle. Look, you get a chance to go eat dinner with the new coach. You go eat dinner with the new coach.
For sure.
Every time.
I don't care if you got to get your laundry done or, go get a lift in. Go have dinner with coach.
Yeah.
Did you get to watch Calhoun? What'd you think?
I was in the car. I got to listen to a good portion of it. It was after a very, very tough day of substitute teaching at Lakota West High School, where 2 of my classes were all seniors, so they were already done with school. So I administered essentially study hall for 3 periods of the day. The end of school year subbing is about the easiest gig you can get. But
did you find Josh Tyson and have a conversation?
We didn't have a conversation, but he was in one of my classes.
You didn't have a conversation?
No, it was not necessary.
Present doesn't count.
Yeah.
Josh, come here.
Yeah.
I need to talk.
He was wearing a Michigan State t-shirt.
Damn kids. That's going to be all over the internet today. Josh Tyson was wearing a Michigan State t-shirt to school today.
So who cares? I don't only wear Tennessee and UC stuff. Like, I've got LSU shirts and Michigan State. Like, that's why I don't want to blow up. What did they say? Blow up his spot? No, seemed like a good kid. It was essentially study hall. So
yeah. All right, we got to get to our final winner today.
Oh,
what are we auctioning off? Or ref or whatever. Not auctioning. We're not people aren't
we've
paying
had
for it, but
two Cincy Light golf sets have already gone.
what is a golf set?
You had a polo
Oh,
that had
okay.
the Cincy Light logo,
Gotcha.
a club cover,
Okay. I like it. Oh, I like that. I need one of those.
And then a golf towel.
Send them my way. For the 5 times I get to play golf a year anymore.
Right now, we're giving away a Cincy Light bar mirror.
Ooh, nice. For your man cave bar.
Your man cave bar.
Or above your bed. I mean, either way.
And a pint glass.
Love it. How are we determining who wins?
Cincy Light has been administering that on the back end.
Okay.
And then they just send me the winner. So the winner for the final prize is Samwise
Ganji from Lord of the Rings.
Samwise _STRYKEE.
Congratulations.
So there you go.
Yeah, I got to listen to a little bit of Jerrod. I listened to a little bit of Scott and a little bit of Nate this morning, and that's pretty much been all I've had the opportunity to take in.
All this tech, and I still hold my phone to the camera. They sent it to me kind of late, and I didn't have time to email it, take it from text, transfer it to email, then pull it up on email, then get it up on the share screen.
I ain't mad at you.
I should have sent it to Ed, and Ed could have AI'd he could have emptied a lake to make us a collage of the prizes. What the hell happened to Austin? That's a great question. Cincy Toughness 101. I don't know. He gave up. He tried so hard.
He tried so hard.
He did try so hard.
He was in and out about a dozen times trying to get his feed to work, and his Wi-Fi simply said, "Nah, fam,
Didn't happen for him.
Not today."
He didn't get it. He didn't say a word, Dave. He spent an hour and a half trying to get in and do the stream.
Where was
heard
he?
him breathe.
Where was he when he was trying to do it?
He was home. He was plugged in. I was
Yeah.
texting with him. He was plugged in, wired to the internet, and for whatever reason, every time we went live to him, he froze. And
Well,
got
did he
kicked
ever
out.
try to not be hardwired and just go on Wi-Fi?
We heard him breathe at one point, and you could hear
Okay.
He's
still alive.
the exasperation in that breath. You could hear.
He's over
He
there
was-
like wrapping the cord around his neck. Breathe if you're not if you're still with us, Austin.
And then we didn't hear anything.
You guys would probably talk over him anyway.
Oh.
That's fair.
But you know what? You hang out with us long enough, you know the deal. If you want to get a word in, get a damn word in.
Or whine about it like Aaron does on Monday nights.
You know.
I mean, he's got a reputation to uphold.
We all have our roles we play in this. And
Look, the reality is, on Monday nights, you're fighting for your life to get to talk with me and Brent doing a show.
I mean, that's pretty much any show at this point.
Brent has a word count he has to get to.
I am most comfortable at this point where we're at right now. On Tuesdays, where I just shoot George questions and let him talk. On Thursdays, I shoot Tim and Jeff questions and I let them talk. And then we have a conversation on the nightcaps. Outside of that, I'm fighting for my life. And truthfully, it's hard to even have the energy for it after dealing with kids all day.
Yeah, I hear you there. So what was I taking shots in the chat for earlier today?
The only words Aaron gets in on Mondays are complaints about not getting words in. You were just taking shots for only showing up for the last 2 hours.
Oh.
And
somebody said something about basketball, not watching basketball games.
That's what I was going to get to. I did take a big shot at you.
I have sources. They're always monetary.
I said Dave can't call dibs on Coach Calhoun because he hasn't watched enough basketball in the last 2 to 3 years to actually get to call dibs. So we on the BBP are calling dibs on Coach Calhoun.
I'll watch.
That is where
Be good or be interesting. Were they either of those things the last couple of years?
some of us did it for love of the game, and
well,
it's gonna pay off in the fact that we get Nico and we get Coach Calhoun. And we're good.
I that's fine. You can have that. Chad Mine's work is on Mike Golick Jr. joining the BCJ pod.
I did have Chad backpedaling a little bit. Somebody called him.
You went a little overboard. You went a little overboard.
I said Chad was lamenting over the fact that there wasn't a coaching search. There weren't hot boards.
You're really hurting our business here, John.
And he basically was like, "Yeah, it was one guy." Like,
yeah, hey,
without saying it,
you go after what you want. Like, do I need to look at the menu when I go to Jeff Ruby's? No, I know what I'm getting. Like,
yeah, he basically was like, when it's right there in front of you, you got to go get it.
Yeah. So should we
Max Bent
talk?
was great, yeah.
Should we talk about our Big 12 commissioner getting on my bad list now?
I mean, here's the thing, Dave. What other, like, the Big Ten is in line with it. The ACC is in line with it.
The SEC is gonna be the big bad SEC and put the kibosh on the whole thing.
They get like 11 teams in. Why would they shoot it down?
They don't want it, and neither does ESPN.
Well, yeah, because if
right, because then it brings other competitors in. I just think the comments, not from Brett, more so the comments from the ACC commissioner talking about championship caliber teams are being left out. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
They're not.
No, they're not.
And this is different to me than the basketball thing, because no one with the basketball expansion is saying that championship caliber teams are being left out of the basketball tournament, and now this is why we want to expand. Like, first off, Notre Dame not getting in this year and Florida State not getting in whenever that was is not a reason to double the field. Like,
why not?
Like, okay, you want to go to 14 or 16 teams? All right, I could live with that. But having one or two teams not make it every so often is not a reason to double the size of the field. And then on top of that, tell me that championship caliber teams are getting left out. So what you're telling me is that my Tennessee Volunteers, who did not beat a team with a winning record all of last year, but somehow remained ranked the entire season, is a championship caliber team that would have gotten into a 2014 field last year. That is the part that I'm just like, absolutely not. This is absurd. I will, like, we joke about, like, oh, you're not going to watch it. Yes, you will. You'll still watch it. No, I won't. There were playoff games this year that I didn't watch because I didn't think they were competitive and deserved my time. And if they go to 24, there will be a lot of playoff games that I don't watch because I have no interest in watching Tennessee as a whatever hell seed it would be if they were a 4-loss team again, playing Tulane or some other middling Big Ten team like Iowa versus Tennessee in the playoff. No, absolutely not. This is a joke. You will get rid of conference championships if you do this, which that's a different story. But what is everybody said, oh, when we expand to 12, it will render the regular season meaningless. Well, it hasn't, but I'm wondering, go to 24 kind of will. Because if you can lose 3 or 4 games, and you can lose a quarter of your games and still qualify for this tournament, then the regular season is meaningless.
Dave, someone did the math. In 2018, you would have had 4-loss teams, and Northwestern would have been a 5-loss team that would have made the playoff.
Like,
get out
of here. Get out of here. That means you would have gone, if they were a 5-loss team, they're 7-5. The Big Ten plays 9 conference.
At the time, I think I don't know what it was.
At the time, they would have played 8. At the time, they would have played 8 conference games.
I think so.
So you could make the tournament basically doing a 3-1 or 4-0 non-conference schedule against a bunch of schlep rocks, and then have a losing conference record and make this 2014 field. Like, get out of here.
That same team didn't beat any of the top 15 teams that they played. They lost to Duke, who only had like 3 wins that year. It was an abomination of a resume.
Yeah, yes, Jerrod, you would have to cancel the conference championships to make this work because it would have to start immediately after the end of the regular season. Because they also now, this is the part that cracks me up, is that they're finally realizing that this thing drags on way too long, and they're talking about how we're going to end this at the second week of January, which is correct. But now we're going to add 12 teams, but yet we're still going to end it at the end of January.
Army-Navy week becomes
I hate it so much. Like I said, it's not comparable to expanding the NCAA tournament because no one is out here trumpeting that the teams that can win the NCAA tournament are being left out. And that's what at least the ACC's commissioner is saying, that we're leaving out championship caliber teams. Okay.
Yuck.
It's gross. Gross. But that's what happens how many times and for how long have we been talking about it, that no one cares about the sport as a whole, and every league has their best interest at heart, and we as fans keep taking on more and more, crap shovels of it. And the ratings are still there. I mean, the ratings were there, I think, partly because Indiana was a wild story and undefeated season and everything. But I can't imagine some Wednesday, Thursday night 16 seed versus 24 seed or however this bracket is going to work is going to really, really grab the attention of the national football audience.
Do you think we can lock Bischel up long term with a lifetime supply of Mountain Dew? If he drinks 10 or Diet Mountain Dew, if he drinks 10 a day, it's possible.
Is that what he drinks?
That's what he said
today.
Oh my goodness.
That's what he said today.
It is the diet, so you know.
Because we were joking. Keegan said he was going to drink 750 grams of caffeine today. And we asked Jordan how many he drank, and he said, how many's in this bottle? And Keegan said, I think about 120 grams of caffeine. And he said, well, I have about 10 of them.
That is a lot. Oh, look, speak of the devil. Did you get your
his name?
Did you get your dinner reservations with Coach Calhoun set up yet?
No, not yet. I have it. I have relayed that. I said give him my number, and I have not heard anything back yet.
No, opposite. You need his number. He's not going to contact you.
Well, I like to put the ball in their court in this situation because I've been turned down when I tried to get people's numbers in the past. So,
that was because you did it 1 second after meeting Wes Miller. You said, hi, I'm Keegan Nickerson. Do you mind if I have your phone number?
At least take me out for a nice seafood dinner before you ask me for your.
Which is what he texted Chad later that day.
Yeah, you have to make this happen, Keegan.
I'm planning on it.
Lose what little respect I have left for you.
You don't have any respect.
I'm joking. I respect you to the highest degree. You have no idea. You're a great gentleman and scholar.
Andy knows you put up with me on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which earns you a lot of bonus points. Keegan, this isn't a dating show. Why are you worried about getting turned down? I mean, it was pretty bad, Jason. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was. I'm glad no one else was really around. Let's just say that. It just happened in front of Chad.
It was so out of character for you, though. Like,
nice to meet you. Can I have your number? No.
I said, do you mind?
He said, yes, I do. He said, yes, I do mind.
No, he said, he was very nice about it. He said, let's just have Chad handle my number.
Hi, I'm Wes Miller. I don't know you, so no, you are not getting my number.
Who's this guy? What are you doing, Chad?
Chad, you got to fire it. Like, you guys got off on the wrong foot, you and Wes.
Yeah. A little bit. And then I asked CMOS about Jamil Reynolds, and he yelled at me at Heritage Bank.
Yeah.
And it took probably a whole year for me to get back in his good graces.
And then
do you still have his number? Maybe you can give him some congratulatory text.
He never got it.
Oh, you never got it. Oh, well.
That's the difference in the two coaching staffs. 3 years, nothing.
Sounds like it from the little bit I heard talking of Jerrod talking today. It sounds like maybe slightly more accommodating. I don't know. I'm an outsider when it comes to that stuff. So
maybe Keegan needs some practice getting numbers. Well, he did. Like, he's been
he got
why?
Jason, he got the only number that matters, and that's his lovely bride. So,
I mean, you want to talk about out kicking your coverage?
Yeah, just pretty.
Also, he grew up in Gen Z, which was a very different generation where you always need to make sure that you have permission to do anything, including holding hands or
these kids got no idea what it was like to call the house phone and have the dad answer and be like, "You want to talk to my daughter? Why? What what do you want to talk to her for?"
You had to make sure she called the weather first and got the weather and the time. That way you could call and it's not going to ring in the house. So you just click over and then you're golden. You can talk until 2 a.m.
Aaron, there was no click over, sir.
No, we didn't have no click over.
I grew up in dial-up, so you had to have that second line. Otherwise, you were getting kicked right off of AOL.
No, when we grew up, there was
call waiting.
Yeah,
we didn't have.
Well, no, if someone was on the internet, then you couldn't get through. You had to you needed a second line. I'm just talking about like, you're just playing roulette. Like, please God, answer the phone. And there was no way to text and be like, hey, I'm going to call you at 8 o'clock. So your dad doesn't. It's like, please answer the phone. Please. Oh shit, Mr. Smith. So, yeah.
Well, and then there was you call the friend, and you have the friend call her.
Yep. Be like, hey, Dave's gonna call.
Like you had to work it out. Like there was a pattern that had to be done back in the day.
Comedian that I like, Derek Stroop, who is
he's very funny.
He's in like mine and Chad's age bracket, and he's got some great bits about this, about riding the bus as a kid, and like great stuff that I think people of our age can definitely relate to. Is most in the Reds game?
Well, what the hell happened? Lead off double and they don't get the winning run home?
So the Reds tried to bunt in the bottom of the ninth inning. It didn't work because, as we all know, bunting is bad strategy.
That's not.
So now the Nationals are hitting here in the top of the 10th. We play mixed baseball in extra innings now, so so they have started their half of the 10th inning with a guy on second base. This game, the Reds had a 5-0 lead. And so some of the folks here were assuming a nice, comfortable, chilly night at the ballpark. The rest of us knew, no. That's not how it works here. We're in for a long haul, so that's where we are.
No, I got to ask you real quick. I know you are staunchly anti-bunt.
Yes.
How does that jive with Jordan Bischel's style of baseball?
Well, it's a little bit different because in college, the fielders aren't as good. But as a general rule, I'm not a fan of giving away a 2-run bomb, and it's 8-6 Washington.
Are you just going to start walking out now, or?
Also, Jordan Bischel's team does not make a lot of great contact. They lead the Big 12 in strikeouts, or at least they did 10 days ago. So, maybe it would make a little bit more sense to drop one down. But no, as a general rule, I'm not a fan of giving the other team what it looks for, which are outs.
I just want to see how the two coincided with each other. If it was strictly a Major League Baseball thing and college baseball, you were more acceptable to the bunt.
Look, I played high school baseball in Northern Kentucky. We used the bunt play a lot because you could look at which fielders were out there and say, I could bunt it to that guy and he's not going to make the play. And I think to a different degree, that applies to college baseball too. Hey, you guys are nearing the finish line. We're almost there, right?
We got about 24 minutes left.
Wow.
Before we're done.
Wow. Did you guys ever get a hold of Tony Pike?
We did. He was on at 6 o'clock with all three of his kids.
I would have liked to have seen that.
You can go back and watch it. It was the second best segment we did today, next to Marquez Parker, which I think if you want great content, you should play our Marquez Parker interview tomorrow during your show.
So I was lucky enough to also have Marquez Parker on today. We talked about the time that he went fishing, and he caught 70 fish
in one day, yeah.
And Marquez and I've never been fishing. Marquez has never been golfing. So we agreed this summer he's going to take me fishing, although he says not in Cincinnati because you can't catch fish here. So we're going to go fishing, and I'm going to take him to play golf. And I look forward to that.
Marquez was giving Keegan advice on things to do in Memphis that wouldn't get him killed.
Well, I'm not sure that list is very long, but yeah.
Uh-oh.
We lost him. We can't hear you.
We lost your audio.
I think his mic busted on his phone. It was so loud. There we go.
Hang on. I didn't hear what you said. Somebody was calling me. We got a baseball game going on. We got you guys. We had a guy named calling me. So go ahead.
We asked Marquez where Keegan should get a haircut in Memphis, and he said he'd probably be best going to Great Clips to be safe.
Well, I haven't sat in a barber chair in 13 years.
I just do my own.
So I know nothing of, yeah. Yeah, I just do my Marquez Parker was awesome. He was fun, and I told him he's one of the faces of that program now, and he kind of looked at me funny, and I'm like, dude, last year it was, Joe Royer and Brendan Sorsby and Dante Corleone and Jake Golday and Jack Dingle, and like you're one of those guys now, and he's like, really? I'm like, yes. Yeah. Why else would you be here? So yeah, and you can't ask for many better faces of the program than Marquez Parker.
He gave great advice on Memphis as well, Mo. If you ever see somebody fixing a tire, they do not have a flat tire. They are trying to rob you.
This is all information that would have been nice to know for folks before they went to the Liberty Bowl, but let's be honest. Nobody.
It was just us.
It was just us. Nobody went to the Liberty Bowl, but yeah.
He
nice
said,
young man.
He said, if I see anything, quote, don't be a hero, end quote.
Good advice to live by.
We'll let you get back to the game. I appreciate you taking a couple minutes out. And fortunately, you missed the 2-run home run.
Yeah. And I'll probably miss the comeback too, because the way things have gone, it's not going to happen.
Well, we've only used one F-bomb the entire day today. We saved it up for your segment. Do you want to get one out in frustration?
Say it again.
We only used one F-bomb all day today. We saved it up for your segment. Would you like to get one out in frustration?
You know what? Let's fucking go, Cats.
There we go. Thank you, Mo.
Cheers.
There you go. Mo Egger, live from Great American Ballpark. That is a man that if he commits to something, he's going to follow through. I imagine he was waiting. He was probably going to hit us up like on the walk to his car,
or like
after the game ended, on the drive home, something like that. But it went in. He hit us up like as soon as it went into extra innings. He popped into the chat because he said that he would commit. And Mo Egger is a gentleman, a scholar, and a man of his word.
That's right.
Consummate professional.
So what else do we want to talk about in these last 19 minutes?
Look, I was just impressed with how good his reception was inside the stadium because there was no one there anymore.
Right. If it was crowded, he wouldn't have been able to get a signal.
I'm surprised we didn't just see like a stream of people exiting behind him when that home
they
run
already left. They never showed up. They can't leave if they don't show up, Dave.
Yeah. Where else are you gonna go? Where else you gonna go?
By the way,
I don't know.
Marquez Parker was also at the FC Cincinnati game today.
He was.
He had himself a day, man.
He did. Like I owe Brett Ryback. Like this would not have been the same stream if we didn't get that 15-minute segment with Marquez Parker, and he was not scheduled. That was
right.
like,
I only knew of like Nate Taylor, Evan.
That was it.
As players.
And just randomly, he was like, "Hey, can we squeeze Marquez in between Manny and Max Bent?" And I was like, "Man, people really want to hear from Max Bent. I don't want to take away much of Max Bent's time." And we made it work, and we got Marquez, and we got the funniest thing that we did the entire day.
I caught the tail end of the last 5-10 minutes of Max when I was leaving the gym. But
he's a character.
Missed Marquez. That's a bummer.
You're gonna have to go back and I'm gonna clip everything tomorrow. Oh! Surprise guest. Are you gonna do it or am I, Aaron?
I got it.
Oh, God.
Hey,
Zach Stipe.
What's up,
the
guys?
man, the myth, the legend. Thank you so much for today.
I said earlier, we're big time now. You guys actually like put at Bearcat Journal on the official Go Bearcats Twitter feed. We're not like the stepchild anymore. And
Well, there's no rules anymore. You know,
Prob-
I think
pro-
before
also
there were
probably
kind
because
of
I
rules.
wasn't on until late. So he's like, "When's Dave on? Oh, not till the end. Okay, we'll help promote this before he gets on."
How you guys? How'd it go today?
It was great.
I got to talk to Doug for an hour. It was great.
I just wanted to hop on and tell you guys thanks for doing this. It's awesome to have you guys promote Cincinnati Athletics and everything. I personally really enjoyed Marquez Parker telling Keegan to go to Great Clips. That was the highlight of my day. So,
Was it that or him catching 70 fish in a day?
I mean, he put on a show there with Mo Egger there as well. So he went to the FC game today. I told him to just keep producing on the field, and we'll get him out there doing interviews. So it was a good test run for him today.
I gotta ask Keegan. Did you ask him where to get a haircut in Memphis? How does this?
No,
even come
it's the joke that I get haircuts. Like that's the joke. That's the big joke. So
he goes on trips. And he goes
I did it
Dallas
one time
for media days. He gets a haircut. He goes to Vegas,
laundry,
gets a haircut.
I
was like,
I like
don't you
getting
just-
haircuts.
Don't you
on the
just
road
do
as
these
well.
things before you go on these trips?
not when you go on short notice or when you try to book your barber 3 days ahead of time and he's not available.
A lot of downtime on road trips too, at least.
Yeah,
with
you
these
have to
sporting
fill
events. If
stuff
they're
up.
at night, you know, you gotta. I love a good road away trip haircut myself.
Thought you were gonna say something else, Zach.
Do you go to do you search local barbers, Zach? Do you find a local
I have,
spot?
yeah.
Okay.
I actually in Kansas City one time. I went to a hip hop barber shop, and I was disappointed they weren't playing any hip hop. They just had a Mr. Beast reality show on, and then they charged me like $55. So
You get a nice
I have to
fade?
do a better job. I have to find better barbershops on the road.
Were they playing guitars and Cadillacs music?
There were no music. It was just Mr. Beast. So it was not. That's probably the opposite of hip hop, right? So,
choice.
Yeah, it's opposite. It's on the other end.
but I've had other good experiences, you know, where you find a fun barbershop, or old reliable like a Sports Clips or something, you know.
That's where that's where it's got to be. The sports clip.
Dave, do you just shave your head every day? You do it
No,
yourself?
not every day. I do it myself, but not every day unless I have something that I need to attend that it needs to look a little cleaner and not have the
Yeah.
cul-de-sac.
Aaron, you're
I can still
obviously-
grow it in the sides, just
Yeah.
not down the middle. So
I mean, I'm hanging by a thread. Aaron,
let-
you obviously aren't getting a haircut ever, right?
No, my sister cuts my hair. She works in a salon. She's a part owner of her salon. Yeah, I mean, I go to see her.
Zach, just let it go, man. Get the razor, just go.
I
don't know, I think-
imagine you bald.
You will
I
feel
got some time.
You will feel so liberated. I'm telling you, you will be
I got
like,
some
why
time.
didn't I do this? I look at like my wedding pictures and I'm like, why did you not shave your head back then? Like, yes, absolutely.
How were the basketball assistant coaches? Were they pretty good?
Great.
They're great.
Brent read off Max's high school tennis match results like in the first
From
2
the
minutes
state
of the
tournament.
segment.
Was he a pretty good tennis player?
Yeah, he never played basketball. He was a tennis guy, and Brent was ready and had the results from his state tournament match.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
It was crazy.
Zach, from your guys' standpoint, when you're pitching this to whether it's coaches, players, whatever, are they eager to participate? Or are they like, do I really have to do this? How does that work from your guys' end?
So I think they're all like coaches are typically willing to do whatever if you can explain them why it's important. So I think for us it's easy. Like Bearcat Journal's a great partner to us. You guys come out, cover all the games so they get to know you guys. So with the 513 day as part of it, I think it's always an easy sell. So we haven't had any trouble. I let Brett Ryback, the assistant athletic director for communications, kind of run it this year, and I think he did a great job. Getting everybody on there, and I think this was like the third year or fourth year, maybe we've done it now,
Third
with you guys to have people on, so they get it, they know the drill, and it's fun with the 513 day. Everyone understands representing the city. UC, we wear Cincinnati on our chest, so it's an easy partnership, for this day.
How would something
awesome
like this
stuff.
go over at Florida State or Tennessee if you tried to pitch this idea?
I think you could easily do it there too. Like, it just takes planning, right? Like, you just gotta explain and plan it, right? Like, obviously Coach Calhoun has done a phenomenal job with all the media and getting out there and doing stuff. Like, he gets it. I think anytime we can do media at Cincinnati, like, there's only a few outlets, right? So, like, you guys are one of them. So there's great value in getting it out there and kind of spreading the Cincinnati athletics gospel. And all these coaches get it, right? Like, Danijela loves doing it. Like,
Oh yeah, she would have talked for another hour.
Coach Martin, like, he gets it. Right, like, there's a lot of fans that get on here and listen to
Chad
this.
deserves a lot of credit. You have to, like, when you build the relationships and you're there every time you guys allow us to be there, it feels more than just these guys cover the team. Like, they've invested. They come to practice. When we let them come to practice, they're at the games. They care about the non-revenue sports, and so I feel like that means to them, like, okay, like, they're showing the investment. I can give 30 minutes of my time for something like this.
And I think you ask, like, Florida State or Tennessee, like, I've joked with Chad before. At Tennessee, there were 20 Chad Brendels. So, like,
exactly,
it's not that we, like, couldn't do it. Like, we could do it 20 different times, right? So how do you kind of have to have those guardrails just for, like, a fairness sake there,
Absolutely.
What are you guys fired up about the football
We're a big fan
team?
of not having fair around here.
What do
we want all the access.
what are you guys excited about the football team? Like, what did you see in the spring that excited you?
Nate
Turnovers.
Woody, turnovers, yeah.
I mean,
There were
two
more
interceptions.
A defense that wasn't dropping 12 people into coverage. The couple practices that I was able to attend.
How was Woody today?
He was great.
Good.
I thought he was fantastic. There were more interceptions in the spring game than there were all season last year, Zach.
We did have turnovers. Antoine Peak did have some turnovers. He's done a great job over his career forcing turnovers. Don't forget about that.
No, there's been fumbles.
We talked about
fumbles.
He's a fumble
Fumbles aren't
guy.
the issue. Yeah.
And the
interceptions.
Turnover luck is a real thing, but you can't expect to get a bunch of interceptions when no one's pressuring the quarterback.
I do think the linebackers, like, really, we obviously you lose a Jake Gorda, you lose a Dinkle. Talking to some of the guys around the team, they have been impressed with several of the transfers, which maybe I didn't go into spring like thinking as high on the linebackers, right? But watching them, hopefully there's not too much of a drop off there with the play.
Yeah.
I think linebacker's still a solid spot. I still have my concerns on the D line, but I think linebacker and especially defensive backfield should still be solid. Defensive backfield, I'm expecting to be improved. It's just going to come down to who gets after the quarterback. To me,
guys, we should have stayed on the horn with Mo.
Did the Reds just win?
No, Spencer Steer hit a 2-run home run, but there was fan interference, so they called it a double. And they're about to lose 8-7.
They are.
How many games does Mo go to a year?
A lot.
Like Reds games.
He's there quite a bit. I think he's got like a partial season ticket package out in the Sun Deck.
It has been pretty cool to live in Cincinnati, like living in other college towns before. Like, they don't have, like, the pro market here it's very easy and convenient to drive downtown, to go to a Bengals game, to go to an FC game.
Well,
to go
it's
to
not
a
going to
Reds
be
game.
easy and convenient to do that for the next 7 years with the bridge situation.
Oh
Unfortunately,
yeah.
You have
We
to
could
find
still take-
different ways downtown.
it's certainly champagne problems. But I was talking to my dad today about how his parking lot for Bengals games, he's not going to be parking in for the next 7 years, and he was like, "What?"
How has parking been for you guys for UC basketball and football games the past few years? Has that gotten better?
Getting out of football games is still not awesome, but
It's been great for me. No issues.
Well, yeah, those guys, because you're there 3 hours after the game doing media stuff. I'm talking about as fans.
No, I think it's an important thing. I think it's gotten better. I think we can keep improving on it. What's up, dude? Okay, I gotta be quiet.
So like, we're getting big.
We're in.
Is that the one that 2 years ago was on his iPad at practice, like off to the side?
Yeah, he's
gotten big.
9. He's 9 now.
Yeah, we park in Campus Green for football, and we usually just end up tailgating for another hour or two after the games to let all the cars go out instead of just sitting there, and because we go to the very top and tailgate up there, so it takes a minute to get out.
I think that's something I think that we can continue to improve on. I know that's been a challenge. That's a challenge everywhere.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm ready for bed.
What's so funny, Keegan?
Just you're gonna like